Chapter 1. The recharge function exclusively for me. Welcome to the Apocalypse Amusement Park. Liu Hang groggily opened his eyes, cursing his roommate Li Yuanqi in his mind. He was undoubtedly playing games on loudspeaker again. What is this so-called Apocalypse Amusement Park? Once I get up, it'll make you understand what the end days truly are. However, upon opening his eyes, the scene before Liu Hang left him astounded. Where am I? This is certainly not the company dormitory. Where exactly am I? Liu Hang was bewildered. Glancing around, he found himself in a small single room, barely 10 square meters in size. Opposite him, an old-fashioned faucet dripped incessantly, like a middle-aged man's leaky pipe. The mirror above the sink was shattered in one corner, its surface coated in a thick layer of water stains, only faintly reflecting a blurred silhouette. Mold crawled up the corners, adhering to the peeling wall. The bathroom was completely exposed, and the bed frame was hard as rock. This room resembled a solitary confinement cell. It must be said that, in comparison, even the dilapidated company dormitory was slightly superior. Of course, not by much. Liu Hang looked down at himself, noticing he was still wearing the same clothes as before. But beyond that, there was nothing else. Not even a phone. This realization sent a wave of panic through Liu Hang. Being without a phone was far more terrifying than losing the internet. Suddenly, a female voice sounded from behind him. Liu Hang jumped in fright, quickly springing up from the wooden bed. To his relief, there was no ghostly figure, but a phone that was emitting sound. Welcome to the Apocalypse Amusement Park. We assure you, this will be the most authentic, thrilling, and exhilarating survival game you have ever experienced. Here is your safe house, where you will not encounter any danger temporarily. The safe house is located in the living area of our amusement park, and typically there won't be any threats. Safe house? Temporarily. Liu Hang instantly grasped the key point. Temporarily? That hardly qualifies as a safe house. This statement translates to, various dangers will soon arise. Hurriedly, Liu Hang picked up the phone, eager to comprehend the current situation. He lit up the screen, and the somewhat mechanical, yet melodious female voice echoed once more. This phone will remain perpetually powered on. You need not worry about battery issues. Moreover, it is resistant to drops, water, fire, and electromagnetic pulses, capable of withstanding all extreme conditions. You can utilize the phone to experience most of the game's features. It will be your most trustworthy companion in the Apocalypse Amusement Park. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience ahead. Seeing that the phone did not require charging, Liu Hang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He first noticed an icon for a chat hall. Upon clicking it, a chat interface unfolded before his eyes. In the chat hall, Liu Hang saw others equally bewildered as he. Where is this? Does anyone know? Who knows? And look outside. Is this still our blue star? Upon reading this message, Liu Hang quickly raised his head to gaze out the window. At that moment, he discovered the strangeness of his surroundings. Outside the window, there was nothing but a vast expanse of white. Even as Liu Hang leaned closer, he could only see a thick mist enveloping everything. This white fog seemed almost liquid in its density. He opened the window, cautiously sticking his head out, and the sight before him made him feel dizzy. The distance was obscured by fog, but looking down revealed what appeared to be an endless abyss. No matter which direction Liu Hang looked, he could only see countless windows extending until they were swallowed by the thick mist. He felt as though he had been placed in an infinitely large pigeon coop, with each player as a waiting target. Just then, the broadcast sounded again. Dear players, we are now pleased to introduce our Apocalypse Amusement Park. The area you are currently in is the living zone for all players. Here, you will have ample opportunity to rest between your games, enjoying a peaceful life. Of course, there will occasionally be some thrilling minigames to add excitement to your mundane existence. Rest? Enjoy life? Liu Hang touched the wooden bedboard, harder than his younger brother, and surveyed the prison-like decor around him. Only someone with a masochistic tendency could possibly enjoy this, right? And thrilling minigames? He'll play your grandpa. Liu Hang's inner complaints did not hinder the continuation of the broadcast. Now, we shall introduce the most important aspect. In the game, we provide various goods through the Points Mall system. You can browse the Points Mall on your phone. Lu Hang picked up the phone and lit up the screen again, easily locating the Points Mall icon. Upon opening it, Lu Hang felt as though he had entered a virtual marketplace. A plethora of product images appeared on the screen. Bottled water, 2 points. Pickled vegetables, 2 points. Instant noodles, 3 points. Biscuits, 3 points. Hot dogs, 3 points. Bread, 6 points. Spicy strips, 10 points. Noodles, 12 points. 5 kilograms of rice, 20 points. Potato chips, 20 points. Beef jerky, 60 points. Apart from food and drink, switching categories revealed various daily necessities, even kitchenware. Toothbrush, 5 points. Soap, 10 points. Towel, 15 points. Electric hot pot, 200 points. Rice cooker, 300 points. Induction stove, 500 points. It appeared that in this Points Mall, one could purchase nearly all essential items for survival. In the upper right corner of the mall, Lu Hang noticed his points balance. 10,000 points. The broadcast continued. You should have roughly browsed the Points Mall by now. All players start with an initial balance of 10,000 points. Subsequently, players can earn points through various means in the game. Of course, there will also be numerous situations in which points may be lost, and everyone should strive to avoid these. Finally, once your points reach 0, it signifies the end of the game. A chill ran through Lu Hang. The end of the game? What does that mean? Returning to the original world? Or dying here? Yet the broadcast offered no explanation. Every player starts with 10,000 points, and according to the prices in the Points Mall, surviving for a year or two in this so-called safe house seemed feasible. Lu Hang could only explore what other features the phone possessed. Exiting the Points Mall, the screen presented personal information, chat, and tasks. Indeed, it was the familiar setup of a game. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Hang. He wondered if this phone supported multi-touch gestures. He pressed on personal information, and the icon followed his finger. He then pressed on chat and tasks, bringing the 3 icons together before releasing them simultaneously. In an instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. Upon releasing, the 3 icons returned to their original positions, but a brand new icon appeared where they had just converged. Recharge. Chapter 2. The Distinguished VIP Player. Recharge? Lu Hang hurriedly attempted to click on it, but suddenly, the phone's screen went black. Black screen? Wasn't it supposed to be battery-free? What happened to my most trustworthy companion? Is this all it amounts to? But soon, the phone's screen illuminated once more, and at the same time, the game broadcast's voice emanated from the phone. Unlike the previous all-room broadcast. Congratulations, player Lu Hang, you have discovered a game bug. It has now been successfully fixed. As a token of gratitude for your discovery, we have permanently retained the recharge function for you. A multitude of thoughts surged into Lu Hang's mind. By grouping the icons together, he could trigger a bug. The recent black screen was merely the game fixing the bug. Did that mean he was the only player with a recharge function? Lu Hang's fingers trembled slightly as he pressed on the recharge icon. The interface opened, and simultaneously, the phone's rear flash suddenly lit up. A beam of light shone down onto the bedboard. Please place the currency within the light beam to complete the recharge. Currency? Could it be money from the original world? Lu Hang was taken aback and quickly checked his pockets. To his astonishment and delight, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since a time when his phone ran out of battery and he had to walk 20 kilometers home, he had developed the habit of carrying 200 cash at all times. Just as he was about to place 2 crisp bills beneath the light beam, dear player friends, the game broadcast suddenly blared again without warning, almost causing Lu Hang to drop the money in his hand. Now, the exciting moment has arrived. The Zombie Amusement Park trial version has officially opened. In 10 minutes, we will commence the thrilling journey through the zombie park. Trial version? Lu Hang thought to himself. There's even a trial version? All players will be transported to the exhilarating zombie amusement park. Here, just a moment ago, you were students cramming for assignments or employees burning the midnight oil. Suddenly, Lu Hang felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if stabbed by a knife that in the next instant. he would be confronted by a relentless pursuit of various zombies. There stood the teacher zombie, draped in a flowing gown, the innocent nurse zombie clad in her pristine attire, and the stylish office lady zombie. Liu Hang wiped the corner of his mouth. And of course, there were the dashing male zombies, boasting athletic physiques. He swallowed the saliva that had accumulated in his mouth, instantly losing interest. Each of them was fervently enthusiastic about the players. Should they catch sight of you, they would eagerly rush toward you. Mouse agape, yearning for a kiss. The kind of wet kiss that could even suck out your brain matter. Liu Hang shivered in fright, beginning to reflect on what on earth he had been thinking just moments ago. Everyone can immerse themselves in the zombie amusement park demo version and fully experience our game. During the trial, all points earned and consumed will reset after the demo concludes. Items acquired but not yet utilized will also be reclaimed one by one. A reset. Liu Hang quickly comprehended that during the trial, he could exhaust all his game points. In the game, he needed to discover the correct strategies and create a guide. Everyone can indulge in the game content to their heart's content. Once this trial concludes, we shall embark on the true journey of the amusement park. Wishing everyone 3 joyful days of gameplay ahead. Do everything possible to conquer the game. Only by conquering all the amusement parks can you hope to return to the original world. Conquer. Return to the original world. Yet the method of conquering was entirely unmentioned in the broadcast. 3 days' time, 72 hours. That is the duration of the entire trial phase. After the broadcast ended, a 10-minute countdown appeared on Liu Hang's phone screen. No longer hesitating, he promptly reopened the recharge interface. That beam of light shot forth once more. Liu Hang placed 2 banknotes within the luminous column. A prompt appeared on the phone screen. Would you like to recharge 200 diamonds? Yes or no? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hang clicked yes. Then he watched as the 2 banknotes in his hand transformed into shimmering particles, soaring into the phone. Congratulations! Recharge successful. You have received 200 diamonds. He had succeeded. It was indeed possible. Before Liu Hang could fully grasp what these 200 diamonds could accomplish, a flurry of system prompts appeared one after another. Congratulations! You have completed your first recharge. Now, enjoy your first recharge gift pack. The safe house has been fully upgraded. 3,000 points. Suddenly, Liu Hang noticed that his little abode was undergoing a radical transformation. The wall plaster began to peel, and before it could touch the ground, it vanished into thin air. In its place, warm-colored walls freshly painted appeared. Before him, the wooden bed, whose slats had been haphazardly nailed, suddenly broke free from their constraints, beginning to spin rapidly. After several rotations, they inexplicably fused into a single, solid wooden bed frame. Then, a mattress materialized out of nowhere, settling firmly atop the bed frame. Sheets, a comforter, pillows, cushions, and even a life-sized plush toy of a divine being. The floor beneath his feet, unbeknownst to him, had been covered with a pristine carpet. When Liu Hang turned around again, the open bathroom had transformed into a private restroom. Not only did it now have walls for privacy, but upon opening the bathroom door, the previously battle-scarred mirror had undergone a complete revival. Liu Hang glanced at his reflection, even doubting whether the mirror had been enhanced for beauty. And finally, there was the upgraded seated toilet. The solitary cell had evolved into a one-bedroom apartment. Moreover, Liu Hang's points balance had now soared to 13,000 points, placing him directly ahead of other players, equivalent to 1,500 bottles of mineral water. It seemed the system was awaiting Liu Hang to survey all this. Another prompt emerged. Dear player, congratulations. You have now become a distinguished VIP Level 1 user in our post-apocalyptic amusement park. The VIP mall exclusive to recharge users is now accessible to you. Liu Hang noticed that beside the mall icon, another VIP mall had appeared. Upon opening it, he discovered it was divided into 2 pages, the Points Mall and the Diamond Mall. The Diamond Mall was self-explanatory, dedicated solely to purchases with diamonds. But why did the VIP Mall also feature a Points Mall? Curiosity piqued, Liu Hang first clicked on the Points Mall. The goods displayed on the screen left him astounded, and the prices marked on the items made his mouth water. Chilled cola, 2 points. Beef skewers, 3 points. Lamb skewers, 3 points. Large bag of chips, 8 points. Egg fried rice, 5 points. Braised pork ribs, 35 points. Spicy crayfish, 40 points. In the VIP mall, the price of chilled cola was the same as that of mineral water in the ordinary mall. In the regular mall, a bag of beef jerky cost 60 points to redeem. Yet here, he could order a serving of fried rice, a portion of braised pork ribs, along with a few skewers. Is this the privilege of spending money? Likewise, the Points Mall in the VIP mall not only boasted various delicacies, but also offered an extensive array of other products. The focus was clearly on enjoying life. Super soft skin towels, 10 points. Cooling moisturizing masks, 12 points. Electric fans, 150 points. Washing machines, 500 points. Televisions, 1,000 points. Air conditioners, 2,000 points. With this VIP mall, Liu Hang could effortlessly transform his safe house into a luxurious executive residence. Chapter 3. The value of the VIP exclusive arrival point regarding the Diamond Mall. Upon entering, Liu Hang discovered that some of the merchandise was quite extravagant. For instance, there were massage chairs, VR gaming pods, robotic vacuum cleaners, as well as invitation cards for cohabitation, supreme upgrades for safe houses, and slave contracts, among others. Although Liu Hang found these paid features immensely intriguing, the incessant countdown prompted him to hasten his search for anything related to the zombie amusement park. At that moment, the tab designated for the zombie amusement park within the Diamond Mall remained inaccessible, indicating that it could only be utilized after activating the park. With merely 3 minutes left before the game commenced, Liu Hang intended to open the chat hall to see what the current players were discussing, but instead, he noticed a solitary VIP icon on his phone's home screen. Upon clicking it, Liu Hang realized that the benefits of becoming a VIP extended far beyond what he had just seen. Congratulations! You have become our esteemed VIP Level 1 member. The following game privileges are now available to you. 1. Free upgrades for the safe house, which will continue to advance as your VIP level increases. 2. Access to the VIP exclusive mall, offering more favorable prices and more satisfying products. 3. Exclusive game privileges for VIP players in various aspects of the game. Esteemed VIP player, please take your time to enjoy. Elevate your VIP level to unlock more privileges. Current VIP level, Level 1. Recharge progress, 200500. IT present. Liu Hang was merely a VIP Level 1 to ascend to VIP Level 2. He needed an additional 300. Sitting on his newly upgraded bed, he pondered the exceptional quality of the mattress. He was aware that he had only 200 left, but he wondered if other players entering the game also carried cash. The thought made him chuckle. For other players, cash was akin to toilet paper, insignificant, and if one were to wipe oneself with it, even less valuable than actual toilet paper. Yet for him, it was as precious as a tissue that a goddess had just dabbed her lips with, irreplaceably valuable. Of course, Liu Hang was not some obsessive admirer. This was merely a straightforward metaphor. In this context, he felt he had a considerable chance of acquiring cash from other players. The countdown on his phone continued to tick down, leaving him with only a fleeting 3 minutes. Meanwhile, in another safe house, a delicate hand was gripping a phone. The owner of the hand, with finely arched brows, tightened her white blouse, though it offered no warmth. Beneath the thin, pristine fabric lay a lace bra that accentuated her alluring figure, a rounded backside, a waist that could be grasped with one hand, and a bosom that strained against her shirt. Her exquisite features belonged to the rising star Luo Yufei. She had been filming a lingerie advertisement when, during a midday break, she opened her eyes to find herself in this apocalyptic amusement park. The recent series of game broadcasts had led her to wonder if her agency had secretly signed her up for some variety show. However, upon searching for hidden cameras, the view outside the window made it clear she was not in any recording studio, but rather in an unknown realm. Luo Yufei stared at the pulsating red numbers on her screen and resolved to purchase a t-shirt and a pair of shorts from the Points Mall, replacing her slippers with sneakers. However, these touches Liu Hang turned abruptly. He caught sight of a zombie on the other side of the corridor, irresistibly drawn by sound, charging towards him, but he felt his hair stand on end. At that moment, jumping down would undoubtedly lead to certain death. and engaging in a struggle with the zombie while unarmed would yield dire consequences that Liu Hang had witnessed too many gruesome examples of this. He quickly turned his head and, to his astonishment, noticed a door nearby, slightly ajar and unlocked. Liu Hang hurriedly pushed the door open. Just then, the zombie in the corridor opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth that sent chills down his spine. Finally, the door swung open, and Liu Hang swiftly slipped inside, narrowly avoiding a collision with the zombie. The creature slammed against the door, crashing it against the wall at the end of the corridor with a resounding thud that echoed like a mighty bell. The tremendous impact even caused the zombie to bounce back, sending it sprawling to the ground. The zombie immediately attempted to rise and pursue him. Driven by the instinct for survival, Liu Hang unleashed an astonishing burst of strength. Delivering a swift kick that sent the zombie flying, that he then quickly grasped the doorknob and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. He secured every lock, even the anti-theft chain, before he realized his heart was racing as if it might leap from his chest. And his breathing was labored like that of an exhausted beast. Just as he began to catch his breath, a tremendous crashing sound reverberated through the door. The impact felt as though it struck directly at Liu Hang's very core. Surely, the zombie wouldn't break in, would it? Another crash followed, but fortunately, it was more noise than substance. The steel security door remained unscathed, which offered Liu Hang a momentary sense of relief. Boldly, he leaned closer to the peephole and glimpsed the zombie outside, still stubbornly lingering. However, the enticing scent of fresh blood and the distant cries from below soon captivated its attention. It finally abandoned its fixation on the iron door and the delectable Liu Hang inside. Leaping away to join the feast below, Liu Hang collapsed onto the floor, but quickly regained his composure and dashed to the kitchen. Seizing a kitchen knife, he meticulously searched every room, leaving no corner unchecked. Even beneath the bed. Not even old Wang could escape Liu Hang's keen eye. It was only after ensuring that no other zombies lurked in the room that he settled onto the living room sofa. Eyes fixed on the door, knife in hand, gasping for air. For the moment, he was safe at this juncture. Liu Hang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions that he had merely been napping in his company dorm, snoring while listening to music, when he was suddenly thrust into a zombie amusement park. Yet compared to other players, Liu Hang recognized that he was remarkably fortunate, having acquired the privileges of a VIP player. His landing point was conveniently situated in the corridor, with an open door just within reach. The entire apartment was remarkably tidy, suggesting its previous occupant was likely a solitary female. Once he calmed down, Liu Hang detected a pleasant aroma permeating the room, momentarily allowing him to forget the apocalypse surrounding him. That he returned to the doorway, confirming that no other zombies were present outside, then found a cloth to wipe away the foul, putrid blood left by the zombie on the door. If he were to use this place as a sanctuary, Liu Hang hoped to maintain its cleanliness as much as possible. That he also moved the solid wooden shoe cabinet to the entrance. While it might offer little protection, if a zombie were to breach the security door, he could only hope that the cabinet would at least serve as a temporary barrier. Even tripping a zombie could grant him a precious moment of survival. He took a glance inside the cabinet and found an array of women's shoes, stilettos, peep-toe sandals, flip-flops, and even 2 pairs of sneakers, confirming his earlier assumption that this was likely the residence of a single woman. But such details were no longer significant. What truly mattered was how to survive here. With that thought in mind, Liu Hang rushed to the bedroom. Earlier, he had noticed that the window in the bedroom faced the street below. He wanted to assess the current situation outside in the bedroom. He could safely observe the unfolding chaos. That he crouched down, approaching the bed cautiously to peek outside, ensuring no zombies had noticed him. Then he slowly pulled the pink curtains halfway shut, leaving a narrow gap. Like a sniper concealed in darkness, Liu Hang began to survey the hellscape below. Chapter 5. The horrific prices in the zombie amusement park. The scene before him stirred an overwhelming urge to completely shut the curtains. The street was already littered with a dozen or so zombie piles, and without a doubt, beneath each pile lay a player being devoured. That as one zombie was shoved aside by another, Liu Hang caught a fleeting glimpse of a man crushed beneath, his insides mangled beyond recognition. This terrifying sight was but a flash before the zombies crowded back in below. The players' cries had faded. They had all become the zombies' lunch. Just then, a soul-piercing scream echoed from the other side of the street. Liu Hang pressed his face against the window, Straining to see what was happening, that he hurried to the kitchen, where the window provided a broader view. Following the sound of the scream, he discovered a survivor. However, this might not be a stroke of luck, that Liu Hang observed a muscular player, clearly someone who frequently exercised, who seemed to have escaped the zombie horde due to his fitness. Yet standing before him was a far more formidable zombie. This creature appeared larger and more powerful, and crucially, it did not hunch over like the others, indiscriminately lunging at the living. Instead, it exhibited a semblance of normalcy, were it not for its grayish skin and blood-soaked body. Liu Hang might have mistaken it for another player. The fitness enthusiast picked up a brick from the roadside and hurled it at the zombie with all his might. His well-trained arm flexed with power. Even from a distance, Liu Hang could sense the force behind the throw, that if it struck a regular person, it would surely cause severe injury. But in an instant, the brick was caught bare-handed by the zombie. Liu Hang was astonished. The creature seemed to smirk, as if mocking the fitness enthusiast. He suspected this was a zombie endowed with intelligence. The subsequent scene compelled Liu Hang to involuntarily shut his eyes. The zombie raised the brick and hurled it back, striking the fitness enthusiast's leg, snapping it in two. Liu Hang clearly saw the man's tibia shatter completely, his calf bending grotesquely, held together only by skin and flesh. The fitness enthusiast collapsed in agony, clutching his shattered leg and howling in pain. The horror of his broken limb, coupled with the presence of this distinctly different and terrifying zombie, instilled a profound sense of despair within him. At that moment, a passing zombie lunged to bite him, but was deterred by a roar from the monstrous zombie, which made it retreat in fear, turning to join the others in their feast. Liu Hang witnessed this unsettling tableau unfold. Could this be a leader zombie? He pondered it on the street. The fitness enthusiast, now with a broken leg, could do little more than crawl toward the roadside, desperately trying to escape. Yet, the monstrous zombie approached leisurely, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Finally, the creature seemed to revel in the thrill of the hunt. IT placed a foot on the fitness enthusiast's back, leaned down, and with a swift motion, extracted a heart from the man's chest. It then swallowed it whole. Terrified, Liu Hang could no longer bear to watch. He slumped against the cabinet, gasping for breath if the room could still be deemed a safe haven against ordinary zombies. Liu Hang had serious doubts about whether the security door could withstand the assault of that monstrous creature. Armed with this crucial information, Liu Hang cautiously crawled out of the kitchen, careful not to alert the beast. Upon returning to the bedroom, the fragile sense of safety he had just begun to feel shattered completely at the thought of that monstrosity. He collapsed onto the soft, fragrant bed. The sweet aroma filled his nostrils once more, allowing him to regain his composure. Worrying was futile. Since he was here, and a distinguished VIP player at that, what was there to fear? If he succumbed to fear, how would other players fare? Little did Liu Hang know. The other players were facing their own dire circumstances, and not all of them were merely wetting their pants. At present, it remains a trial version that in the upcoming 3 days, Liu Hang must strive to uncover as many strategies for this game as possible. After all, as long as it is a game, there exists the potential for completion. These 3 days are of utmost importance. Since it is merely a trial version, he can revert to a previous save. Thus, even if he is devoured by zombies, it should not pose a significant issue. At least he hopes so. Recalling the grim fate of the recently encountered muscular man, Liu Hang feels somewhat uncertain about his assumptions. Nevertheless, he must make the most of these 3 trial days to grasp the game's rules to the fullest. Once invigorated, Liu Hang becomes aware of his hunger, that he retrieves his phone and opens his exclusive VIP points mall. In the next moment, his eyes widen in disbelief. He suspects he might have been rendered speechless by shock. After rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing the screen closely, he confirms that he had not misread. Ice-cold cola for 200 points, beef skewers for 300 points, lamb skewers for 300 points, a large bag of chips for 800 points, egg fried rice for 500 points, braised short ribs for 3,500 points, and spicy crayfish for 4,000 points. The prices of all items have inflated a staggering hundredfold. Liu Hang's 10,000 points barely suffice for 2 meals. Could it be that to balance the game, the system has restricted VIP mall purchases? However, which game would penalize paying players for the sake of balance? Liu Hang then clicks on the regular points mall and feels a sense of relief. Bottled water for 200 points, pickled vegetables for 200 points, instant noodles for 300 points, biscuits for 300 points, and hot dogs for 300 points. The prices in the regular points mall have similarly skyrocketed by 100-fold. This implies that in this zombie amusement park, not only must one remain vigilant against zombie attacks, but securing food and water will also be of paramount importance. Relying solely on points for purchases, 10,000 points would not last long at all. Consequently, Lu Hong swiftly decides to purchase a serving of fried rice, a bottle of cola, and a portion of braised short ribs from the VIP mall, totaling 4,200 points. While points should be conserved, that is a concern for the official game launch. Since all points spent will revert after the trial ends, Lu Hong naturally opts for a hearty meal first. After all, if a monstrous zombie were to break in and he were to meet his end, wouldn't he become a ghost of starvation? After completing the purchase, Lu Hong finds he still has 8,800 points remaining. Thanks to receiving a first recharge gift pack, he starts with a 3,000-point advantage over other players. Chapter 6. The confidence provided by the VIP mall upon completing his shopping. A notification pops up on his phone. Items have been placed in your personal backpack. Lu Hong opens his personal backpack and indeed finds icons for the 3 food items. As he contemplates how to retrieve them, he suddenly has an idea. The cola, fried rice, and braised short ribs immediately manifest upon his bed, complete with disposable utensils that it turns out extracting items from the backpack is remarkably simple. Lu Hong tentatively reaches out, grabbing a piece of braised short rib. The warm, oily texture immediately transmits sensations through his fingertips. The tender, bouncy meat, coupled with the intoxicating aroma, makes Lu Hong's mouth water and his appetite surge. The fried rice glistens golden, each grain plump and chewy, while the ribs are sweet and sour, quickly tantalizing his taste buds with their succulent juiciness. The chilled cola refreshes and cuts through the richness. When Lu Hong discovers the cola is indeed ice-cold, he almost forgets that he is currently in an apocalyptic scenario. After finishing his meal, Lu Hong feels invigorated. The satiety brings forth a surge of dopamine, instilling him with newfound confidence that he takes out his phone again, this time opening the VIP Diamond Mall and clicking on the Zombie Amusement Park tab, which had been inaccessible in the safe house. Now, the tab is selectable as he gazes at the items within. A grin spreads across his face that a riot shield for 20 diamonds, a pickaxe for 30 diamonds, a multifunctional entrenching tool for 40 diamonds, body armor for 300 diamonds, a Glock 17 for 120 diamonds, and a Desert Eagle for 150 diamonds. It is essentially a comprehensive arsenal. Almost any weapon one could desire is available, including automatic rifles, flamethrowers, and even rocket launchers. However, Lu Hong currently possesses only 200 diamonds. The most formidable weapon he can acquire is the pistol. Yet, that is more than sufficient. As Lu Hong gazes at the VIP Diamond Mall, he muses aloud. I wonder if diamonds spent during the trial will be refunded after it concludes. If diamonds are consumed and not returned post-trial, and purchased items are reclaimed, wouldn't that mean a significant loss? As soon as he finishes speaking, a voice emanates from his phone. Dear VIP player, hello. I am your dedicated VIP customer service representative, Xiaowei, that I am here to address your recent query. There is even dedicated customer service? And it can answer his questions? Lu Hong listens intently as Xiaowei elaborates. During the trial phase, all points and diamonds earned or spent by players will be refunded after the trial concludes. Furthermore, any items purchased will also be reclaimed. Since you are the only player with diamonds, we did not provide detailed information in the previous game instructions. This was our oversight to compensate for your gaming experience. We have granted you an additional 500 points as recompense. Lu Hong picks up his phone and checks his points balance. Indeed, it has increased by 500, now totaling 9,300. He smiles slightly. You are truly too generous. This is what we ought to do. Perhaps you would like us to compensate you with some diamonds as well. Upon confirming that diamonds will also be refunded, Lu Hong immediately begins to spend. First on a Glock 17, with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. The empty gun weighs only 620 grams, and even fully loaded, it does not exceed 1 kilogram. The firepower is substantial, while the Desert Eagle is more powerful. Its limited magazine capacity renders it less advantageous against hordes of zombies compared to the Glock. The item is placed in his personal backpack. As you are a valued VIP user, and this is your first purchase in the mall. We have included 100 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition as a complimentary gift, now in your backpack. Buying a gun comes with free bullets. Lu Hong increasingly appreciates the privileges of being a VIP. They permeate every aspect of the game. That he sets down his phone, and with a thought, the Glock pistol materializes in his hand. The tactile sensation is that of a genuine weapon. Lu Hong retrieves the ammunition from his backpack and fills the magazine. He makes another purchase for an empty magazine, costing 10 diamonds, and fills it with bullets. This way, he can maintain a continuous firepower of 34 rounds in a short span. Next is a 20-diamond silencer. In this apocalyptic world where noise attracts zombies, a silenced Glock is the perfect setup. Then he considers melee weapons, as bullets are limited and 100 rounds cost 50 diamonds. Lu Hong needs a reliable close combat weapon. He opts for the 40-diamond multifunctional entrenching tool, which can dig trenches, chop wood, and possesses commendable melee power. Truly the best companion for the apocalypse that, of course, had he sufficient diamonds, he would have chosen a knife as well. Alas, after this shopping spree, Lu Hong is left with only 10 diamonds. Had he known this would happen, he should have converted all the 2,345.6 yuan in his salary card into cash and kept it in his pocket. Wouldn't he be soaring now? Nevertheless, with a multifunctional entrenching tool in his left hand and a Glock in his right, Lu Hong feels incredibly powerful. He strides to the window and peeks through a small gap. The zombies on the street are clearly consuming their meals more rapidly than he is. The road is strewn with skeletal remains, lying in pools of blood. Sated zombies wander aimlessly in the vicinity. Lu Hong then leisurely strolls into the kitchen, this time walking upright instead of bending over. Although he lacks a Maybach, the gun in his hand gives him the confidence to stand tall. The monstrous zombie has vanished. But the body of the muscular man it killed lies sprawled on the ground, with only a bloodied hole in his back. His body is nearly intact at a passing zombie, revealing a greedy expression. Sniffs around, but after a few moments, flees in apparent fear. Lu Hong frowns. Could that zombie be his zombie leader? He returns to the bedroom and notices a kitchen knife lying on the bed, with a thought. He places the entrenching tool and the pistol back into his game backpack, then picks up the kitchen knife, pondering whether he can also store this knife in his backpack at such times. One can never have too many weapons as soon as he entertains this thought, he discovers the kitchen knife has inexplicably vanished. When he opens his personal backpack, an icon for the kitchen knife appears. Congratulations, player! You have successfully completed your first resource collection. You are awarded a 500-point bonus. The kitchen knife can be stored in your personal backpack. Lu Hong felt as though he had discovered the essence of the game. He returned to the kitchen where pots, pans, and dishes were strewn about as if he were preparing to move. Yet soon enough, he found that the soup ladle in his hand could not be stowed away in his backpack. Upon checking his phone, he realized that the items within his backpack had exceeded the weight limit. Chapter 7. The class system in the game. It was at this moment that Lu Hong noticed the weight restriction imposed upon his personal backpack. As a VIP Level 1 user, he enjoyed an additional 10-point weight allowance, yet he had already accumulated far too many items. He had nearly emptied the kitchen. With no other option, Lu Hong began to extract items one by one. Retaining only the essentials, such as a stainless steel pot, that he envisioned himself by a remote lakeside, far from the clutches of zombies, reeling in a large crucian carp, kindling a fire, setting up the pot, and savoring fish soup while singing merrily. Suddenly, he halted this delightful reverie, choosing to preserve the joy of that moment when he would sip his fish soup. Then, Lu Hong returned to the living room. Standing before the refrigerator, akin to a traveler encountering a magnificent treasure chest for the very first time. Eagerly anticipating the bountiful rewards within, he opened the refrigerator door, only to witness a grimace form at the corner of his mouth. 20 neatly arranged bottles of mineral water sat inside, and nothing else. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized these were supplies worth 4,000 points. Although there was currently no interruption in water or electricity, the future remained uncertain, and in the event of a zombie outbreak, Lu Hong could hardly trust that the water flowing from the tap was safe. Fortuitously, he stumbled upon a small first aid kit stocked with commonly used medications, bandages, gauze, and various disinfectants. Lu Hong suspected that these items belonged to the realm of VIP privileges. In a post-apocalyptic setting, other players would not enjoy such good fortune. However, those who invested in the game could scour the entire room. After thoroughly searching the room, Lu Hong resolved to rest for the night, planning to explore this zombie-infested amusement park come morning. Venturing out at night during a zombie apocalypse was undoubtedly tantamount to courting death. Initially, Lu Hong intended to use this pristine room as a safe haven. But the price of every item in the point store had skyrocketed, multiplying by 100. To survive, Lu Hong needed to locate food, Thus he had no choice but to leave this clean and orderly room in search of sustenance. As night fell, Lu Hang lay idly in bed, clutching his most loyal companion. His phone, to his dismay, he discovered that the chat hall was currently in a mute state. He had hoped to converse with other players, to gauge his standing in relation to them, but it seemed that opportunity would have to wait. With the game uninstalled from his phone, boredom set in, prompting him to open his personal information. One word detonated in Lu Hang's mind like a bomb. Name: Lu Hang class. Commoner in this game, a class system indeed existed. Yet, was there ever a realm devoid of hierarchy? On this page, an explanatory icon beckoned that Lu Hang clicked to investigate. Always remember your identity. The first sentence sent a chill through him. After a swift quantum read, Lu Hang gleaned a general understanding of the class system within the game. There were 10 classifications in total: lowly, poor, commoner, elite, wealthy, celebrity, powerful, noble, royal, and monarch. The higher the class, the more privileges one enjoyed in the living area, unlocking additional items in the point store and activating more game functions. Numerous areas within the living zone required players to attain a certain class before entry. Moreover, players of the wealthy class could demand services from those of the lowly class, should a lower class player fail to meet the demands of a wealthy player. The system would deduct points, subtracting from their already meager total. According to prior rules, once a player's points reach 0, their identity as lowly, poor, or commoner was entirely contingent upon their point total. Lowly, 1 to 500 points. Poor, 501 to 5,000 points. Commoner, 5,001 to 50,000 points. When a player's points fell below 50,000, they would inevitably fall into one of these three classes. For a commoner to ascend to elite status, 2 conditions must be met. First, they must expend 50,000 points. Second, after spending the points, they must maintain a balance above 50,000. Failure to do so would result in a failed promotion. This meant that a commoner aiming for elite status would require at least 100,000 points. Additionally, 2 certificates of glory were necessary. The instruction stated that certificates of glory could be obtained in various amusement parks, though they did not elaborate on the acquisition method. That Lu Hang speculated they were some form of game item. Crucially, if one were to be demoted from elite back to commoner, regaining elite status would necessitate the expenditure of another 50,000 points and 2 certificates of glory. In other words, should an elite fall to commoner, it would be akin to a complete regression, rendering all prior efforts futile. Thus, ascending the class hierarchy was inherently a perilous endeavor. However, Lu Hang understood that the allure of power, of standing above others, would drive the vast majority of players to desperately seek elevation in their class. That Lu Hang was no exception. It wasn't that he yearned to dominate others, but rather he could not allow anyone to dominate him. As night deepened, a beam of warm light filtered through the curtains, illuminating Lu Hang's eyes. He approached the window, parting the curtains slightly. That was the streetlights that had flickered to life, casting a golden glow across the street, illuminating every trace of blood and every fragment of debris. Wait, debris? A sense of tension gripped Lu Hang as he recalled the locations of the players who had met their demise during the day. Yet now, apart from the bloodstains and remnants that seemed to have existed before the players' arrival, the remains of those players had completely vanished. Could it be that in this game, the dead could somehow relocate their graves? The scene before him heightened Lu Hang's senses as he continued to observe the street. With no answers forthcoming, he resolved to prepare thoroughly for the exploration plan for the morrow. Outside, the streets were intermittently haunted by wandering zombies. To walk openly along the street, even with a firearm, would likely lead to a swift demise. His gaze shifted towards the abandoned cars lining the roadside. He could not ascertain whether they were operable. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of white inside one of the cars. He quickly turned his head but found nothing. Had he merely imagined it? Furrowing his brow, Lu Hang dismissed the thought. The priority remained to devise a plan for the next day's excursion. That he drew the curtains shut, ensuring not a sliver of light escaped. The bedroom curtains were of exceptional quality, blocking out all illumination from the streetlights. That Lu Hang then secured the bedroom door and turned on the light, filling the room with brightness that seemed to lift the shadows from his heart. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing such a tidy bedroom and a warm light was conducive to restoring Lu Hang's morale. Yet it did little to alleviate his boredom that moment. He longed for the company of another player. Ideally a female player. Chapter 8. Boredom? Perhaps a late-night flirtation? Liu Hang recalled the grim fates of the players from earlier that day and shook his head that IT would be wiser to wait until daylight. When visibility improved before venturing out, he aimed to seize every advantageous condition for himself. The long night stretched on, filled with monotony. Aside from the occasional groans of zombies, silence enveloped him that Liu Hang tossed and turned on his bed, fiddling with his phone, yet found no new content to engage with. Once more, he opened the chat hall, only to find it still muted. When would the chat feature be reactivated? Liu Hang sighed, genuinely wishing to know how dire the situations of other players were. Or if some players were hiding in a trash can, evading the pursuit of zombies that, of course, he had no intention of sharing his own comfortable circumstances to provide others with a guide on how to navigate this amusement park. Suddenly, his phone emitted a notification sound. Dear VIP player, we sincerely apologize, but we are currently unable to activate the chat hall feature. The game is yet to commence. The chat lobby phase can be activated. We can offer you alternative forms of entertainment without compromising the fairness of the game. Liu Hang suddenly recalled that this was his exclusive customer service. Yet it sounded somewhat peculiar. Your voice, why does it differ from this afternoon? Liu Hang inquired. The service you received this afternoon was from your dedicated customer service representative, Xiaowei. I am your dedicated customer service representative, Xiaona. So, are you not both exclusive customer service representatives? Indeed, both of us are your exclusive customer service representatives. In addition to us, there are Fei Fei, Xiao Ling, and Lin Na as well. All right, I understand. Liu Hang interrupted Xiao Na, preventing her from continuing her introduction. Due to a temporary alteration in game design, our entire VIP service department is currently dedicated solely to your service. Just me? Liu Hang exclaimed in ecstasy. This meant he was indeed the only player in the entire game who could make purchases. So, please do your best in the game. If by any chance you were to perish, we would be deeply saddened. Liu Hang's lips twitched. Indeed, even VIP players could meet their demise in the game. What would happen if I were to die? Liu Hang seized the opportunity to inquire. I'm afraid I cannot answer that question at this moment. Please explore it within the game yourself. You can't answer that either. Didn't you say that the privileges of VIP players manifest in various aspects? Liu Hang argued, feeling justified, considering he was the only esteemed VIP player in the game. I sincerely apologize for not meeting your needs. However, you might consider further elevating your VIP status to that time. I would be able to answer more of your inquiries. Liu Hang felt slightly guilty. After all, he had only spent 200 yuan. To be honest, based on his gaming experience, in some games, spending 200 might not even guarantee access to a customer service representative. Clearing his throat, Liu Hang asked, did you not just say you could provide other forms of entertainment? What exactly do you offer? At present, we do not have any plans in this regard. However, you may present your requests. And as long as they fall within our capabilities and do not disrupt the balance of the game, we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Liu Hang rolled his eyes, initially expecting a selection menu, only to find that no preparation had been made at this point. He had given up on the idea of using his privileges for amusement and teasingly remarked, this long night is endless. Why not bring forth a nearby female player for me? No problem. Please hold on. Liu Hang stared at his phone in astonishment. He had merely made a casual remark, yet it seemed it could actually happen. Could friends be added in this game? What did no problem mean? Would a female player indeed initiate a friend request? Liu Hang was not lacking in self-confidence. After all, upon entering the company after graduation, he had drawn the attention of all employees, both male and female. Women admired him, and men envied him, with everyone assuming he was a model hired for a promotional video. Liu Hang then recalled his initial days at the company. But come the next day, he was met with almost total ostracism from the staff. It wasn't until he finally moved in with a roommate, Li Yuanqi, that he learned the owner of the company was particularly petty. With a strong sense of jealousy and a penchant for revenge, his handsome looks had inadvertently struck a sensitive nerve. Yet, Liu Hang was indifferent. Could he be blamed for being handsome? Nevertheless, as it was his first job, he planned to resign after a year. Curiously, he asked Li Yuanqi, how did you end up in the same dormitory as me? It was known that the dorm assigned to him had been repurposed from a storage room after he was ostracized, and no one would wish to share a room with him. However, Liu Hang relished the peace. Li Yuanqi sighed. On my second day, an old man bumped into me, causing my freshly picked takeout to spill all over me. He just turned around and left. not even bothering to apologize or glance my way. I asked the HR nearby who that bald old man was. That Liu Hang nodded. That was indeed a reasonable question. Who would collide with someone and then flee the scene? Yet he could not fathom the connection to Li Yuanqi moving into his dorm. Li Yuanqi sighed again. That greasy old man is our boss. As I mentioned, he is incredibly petty and has a strong desire for revenge. That thought. Liu Hang burst into laughter, quickly covering his mouth, fearing to disturb the zombies on the street below. After all, they were merely on the second floor. Liu Hang mused that if Li Yuanqi were here, he certainly would not be bored. In fact, he realized that his roommate was quite decent. His loud gaming sessions were merely his way of waking Liu Hang when it was time to go to work. Liu Hang understood this, and Li Yuanqi needed him to pull his hand off the mouse, or else these two misfits would certainly be late for work. With a soft sigh, Liu Hang's thoughts returned to the current apocalyptic world. Rest assured, the other party will definitely initiate a friend request. Xiao Na's voice chimed in. Luo Yufei curled up in the car, having lain there for 10 hours, upon arriving at the amusement park. She was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, she found a vehicle to hide inside. However, the cold and fear continued to plague her. The season in this amusement park should be summer. Yet she was clad only in a revealing outfit and a thin t-shirt, her snow-white legs exposed to the elements. Coupled with not having eaten for quite some time, Luo Yufei was now both cold and hungry. The items she had purchased in the safe house could not be taken into the zombie amusement park. When she finally heard the terrifying howls and crunching sounds outside fade away, she opened the Points Mall, hoping to buy clothing once again. In that moment, she was taken aback. The combined price of a t-shirt, shorts, and sneakers had skyrocketed 100-fold. 20,000 points. Even if she were to use all her points, it would still be insufficient. At this moment, Luo Yufei felt a sense of despair. Although she had miraculously survived, she was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Zombies roamed the streets, and each time one passed by the vehicle she was hiding in, she trembled in fear. For over 10 hours, she hadn't dared to lift her head to assess her surroundings. Just then, her phone screen unexpectedly lit up. Congratulations! You have received a time-limited reward task. Complete the task of adding a friend to receive one. 000 points. Recommended friend. Liu Hang. Chapter 9. A man and woman, conversing late into the night. Reward task. Luo Yufei's eyes lit up. Adding a friend would grant a points reward, and it was 1,000 points. That amount would be sufficient to purchase a day's worth of food from the Points Mall. Without hesitation, Luo Yufei decided to accept the task. Liu Hang. Right? Following the system's prompt, she proactively sent a friend request to Liu Hang. She was unaware of where to click to trigger the pop-up. Before this, she hadn't even realized her phone had a friend feature. It appeared the task had activated it. The friend feature has been enabled for you. Your friend request has been sent. Please patiently await the other party's acceptance. Luo Yufei couldn't help but smile wryly. She could hardly recall the last time she had proactively added someone as a friend. After becoming the hottest star, most of her contacts were handled by her agent, and various fan groups were managed by representatives. In other words, acquiring her contact information was not an easy task. Yet now, as the renowned star Luo Yufei, she was compelled to initiate a friend request to a stranger named Liu Hang. Moreover, she silently hoped he would accept her request, as she truly needed those 1,000 points. More importantly, the current situation left her feeling overwhelmingly lonely and helpless, even leading her to contemplate giving up. She had no idea how much longer she could persist in this car. She desired to open the car door and seek a safe place, but the screams of players still echoed in her ears. She didn't dare to raise her head, not wanting to observe her surroundings. At this moment, if someone could accompany her for a chat, Luo Yufei would feel as though she had not been completely abandoned in this amusement park by the world. You have received a friend request. Please process it promptly. Liu Hang picked up his phone, discovering he had indeed received a friend request from a player named Luo Yufei. Luo Yufei? Liu Hang furrowed his brow, feeling that the name sounded strikingly familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen it. He extended his finger and clicked to accept. You have successfully become friends with Luo Yufei. The friend feature has been enabled for you. As Liu Hang beheld his phone, the icon of a friend appeared. And upon opening it, he discovered the name Luo Yufei among his contacts. That very moment, Luo Yufei had successfully added Liu Hang as a gaming friend. Congratulations on completing the limited time reward task. You have received a task reward of 1,000 points. Luo Yufei promptly checked her points, which totaled 9,000 as suddenly. It dawned on her that the 2,000 points she previously spent in the safe house were likely non-refundable, as the zombie amusement park had not yet been opened at the time of her purchase. Luo Yufei felt a wave of despair wash over her, yet she was relieved that she had made a new friend and received points. Although, according to the rules, points earned during the trial period would reset to 0 after its conclusion, she decided to push those thoughts aside and focus on surviving the next 3 days. Completing this task revitalized her spirits, prompting her to spend 200 points in the Points Mall to purchase a bottle of purified water. With great care, she twisted off the cap without making a sound and slowly adjusted her body into a reclining position. The refreshing water invigorated her, restoring vitality to her entire being and easing her taut nerves. Her previously chapped lips regained their plump, jelly-like moisture. Meanwhile, in the spacious and secure room, Lu Hang held his phone. Observing that the other party had yet to respond, his finger hovered over the input box, deleting the 3 words he had just typed. "Have you eaten?" He feared that asking such a question might lead to being deleted by her. Why was Luo Yufei so silent? Lu Hang was uncertain whether this Luo Yufei was a genuine player or merely a customer service representative in disguise. "Dear VIP player, hello, I am your dedicated customer service representative. Xiao Yu, would you like the newly added game friend to initiate a conversation with you?" How amusing, another customer service representative had taken over, this one brimming with enthusiasm. However, her question left Lu Hang puzzled. Did answering affirmatively mean that Luo Yufei would immediately engage him in conversation? Lu Hang pursed his lips, increasingly convinced that his suspicions were correct. Was this Luo Yufei yet another customer service representative? Of course not. Your request was for a nearby female player, that we have selected the most compatible player to be your friend. The representative clarified that Lu Hang nodded, choosing to trust the customer service, as he had no recourse if they were indeed trying to deceive him. Do you wish for player Luo Yufei to initiate a conversation with you? Xiao Yu inquired once more that Lu Hang nodded. After all, he couldn't possibly say he did not wish for that. Very well. Please hold on. Inside the vehicle, Luo Yufei finished her water and glanced at the chat box. As a star accustomed to being adored, she had always been the one receiving attention. But now, she yearned to inquire about the peculiar situation with Lu Hang. Just as she was about to type, a task notification popped up on her phone. Congratulations on receiving a limited-time reward task. Engage in a conversation with your gaming friend for 5 sentences to earn 1,000 points. Luo Yufei's eyes sparkled, and her fingers danced across the screen without hesitation. Luo Yufei, are you safe right now? Upon receiving the message, Lu Hang thought to himself that this VIP privilege truly worked wonders. Lu Hang. Safe. And you? Luo Yufei. Fairly safe, I suppose. Luo Yufei. I'm currently hiding in a car. But zombies keep passing by. In a car? Lu Hang felt a jolt of surprise. He recalled what the customer service representative had mentioned about matching him with a nearby player, and the image of a white figure he had glimpsed during the earlier chaos flooded his mind. He quickly turned off the lights and, using the dim light from his phone screen, made his way to the window, pulling back the curtains to scrutinize the street. His gaze immediately fell upon a white sedan, where beneath the rear seat lay a girl clad in a white t-shirt, her bare thighs exposed. She held up her phone, illuminating her delicate face. In that moment, Lu Hang's sense of solitude seemed to vanish. He hadn't anticipated that a surviving player would be so close by. Luo Yufei. Where are you right now? Chapter 10. The bridge effect upgraded. Lu Hang couldn't help but smile. Lu Hang, I'm right above you. Above? Luo Yufei set her phone down and gazed at the car roof, lost in thought. Lu Hang found it amusing as he watched her. Lu Hang, I'm in the building across the street from you. In the building? Luo Yufei propped herself up. This was the first time she had stirred in over 10 hours. Chatting with Lu Hang alleviated her fear, yet she still suspected he might be teasing her. How could it be such a coincidence? Just then, Lu Hang's expression sharpened as he spotted a zombie approaching the car where Luo Yufei was hidden. Get down. Don't move. Luo Yufei felt her phone vibrate and, without hesitation, dropped back down. Unbeknownst to her, she had chosen to place her unwavering trust in Lu Hang. As she lay there, she began to reflect on why she had such faith in him. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, he couldn't truly see her from the building across. Could he? Her eyes narrowed slightly, wondering if she had been played. Suddenly, her hair stood on end as she heard the familiar sound of footsteps once more. A bloody hand suddenly pressed against the car window, slowly sliding down and leaving a terrifying blood smear. Fortunately, the zombie merely passed by, oblivious to Luo Yufei's presence inside the vehicle that it's moved on. "You're fine now," Lu Hang reassured her. At that moment, Luo Yufei no longer doubted Lu Hang's words. "Thank you so much. I owe you one. Congratulations on completing the limited time reward task. You have earned a task reward of 1,000 points." As she finished her 5 sentences, Luo Yufei watched her points increase to 9,800, feeling as though Lu Hang was an angel sent to rescue her. "Can you check if the car you're in can be driven?" Upon seeing Lu Hang's inquiry, Luo Yufei realized that if she wanted to survive in this world, she needed to utilize every resource available to her. This car could serve as an excellent means of transportation. She carefully sat up and looked outside. Though the view was grim, her fear had significantly lessened compared to before. "That I'll keep watch. There are no wandering zombies in the street right now. Check if the car can still be driven," Lu Hang urged. "Okay." She crawled to the front seat, noticing the fuel gauge was nearly full, but there were no keys in sight. She reported her findings to Lu Hang and searched the vehicle thoroughly. Yet the keys eluded her. However, she did discover 2 loaves of bread in the storage compartment, causing her lips to curl into a smile as she realized she might have found a way to survive in this zombie amusement park. Lu Hang frowned upon reading Luo Yufei's message that he recognized this vehicle. It closely resembled cars in the real world. This meant it was likely a new model released in 2022, equipped with an anti-theft system. He didn't believe he could simply pull 2 wires together like in the movies to start it. Nonetheless, Lu Hang refused to abandon his plan to drive, that if he wanted to explore this world. Driving was undoubtedly the best choice. Cars inherently provide a defensive advantage, and he doubted that ordinary zombies could withstand the force of a vehicle. Moreover, he had previously seen modified SUVs for sale in the VIP Diamond Mall, equipped with body armor and even a giant shovel replacing the front bumper, making the entire SUV resemble a bulldozer. Such a vehicle promised a sense of security. Although he currently lacked the diamonds to purchase one, he could always modify a vehicle himself. The pressing issue remained the missing keys, that Lu Hang merely hoped to find a car tomorrow with the keys still in the ignition. "Why don't you come to my place instead?" Lu Hang suggested that IT should be safer here. Luo Yufei felt a warmth in her heart at Lu Hang's invitation. "Which building are you in?" "Look towards the front of the car. I'm in your 9 o'clock direction." Soon, Luo Yufei rolled down the window and peeked out, while Lu Hang pulled back the curtain so she could see him. As she looked up, she was astonished to see a figure on the 2nd floor across the street. Under the illumination of the street lamp, she found Lu Hang to be exceedingly handsome, that if the bridge effect could facilitate an instant attraction between 2 individuals in a stimulating environment. Then, at this moment, Luo Yufei epitomized the very essence of the tightrope effect. What could possibly be more exhilarating than existing in a world besieged by zombies? Luo Yufei yearned to fling open the car door and dash towards the building where Lu Hang resided. Yet, as she gazed at her pale, exposed thighs and the unsuitable slippers adorning her feet, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "Luo Yufei, do you have any clothes there?" It suddenly dawned on Lu Hang that Luo Yufei was seemingly clad in nothing but a white t-shirt. "Lu Hang, I do. Please wait a moment." That he then proceeded to draw the curtains again and switched on the lights within the room. That he opened the wardrobe and retrieved a sports outfit, followed by a pair of sneakers from the shoe rack by the door. That he wrapped the shoes in a piece of bedding and covered the clothes with the same, aiming to minimize noise when he eventually tossed them down. Once finished, Lu Hang turned off the light and returned to the window. As he raised the bundle in his hand, Luo Yufei excitedly leaned against the car window, her gaze fixed intently on the clothing Lu Hang held. He nodded at her and gradually opened the window, aiming at the car door before throwing the package with all his strength. The bundle sailed across the street, landing on the roadside and rolling a few times, perfectly directed towards Luo Yufei. However, due to the roundness of the package, it rolled a bit too far and ended up underneath the car. Luo Yufei watched in dismay as the clothes she longed for drew closer, nearly within reach, only to vanish from her sight. Lu Hang's lips twitched awkwardly. "Luo Yufei, thank you. Is it safe for me to go down and get the clothes now?" Luo Yufei sat up, her surroundings now clearly visible. Yet she felt that only with Lu Hang's permission could she truly be safe. After surveying the vicinity and finding no signs of zombies, Lu Hang declared, "Lu Hang, it's safe. You may proceed." Over Luo Yufei. Understood. Over. Chapter 11. Beauty, come to my side. Lu Hang cautiously opened the door to let Luo Yufei out. Admiring her constant vigilance that in such a post-apocalyptic environment, one must remain cautious to survive longer. He intended to keep watch over the street, guarding Luo Yufei, but in the next moment his eyes were drawn elsewhere. Tio retrieved the package. Luo Yufei had to bend down, reaching for it as she did. Her body unwittingly formed a perfect curve. Her back turned to Lu Hang, who then caught sight of a fair, glistening peach. The moment was fleeting as Luo Yufei quickly extracted the package and returned to the car. Only then did Lu Hang resume his watch over the street, noting the safety of their surroundings. No zombies in sight. Inside the car, Luo Yufei spread out the bedding, discovering that Lu Hang had indeed procured her a clean sports outfit and a pair of sneakers. She hurriedly changed into the clothes, but as she slipped on the pants, the memory of her earlier actions caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to dwell on it. In this environment, survival was paramount. Moreover, Lu Hang had generously provided her with this outfit, which would have cost a staggering 20,000 points in the points mall. What's more, Lu Hang might not have even noticed. Luo Yufei reassured herself that Lu Hang. While you're in the car, gather any useful supplies. Lu Hang. Only come over once I confirm it's safe. Luo Yufei. Okay. Lu Hang. By the way, you are aware that items can be stored in your personal backpack here, right? Luo Yufei. I didn't know. Lu Hang. Just open your personal backpack and touch the items you wish to store. Lu Hang. As you think about putting them in, they will disappear. Is it really that simple? Luo Yufei picked up the bread she had just found and followed Lu Hang's instructions. Indeed, the bread vanished from her hand, and 2 loaves appeared in her personal backpack. Congratulations, player! You have successfully completed your first resource collection and earned a reward of 500 points. Luo Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as if she were playing a game, being guided by a seasoned player. Luo Yufei. I'm all set. Can I come over now? Lu Hang again surveyed the street, noting the absence of any wandering zombies. Lu Hang. You can't come over. I'm in the room at the end of the second-floor corridor. Without hesitation, Luo Yufei flung open the car door. Clad in her sports attire, she radiated an entirely different aura. Her long hair, now tied into a ponytail, made Lu Hang ponder that if time allowed, he might suggest another ponytail. As he watched Luo Yufei sprint towards him, his heart began to race. In this apocalyptic world, a solitary man and woman shared the same space. However, just as he intended to open the door to welcome Luo Yufei, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted below. A zombie burst through a window on the first floor. Lu Hang scanned the street, unable to ascertain whether any zombies lurked within the room. Luo Yufei spotted the approaching zombie and, faced with the staircase mere steps away, had no choice but to abandon her plans. Suddenly, she hurled something towards the stairs and locked eyes with Lu Hang, her gaze brimming with unspoken words. Without uttering a single phrase, she turned and bolted along the street. Lu Hang swiftly drew his handgun, aiming at the zombie, prepared to shoot. But then, the windows along the roadside shattered as more zombies crashed through. The initial zombies' relentless howling attracted a horde of them. Given the distance, Lu Hang had little confidence in hitting his target, and now a dozen zombies were trailing Luo Yufei as she vanished around a corner. Leading a throng of zombies away from Lu Hang's sight, he closed the window with a stoic expression, drawing the curtains tightly. He could hardly fathom the fate that awaited Luo Yufei. Had he inadvertently put her in danger? Lu Hang would never entertain such thoughts. Every action he took was aimed at ensuring her survival, even hoping they might team up to navigate this world together. Yet he had overlooked the possibility of zombies lurking in the room. This incident served as a stark reminder. In a zombie apocalypse, every action requires utmost caution and decisiveness. Resolute, Lu Hang approached the door, carefully unlocking it and propping a pair of shoes against it to prevent it from locking shut. With his right hand gripping the handgun and his left wielding a trowel, he descended the stairs. The commotion Luo Yufei had caused would likely have drawn most nearby zombies away. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hang ventured outside, searching for any vehicles that might still have their keys inserted. However, when he reached the bottom of the stairs, he froze. The door lay a loaf of bread. In an instant, He recalled that Luo Yufei had thrown something towards him during their gaze, so it was bread. Lu Heng picked it up, recognizing it was not from the Points Mall, but something Luo Yufei had discovered in the car. This girl, whom he had only just met, had thought to share her hard-won bread with him in a moment of crisis, that if he could team up with someone like her, she would surely prove to be a trustworthy ally. However, Lu Heng tucked the bread into his backpack and continued down the street, feeling the night air grow increasingly brisk. Gripping his handgun, he remained vigilant, scanning the darkened windows of the buildings while swiftly checking the nearby vehicles. Most car doors were easily opened. After inspecting several, he finally discovered a regular family sedan that he secured the car door and turned the key in the ignition. Vroom! The engine roared to life. Congratulations, player. You have successfully started a vehicle and earned 1,000 points. Lu Heng nodded. It appeared that many initial actions in this game yielded points rewards, reminiscent of a gaming system. Gently pressing the accelerator, he maneuvered the car close to the base of the stairs. Tomorrow, he would simply descend and swiftly transfer to the vehicle. After removing the keys, he tucked them into his backpack, recognizing that in this environment, trust must be earned, not freely given. Confident he had secured his safety, Lu Heng returned to the room and lay on the bed, opening his phone to the chat window with Luo Yufei, typing with little hope that Lu Heng. Are you alright? Chapter 12. Driving the car into zombies. After the message was sent, Lu Heng continuously stared at his phone. However, after waiting for a long time, he never received a reply from Luo Yufei that he set his phone down and forced himself to close his eyes. In moments like this, the most important thing was to ensure his own survival, that Lu Heng refused to allow the unchangeable circumstances to affect his mood. Just as he had barely closed his eyes, the phone on the bedside suddenly lit up. Luo Yufei. I just escaped from that group of zombies. Shortly thereafter, another notification popped up on Lu Heng's phone. Detected that the player is attempting to rest. Do not disturb mode has been activated. Chat messages have been received. You can open them to view actively. The screen of the phone dimmed once more to AT that moment. Luo Yufei was hiding in a pitch-black room. Although she was usually busy filming, she made it a point to rise early every day to go for a run. Because of this, her physical fitness was on par with some professional athletes. Back in high school, her 100-meter sprint time qualified her as a national-level athlete, and she held multiple school records in events such as the 100 meters, 400 meters, high jump, and long jump. This was precisely why she had been able to evade the zombies pursuing her moments ago. Luo Yufei had seen a shattered window on the second floor, and while her physical stamina was nearing its limit, the zombies chasing her showed no signs of fatigue. Fortunately, there was a garbage bin beneath the window. She climbed onto the bin and leaped with all her might, gripping the balcony with her hands and flipping herself inside. It was a gamble, but luckily, she had won. The room was devoid of zombies. However, the living room was stained with blood and littered with the remnants of what the zombies had consumed. The door was ajar, and Luo Yufei hurriedly locked it. A foul odor made her feel nauseous, but it was certainly better than being pursued by zombies. After securing her temporary refuge, Luo Yufei quickly opened her phone and felt an indescribable warmth upon seeing the message from Lu Heng. However, after replying, she waited for a response that never came. After a minute, she reassured herself that Lu Heng might not have seen her message. 5 minutes later, concern crept in. Was something wrong on his end? Luo Yufei, are you okay? After waiting for 20 minutes without a reply, she grew increasingly anxious. Luo Yufei, are you still in the room? A sense of panic began to rise within her. Could it be that Lu Heng had seen her being chased by the zombies and rushed downstairs to save her? Clutching her phone, she waited for an entire hour, yet Lu Heng remained silent. This popular star found herself staring at their previous chat history, a tear slipping down her cheek. The brief encounter had already sparked feelings for Lu Heng, and more crucially, the terrifying sensation of loneliness washed over her once again. What if she were the only one left in this entire paradise? Luo Yufei, if you see this message, please reply that it was hard to fathom that a prominent celebrity would yearn so deeply for Lu Heng's response. Yet at that moment, Lu Heng was completely unaware. After enduring over an hour of torment, he finally succumbed to a heavy sleep. Meanwhile, Luo Yufei, having finished her bread, leaned against the wall, curling up like a pitiful kitten, slowly drifting off to sleep. When Lu Heng opened his eyes again, he picked up his phone, discovering it was nearly 10 o'clock that a notification flashed across the screen. Do not disturb mode has been disabled. He paid it little mind, thinking the phone settings were quite user-friendly. Waking up early was a rarity for him on days when he didn't have to work. Rising before 11 was a sign of disrespect to the weekend. He glanced at the friend feature that had only just been activated yesterday, and the sparkle in his eyes dimmed. Ultimately, he chose not to click on the friend icon. He didn't want the unchangeable past to cloud his mood. Lu Hang spent 500 points to purchase a serving of egg fried rice, leaving him with 10,300 points. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he approached the window to observe the situation outside. After a night had passed, the zombies wandering the streets seemed to have multiplied significantly. At a glance, he could see 7 zombies. However, now that he had a car, he felt a surge of confidence. He opened the door, armed with a spade, and stepped outside to his surprise. A zombie happened to be walking right beside his car. Despite feeling a surge of fear, he realized that to survive, he must adapt to his surroundings. So, before the zombie could let out a scream, he raised his hand and shot it squarely in the head. Lu Hang couldn't allow this zombie to attract its companions. The shot was precise. And it seemed the brain was indeed the zombie's weak point. As it collapsed to the ground, Lu Hang sprinted towards the car, quickly opening the door and diving inside. Locking the doors and inserting the key, he noticed another notification on his phone. Congratulations, player has killed 1 ordinary zombie. Earn 100 points. Congratulations, player, for the first kill of an ordinary zombie. Earn an additional reward of 1,000 points. Killing zombies grants points. While the reward for killing a zombie was only 100 points after the initial kill bonus, zombies were everywhere in this world. If he could devise a way to attract hundreds of zombies together and then use something like Molotov cocktails, wouldn't that be a splendid way to farm points? However, at that moment, Lu Hang had no time for such thoughts. Although he had a silenced pistol, zombies were incredibly sensitive to prey. In the mere seconds he spent looking at his phone, several zombies on the street began to run towards him. Without hesitation, Lu Hang slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The car shot forward. One zombie, charging directly at him, was caught beneath the tires. Congratulations, player has killed 1 ordinary zombie. Earned 100 points. Faced with the oncoming zombies, Lu Hang showed no signs of mercy. However, he refrained from intentionally ramming into them with his car. This ordinary sedan lacked robust off-road capabilities. When he had just crushed that zombie, Lu Hang nearly jolted out of his seat. He certainly did not want his car to break down from colliding with zombies. Things began to go smoothly. Once Lu Hang's car was in motion, he could easily evade the pursuing zombies. Although the sound of the engine would attract new zombies, before they could react, Lu Hang had already sped past them. Moreover, most of the cars on the street were parked along the side, creating no significant congestion. While maintaining his speed, Lu Hang searched the roadside for any supermarkets or shops. However, just as he turned a corner, a familiar figure appeared in the middle of the road. Chapter 13. The Leader Zombie. First kill of the entire server, a massive figure, towering nearly 2 meters high, with a smile that seemed both mocking and sinister. That was the zombie he had seen the other day. Seemingly the leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hang pressed the accelerator. The engine roared ferociously, but sadly, it was merely a 2.0T engine, and even at its peak, it could only muster over 200 horsepower. Lu Hang's small car collided with the zombie with a resounding bang. He felt as if he had crashed into a wall. The airbags deployed, and the impact left Lu Hang dizzy. But he quickly regained his composure, unbuckled his seatbelt, and scrambled to the back seat. The tragic fate of the previous fitness enthusiast was still fresh in his mind. Lu Hang knew that this zombie would not be easy to deal with. Through the windshield, he observed that the violent collision had only pushed the zombie back a few meters, whereas the front of the car was completely crumpled. The zombie looked at him with a mocking expression, causing Lu Hang's face to darken, that he needed to demonstrate to this zombie that it had chosen the wrong opponent. After all, he was a distinguished VIP player. Lu Hang drew his pistol and fired. All 3 shots struck the zombie's head, green liquid oozing from the bullet holes. Yet this towering zombie did not fall. Instead, it continued to advance toward Lu Hang step by step. At that moment, Lu Hang felt a chill run down his spine, that a zombie that wouldn't die from a headshot. Where was customer service? Where was the dedicated support? Was this game experiencing a bug? But at that moment, there was no response. The zombie lunged at him, and the already shattered windshield crumbled like paper. Lu Hang could only see a bloodthirsty maw drawing closer. He yanked open the back door. Leapt outside, rolled to absorb the impact and sprang back to his feet, continuing to shoot at the zombie that he knew that running was utterly futile. He could never outrun this zombie. This time, Liu Hang aimed for the zombie's heart. In his panic, only one of the 3 bullets hit its target. There were only 10 bullets left in the magazine, but Liu Hang soon realized that the heart was not its weak point either. At that moment, the zombie yanked the car door off with ease, its eyes turning blood-red, in response. Liu Hang aimed for its neck and emptied the magazine. At long last, a bullet found its mark, piercing through the neck of the zombie and striking its cervical spine. Following swiftly was a second shot, landing precisely in the same spot. This shot effectively shattered the zombie's vertebrae. Liu Hang executed a nimble roll to the side, narrowly evading the lunging zombie that sought to ensnare him. Just as he was about to take flight, though he knew escape was futile, he could not simply stand there waiting to be devoured. While fleeing, he deftly retrieved another fully loaded magazine that appeared in his hand. However, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence behind him. Whipping around, he halted in his tracks to his astonishment. The zombie had collapsed to the ground, motionless. Simultaneously, a notification chimed on his phone. "Congratulations, player! You have successfully slain the boss zombie. Reward, 2,000 points. Congratulations, player! You have achieved your first kill of the boss zombie. Reward, 5,000 points. Congratulations, player! You have completed the first server-wide kill of the boss zombie. Reward, Certificate of Glory X2. Additional rewards for VIP players. Please contact customer service for collection." The first server-wide kill, the Certificate of Glory, which could elevate a player's rank, was obtained in this manner. Moreover, there were additional rewards for VIP players. Yet, Liu Hang quickly regained his composure. His current situation was far from secure. He rushed back to the side of the zombie, wielding a spade to strike at the nape of its neck with fervor. In no time, the zombie's neck was reduced to a bloody pulp. Upon inspection, he confirmed his suspicion. The zombie's vertebrae had indeed been shattered by his hand, thus leading to its demise. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze as the distant growls of more zombies echoed through the air. In haste, Liu Hang scoured the street, locating another vehicle. Fortune smiled upon him as the keys remained in the ignition that he hastily commandeered the car, fleeing the scene to his surprise. The approaching zombies seemed disinterested in him. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the horde rushing towards the fallen boss zombie, its corpse possessing an irresistible allure for them. But he even witnessed several zombies sprinting towards him, yet none attempted to impede his escape. As if they were oblivious to the speeding vehicle, frantically, Liu Hang drove away from this perilous locale, navigating to a secluded alley. Along the route, he noted the distribution of zombies, though there was no discernible pattern. Certain areas were teeming with them, while others were eerily devoid. The spot where Liu Hang parked was one such anomaly. He produced the spent magazine, loading 17 bullets into a new one, his greatest source of confidence. Just moments ago, he had observed other players, a man and a woman frantically fleeing, pursued by a throng of zombies. He witnessed the man, upon seeing Liu Hang drive past, push the woman towards the zombies in a desperate bid to buy himself more time. Sprinting towards Liu Hang. Yet his strength proved insufficient. The woman did not lose her balance, but rather realized his intent. "Li, how could you promise me that last night?" she exclaimed, lunging forward to grasp his ankle. In an instant, both were engulfed by the ravenous horde. Such a scene did not surprise Liu Hang. Yet witnessing it firsthand stirred a sense of melancholy. It reminded him of Luo Yufei, whom he had encountered the previous night. In a moment of crisis, she had chosen to save a loaf of bread for herself. Such allies would be hard to find again. Liu Hang meticulously searched the vehicle, though he found nothing of use within. He did discover a baseball bat in the trunk, a valuable find indeed. While he already possessed a spade, an additional weapon meant a greater chance of survival. Returning to the car, Liu Hang resolved to claim his VIP player bonus. "Is my dedicated customer service representative available?" "Yes, your dedicated customer service, Xiao Yu, is at your service. At your service? Then why didn't you appear when I reported the bug earlier?" "Player, your feedback does not pertain to a game bug. Furthermore, our presence must not disrupt the game's progression. Typically, we are only permitted to communicate with you in a secure environment." Liu Hang nodded. The customer service's explanation resonated as particularly useful. "All right, I wish to claim my VIP player bonus." Chapter 14. The Master Key that unlocks all locks in the amusement park. "Certainly, your additional reward has been prepared. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. Physical Enhancement Potion. Grants you twice the strength of an ordinary person. Anti-Zombie Spray. Repels zombies for a duration of 5 minutes. Master Key. This key unlocks all locks within the zombie amusement park. After some contemplation, Liu Hang considered the Physical Enhancement Potion. While useful, the boost was not substantial. The fitness player's strength was roughly double that of an average person. Yet against a boss-level zombie, such enhancement would only lead to demise that he dismissed the anti-zombie spray outright. In his view, repelling was inferior to outright extermination, which also yielded points. The third option, the Master Key, struck him as immensely promising. This key would grant him access to every room, allowing him to scavenge for supplies. Moreover, it could unlock vehicles, alleviating his concerns about cars lacking keys. That I choose the Master Key. Very well. The Master Key has been placed in your personal backpack. That Liu Hang retrieved the key and was surprised to find it was merely a key handle. He removed the original car key and brought the key handle close to the lock. Miraculously, a key materialized from the handle. Liu Hang inserted the Master Key into the ignition, turned it, and the car roared to life. This meant that any vehicle he desired was now within his grasp. After calming his elation, Liu Hang began to reflect on the recent events. The reason he had acquired the Master Key was not solely due to his VIP status, but also because he was the first player to slay a boss zombie across the entire server. The entire server? It appeared this game operated on a server concept, with players segmented into different servers. How many servers existed within this game? Could you answer that? Liu Hang directly inquired of his dedicated customer service. Certainly. As long as it does not pertain to game balance, we are more than happy to assist you. This game categorizes players based on their nationality before entering the zombie amusement park. There are over 200 servers in total, categorized by nationality. This was something Liu Hang had never anticipated, that it seemed the entire population of Blue Star had been transported into this game. Yet, he sensed something amiss, for throughout his journey, he had not encountered any players of advanced age. None at all. Were all individuals on Blue Star now present in the zombie amusement park? The players in the zombie amusement park are those who have been carefully selected, based on criteria such as age and health. The specifics of these rules are not well known to our customer service. That Liu Hang nodded. It made sense why he had only encountered robust players. Since I am a VIP player, is there no guide or manual available for the game? He intended to leverage his VIP status to gain further advantages. His achievement as the first player to slay the boss zombie was hardly surprising. Confronted with such formidable foes, newly arrived players would meet their end without a fighting chance. Even with a firearm, he had nearly lost his life. However, had he known the boss zombie's weaknesses in advance, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. That I apologize, but we are unable to provide services that might disrupt game balance. That Liu Hang raised the handgun in his hand, contemplating, isn't this a disruption to game balance? However, upon reflection, this was a paid item. It would be impolite to question game balance concerning paid items. Sensing Liu Hang's dismay, shall you continue to explain, while we cannot furnish you with in-game information? We have integrated VIP privileges into every aspect of your gameplay. For instance, each time you shoot, we have secured a buff that enhances your accuracy. That Liu Hang suddenly realized why he was so adept at wielding a handgun. He had thought it was merely a manifestation of his extraordinary talent. Abruptly, a zombie's roar interrupted his contemplation, prompting Liu Hang to accelerate. The zombies that had been closing in on him were swiftly left behind. However, he did not drive far before halting the vehicle, for he spotted a brand-new luxury SUV parked by the roadside. A vehicle exchange. He exited the car to pull the door handle, only to find it stubbornly unyielding. Retrieving his Master Key from his backpack, he noted that it had now completely transformed into the shape of the SUV's key. With a gentle press, the electric door swung open automatically. Liu Hang climbed into the vehicle, reveling in the comfort of the seats and the expansive view. That he had previously seen evaluations of this SUV. It was capable of withstanding the onslaught of 2 dump trucks simultaneously. Transforming it into his personal doomsday battle vehicle was simply perfect. Moreover, this car was equipped with a refrigerator and a projector, featuring queen-sized rear seats that offered an incomprehensible level of comfort. Most crucially, Liu Hang recalled that this vehicle boasted intelligent driving capabilities. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone vibrated. Congratulations, player! You have acquired a smart vehicle. The game map function has been activated for you. The intelligent driving feature has been synchronized to your phone and is perfectly suited for our apocalyptic amusement park. Welcome to a profound gaming experience that Liu Hang clicked to explore and discovered that the intelligent driving feature, in addition to remotely summoning the vehicle to his side, had upgraded the smart driving system. The SUV could choose the optimal route at any moment according to Liu Hang's desires and could record previously traversed paths to generate a game map. This was of paramount importance, for there was currently no map within the game. Had Liu Hang been tasked with finding his way back to last night's shelter, he would have lacked confidence in succeeding. But with this SUV, he could thoroughly explore one area before venturing into the next. All of this was made possible by the possession of his master key. Otherwise, he would have had to smash the car window to check for refreshments. With this in mind, he decided to open the refrigerator and was pleasantly surprised to find 2 bottles of cola. Liu Hang promptly stowed them in his backpack, then retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his bag to place in the fridge. He intended to test whether the chilled cola would retain its coldness after being placed in his backpack, that if it did, he would convert the remaining 39 bottles of mineral water into ice-cold refreshments. In this dystopian world, one must begin with the temperature of their beverages to thrive in style. Chapter 15. Teaming up with players, the Tyrannosaurus squad Luo Yufei endured a grueling night alone in her room. Normally rising promptly at 6 in the morning, today she found herself awakening much later. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, both physically and mentally, leaving her in a daze. Clutching her phone, the first thing she did upon opening her eyes was check for messages from friends. Yet, once again, there was no reply from Liu Hang. With tears brimming, she finished her bread, collected her thoughts, and prepared to venture out to gather resources. From Liu Hang, she had learned the importance of utilizing every resource available to her. She could not afford to remain idle in this dire situation. Meanwhile, Liu Hang was driving, exploring the surrounding area, and his game map continued to expand. As he drove normally, he suddenly discovered that a street ahead was completely blocked by vehicles. 4 or 5 cars were lined up, piled high with debris. Had some players constructed a barricade with their vehicles? As Liu Hang approached, he noticed a figure on a second-floor platform of a nearby building. Waving at him, Liu Hang stopped his car, rolled down the window, but remained vigilant, unwilling to exit the vehicle. In this world, one could never be too trusting. He had witnessed 2 players abandon each other to save their own lives. "Hey, nice car. How about joining us?" The man called out, clad in a full football uniform, which offered effective protection against zombies. That he brandished a baseball bat, suggesting that, with proper coordination, they could easily clear out ordinary zombies. Liu Hang believed they stood a good chance, provided they didn't encounter any leader-level zombies. "How many of you are there?" Liu Hang inquired. The man grinned, resting the bat against himself. "That we have 13 members in the Tyrannosaurus squad, and we've already figured out many of the rules in this game. Trust me, joining us won't lead to regret. Teaming up is the right way to play it." By the way, I'm Zhonghei, the squad leader. As he finished speaking, several others, also dressed in football uniforms, emerged beside him, while others kept watch near the vehicles blocking the street. That Liu Hang's instincts screamed danger, prompting him to shake his head. "Maybe next time." With that, he drove away. Zhonghei glared at the departing luxury SUV, his eyes filled with malice. Damn it, he got away. If only they had captured that vehicle, they could have used it to gather supplies tomorrow. He shoved a nearby lackey. "That it's your fault for causing a ruckus. Go fetch Yusahan. With her around, those men won't be able to resist." One lackey smirked lewdly. "Boss, you might have to wait a bit. She's busy with Lao Lu right now." That moment, Liu Hang was marking the location on his game map, having not driven far. Instead, he found a shortcut nearby and circled back, concealing the car in a small alley to avoid the Tyrannosaurus squad's line of sight. He arrived at a residential building across from them, intending to observe how these individuals managed to survive. It was evident that forming such a large group in a short time was no simple feat. As expected, the area had been cleared of zombies, and all the doors of the open rooms had been thoroughly ransacked. Observing the group, he noted that none possessed lock-picking skills or suitable tools. However, the locked doors posed no challenge for Liu Hang. He ascended to the top floor and found a room with the best vantage point to observe the opposite building. Using the master key, he unlocked the door. This room was in disarray, a far cry from Liu Hang's previous accommodations. Yet, he paid it no mind. After a brief search, he discovered 2 packets of instant noodles in the living room. He then made his way to the kitchen. After a long morning, his stomach was growling. The noodles were a welcome find. Although the kitchen contained various utensils, the moldy cutting board, rusty knives, and greasy pots made Lu Hang feel queasy. Thankfully, he had brought a pot from a previous encounter. Retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, he began cooking while observing the situation across the way. He saw a disheveled woman being brought up to the second-floor platform. And as soon as she arrived, she threw herself into Zhong Hei's arms. That Liu Hang was hardly surprised by this turn of events. However, he was taken aback when the two soon began to engage in intimate activities in front of the lackeys. This made him somewhat uncomfortable, but he shifted in his seat to relieve the discomfort, eventually retreating to the living room to create a space for himself to focus on his meal. After satisfying his hunger, he made a trip to the neighboring restroom. That is for why he chose to go next door. Due to the rather pungent odor emanating from the bathroom of this house, and armed with a universal key, he felt free to roam wherever he pleased. Having just returned, he desired to continue his observations. Suddenly, the sound of a car resonated from downstairs. That Liu Hang leaned against the window, keenly observing the scene. Two men had emerged from the vehicle. That he vaguely overheard Zhong Hei attempting to recruit them, even engaging the woman beside them, inviting them to join the Tyrannosaurus team. Perhaps it was the barriers erected by Zhong Hei that piqued the interest of these two new players. Or perhaps it was the woman's alluring demeanor that captivated them. Regardless, they removed the keys from their car and approached the barricade. Inside, someone shifted a cabinet obstructing their way, allowing both men to be pulled in. From his elevated vantage point, Lu Hang could see that behind the barricade, there was another layer of defense constructed from closely arranged wardrobes, sealing off the stairway completely. It seemed that their primary living quarters were indeed this building. On the other side of the street, several vehicles and various debris were strewn about, effectively blocking the road. At this moment, Lu Hang felt a measure of admiration for Zhong Hei's capabilities, although he personally would not choose such defensive measures. To him, this level of protection appeared woefully inadequate. Just as he was analyzing the potential efficacy of these fortifications, Lu Hang witnessed two members of the Tyrannosaurus team, each wielding a club, brutally dispatching the two new players who had just entered the safe zone. Chapter 16. Killing players. Is it possible to earn points? The two players were suddenly ambushed, completely unprepared, and were swiftly knocked to the ground. At that moment, Zhong Hei descended from the upper floors. "Boss, why don't we keep that 1,000 points for ourselves?" One of the lackeys suggested, instantly raising Lu Hang's suspicions. 1,000 points. Is he referring to the two players lying on the ground? Upon closer inspection, Lu Hang noted that Zhong Hei disregarded the lackey's comment entirely, raising his hand to deliver a blow. Even from a distance, Lu Hang could hear the dull thuds of impact. The two players lay motionless thereafter. Zhong Hei patted the shoulder of the lackey beside him. "Once I rank up to elite and comprehend the privileges of the upper echelons, I shall elevate my brothers step by step. That if I become the ruler, each of you will be part of the royal family." Lu Hang could only scoff inwardly. He doubted that Zhong Hei's band of lackeys would be content to accept such grandiose promises. As expected, the lackeys remained silent. So, the backpacks of these two players belong to us now. Correct? Food is to be shared, while the rest is yours to do as you please, Zhong Hei stated before turning to leave. The two lackeys each selected a corpse and retrieved their phones, initiating a flurry of exchanges involving various supplies. Upon acquiring food, they set it aside, revealing that they had their own hidden stash as well. However, such behaviors were unavoidable. That moment, Lu Hang's mind was in turmoil. Firstly, it appeared that in this game, players could loot the belongings of the slain. The items within the backpacks of deceased players could be pillaged by others. More importantly, in this game world, killing other players granted points. A single player was worth 500 points. This revelation fundamentally altered the game's logic. Players earned a mere 100 points for slaying an ordinary zombie, yet they could earn 500 points for eliminating another player. Clearly, it was far easier to kill an unsuspecting individual than to defeat a zombie. This information was of utmost importance to Lu Hang. Given this rule, he could scarcely fathom the trajectory of the game. Undoubtedly, players devoid of humanity would thrive in this environment, as those first to grasp this information would be the first to eliminate others. Such individuals were inherently cold-blooded, and the implications of their awareness of this information were glaringly evident. The more ruthless the player, the greater their chances of survival. As the game progressed, trust would be a scarce commodity. Although Lu Hang had not located a supermarket or similar supply point that day, he had acquired crucial intelligence regarding the game. but he was compelled to reconsider his forthcoming strategies. That it now seemed that the lone wolf approach might be his most prudent choice, unless he were to encounter another trustworthy individual. Akin to Luo Yufei, Liu Hang continued to observe the opposite camp throughout the afternoon, but no other unfortunate souls fell into their trap. The two unfortunate players were left discarded in the safe zone. Liu Hang found it curious why they did not dispose of the bodies. Was it perhaps because they were in a trial phase, where the decay of corpses within the camp was of little concern? Yet, right before his eyes, they seemed unfazed by the sight. Just as Liu Hang was pondering this, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. One of the corpses he was observing vanished right before him. Liu Hang was taken aback, realizing why the remains of players who had perished on the streets had mysteriously disappeared. While he was still grappling with the enigma, Zhong He emerged from the building. Barking orders, point two of you. Get this idiot out of here. Damn it, not even 5,000 points left. What a stroke of bad luck. I had hoped for another chance to kill him for an extra 500 points. Liu Hang began to piece it together that in this game, upon being slain, the killer received 500 points, while the victim, or rather, the deceased in the game, lost 5,000 points. That if the remaining points exceeded 5,000, a revival was possible, and the original corpse would vanish. Conversely, if the points fell below 5,000, it signified the end of the game, and no wonder the system had stated that the game concluded only when points reached 0. Currently, Liu Hang's point balance stood at an impressive 18400, meaning he could afford to die 3 times without consequence. However, he had no intention of testing the game's mechanics personally. He would not wager his life on an experiment. As dusk approached, Liu Hang observed a small group of 5 individuals returning from outside, traveling in 3 vehicles. That it appeared they had secured more suitable transportation, including a pickup truck, had he not already possessed a luxurious SUV. He might have felt a twinge of envy. However, this group brought no food with them. Or perhaps they had stowed it all away in their personal backpacks. That Liu Hang leaned toward the former possibility, as the capacity of personal backpacks was comparable to what an average person could carry. That if these individuals had indeed located a supermarket, they could not have possibly transported all the supplies using only their personal packs. It seemed that supermarkets in this paradise were not easily found. With nightfall approaching, Liu Hang decided it was time to rest. He directly purchased a serving of fried rice paired with braised pork ribs from the VIP store. Discovering that the ribs were indeed quite delectable, with just over a day left before the trial ended and his points resetting, he thought it wise to indulge a little from his backpack. He retrieved a can of cola that had been frozen in the refrigerator, and to his delight, he found it still ice cold. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he glanced once more at the opposite camp. On the second-floor platform, 2 sentinels stood watch. That it must be said that Zhong He had chosen an excellent location. If developed further, it could accommodate a considerable number of residents. The second-floor platform, being the rooftop of the original ground floor, was indeed easy to defend and offered substantial potential for expansion. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. The streets, once cleared of zombies, began to see them wandering once more. However, in the face of the barricades set by the Tyrannosaurus team, the zombies showed no intention of breaching them. Liu Hang took note of this as a point of reference. Just as he was about to rest, the sound of an engine echoed from below once more. Chapter 17, Luo Yufei. A sheep among wolves. The roar of the car engine attracted nearby zombies. Given their speed, under normal circumstances, as long as they were not surrounded, there would be little danger. Yet, Liu Hang observed as the vehicle began to slow, ultimately stalling in place after sputtering a few times. Had it run out of fuel? He wished to continue watching, but suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. The tension in Liu Hang's heart tightened as he gripped his engineering shovel and approached the door to his room. He had securely locked it, which alleviated his concerns. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. After all, he was acutely aware of the existence of the leader zombies. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered to life with the sound of footsteps. Peering through the peephole, Liu Hang observed a solitary zombie ambling to his doorstep, which brought him a sense of relief that him. An ordinary zombie was merely worth 100 points, especially one that was alone. That he swiftly unlocked the door and thrust it open, the force of the impact sending the zombie crashing against the opposite wall. Liu Hang followed closely, his engineering shovel descending toward the creature's skull in a series of powerful strikes. With a triumphant display, he earned 100 points. Upon returning to the observation point, he discovered that the vehicle across the way was now empty. and the surrounding zombies had been eradicated by the members of the Tyrannosaurus squad, that Liu Hang noticed that several wardrobes in the inner circle had been moved to create an exit, suggesting that a player had been accepted by them, that I asked for the reason they had not eliminated this player. Liu Hang could only speculate, given that no corpses were visible outside. With that, he decided to continue resting, completely unaware that at that moment, Luo Yufei had already infiltrated the lair of the Tyrannosaurus squad. Zhong He had dismissed several of his subordinates, albeit reluctantly. They were well aware that he was their leader and the most formidable member of the team. Thus, they dared not defy him, that in the past. They would have followed Zhong He's commands without question. But this time, their hearts were stirred with unease. The player who had recently run out of fuel outside was none other than the popular star, Luo Yufei. Their eyes had nearly popped out of their heads at the sight. While Yu Sahan was already strikingly beautiful, a university student with an enviable figure, compared to Luo Yufei, she seemed like a mere blemish. Once the subordinates ventured outside, they exchanged knowing glances and shared a lewd smile, a silent agreement to linger by the door, their ears pressed against it. Inside the room, only Zhong He and Luo Yufei remained. Zhong He's heart raced above 100 beats per minute, for the beauty before him was truly breathtaking. He had always assumed that celebrities relied on photo editing and makeup, but here was Luo Yufei, her features and figure embodying the essence of natural beauty, that he swallowed hard and assured her, "Rest assured, this place is safe. There will be no zombies to threaten you. We are the Tyrannosaurus squad, and we welcome you to join us." Luo Yufei nodded indifferently, harboring no intention of aligning with them. While this group appeared formidable and had established a relatively safe camp in such a short span, joining them was not a decision she took lightly. The way they looked at her was painfully clear. She understood the price she would pay if she stayed. Her moral compass would not permit such a compromise. Otherwise, she would not have suffered a year-long ban, her resources plummeting until her movie's release, where her exceptional acting finally won over the audience, propelling her to stardom. She would never barter her most treasured possession for anything, neither wealth nor fame, nor even her life. "Thank you for your assistance earlier, but I am quite exhausted and wish to rest for a while," she politely issued her dismissal, that a flicker of malice crossed Zhong He's eyes. To him, Luo Yufei was a sheep that had unwittingly wandered into his grasp. There was no possibility of letting her go. However, he wanted her to remain by his side. They were still in the trial phase, and he surmised that once it concluded, all players would return to their previous safe houses until the zombie amusement park reopened. His desire was for Luo Yufei to seek him out when that time came, ensuring that this famous star would always be at his side, that in the world they had once known, it would have been impossible for Zhong He to ever intersect with a star of Luo Yufei's caliber. Yet now, everything had changed. The money, fame, and status of the past were rendered meaningless in this new realm. All rules were being rewritten, and Zhong He felt as though he was born for this world. Once he had claimed Luo Yufei as his possession, her celebrity status would undoubtedly attract more players to his side. Zhong He was determined to become the king of this domain. Thus, Zhong He donned a facade of kindness. "Of course, you must be utterly exhausted after arriving in this world." With that, he retrieved a loaf of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of mineral water from his backpack. "Please enjoy these and have a good rest. Our camp never lacks provisions." As he spoke, Zhong He gazed longingly at Luo Yufei, about to close the door when she suddenly burst back inside. With her hand concealed behind her, Luo Yufei gripped a dagger tightly. Zhong He forced a smile, declaring, "There is no shortage of water or electricity in this world, and I've tested the water. It's perfectly safe. You can take a shower. There is hot water in the bathroom." He looked at her with a longing expression, while Luo Yufei merely curled her lips in a faint smile, replying, "All right." Just that one expression made Zhong He's heart soar, fearing she might suspect ulterior motives. He quickly retreated and secured the door behind him. As the lock clicked into place, Luo Yufei let out a sigh of relief. The smile she had offered was merely a guise to avoid provoking Zhong He. Should hostilities arise, she knew her options would be limited to either slitting her throat or jumping from a height. Despite her rigorous training and knowledge of combat techniques, she stood no chance against a group of men. In her moments of helplessness, a figure constantly emerged in her mind. Though she had only glimpsed him from across the street, standing at the window on the second floor, he was etched in her thoughts. Luo Yufei took out her phone, gazing at the chat interface with Lu Hang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She began typing a message to him. Chapter 18. The plump prey within reach is not to be ignored. Luo Yufei. Lu Hang. Although you are no longer here. Luo Yufei. Because of you, I have found the courage to survive in this place. Luo Yufei. From now on, I will consider this as a space to confide in. Luo Yufei. Currently, I am in a camp where they refer to themselves as the Tyrannosaurus Squad. That moment. Lu Hang was tidying up his area, preparing to rest when his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He illuminated the screen and was taken aback. Scrolling up, he found Luo Yufei's previous messages, eliciting a mix of joy and confusion. Why had he not seen these messages before? Before he could ponder further, he was struck with an overwhelming sense of dread at the sight of a terrifying phrase. Tyrannosaurus Squad? Could it be that the vehicle that had run out of fuel belonged to Luo Yufei? Luo Yufei. I have sent them away. I will look for an opportunity to leave here tonight. That Lu Hang hurriedly typed a response. Lu Hang. Lock the door immediately. Luo Yufei. You're alive. Lu Hang. What a coincidence. I thought you were dead. Luo Yufei. Lu Hang. You must be cautious of these people. Lu Hang. I witnessed them kill 2 players today. Lu Hang was already racing outside as he typed. Where is my dedicated customer service? I want to complain. Dear customer, we're here. What issue would you like to report? Why did I not receive notifications for Luo Yufei's messages earlier? Dear customer, we detected that when she sent the messages. You were resting, so the Do Not Disturb mode was automatically activated. Lu Hang was exasperated. Turn that off for me. And set Luo Yufei as a special contact. Please hold on. We will enable this function for you immediately. Function development complete. Dear VIP player, we have set Luo Yufei as your special contact. All future messages from her will prompt immediate notifications. Additionally, to compensate for the unsatisfactory gaming experience, we have credited you with 1,000 points. At this moment, the incentive rewards did not stir any emotions within Lu Hang, but he sprinted down the stairs while simultaneously utilizing the smart driving system to summon an SUV from the alley to pick him up. Meanwhile, Luo Yufei clutched her phone tightly, pressing it against her chest. Lu Hang was still alive. Her heart brimmed with emotion, especially at Lu Hang's words about wanting to take her away. Yet, amid her feelings of gratitude, Luo Yufei remembered his earlier revelation that the Terror Squad would kill other players. Hastily, she rushed to the door, only to discover that the lock had been tampered with. A lock that could only be opened from the inside had been dismantled. Now, the lock securing the door was undoubtedly in Zhonghei's possession. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yufei began rummaging through the room, moving aside cabinets, chairs, and tables, anything that could obstruct the doorway. After exiting, Zhonghei first dismissed the underlings who had gathered at the door, warning them sternly not to touch Luo Yufei, before returning to his room. That Yu Sahan had just finished her shower, lying on her bed in cool attire. Why are you back? The superstar next door? Aren't you interested? Zhonghei sneered. I have my own plans. What plans? Yu Sahan retorted with a cold laugh. You're not thinking of waiting until the game officially starts to take her for yourself, are you? She sat up, observing. Men really lose their minds at the sight of beautiful women. Can you guarantee that after the game begins, you'll still encounter her? Can you assure that she won't be devoured by zombies? Can you promise that other players won't have ulterior motives upon seeing such a stunning star? This was precisely Yu Sahan's own sentiment. Although she had allied herself with Zhonghei, if she encountered someone more worthy of her allegiance once the game commenced, she would not hesitate to switch sides, even betraying Zhonghei again. She was acutely aware of her only advantage. Each of her words struck Zhonghei's heart like a hammer, but he stepped closer, grasping her chin as he said, What you say makes a lot of sense. Tonight, you should sleep in another room. Yu Sahan was right. Ever since laying eyes on Luo Yufei, Zhonghei had been mentally overwhelmed and needed to calm his thoughts. Hence, he had instructed Yu Sahan to wait for him in her room. But now, that was no longer necessary. Zhonghei pushed the door open and walked to Luo Yufei's room, knocking politely. Are you asleep? Perhaps we should talk. As Luo Yufei had just piled her last movable chair at the door, she was startled by Zhonghei's voice that sent shivers down her spine. That I've already rested. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Zhonghei smirked, but I wish to speak with you now. That moment. He had completely abandoned his original plans that in this apocalyptic world, the principle should be to seize every opportunity that presented itself. If you don't wish to get up and open the door, then I shall do it myself. He produced a key and unlocked the door. However, as he pulled the door open, a chair unexpectedly tumbled down. Nearly landing on his foot, he noticed the entrance was cluttered with debris. This woman had evidently been preparing for his arrival. Zhonghai was utterly infuriated. He began frantically clearing away the obstacles before him. While Luo Yufei did not remain passive, she rushed to the door, using chairs and cabinets to resist Zhonghai. Yet, being a woman, her strength was no match for his. The barriers between them were being hurled into the corridor one by one. The underlings, hearing the commotion, hurried over, but were quickly sent away by Zhong Hei.Yu Sahan, who had also come to join the fray, observed Zhonghai's frenzy with a playful smile, reaching out to caress one of the underlings' faces. "Boys, it seems your boss is too busy to entertain you tonight. Shall I help relieve your boredom?" The underling's resentment toward Zhonghai swiftly transformed into fervor for Yu Xian. That moment, Lu Heng had arrived at the camp's entrance in the SUV. "Where's your boss? Tell him I've changed my mind. I intend to join you." The underling on guard recognized the SUV, recalling that it belonged to the player who had narrowly escaped earlier that day. He struggled to contain his laughter. "Please wait a moment." Although he wanted to lure Lu Heng inside, Zhonghai had previously decreed that the camp's barriers were not to be opened at night. Thus, he called Zhong Hei. Lu Heng realized that these individuals had activated their friend functions. Just as Zhonghai was about to seize the last cabinet before him, he suddenly received a phone call. It was likely concerning zombies. Although Zhonghai's eyes were bloodshot, he understood that this matter was of greater importance. He set aside his struggle with Luo Yufei over the cabinet and answered the call. When the underling finished relaying the information, Zhonghai nearly smashed his phone, bellowing, "Tell him to get lost. I never expected my underling to delay my plans over this." Meanwhile, Lu Heng was anxiously waiting. The doorkeeper, having hung up, said, "You can leave. We're not taking anyone in right now." Having just been yelled at by Zhonghai, the underling felt a surge of anger and longed to smash Lu Heng's head. However, he was well aware of the consequences of defying Zhonghai's orders. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Heng lost his patience. He had no time to waste, so he reversed his vehicle, created some distance, and then charged straight into the barricades erected by the Tyrannosaurus squad. While these barricades were effective against zombies, they were no match for Lu Heng's SUV. With a single powerful collision, he broke through the barriers, sending cabinets and debris flying as he drove inside. The resounding crash echoed throughout the camp. That moment, Luo Yufei had just lost her final line of defense as the last chair was seized by Zhonghai. The tremendous noise made her instantly think of Lu Heng. She dashed to the window and suddenly saw a car barreling in. Although she didn't see Lu Heng, she knew he was inside. "I'm here," she shouted, flinging open the window. Lu Heng heard her voice immediately. He opened the car door and locked eyes with Luo Yufei, feeling an indescribable connection. He sprinted up the stairs. Zhonghai, sensing something amiss, soon spotted Lu Heng charging in. However, he remained unfazed. This was his territory. Lu Heng positioned himself protectively in front of Luo Yufei. "Are you okay?" he asked, his gaze fixed intently on Zhonghai. "I'm fine." "How did you get here so quickly?" Luo Yufei's hand was gripping Lu Heng's arm, instilling her with a sense of safety. Upon hearing that Luo Yufei was unharmed, Lu Heng chuckled softly. "Don't be afraid. I will take you away." Luo Yufei tightened her grip on his hand. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed down the corridor as the Tyrannosaurus squad burst in, completely blocking the entrance. The last of them even took the liberty of locking the door behind them. Among the underlings, a few had already donned football uniforms and handed a set to Zhong Hei as he put on the attire and helmet. Zhonghai grinned at Lu Heng, saying, "You wish to be the hero saving the beauty? No problem. I guarantee you'll have your moment tonight." "Just right. I'm in need of an audience." As he finished speaking, the nearby underlings erupted into malicious laughter. That moment, Luo Yufei comprehended the terrifying predicament they were about to face. "Lu Heng, what do we do now?" she thought anxiously. With so many opponents, there was no chance for her and Lu Heng to prevail if a fight broke out. Did they really have to jump off the 5th floor together? The likelihood of survival from such a height was virtually non-existent. Yet the sole exit had already been blocked to survive. It seemed there was only one option left, that if it were just her, she would have no hesitation in choosing to leap. But now, Lu Heng had put himself in danger to save her. What if she used her cooperation as leverage to ensure Lu Heng's safe escape? then jumped herself. Luo Yufei found herself with no other plan. Just then, Zhonghei had finished donning his football gear. I know that since you had the courage to barge in, you must feel indignant, but I'll give you a chance to see if you can defeat me. Zhonghei swung the bat with one hand while gesturing with the other, inviting them to come closer. Luo Yufei, positioned behind Lu Hang, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. She grasped Lu Hang's arm, unwilling to let him advance, knowing that doing so would only subject him to a futile beating. Injured in this world made survival even more precarious. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Hang turned and firmly grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I promised I would take you out of here." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Luo Yufei was momentarily convinced that she might actually be safely led away by Lu Hang. Zhonghei chuckled at Lu Hang's words, exclaiming, "Ah, you truly are someone who won't shed tears until you see the coffin." But he stowed the bat into his backpack, revealing a machete in his grasp. "Come on, let me see what weapons you possess that might qualify you to leave this place. Do you really think your weapon can outpace my knife?" Lu Hang merely nodded. "All right. Let me jog your memory. What's the fastest weapon within 7 steps? Raising his hand to beckon, Zhonghei suddenly found a dart gun barrel aimed directly at him. Bang! The helmet designed to withstand zombie bites was effortlessly pierced through. After Zhonghei fell lifelessly to the ground, Lu Hang did not pause. He swiftly emptied the remaining magazine into the others. Thanks to the silencer, even the minions standing behind were oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only witnessing their comrades collapsing in agony. Soon to meet the same fate, the last shot rang out. A series of notifications chimed. 3,000 points credited, but Liu Hang promptly loaded another magazine and continued his relentless assault, resulting in the demise of all 8 players present, and earning him an additional 4,000 points. This display left Luo Yufei utterly astonished. It wasn't until the room was left with just herself, Lu Hang, and a sea of corpses that she trembled, asking, "Were you a killer before?" She felt that only such an identity could possibly align with Lu Hang's recent cold yet charismatic actions. That Liu Hang shook his head in exasperation. "Your imagination knows no bounds. Stop dawdling, quickly loot the bodies. We need to make our exit. I've stirred up quite a commotion, which will surely attract numerous zombies." Finally snapping back to reality, Luo Yufei realized the truth in Lu Hang's words. Downstairs, the roars of the undead grew increasingly louder, while a few remaining members of the Tyrannosaurus team remained oblivious to the chaos, still wielding their bats against the zombies. However, with the barriers breached, an overwhelming horde began to flood in. "Loot?" Luo Yufei inquired that moment. Lu Hang approached Zhonghei's lifeless body, retrieving his phone and stowing the machete into his backpack. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully looted a character's resources for the first time. Reward, 1,000 points. Without waiting for Lu Hang to explain, Luo Yufei mimicked his actions. Picking up her phone, she drew near a corpse. A loot icon automatically appeared on her screen. Upon opening it, she discovered all the items within the player's backpack. She quickly stashed away all the food and the baseball bat in her own pack before dashing to the next body. Liu Hang furrowed his brow. "Luo Yufei, there's a barrel of gasoline here, along with a hose. Please help me collect it. My backpack is already full. To his surprise, the backpack he was rummaging through contained a full barrel of gasoline and a hose for siphoning. This was incredibly valuable to Lu Hang. Although the streets were lined with cars, and he possessed a universal key, without fuel, there would merely be heaps of scrap metal. Upon hearing this, Luo Yufei promptly complied, gathering the supplies into her backpack. Meanwhile, the zombie roars downstairs escalated. Liu Hang returned to the window, observing a large swarm of zombies pouring through the breach. The remaining Tyrannosaurus team members were reaching their breaking point. "Forget the supplies. We need to leave," Lu Hang declared, opting not to remain hidden behind closed doors, for the camp had succumbed to the undead and was clearly attracting more of them. He could not gamble on the absence of a leader-level zombie among the horde. Rather, he suspected the opposite. With so many zombies, he believed a leader-level zombie must be nearby. He seized Luo Yufei's hand and handed her a magazine with 17 bullets. "Can you load this?" Though not particularly difficult. It was understandable that Luo Yufei, being a girl with no interest in firearms, might be hesitant to his surprise. She smiled and nodded confidently. "I cannot have played with prop guns before. having worked with numerous film props during her acting career. She was well acquainted with such tasks. Time was of the essence, so Liu Hang did not dwell on why she had experience with prop weapons. They began their descent, with Liu Hang leading the way with his machete, while Luo Yufei diligently loaded bullets behind him. However, upon reaching the second floor, Liu Hang suddenly pulled Luo Yufei aside, as the staircase had become congested with zombies. Breaking through from here was impossible. Yet, everything unfolded according to Liu Hang's expectations. Although Luo Yufei was unaware of their destination, she followed him without hesitation, quickly loading bullets that Liu Hang arrived at a locked room door. Without a second thought, he produced the universal key and, much to Luo Yufei's astonishment, unlocked it. They rushed inside, with Luo Yufei cleverly shutting the door behind them. She returned the loaded magazine to Liu Hang, who swiftly loaded it into his firearm. Feeling an exhilarating surge of power, he kicked open the balcony door, stepping onto the second-floor open space, which had once served as the Tyrannosaurus team's lookout point. There, the last remaining minion frantically dialed Zhong Hei's number, but a corpse could not answer a call. Liu Hang swiftly raised his weapon, not allowing the man a moment of surprise, and shot him down, earning another 500 points. The zombies remained preoccupied with the staircase, while two minions fought desperately against the encroaching horde, bewildered as to why Zhong Hei had not come to their aid. They called out for help. But this only attracted more zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Hang tossed a mattress used for resting by the Tyrannosaurus team over the edge that he then leaped down, landing without injury thanks to the mattress's cushioning. Looking up, he suddenly noticed a long knife hurtling towards him, embedding itself in the ground right before him. It had come from the backpack of the man he had just shot. That MY backpack is also full. Luo Yufei remarked as she stepped onto the rooftop's edge. Liu Hang quickly yanked out the long knife, clearing space for her descent. To his astonishment, he watched as Luo Yufei gracefully landed on the mattress. Executing a perfect roll to disperse the impact, he couldn't help but feel admiration. She was remarkably skilled, almost like a parkour athlete. No wonder she had managed to evade so many pursuing zombies earlier. Unbeknownst to Liu Hang, Luo Yufei had recently performed several parkour stunts in a film, typically reserved for stunt doubles, yet she had insisted on executing the challenging moves herself, leaving her bruised and battered. Watching her effortless movements momentarily distracted Liu Hang, but he soon saw Luo Yufei rush to his side, snatching the long knife from his hand and wielding it with precision, swiftly dispatching a zombie. Liu Hang immediately drew his machete to counter another approaching zombie, while simultaneously activating his SUV's autopilot, which crashed through the horde of zombies in its path. That he handed the SUV's key to Luo Yufei. "You drive this vehicle." With his universal key in hand, Liu Hang's target was the Tyrannosaurus team's pickup truck. Once they were in the vehicle, Liu Hang pointed to the pickup parked nearby. "Take me there." Luo Yufei showed no hesitation, driving the car into the horde of newly advancing zombies and smoothly parking beside the pickup. Then Liu Hang seamlessly transitioned, climbing into the vehicle he had set his sights on. After starting it with the universal key, he pressed the accelerator, crashing through the roadblock on the other side of the camp. That as they drove, Liu Hang sent a voice message to Luo Yufei through his phone, instructing her to keep up with him. The two maneuvered their vehicles to break free from the encirclement. Just then, Liu Hang glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted a towering zombie over 2 meters tall, intently fixated on their fleeing forms. Indeed, a leader-level zombie had emerged. If the movements of the two individuals were to slow down even a tad, the situation would become exceedingly perilous, with only a single magazine at their disposal. Liu Hang lacked the confidence to directly shatter the cervical vertebrae of a leader-level zombie. "Where shall we go now?" Luo Yufei inquired. "Do you remember the place where we first encountered each other?" "I assured you that I would take you there," Liu Hang replied, simultaneously activating his map. Although the location of that house was not currently marked on the map, he could deduce his previous activity zones from the already indicated areas. Moreover, as he had been searching for a supermarket along the way, he had memorized quite a few buildings on the streets. Thus, the two of them successfully arrived at Liu Hang's former VIP drop point. Chapter 21. The bathroom used by a girl is truly delightful. At the entrance, Liu Hang unlocked the door with his universal key. Everything inside the room remained as it was when he left. Even Luo Yufei widened her eyes in astonishment. Throughout their journey, she had searched numerous rooms in search of a resting place, yet she had never come across one as tidy and pristine as this. "It is so clean here," Luo Yufei exclaimed that as a former star accustomed to five-star hotels and living in a detached villa, finding such a clean room amidst the apocalypse filled her with warmth. Lu Hang retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe rack, as if at home, and offered them to Luo Yufei. That he then proceeded to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and simply washed his hands before turning back to Luo Yufei and saying, "The bathroom inside is also very clean. You can freshen up first. I will go outside to gather some supplies. You can call me once you're done." Liu Hang exhibited great gentlemanly demeanor before turning to leave the room. Just as Luo Yufei extended her hand, intending to stop Lu Hang, he had already dashed out. Gazing at the closed door, she pondered. However, the longer Lu Hang remained outside, the greater the danger he faced. Thus, she hastily rushed into the bathroom, determined to resolve matters quickly. Over the past few days, Luo Yufei felt she was on the verge of becoming unclean. The first night had turned into a marathon with dozens of zombies. And she had hardly touched water since. Earlier, while on the road, she had mentioned to Lu Hang that the members of the Tyrannosaurus team claimed the water here was fine. After a moment's thought, Lu Hang nodded, believing those individuals would not deceive them about such a matter. Moreover, Luo Yufei had just seen Lu Hang wash his hands in the kitchen. She smiled sweetly that I in the bathroom. She turned on the hot water. And soon steam enveloped the space. After Lu Hang exited, he began searching every room around for supplies. However, the resources available for collection had dwindled significantly. The raid on the Tyrannosaurus team had nearly made Lu Hang overnight wealthy, as he had acquired an abundance of weapons and various tools. Perhaps this was why stockpiling firearms was a better strategy than hoarding food. That Liu Hang gathered several stools from other rooms and piled them at the staircase, creating a slight barrier against the zombies, that he was increasingly adapting to survival in this environment. Subsequently, he conducted a thorough search of the entire building. Although the room he currently occupied was immaculate, he realized it could not serve as a long-term dwelling. That Liu Hang needed to find a location similar to the Tyrannosaurus team's to establish his own camp. After tonight, Lu Hang felt somewhat impulsive. His decision to operate as a lone wolf was not wise. Establishing a camp and inviting reliable players to form a team was the correct approach. After all, in just 2 days of gameplay, Zhonghai had been able to assemble a Tyrannosaurus team of over 10 people that as the game progressed, larger teams would undoubtedly emerge. When conflicts arose at that time, a single handgun would not suffice. Before long, Lu Hang received a message from Luo Yufei. "I'm done washing up. Hurry back." He returned to the door. Despite possessing the universal key, he still sent a message to Luo Yufei. "Could you open the door for me?" "I'm outside." "Coming right up," she replied, and he soon heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. When the door opened, Lu Hang's eyes widened. There stood Luo Yufei, clad in a black silk camisole nightgown, presumably retrieved from the previous owner's wardrobe. Her long, fair legs were prominently displayed before him, and her ample bosom made it difficult for Lu Hang to avert his gaze. "Coming quickly. There are zombies outside," just as Lu Hang was momentarily stunned. Luo Yufei yanked him inside and secured every lock on the door. That Liu Hang inhaled a sweet aroma, mingled with the scent of shampoo, which wafted into his nostrils. That he then observed that in the living room, Luo Yufei had drawn all the curtains before turning on the lights. Although he was uncertain whether the lights would attract zombies, he recalled that when he had invaded the Tyrannosaurus team's camp, it had been brightly lit. They even had a lamp installed in the watchtower for illumination. Nevertheless, the more cautious Luo Yufei was, the more he appreciated it. "Why don't you wash up as well?" Luo Yufei suggested. Liu Hang glanced at his own soiled attire, stained with blood, and nodded. "That I found 2 towels in the room. The blue one is for you," she added. Liu Hang felt that the atmosphere had taken on a somewhat ambiguous tone, as such words seemed more suited for lovers. "All right, I'll go wash up too." He walked into the bathroom, and as he opened the door, a wave of warmth and fragrance enveloped him. Was this truly the bathroom used by a beautiful woman? On the towel rack nearby, indeed, hung 2 towels, one pink and one blue. The closer he got to the pink towel, the more intense the scent became, reminding him that just minutes ago, it had wrapped around a nearly perfect figure. Lu Hang couldn't help but feel his thoughts wandering. Shaking his head to dispel such human desires, he finished bathing and used the towel left for him by Luo Yufei to dry off. He felt as if he had come back to life. Life here didn't seem so unbearable after all. Aside from the looming threat of zombies, Liu Hang retrieved a brand new set of athletic wear from his backpack. The only one he had found that was still in its packaging. Once changed, he stepped out of the bathroom to find that Luo Yufei had already set a variety of foods on the dining table. Instant noodles, bread, sausages, and even a few bags of snacks. These were all spoils acquired from the Tyrannosaurus team. It seemed that during his shower, Luo Yufei had been quite busy. Unfortunately, given the urgent circumstances, Lu Hang had not had the opportunity to search for more resources. He was certain that the Tyrannosaurus team must have a dedicated storage room for supplies, that if he could locate their warehouse, the spoils would surely be far more abundant. However, for now, this was still a trial phase. And the spoils collected would ultimately have limited utility. "What would you like to eat?" Luo Yufei asked, pointing at the food on the table. "Do you want instant noodles? I can help you prepare them." Luo Yufei herself was unsure why she was being so proactive. Perhaps it was because, in this apocalyptic environment, Lu Hang had given her the most precious sense of security. Chapter 22. Since the apocalypse has arrived. Let us embark on a romantic relationship. Lu Hang gazed at the array of food laid out by Luo Yufei on the dining table, then glanced at the remaining points on his phone. The numerous kills of zombies and other players, along with various rewards, had brought his point balance to an impressive 21,000 points. He even possessed 2 honor certificates. However, the trial phase was nearing its end, with only a day and a half remaining. According to the rules, once the trial concluded, these points would be reset, and he certainly could not let them go to waste. That Lu Hang picked up a bag of bread and casually tossed it into the nearby storage box. "Tonight, I'll treat you to something delicious." "Delicious? Isn't this food already good?" Luo Yufei asked curiously to her. The food before her was quite acceptable. Although she was a popular star, her usual meals were rather bland due to her strict diet, mostly greens and boiled proteins. Thus, seeing the instant noodles made her mouth water. If only she could have a sausage to go with it. That would be even better. She had lost track of the last time she had secretly indulged in instant noodles. Lu Hang continued placing the food into the storage box. "I promise it will be far tastier than these." Lu Hang was busy packing the food into boxes. Luo Yufei approached to lend a hand, her curiosity piqued by the delectable items that inspired such confidence in him. Once the dining table was cleared, Lu Hang began to browse his VIP marketplace, starting with 2 bottles of chilled cola. Upon seeing the cola placed on the table, Luo Yufei's eyes widened in disbelief as she picked up a bottle, the icy sensation sparking a wave of delight within her. Following, there were 2 bowls of egg fried rice, their golden hue and rich aroma compelling her to swallow her saliva as she eagerly watched Lu Hang, wondering what other culinary delights he might present. Unable to contain her excitement, Luo Yufei pinched her arm as Lu Hang placed 10 skewers of grilled meat on the table, followed by a plate of braised short ribs, and finally, a large basin of spicy crayfish. With her mouth watering, she stammered, "Where did you get all this?" "From the Points Marketplace." Lu Hang replied nonchalantly. "But why isn't it available in my marketplace?" Lu Hang shrugged. "Perhaps it's because I completed a certain game task." Task: spend money. Task reward: gain an experience far superior to that of a free player. His assertion bore no fault. Gazing upon the feast, Lu Hang felt a surge of excitement. This bounty had cost him 11,900 points. Over 10,000 points. It would take slaying more than 100 zombies to earn that back. Were it not for the trial phase, he would have surely hesitated. Luo Yufei, however, no longer inquiring further, was entirely focused on the succulent crayfish. "Don't be shy, dig in." As he spoke, Lu Hang, concerned that Luo Yufei might hesitate, eagerly picked up a piece of short rib and popped it into his mouth. Soon after, Luo Yufei began to devour her meal with gusto. The spicy crayfish ignited her taste buds, while the savory juices from the skewers flowed in her mouth, perfectly complemented by a spoonful of fried rice, all washed down with a sip of cola. This meal seemed to momentarily erase the lurking danger of zombies waiting downstairs, eager for a feast of their own. Lu Hang ate at a slower pace than Luo Yufei. For each time, she leaned forward to grab a crayfish. The delicate curves of her figure captivated him for a fleeting moment. Before long, the table was cleared of all its culinary treasures, save for the largest crayfish remaining in the basin, a specimen weighing at least 2 taels. "You should have it. I'm already full," Lu Hang modestly insisted. Luo Yufei, however, was not one to be polite. She swiftly retrieved the crayfish and began to peel away its shell. Lu Hang, intrigued by the taste of such a large crayfish, watched as her fingers, as delicate as fine jade, meticulously removed the shell, the bright red oil clinging to her skin like beautiful jade with a hint of color. Then, to his astonishment, Luo Yufei offered him the peeled crayfish meat, saying, "This meal is on you. Consider this my way of paying you back." She approached him, pinching the crayfish meat between her fingers, and brought it to his lips that Liu Hang, taken aback by the intimacy of the gesture, felt a rush of warmth that in his 2 decades of life. He had never shared such closeness with a girl. The last time he had dined with a female companion was back in college. He felt the tender meat brush against his lips, and with a playful tone, Luo Yufei coaxed him, "Open wide." Ah! Her charm was undeniably effective, and Liu Hang, entranced, obediently opened his mouth. He could even feel her fingers graze his lips. "Is it delicious?" "Very much so," he nodded. Yet beneath her composed exterior, Luo Yufei's heart raced. Even as they enjoyed the meal, she had secretly made a decision. The delectable food had not allowed her to forget that they were in a post-apocalyptic world, where danger and death lurked at every corner. She yearned for companionship, a sense of security, and perhaps even romance. For someone with no romantic experience, the onset of a calamity made the desire for love all the more acute. Liu Hang, seated before her, seemed to fulfill all her criteria perfectly. Truth be told, Luo Yufei had encountered many popular male stars in the entertainment industry, yet Liu Hang, even without makeup, stood out amongst them. Most importantly, it was his friendship that had given her the courage to survive in this world. That Liu Hang, too, noticed the way Luo Yufei gazed at him, akin to how she had looked at the crayfish moments prior. Feeling flustered, he began to tidy the empty bowls on the table. That in a serendipitous moment, their hands reached for the same remaining bowl, their fingers brushing against one another. What was meant to ease the tension only intensified it. As the softness of her skin sent his heart racing, that he wanted to withdraw his hand, fearing she might misinterpret his intentions. Yet he watched in astonishment as her fair hand grasped his. Just as he was about to lift his gaze to question her intentions, his lips were met with the soft, succulent flesh of the crayfish. In that instant, it felt as though his breath had been suspended. Chapter 23. A night of passion. The two stood frozen in the living room, breathing heavily. For both, this was a first. Luo Yufei had performed numerous action scenes, engaging in various stunts. Yet when it came to hand-holding, embracing, or kissing, she had always relied on a double. Were it not for her exceptional skills and striking appearance, she might have struggled to land many roles. After sharing a gaze, both caught a glimmer of desire in each other's eyes. In the world they once knew, Luo Yufei might have believed that love blossomed gradually, but in this perilous apocalypse, the mere chance of meeting one another felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Determined to seize this opportunity, Luo Yufei led Liu Hang into the bedroom, even pushing him onto the bed as they began to explore uncharted territory. The following morning, as Liu Hang opened his eyes, he found Luo Yufei already awake, lying beside him while engrossed in her phone. Sensing Liu Hang's movements, she rolled over and snuggled against his shoulder. "You're awake." Liu Hang lowered his head slightly, able to catch a whiff of her fragrant hair. She lifted her phone to show him. "Did you buy all those delicacies from the Points Marketplace?" "Why, isn't it available for me? I was hoping to treat you to a delicious breakfast." Liu Hang took her hand, saying, "Treat me to a feast. Haven't you already prepared one?" "Hey, be gentle," she replied. Such delectable food was a rare treasure. And Liu Hang dared not indulge too much. For today, he still had to make the most of his dwindling trial period to further explore this world. To date, he had yet to discover a resource point akin to a supermarket. Thus, he resolved to drive farther afield, continuously expanding his map, convinced that he would eventually stumble upon a supermarket, and even a warehouse would be a tremendous boon. "Come have breakfast," Luo Yufei called from the doorway. Peeking in, the growls of zombies served as a constant reminder that they remained in a world overrun by the undead. Upon entering the living room, Liu Hang found that Luo Yufei had prepared 2 bowls of instant noodles, complete with several sausages, and each had a loaf of bread. In this moment, such a breakfast could be deemed sumptuous. After yesterday's extravagant spending, Liu Hang discovered his remaining points had dwindled to 900, barely enough to cover twice the cost of dying. Thus, the delightful breakfast from the VIP marketplace would have to wait until they returned to their living quarters, once they had satisfied their appetites. Liu Hang glanced at the supplies in the storage box, recalling the rules previously announced by the system. Players may fully immerse themselves in the zombie amusement park trial version, during the trial. All points earned and spent will revert after the trial concludes. Any game items acquired that have yet to be used will also be reclaimed at this critical moment. The most crucial factor lies in the final and used game item, which will be retrieved one by one. But what if it has already been used? Luo Yufei, could you please open a small hole in all these food packaging bags? Oh, Luo Yufei furrowed her brows, uncertain of Lu Hang's reasoning behind this action. Yet she complied without hesitation, following his instructions. Before long, every piece of food bore signs of having been used. And don't forget the canister of gasoline and the hose. Luo Yufei retrieved these two items from her backpack, while Lu Hang carried them into the bathroom. That he first opened the gasoline canister and poured out a small amount, then inserted the hose into the canister before tossing it aside. Observing Lu Hang's actions, Luo Yufei could not help but inquire, "What are you doing? Are you afraid that other players might discover these supplies?" Lu Hang shook his head. "I intend to exploit a bug." Subsequently, he recapped the rules previously announced by the system to jog Luo Yufei's memory. After hearing Lu Hang's explanation, Luo Yufei's eyes brightened. "You truly are a genius." Lu Hang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if this will work. We'll have to wait for the game to officially commence to see the results." The two left all the surplus supplies in the room, each wielding a machete as they exited their cozy little home. Before this, Lu Hang had also reloaded both magazines. The Glock 17 remained his greatest source of confidence upon reaching the ground floor. Lu Hang pulled Luo Yufei directly into the pickup truck they had seized from the Tyrannosaurus team, while the SUV equipped with smart driving capabilities had been hidden away in a narrow alley. The night before, he had consulted his dedicated customer service via his phone. Once the game officially began, all players would arrive at the same locations as during the trial run. This was why Lu Hang had placed all those supplies in that particular room. If he successfully exploited the bug, then once the game commenced, he would immediately possess a large box of food, a canister of gasoline, and a critically important hose. Moreover, that luxurious SUV would serve as the most eye-catching mode of transport on the entire street. Driving the pickup truck, Lu Hang and Luo Yufei barreled through two oncoming zombies, netting 200 points. "Where to next?" Luo Yufei asked excitedly, while Lu Hang felt that the place was increasingly resembling a paradise. "We need to find a secure stronghold, one that has food and superior defensive capabilities." The presence of boss-level zombies rendered it impossible for Lu Hang to consider an ordinary residence as a stronghold. He had already devised a plan. The bank vault was an excellent option. The heavy armored door should withstand a boss-level zombie's assault. However, the vault space was inadequate that if he intended to establish a large team. Then the prison would undoubtedly be a more suitable choice. Yet neither location would provide ample resources for scavenging. Supermarkets remained Lu Hang's primary target. Both the bank and supermarket should be situated in the more upscale city center, while the prison would likely be on the outskirts of the city at this moment. Lu Hang resolved to explore the city center first, for a city might contain only one prison, but countless supermarkets and banks. Chapter 24. The terrifying zombie horde. Statistically speaking, it was prudent to prioritize searching the bank and supermarket. Moreover, Lu Hang was eager to verify a crucial question. Could the currency in this zombie paradise be used for transactions? Previously, while scavenging through residences, he had not encountered even a single cent. Was this world dominated by mobile payment systems, rendering all paper currency obsolete? Yet, surely the bank would contain cash. If the money here could be used for transactions, that would be invaluable. Lu Hang, what's wrong? Why are you grinning like that? Luo Yufei, seated in the passenger seat, wore a puzzled expression. Along the way, Lu Hang unhesitatingly crashed into any zombies with poor movement patterns, bringing his points back up to 10,500, enough to cover 2 deaths worth of losses, which left him feeling more secure. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding architecture began to change. The aged residential areas were gradually replaced by office buildings. They even spotted a convenience store at a street corner, though it was surrounded by colorful steel barricades. During this journey, Lu Hang encountered several players, even spotting others driving. However, he could only perceive wariness in their eyes as both parties tacitly passed each other by. The prospect of earning points by killing players undoubtedly made trust increasingly rare in this game. "That it's disheartening," Luo Yufei remarked, her youthful face tinged with disappointment. Even without this rule, many would still fall victim to others. Lu Hang calmly replied, "Based on my assessment, The setting of this world suggests that the zombie outbreak occurred not long ago. Supplies can still be scavenged from residential areas that I previously rummaged through the Tyrannosaurus team's backpack, and it appeared they had discovered a small supermarket. However, the total amount of such supplies is undoubtedly limited that as the game progresses, these resources will dwindle. When the need for food becomes critical, players will resort to killing each other for resources. With this realization, Liu Hang acknowledged another pressing issue. Scavenging materials in the city would only help him survive the initial phase of the game, at most for 2 to 3 years, unless he could secure a substantial stockpile of resources. During these 2 to 3 years, Liu Hang must establish a self-sufficient refuge capable of agriculture and animal husbandry. Only then could he hope to endure. Liu Hang, look ahead. Luo Yufei's exclamation drew his attention forward. While driving, he had been focused on observing the street for supermarkets and banks, neglecting the farther distance. Upon glancing up, he broke into a cold sweat. The road ahead was completely blocked by an overwhelming horde of zombies. At least several hundred. Zombie horde detected. Game task issued. Survive for over 1 hour within the horde to earn a 2,000 point reward. Both Liu Hang and Luo Yufei received the system notification simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and in unison exclaimed, "Run!" Liu Hang wrenched the steering wheel and veered onto another street, while Luo Yufei kept a vigilant watch on the zombies around them. Are you kidding? 2,000 points just to risk our lives? Besides, the size of that horde is practically a death sentence. Initially, Liu Hang believed that driving the pickup truck would allow him to easily evade the horde. However, after navigating just 2 streets, he found the road ahead once again blocked by a massive swarm of zombies that he had no choice but to change direction once more. This time, they hadn't traveled far before they spotted yet another group of zombies ahead. Were they being encircled by the horde? With zombies closing in from 3 sides, Liu Hang was left with no option but to take the only remaining route. Yet as he turned, despair washed over him. They stumbled upon a team that had barricaded the entire street, much like the Tyrannosaurus team, but seemingly larger in scale. The entire intersection was surrounded by colorful steel barriers, complete with a large iron gate that could be opened. Resembling a construction site, the level of security was evidently superior to that of the Tyrannosaurus team. Behind the barricades stood 2 elevated platforms, where more than 10 guards were stationed, each visibly muscular. Could this be a team of construction workers? Liu Hang pondered as the horde surged toward them, then he stopped the pickup in front of the barrier and shouted, "There's a horde of zombies approaching. Clear the way!" As he rolled down the window, gripping his pistol tightly, Luo Yufei's arm dangled below, clutching the machete. After Liu Hang's warning, the guards on the platform burst into laughter. "You must be from the peaceful refuge. Right. We took down 2 of your lot last night, and now you come seeking revenge. A zombie horde? You want us to clear the way? Why not just call all your friends out here? I'll invite you in for tea. Shall I?" Liu Hang's expression hardened. He knew that no words would sway them in this situation. Luo Yufei leaned against Liu Hang's chest, anxiously calling up to the guards. "We are not from the peaceful refuge. There truly is a zombie horde nearby, at least several hundred zombies." As soon as Luo Yufei revealed herself, the guards were taken aback. One of them stammered. Pointing at her, "Boss, is that? Could it be Luo Yufei?" The leader struck his subordinate aside with a resounding slap. That truly Luo Yufei. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Join us," he urged. "That so-called safe haven is no match for us." Liu Hang, no longer willing to listen to the man's drivel, pressed the accelerator and sped away. Just then, he noticed a large bank across the street. As he drove past, those behind him astonishingly opened the barricade and yelled to capture Luo Yufei. Liu Hang merely smiled coldly and continued steering his pickup truck toward the bank's entrance. After parking, the 2 dashed inside, and Liu Hang promptly pressed the button to lower the bank shutter. At that moment, a relentless tide of zombies surged onto the street. The group that had just driven out were left dumbfounded. Many, upon seeing Liu Hang park, abandoned their vehicles and chased after him. One swift runner attempted to squeeze beneath the descending shutter. Just as his head appeared, Liu Hang swung his baseball bat, delivering a home run to his skull. Luo Yufei then executed a sliding kick, propelling him back out. As Liu Hang pulled Luo Yufei to safety, the shutter sealed shut. Chapter 25. The origin of the zombie amusement park. Once the shutter closed, Liu Hang peered through the mesh gaps and witnessed the horrific scene outside. The zombie horde had almost instantaneously engulfed the unfortunate souls. Those who had driven out at the front made a critical error, colliding with the barricade in their frantic attempt to evade the undead. Their vehicle was left precariously blocking the entrance. The drivers behind them were filled with murderous intent. Though Liu Hang was keen to observe the unfolding drama, the zombies outside had other plans. While the bank shutter provided decent protection, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They fixated on Liu Hang and Luo Yufei, drooling with thick mucus, shaking the shutter violently that a single zombie might be thwarted by the shutter. But now they faced dozens. The horde surrounded the bank, with more zombies continually pressing forward, and one directly in front of Liu Hang had its face grotesquely mangled by the shutter, oozing green ichor. The protective covering above the shutter was precariously wobbling. Grasping Luo Yufei's hand, Liu Hang dashed further into the bank. With the universal key in hand, he faced no obstacles. This was his first visit to the bank's vault. In contrast, Luo Yufei appeared entirely at ease. Looking for the bank's vault? This is the safe deposit area. The vault should be inside. She led the way as if she had been here before. See, I told you so. Before Liu Hang, the grand entrance to the vault appeared, requiring a password, fingerprint key, and combination to unlock. Suddenly, the zombies breached the shutter barrier with a thunderous crash, the sound of the entire shutter being ripped down by the horde. Luo Yufei brandished her machete. Can you unlock this lock? If Liu Hang needed more time, she was willing to buy it for him. That yes, she spoke. Liu Hang had already inserted the universal key into the lock. The fingerprint verification succeeded, and the password was correctly entered. Even the combination dial began to rotate on its own. With a click, the 30-ton metal door creaked open. Liu Hang hurriedly pushed Luo Yufei inside, just as a surge of zombies rushed in. He followed suit, swiftly closing the vault door behind them. The world fell eerily silent. As the metal door sealed shut, only the sound of their breathing filled the air. That was close. Luo Yufei patted her chest. Relieved that Liu Hang possessed the key. You acquired this key through a mission. Liu Hang nodded. This key can unlock every lock in this amusement park? Every single one? Luo Yufei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As she marveled, Liu Hang began inspecting the contents of the vault, only to be sorely disappointed. The vault was nearly empty. The sole remaining item was an insurance safe, conspicuously tucked away. What could possibly be of such importance? Hidden here, contemplating this, Liu Hang retrieved the key and opened the safe. Inside lay a small USB drive. Congratulations, player! You have obtained a key item for the main storyline. Reward: 2,000 points. Task initiated. Zombie Terminator. Task description: gather all key items to acquire the ultimate method for exterminating zombies. After eliminating all zombies, complete the zombie amusement park. Task rewards: 1. Bring all surviving players back to the living area. 2. Earn a reward of 500,000 points. 3. Receive 20 tokens of honor. Item acquired: mysterious documents from the laboratory. After placing the USB drive into his backpack, Liu Hang clicked to read, revealing the file contents on his phone. Luo Yufei, curious, leaned in closer. It turned out the outbreak of zombies in this world stemmed from a pandemic. Following the outbreak, a terrifying virus swiftly swept across the globe, infecting nearly 80% of humanity. All infected individuals experienced a rapid decline in immunity. Even a common cold could prove fatal. Fortunately, Bait Pharmaceuticals' laboratory quickly developed an effective drug. With global cooperation, their production capacity expanded, and the drug was nearly sufficient to supply all of humanity. Yet, unbeknownst to the populace, this was merely the beginning of a true nightmare. Due to the widespread infection, the number of individuals taking the drug was vast. Within 2 weeks, nearly everyone who took the medication recovered swiftly. Feeling their physical condition improved in a flash, Bait Company became the savior of the world. However, the good times were short-lived. As the pandemic was eradicated and humanity healed, those cured discovered their emotions became increasingly volatile. One day, cannibalism began to emerge. Many physically robust individuals mutated into zombies. Humanity deployed military forces to maintain control, but soon, even those within the army began to transform rapidly. The situation escalated beyond recovery. The most critical point within the documents revealed that all of this was intricately connected to Bait Company's conspiracy. The effective drug they developed could indeed cure the pre-planned pandemic, but upon ingestion, it altered human cells, During normal metabolic processes, a compound would accumulate within the body. Upon contact with another compound, referred to by Bait Company as Pandora, it would lead to rapid death. Thus, Bait's original intention was to create a terrifying biological weapon. However, the effects of their drug on the human body far exceeded their expectations. After reading, Lu Hang and Luo Yufei sighed in unison. Subsequently, Lu Hang retrieved the USB drive from his backpack and handed it to Luo Yufei. She was about to inquire about its purpose when she noticed her phone had also synchronized with the Zombie Terminator task, receiving a reward of 2,000 points. Complete the zombie amusement park? Lu Hang, can we leave this place? Luo Yufei excitedly shook Lu Hang's arm. He pressed his hand on her shoulder to calm her. Hold on, we've only found one key item. There are likely many similar items still out there, such as that compound called Pandora. Chapter 26. It turns out my girlfriend is a star nevertheless. Lu Hang had finally discovered a means to clear this game, exterminating all the zombies. According to this World S setting, all zombies were a result of mutations induced by the effective drug. The Pandora compound served as their antidote, by acquiring sufficient amounts of the Pandora compound and devising a way to disseminate it globally. They could achieve completion, of course. Methodically slaying each zombie also seemed a feasible approach that Lu Hang's idea was no jest. The number of players entering this amusement park was enormous. If they could unite and arm themselves, it was entirely possible to eradicate the zombies. However, how could they encourage unity? Would broadcasting the message that defeating all zombies could clear the game be believed? Lu Hang let out a cold chuckle, only to suddenly feel a wave of warmth on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered that it was Liyuf, nestled against him. Gazing upon her exquisitely porcelain-like visage, he was struck by a thought. How did those individuals earlier know your name? Do you know them? Liyuf's head shot up from Lu Hang's shoulder in an instant, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him. She then shot him a glance of annoyance before resting her head back on his shoulder with a soft sigh. Have you never been online before? This was her first encounter with the feeling of frustration stemming from her fame. How could Lu Hang not recognize her, a prominent star? I often go online, Lu Hang replied, bewildered by Liyuf's exclamation. She pouted, offering no further explanation, merely stating, "Big fool. Hey, you still haven't told me how those people knew your name." Lu Hang pressed on. Liyuf straightened up, pointing to her own face. Do you not find me familiar? Lu Hang rolled his eyes, contemplating, and indeed felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had seen her on his roommate Li Yuanqi's computer. Yet he shook his head, dismissing the thought. How could he have possibly seen Liyuf on Li Yuanqi's computer? Seeing Lu Hang's expression akin to that of a student caught off guard by a teacher's question. She shook her head in exasperation. Then, with a straight face and a smile, she introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liyuf, and I am a young girl from Yanjing, born in the year 2000. I have starred in 7 films, including Flowers Bloom in Summer, The Wind Blows on Campus, and Witness that I in addition. I have played leading roles in 3 television dramas and participated in 7 others that I have also released an album titled Bell Bell, which was the best-selling music album of last year. Upon finishing, she politely bowed to Lu Hang. Lu Hang stood there, mouth agape, stammering as he pointed at Liyuf. So, you are a star, she sighed, a mix of resignation and pity in her voice, perhaps. It was rather disheartening that such a celebrated young flower found herself in bed with Lu Hang, only for him to remain oblivious to her stardom. Just then, as Liyuf lifted her head again, she was startled by a shadow lunging towards her. Before she knew it, her lips were forcefully sealed by the other as their phones chimed with notifications. The fierce encounter came to an abrupt end. Liyuf shot Lu Hang an irritated glance, questioning his excessive excitement. Lu Hang chuckled, nodding vigorously, that he then picked up his phone to check the message that had popped up. Congratulations, player. You have completed the task and survived for 1 hour amidst the zombie horde. Reward, 2,000 points. That he pulled Liyuf closer, indulging in a moment of tenderness. However, suddenly, the massive metal door, weighing dozens of tons, produced a thunderous sound. Lu Hang even noticed a slight bulge forming on the heavy door. Startled, Liyuf quickly sought refuge in Lu Hang's embrace. That he gripped his handgun tightly while gently stroking her head, reassuring her that it's all right. This door cannot be breached. Nevertheless, despite his outward calmness, Lu Hang's heart remained unsettled in this world. Common sense had become obsolete. What normal world would have zombies lurking about? Bang! Another violent impact resounded. Lu Hong could feel the wall against which he leaned trembling. Thankfully, after this latest collision, silence fell once more. Minutes passed, yet still no sound emerged. Liu gently tugged at Lu Hong's arm, asking, "What was that just now?" Lu Hong caressed her delicate hand, soothing her that it must be a leader-class zombie. Leader-class zombie. It's a type that possesses significantly greater strength than ordinary zombies and seemingly has a semblance of intelligence. Lu Hong explained that I encountered one before. Their weak spot is the neck. Hitting the head or heart is futile. Only by completely breaking their neck can you kill them. Though Lu Hong conveyed this confidently, he too felt uncertain about the nature of the entity outside the door. Since entering the zombie amusement park, he had faced 2 leader-class zombies. But did those creatures truly possess the kind of strength he had just witnessed? Lu Hong approached the door, intent on peering outside. Liu quickly yanked him back, asking, "What are you doing?" "It's nothing. I just want to see what is happening outside," he replied. While the vault was secure, Lu Hong had no intention of remaining there for long. After tonight, the entire trial phase would conclude by noon the following day, that he yearned to explore more. With 14,500 points already amassed, even if something unforeseen occurred, losing 5,000 points would not pose a significant issue. He aimed to prepare as thoroughly as possible before the official game began. No, it's too dangerous. Liu continued to block his path. Lu Hong affectionately patted her cheek, assuring her that it would be fine. "Trust me, we need to be ready for the upcoming official game." As he spoke, he unlocked the door, but just as he was about to push it open, Liu shoved him aside. "Cover me," she exclaimed. Flinging the door open and peering outside in that moment, Lu Hong realized Liu's earlier mindset. He wished to pull her back and secure the door, ensuring they could safely hide there together, but it was too late. Liu had already stepped outside. "It should be fine," Lu Hong thought as he immediately followed her out, his face betraying his anger. "What are you doing?" He was reluctant to let Liu stand in front of him during such a risky venture. Yet Liu shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "The key to playing games is teamwork." As she spoke, she flexed her arms, showcasing her muscular physique. "You know how much training I underwent to execute action and martial arts scenes effectively?" Lu Hong recalled their first night here, when a horde of zombies had chased her, yet she managed to escape. Had he been in her place, he would have likely lost 5,000 points. That one do. Even so, Lu Hong firmly rejected her, extending his arm to pin her against the wall. "Listen, here you must follow my lead. I appreciate your concern for my safety, but from now on, in any action we take, you must obey my commands." Lu Hong's expression was serious. Until now, no one had ever spoken to this big star Liu in such a manner that if anyone had, they would have long been blacklisted by her. Yet at that moment, Liu found this man before her irresistibly charming. She sweetly offered him her lips and obediently replied, "I understand. I will listen to you from now on. Without your orders, I promise not to act on my own." As she spoke, she raised 3 fingers, mimicking a vow. Lu Hong took her hand, saying, "Good." The two then exited the vault, only to find no zombies in sight. Lu Hong did not rush to leave the bank, but instead headed to the manager's office. To his surprise, the computer was still operational, but he quickly accessed the bank's surveillance system, and the two began to review the footage. Not long after they had hidden in the vault, zombies surged into the bank, attacking the vault door. Yet the heavy metal door, weighing tons, was impervious to their assault. Lu Hong began to drag the progress bar until a colossal figure appeared on the screen. As this massive entity came into view, both Lu Hong and Liu broke into a cold sweat. Even Lu Hong, who had previously encountered leader-class zombies, found himself momentarily stunned. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, while that was still within the realm of possibility. Its girth approached 2 meters as well. It was a monstrous mass of flesh, its body adorned with bulging muscles. Upon its entrance, the previously agitated zombies fell silent, becoming orderly and parting to create a path. The grotesque zombie, upon seeing the vault's metal door, seemed to receive shouts of encouragement from the surrounding zombies. Then Lu Hong witnessed the enormous zombie, likely weighing over a ton, charge headfirst into the metal door. Without a doubt, this must have been the first tremendous crash Lu Hong had heard. After several attempts, the zombie seemed to realize it could not breach the door and staggered away. Following its departure, the remaining zombies trailed behind, vacating the bank. Is this what you call a leader-class zombie? Liu pointed at the screen and inquired. Lu Hong shook his head. It seems to be a step above a leader-class zombie. The entire horde of corpses seems to be under its control at this moment. Lu Hang felt a twinge of fear. Had he not escaped to this bank, he would surely have accumulated a penalty of minus 5,000 points over those past few days. In this game, the cost of dying once is a staggering 5,000 points. Yet the agonized wails of those players before their demise continually reminded Lu Hang that although resurrection is possible, the terror and suffering experienced prior to death are etched deeply in one's memory. Luo Yufei, there is something of utmost importance I must entrust to you. Recognizing the gravity in Lu Hang's tone, Luo Yufei nodded emphatically, urging him to continue that if, and I emphasize if, anything were to go awry, you must ensure your survival. Upon hearing Lu Hang's words, Luo Yufei immediately enveloped him in an embrace, tears welling up in her eyes that no, you cannot encounter any misfortune. You mustn't. However, Lu Hang gently pushed her small head away, brandishing the universal key before her eyes that I mean it. Should anything happen to me, you must protect my bag. This universal key, in particular, is the key to our success in this game. The IT absolutely cannot be lost. Once I am resurrected, I will seek you out at the first opportunity. During this interval, you must safeguard this key with utmost diligence. You must not encounter any issues whatsoever to in that moment. Luo Yufei grasped Lu Hang's intent. He was not imparting a final farewell, but rather delineating their respective responsibilities. She nodded, indicating her understanding. With that, Lu Hang let out a sigh of relief. The presence of that grotesque, tumor-like zombie necessitated that he prepare for the worst. Should he truly encounter it, his current handgun would be utterly futile. Upon exiting the bank, the two instinctively turned their gazes toward the camp where they had previously clashed. The camp now lay in utter disarray. The barricades, which might have withstood this wave of zombies, became their own undoing as a result of miscalculations, leading them to inadvertently block the entrance and allowing the undead to infiltrate with ease. Moreover, the presence of that tumor-like zombie was an additional cause for concern that Lu Hang observed a section of the barricade that appeared to have been struck by a truck, leaving a gaping hole. Let us proceed inside and investigate that Lu Hang drove the pickup truck, crashing through the vehicles obstructing the entrance, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. The streets were littered with mangled corpses. Now mere skeletons, their flesh entirely consumed by the zombies. Bloodstains marred the ground, and a putrid stench permeated the air. You stay in the vehicle. Do not exit, that I will check these people's backpacks for anything useful. With that, Lu Hang flung open the car door, only to be assaulted by the overwhelming stench of blood, nearly triggering his gag reflex. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of the other car door shutting. Luo Yufei had followed him out. She pointed toward Lu Hang's direction. You search over there. I will take this side. With that, she pinched her nose and hurried to a nearby corpse to rummage through its bag. Seeing this, Lu Hang wasted no time and began scavenging for supplies. Many of the items were no longer of use to him, especially with the trial phase nearing its end. His intention in searching was simply to ascertain what these individuals had collected. Such a large-scale camp would have undoubtedly scoured the nearby neighborhoods for resources that if their backpacks contained none of the items Lu Hang sought, he could subsequently eliminate this entire area from consideration once the official game commenced. Lu Hang, come here quickly. I've discovered something marvelous. Luo Yufei's excited voice brought Lu Hang back to attention. He had already searched several packs filled primarily with construction tools, such as hammers and screwdrivers. While these items were undoubtedly useful, they were not what Lu Hang yearned for. He rushed over to find Luo Yufei holding a nail gun, complete with an added steel barrel. In her other hand, she clutched several boxes of nails. This was a treasure beyond measure. Luo Yufei continued, bringing further exhilaration to Lu Hang. This fellow's backpack is brimming with nail guns. However, my bag is already full. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang swiftly grabbed a nearby backpack, spreading it open on the ground. The two of them, akin to thieves, began transferring boxes of nails and nail cartridges into the new bag. What thrilled them the most was the discovery of no fewer than 10 nail guns in this individual's pack, each modified with a steel barrel and sight. With these items, Lu Hang could assemble a formidable armed squad. After securing such significant loot, Lu Hang did not linger. His original plan had been to venture further afield. But the recent hoard and the valuable spoils in hand prompted a change of heart. The pair collected all the food from each backpack and loaded it into the pickup truck. Their own bags were already overflowing. "Let us return," Luo Yufei said, following closely behind Lu Heng as they made their way back to the vehicle. With the map as guidance, Lu Heng easily located their previous refuge. After the horde, Lu Heng noticed a marked decrease in the number of zombies on the streets. Their return was remarkably smooth, and upon entering the small room, they found the bathroom still piled with the previous supplies. Now, the food stock had doubled, and various hammers and saws had also been added. Tools that would prove invaluable for reinforcing their refuge. As before, the two of them left discernible signs of use on every item they retained. Once this was completed, Lu Heng began to familiarize himself with the nail gun. This device was truly remarkable. It seemed this group had stumbled upon a construction site, their capabilities vastly superior to those of the previous Tyrannosaurus squad. Alas, their unfortunate encounter with the horde had sealed their fate. Just as Lu Heng began to fret over whether his constructed refuge could withstand the onslaught, the game's broadcast suddenly echoed around them. It was the same announcement they had heard in the safe house. The voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, audible to players regardless of their location. To all surviving players, congratulations on having witnessed the ferocity of the horde. However, there is no need for concern. Such a magnitude of horde will only emerge after the game has progressed for a while. Currently, it is merely to ensure that players in the trial version can experience more content that you are facing this horde. Please continue to enjoy the game. Lu Heng's expression was one of sheer disbelief. What kind of game is this? More content. In that recent wave, countless players were devoured alive by zombies. Yet, despite the complaints, the encounter with the horde was of great utility to Lu Heng, that he had witnessed firsthand the overwhelming power of that colossal zombie, that if he wished to conquer the game, he must devise a means to deal with that behemoth before the official horde materialized. "Lu Heng, what shall we do next?" Luo Yufei inquired, her tone curious. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow, and we shall rest here for the night. Venturing out now would be far too perilous. Upon hearing Lu Heng's response, Luo Yufei joyfully embraced him. Subsequently, as a token of gratitude, Lu Heng treated her to a serving of braised lamb chops, costing him 6,000 points. Luo Yufei then expressed a desire to utilize her own points to purchase some food from the shop. However, lacking VIP privileges, the items available to her were exceedingly mundane, hardly differing from the bread and instant noodles before them. Thus, Lu Heng advised her against squandering her points. After dining, the two retired early for the night. Having exerted themselves little during the day, they had indulged in the vault, and Lu Heng intended to rise early the next day to explore further afield at dawn. Lu Heng felt a gentle warmth on his cheek. Upon opening his eyes, he found Luo Yufei beside him, planting soft kisses upon him. "That you're finally awake. How do you like this wake-up service?" Lu Heng promptly tackled her back onto the bed. "Hey, there are only 6 hours left until the trial concludes." Upon hearing this, Lu Heng immediately yanked Luo Yufei from the bed. "Then let us set off at once." Lu Heng briefly freshened up and cast a glance at the pile of supplies accumulated in the restroom before stepping out with Luo Yufei. Initially, he intended to provide her with a nail gun. However, Luo Yufei expressed a reluctance, stating that if she could successfully exploit a bug, taking a nail gun with her now would mean losing one once the official game commenced. A loss she was not willing to endure. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Heng realized he still had a pistol and over 50 rounds of ammunition, sufficient to ensure their survival for the morning. After they exited, Lu Heng switched to another vehicle, as the pickup was nearly out of fuel. Additionally, leaving the pickup behind would allow him to easily locate it when the game officially started. Before departing, he maneuvered the pickup into a narrow alleyway adjacent to a dumpster, emitting a foul odor that would typically deter ordinary players from approaching. "Now, you choose a direction," Lu Heng suggested, pointing to the map on his phone. Luo Yufei traced a few circles with her finger while murmuring to herself, before decisively indicating a spot on the screen. "Let us go here." Lu Heng smiled gently and drove in the direction she indicated. As they traveled, he observed that the buildings lining the streets grew increasingly modern, though they became fewer in number. Anyone would perceive this as a route leading to the outskirts, perhaps due to this. The number of visible players dwindled, and Lu Heng even spotted a small supermarket by the roadside that had not been claimed. However, it appeared to have been ransacked, likely by the local inhabitants rather than players. It seemed this world had recently experienced a zombie outbreak, resulting in the sudden disappearance of its residents, leaving behind only such remnants to welcome players like them. Lu Heng Look ahead, Luo Yufei exclaimed, excitedly tapping his shoulder and pointing forward. Upon raising his gaze, Lu Hang felt a jolt of astonishment. After traversing a somewhat desolate expanse, a massive complex of buildings emerged before them, predominantly newly constructed. Was this a newly established city? Such developments were commonplace in Lu Hang's previous world, where aging structures in old districts were demolished to make way for new cities, inflating the value of previously worthless land. Luo Yufei was still gripping Lu Hang's arm. Did you see that? That large shopping mall? It must be a grand shopping center. Lu Hang focused again and realized the source of her excitement. Not far ahead, at an intersection, there lay an expansive square surrounded by a colossal standalone building. She was indeed correct. It was a large shopping mall, one that appeared to be preparing for its grand opening. The square was adorned with fresh flowers and banners, albeit trampled beyond recognition by zombies. Despite the chaos in the plaza, Lu Hang perceived it as an exceptional buffer zone. He could establish defensive fortifications here to withstand zombie onslaughts, transforming this shopping mall into a premier refuge. With determination, Lu Hang collided with two wandering zombies in the square and executed a drift to halt the vehicle at the mall's entrance. All entrances to the mall were secured, with rolling shutters tightly closed, crafted from high-quality metal, offering substantial defense. After parking, Lu Hang located the control for the main shutter. With the universal key inserted, the shutter began to rise. And both of their eyes sparkled with excitement. As the door opened, the mall's opulent atrium was revealed. The expansive hall boasted 3 levels, sunlight pouring in and nearly allowing them to forget they were in a post-apocalyptic world. Since the main door was shut, the entire mall felt as if it were encased in a crystal sphere, untouched by the zombie menace. Within this hall, an afternoon tea room was operational, featuring Southeast Asian-style tents with bamboo mats and a small wooden table, evoking visions of a beach with coconut trees swaying in the sea breeze. What are we waiting for? Let us go in, Lu Hang urged, pulling the still-dazed Luo Yufei along with him. Upon entering the mall, Lu Hang's phone suddenly buzzed with a flurry of notifications. He quickly retrieved it, while Luo Yufei noticed his abrupt halt and hurried to secure the rolling shutter once more before joining him to view the messages on his screen. Congratulations, you have occupied a building that can serve as a refuge. The refuge function has been activated. You are now the administrator of this refuge. Current refuge level, S level, capacity, 1,000 members. Note, all members of the refuge will have 1 point of their earned points allocated to the public pool. Managed at the administrator's discretion. Reward, 10 cubic meters of storage space. Note, the storage must be located within the refuge, and the administrator can designate its position. All items placed in the storage will remain in their original state. As a distinguished VIP member, your storage space has been upgraded. You may designate any room within this building as a storage facility. After reading the details, Lu Hang was elated. No wonder teams formed. For once a location was secured as a defensible zone against zombies. The refuge function activated. Moreover, all members would have their earned points managed by the administrator. While the percentage seemed modest, the capacity of this refuge was a staggering 1,000 members. If each individual could earn 10,000 points, Lu Hang would gain access to a monumental 100,000 points. Coupled with his VIP point store, indulging in luxurious delicacies would be an everyday affair. He began to envision his future as the head of this refuge. You're a VIP player? Luo Yufei inquired, her excitement palpable after absorbing the details. The description of the VIP player immediately caught her attention. It made sense why Lu Hang possessed a universal key and a silenced pistol. He was undoubtedly a premium player. With a mysterious smile, Lu Hang replied, "What do you think? Pretty impressive, right?" He briefly recounted how he became a VIP player. Luo Yufei listened in astonishment, unable to fathom such transactions within the game. Then she did something that left Lu Hang utterly shocked. "Is the money you mentioned the same as this?" Lu Hang watched as Luo Yufei retrieved her previously worn white t-shirt from her backpack and produced 2 crisp red bills from his pocket. "Before I came to this world, I was filming a lingerie advertisement. During a break, I encountered a cleaning lady. She mentioned her grandson's birthday and wanted to give him a red envelope with 200 yuan. Not knowing how to transfer money from her bank to her phone, I added her as a friend and transferred the funds, and she gave me cash in return." Lu Hang was taken aback by Luo Yufei as kindness and generosity as a prominent star. and her goodwill had unexpectedly earned him 200 diamonds. Diamonds were indeed a precious commodity. He took the money from her and demonstrated the transaction, opening the recharge icon on his phone. Luo Yufei watched in awe as a beam of light transformed the 200 yuan into sparkling points that flowed into Lu Hang's device. Would you like to recharge 200 diamonds? Yes. Congratulations. Recharge successful. You have gained 200 diamonds. Current VIP level. Level 1. Recharge progress. For 500 that although this recharge did not elevate his VIP level, he was now a mere 100 yuan away from reaching VIP level 2. If only that lady had given her grandson a few hundred more. Lu Hang lamented, his tone tinged with regret. He wished Luo Yufei had produced a substantial amount of cash. Luo Yufei pouted. Had I known you could recharge, I would have withdrawn all my money from the bank. Suddenly, Luo Yufei exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered. My assistant should have about 1,000 yuan in cash on her, but I'm not sure if she made it here." Upon hearing this, Lu Hang's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1,000 yuan. As he had previously surmised, although people now carry cash less frequently, there are still certain situations in which cash can be found. Lu Hang was filled with confidence regarding his future VIP status. Subsequently, the two began a thorough search of the vast shopping mall. Lu Hang aimed to locate the most suitable place to establish a storage facility for their refuge. He took charge of searching the third floor and above, while Lu Yufei was responsible for the search from the underground parking garage up to the 2 floors above ground. Just as Lu Yufei was about to turn to explore, Lu Hang called out to her, and she saw him extending a handgun towards her. "No way. You keep it." Lu Yufei quickly waved her hands in refusal, that if any issues arise, I will immediately come find you. You should keep this for self-defense. You know I can run fast. Unexpectedly, Lu Hang produced another handgun from his other hand. The diamonds I spent will be refunded after the trial ends. Realizing that Lu Hang had purchased another for her, Lu Yufei joyfully accepted the gun, disengaged the safety, chambered a round, and aimed with both hands. After this series of actions, Lu Hang could only remark, "Now that's what I call professionalism." Lu Yufei confidently raised her chin. "What do you think? I learned from a professional instructor during my time filming." Lu Hang sincerely gave her a thumbs up, and the two then commenced their respective search plans. The shopping mall was enormous, and Lu Yufei sent Lu Hang numerous photos through their friend function. They meandered through the mall, but even so, it took them over half an hour to reconvene in the grand hall on the first floor. The joy on their faces was impossible to conceal. The supplies available in this mall were simply too abundant. To begin with Lu Hang's observations, the entire building comprised 5 floors, each with ample space. The limit of 1,000 members seemed merely a restriction based on the points submitted according to the rules, as this mall could comfortably accommodate thousands. Above the 5th floor, there was a starry sky terrace offering a 360-degree panoramic view, allowing a clear observation of everything in the surroundings. Additionally, the terrace was equipped with observation telescopes in every direction. Lu Hang could distinctly see several fingers of the zombies on the ground. The terrace itself was designed as a garden, filled with flowers, plants, and trees, along with 2 sunlit greenhouses. This meant Lu Hang could cultivate crops directly on the rooftop, growing a variety of fruits and vegetables. Moreover, there was an exquisitely elegant Western restaurant connected to the mall's manager's office. Undoubtedly, this would become the private residence of Lu Hang and Lu Yufei. As for the other members, there was plenty of space downstairs for them to reside. The best conditions would naturally be reserved solely for Lu Hang. Departing from the Starry Sky Terrace and taking the elevator to the 5th floor, this level was primarily occupied by various dining establishments. Lu Hang even took the time to inspect the kitchens, finding all necessary cooking utensils in abundance. Most importantly, it appeared these restaurants were preparing to open, with the refrigerators brimming with ingredients. Various steaks, lamb, dried duck, and an array of fresh vegetables at a SA restaurant. They also stocked numerous meal kits, making these items exceedingly precious in the current situation. Lu Hang even contemplated choosing one of the restaurant kitchens as the refuge storage facility, but the photos sent by Lu Yufei led him to abandon that notion. Moving on to the situation on the 4th floor, it also featured various dining establishments, though in far fewer numbers. Besides dining options, this floor primarily housed furniture, appliances, bedding, and intimate apparel. Lu Hang could easily furnish the manager's office and restaurant on the Starry Sky Terrace into his own luxurious villa. Furthermore, the entire mall boasted a massive freight elevator that could transport large furniture from the second underground level directly to the Starry Sky Terrace, making the relocation of beds and other large items a breeze. Even in this apocalyptic world, changing bed linens and clothing would pose no issue whatsoever. Continuing downwards, they reached the third floor, where the merchandise was exceedingly diverse, featuring various sportswear, casual attire, and sporting goods ranging from road bicycles to fishing gear. Even including kayaks, Lu Hong felt he could find all the tools he needed on this level. Next was the second floor, explored by Lu Yufei, which showcased numerous high-end clothing, cosmetics, and electronic products. These expensive items seemed less useful in the apocalypse. While the first floor was dominated by jewelry and luxury goods, which could potentially be used to host a grand ball. Beyond that, Lu Hong could not think of other uses. However, Lu Yufei, while searching, sent Lu Hong a photo of a Victoria's Secret store, accompanied by a cheeky smiley and a shy expression, exuding enthusiasm. Finally, they arrived at what Lu Hong deemed the most crucial and significant ground floor. This was the reason he had dismissed the idea of using the kitchen on the fifth floor as a storage facility. This level housed not only various snack stalls and fast food chains, but also an enormous high-end supermarket. Every shelf was stocked with goods, ranging from premium red wines and imported delicacies to fresh lobsters, abalone, and king crabs in the seafood section. This supermarket had everything one could imagine. Can you envision the exhilaration of claiming an entire upscale supermarket as your own in the apocalypse? Moreover, using this place as a storage facility would completely alleviate concerns about food spoilage. Not only that, but the supermarket itself possessed a vast warehouse connected to it, functioning on a wholesale model that supported buyers in sourcing their goods. Thus, the inventory of this supermarket was several times that of other large chains. Lu Hong began to ponder that perhaps clearing the game wasn't as crucial as he once thought. The second underground level, which served as the entire underground parking garage, was equally filled with surprises. Not only was it crammed with various luxury vehicles, but there was even a lavish RV. There were also refrigerated transport vehicles specifically for the supermarket and box trucks for transporting furniture. Such treasures were invaluable for transporting supplies in a post-apocalyptic world. Both agreed that they had hit the jackpot this time. Chapter 31. Awaiting the game's official commencement after summarizing their exploration of the mall. There was little time left before the trial would conclude. Lu Hong pulled Lu Yufei to the Starry Sky Terrace, marveling at the exquisite artificial landscape surrounding them. Rendered speechless by its beauty, that Lu Yufei had certainly frequented many high-end venues. But she had never visited a terrace in such a large shopping mall. The flowers were in full bloom, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to wash away all the blood and decay she had encountered over the past few days. Don't waste time. Lu Hong suddenly interrupted her reverie, but he dashed to a nearby mound, placed a bottle of mineral water there, and then returned to Lu Yufei's side, pulling out his gun that he then removed his 2 magazines. Leaving a pile of bullets on the ground, Lu Hong had spent all his remaining diamonds on purchasing handgun ammunition, knowing these items would be reclaimed after the trial ended. Take this opportunity to practice shooting, he urged. With his VIP shooting bonus, Lu Hong was at an advantage. While Lu Yufei was not at that moment, she gazed at him with admiration. He always managed to maximize the resources at hand. Suddenly, Lu Yufei leaned in closer. Resting her hand against Lu Hong, "That am I not proficient enough with a handgun?" she teased, relishing the sight of Lu Hong's anxious expression. However, this made Lu Hong's blood boil that he knew the value of these bullets. Once the game commenced, each shot would be critically important. Opportunities for Lu Yufei to practice would be scarce then. Fortunately, before Lu Hong could explain, Lu Yufei pressed her soft lips against his, imparting a gentle warmth that calmed his racing heart. "Can you help me load the bullets?" Lu Yufei inquired. Lu Hong eagerly nodded in agreement. Having intended to do so all along, that Lu Yufei immediately began her practice. Previously, her movements had been absolutely professional in the film. But shooting required ample practice. However, Lu Hong was suddenly taken aback as he watched Lu Yufei grip the gun with both hands, almost effortlessly completing her aim in less than a second, with a flick of her finger. A bullet was discharged. However, this shot struck the ground nearby. Indeed, posing with the gun is vastly different from actually firing it. Lu Yufei's shot went slightly astray. Although the deviation was minimal, she still appeared somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, Liu Hang promptly patted her shoulder in encouragement, saying, "Take your time. There are plenty of bullets here." Luo Yufei nodded and resumed shooting. Finally, on her third shot, she shattered the water bottle. She continued to fire. But her target shifted to the scattered fragments. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to set up other targets. Liu Hang stood beside her, loading bullets in her firearm, while Luo Yufei's accuracy steadily improved. It must be said that she possessed considerable talent in various aspects. After emptying several magazines, her shooting precision visibly enhanced. During her brief rest, Liu Hang took over the pistol to practice, for despite having a VIP advantage, he still occasionally missed the mark. The more accurately he shot, the fewer bullets he would need to eliminate his targets. Whenever Luo Yufei had to pause due to the recoil of the handgun, she would assist Liu Hang in loading bullets. Thus, the two alternated, depleting all the ammunition. At that moment, Liu Hang suddenly noticed that everything around him began to blur. Soon, the surroundings started to spin rapidly, reminiscent of his earlier arrival at the zombie amusement park. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself back in the safe house. At that moment, he truly understood the significance of the safe house. At least here, he could momentarily set aside concerns about the zombies. Congratulations, players. You have successfully completed the entire trial process. Surely, you would be inclined to give our game a resounding positive review, the game broadcast announced. However, the content of the broadcast made Liu Hang roll his eyes in exasperation at a positive review. Perhaps they should inquire with those players who were devoured alive by zombies if they would be willing to offer such a claim. I imagine you are all filled with anticipation for our thrilling game. Don't worry, the official version will commence shortly. The official launch of the zombie amusement park is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. You may take a brief respite in your respective safe houses. I must remind everyone that the game items and points acquired during the trial phase have all been reset. Once the official game begins, please be cautious in using your points, for if you reach 0 points this time, the game will end. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. Liu Hang opened his backpack, and indeed, all the items had been cleared. His points had reverted to 10,000, and his diamonds returned to 400. After confirming his supplies, he quickly opened his friend's list, and at that moment, a message from Luo Yufei arrived. Luo Yufei, have you returned to the safe house? Seeing her concern for him warmed Liu Hang's heart. Liu Hang, of course. How about you? Luo Yufei, what else could it be? I've returned to my solitary cell. It then struck Liu Hang just how dire the initial conditions of the safe house truly were. It was indeed a prison cell. In contrast, his safe house, upgraded with VIP privileges, felt like a 5-star hotel. Luo Yufei, but it's all right. After all, we'll be heading back to the zombie amusement park tomorrow at noon. At this moment, Luo Yufei sat on her bed, gazing at her meager 8,000 points balance, and sighed. Beside her lay the sports outfit that couldn't be taken into the zombie amusement park. The points spent on her previous clothing purchases had indeed not been refunded. However, now that she had met Liu Hang, all of this seemed inconsequential. After chatting for a while, Liu Hang opened the chat hall, where messages were rapidly scrolling before his eyes. Who can rescue me? I never want to go to that zombie amusement park again. Wake up. Look out the window. This is a world beyond our comprehension. This is a world created by God to punish humanity. He quickly dismissed those frantic remarks. They held no value. Conversely, others in the hall were actively recruiting members. These individuals had clearly accepted their fate and sought to gain an advantage in the zombie amusement park. However, Liu Hang was aware that the motivations of those forming groups were far from simple. Chapter 32. The game officially begins. The chat hall soon filled with various recruitment messages. The shelter will be established in 5 hours. Join us for guaranteed victory. I found 2 supermarket locations. Join our team, and you won't go hungry. Hey, I have a team too. We're your 2 supermarkets. Let us collaborate. Liu Hang realized that after 3 days of trial play, a significant portion of players had already acquired considerable gaming experience. This implied that once the game officially commenced, he would face even fiercer competition. The game broadcast chimed in again, announcing, to enhance your gaming experience, the group feature among friends has been enabled. You may give your team a catchy name and recruit members. Get a head start over others once the game officially begins. Additionally, please note that the players in your chat hall are all within close proximity to you. This will remain true once the zombie amusement park officially starts. Liu Hang's eyes lit up. This way, After the game officially commenced, players could easily communicate with one another, and all potential collaborators would be those located nearby. This would greatly facilitate the exchange of resources and information regarding the game. However, he knew that deceitful individuals would undoubtedly lurk in the chat hall. As Liu Hang perused the messages in the game hall, he suddenly spotted a familiar name. Tyrannosaurus Team. Tyrannosaurus Team is recruiting. Join us, and we'll provide protective gear. At that moment, a player's avatar displayed the name of the Tyrannosaurus Team above it. Wasn't this the squad led by Zhong He? They had discovered a rugby jersey with decent defensive capabilities. Yet at present, Liu Hang had little interest in such items. Those nail guns were far more useful. Shut up. Don't believe that Tyrannosaurus Team. I was killed by them once. They only seek to plunder points. Suddenly, a player exposed the Tyrannosaurus Team's misdeeds in the chat hall. Liu Hang adopted a spectator's stance. Reclining on his bed to observe. Plundering points? What do you mean by that? You're not aware, are you? Killing other players grants you 500 points. Hey, you're being a bit too talkative at that moment. Another player threatened the one who had just divulged game information. The more people who learn of this news, the harder it would be for those intending to steal points from others. The player who had aimed to recruit for the Tyrannosaurus Team spoke again, directly threatening the one who had exposed them. You wait. I remember you. Once the game officially begins, I'll kill you twice, ensuring you bid farewell to this game. Just then, Luo Yufei sent another message. Luo Yufei. Should we recruit some people now? Luo Yufei. I see that the Tyrannosaurus Team is also starting to recruit. Liu Hang. Are you in the same chat hall as me? Luo Yufei. Image. Luo Yufei sent a screenshot of the chat hall. Upon seeing it, Liu Hang confirmed they were indeed in the same chat hall. Liu Hang. Let us hold off on recruiting for now. I can't ascertain whether these people can be trusted. With that, Liu Hang put down his phone and decided to meditate. The disputes and intrigues within the group would not provide him with any additional game intelligence. As night fell, the system broadcasted once more, stating that to celebrate the official game launch tomorrow, all players would receive complimentary dinner, breakfast, and lunch. This announcement prompted players who had already spent points on food to voice their grievances in the hall. Liu Hang opened his dinner package, which contained a portion of rice, a sausage, and a serving of vegetables. While it was somewhat better than prison food, it paled in comparison to the fare available in his VIP store. Nevertheless, Liu Hang enjoyed the meal heartily. Back in the safe house, he could easily obtain a lavish dinner for just a few dozen points. However, he had no intention of wasting food. After finishing his meal, he exchanged good nights with Luo Yufei and retired early. The next day, he rose early and even had a voice call with Luo Yufei, as the two engaged in morning exercises to adequately prepare for the official game commencement. Time flew by, and after finishing the complimentary noodles provided by the system, Liu Hang's phone began the countdown to the opening of the zombie amusement park. At that moment, Luo Yufei was also in her safe house. Awaiting the game's arrival, an involuntary wave of anxiety washed over her, for if her points reached 0 in this game, it would truly signify the end. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and she saw a message from Liu Hang. With me around, there's no need to fear. Luo Yufei smiled faintly, her inner turmoil soothed by Liu Hang's brief yet comforting words. As Liu Hang's vision began to blur, the transmission commenced, when everything around him became clear once more. Liu Hang let out a sigh of relief. It was the same familiar corridor, the very same location where he had previously descended as a VI. The door beside him remained ajar, yet Liu Hang had no time to check on the supplies he had hidden in the glitch. More pressing matters awaited him, that he swiftly raced towards the other end of the corridor, while screams from players echoed from below. As he ran, Liu Hang accessed his diamond store, and soon an empty magazine and 2 bullets appeared in his hands. He rapidly loaded the bullets and purchased a Glock 17, that just as he secured the magazine, a zombie lunged out from the corridor's end. Liu Hang had come specifically for this zombie. He raised his hand and fired, the bullet striking the creature squarely in the forehead. The shooting practice from his earlier trial proved invaluable at that moment. Congratulations, player, for killing one ordinary zombie. You have earned 100 points. Congratulations, player, for your first kill of an ordinary zombie. You have received a reward of 1,000 points. Congratulations, player, for achieving the first kill of an ordinary zombie on the server. You have received the reward, Certificate of Glory X1.ASA VIP player. You receive an additional reward. Please contact customer service to claim it. Liu Hang's eyes brightened. As he had anticipated, the first kill on the server came with extra rewards, with a firearm in hand. No other player could possibly outpace him in killing zombies. Moreover, the first kill reward for ordinary zombies was merely one certificate of glory, less than that for a boss-level zombie. The most crucial aspect was that this first kill also triggered the VIP bonus. Meanwhile, downstairs, Luo Yufei had initially planned to hide in a car as she had previously. However, this time, many players who had suffered gruesome fates had etched unforgettable memories into their minds. The vehicle she had sought refuge in last time had already been claimed by another player, and she witnessed a latecomer desperately knocking on the door, only to be met with refusal from the player inside, who locked every door tightly. Thus, Luo Yufei had to alter her plans and sprint towards the residential building where Lu Hang was. Yet, zombies were already closing in. Chapter 33. The Savior? Non-existent. Fortunately, even in her slippers, Luo Yufei was remarkably swift, a testament to her regular exercise. She quickly overtook a nearby girl, and out of an instinctive kindness, she thought that once she was safe, she could help this player and perhaps invite her to join Lu Hang's team. However, suddenly, her arm was seized by someone. She initially assumed it was a zombie, but upon turning around, she found it was the girl she had just passed, gripping her arm tightly and yanking her backward. Caught off guard and still in her slippers, Luo Yufei lost her balance and fell heavily backward. The girl who had pulled her took the opportunity to dash into the staircase. The zombies immediately lunged at Luo Yufei. She rolled swiftly, narrowly escaping their gnashing jaws, but the two zombies quickly surrounded her again, their foul, rancid breath nearly overwhelming her, making her acutely aware of death's proximity. Was she really going to lose 5,000 points right at the start? Just as she was about to despair and close her eyes, a figure flew past her face that Liu Hang executed a flying kick, sending the zombie sprawling aside. Seizing the moment, Luo Yufei quickly got to her feet and helped Liu Hang up. Upon rising, Liu Hang fired his weapon, and the two of them covered each other as they dashed toward the staircase. During their frantic escape, Liu Hang handed Luo Yufei an empty magazine along with 5 bullets while he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at the pursuing zombies. They soon reached the second floor, the familiar base growing ever closer. However, when Luo Yufei arrived at the door, she discovered it was locked. Liu Hang's heart raced. 3 zombies were hot on their heels. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Yufei had loaded her bullets. Liu Hang raised his gun and fired. Thanks to his earlier practice, he dispatched the 3 zombies with a single shot each, leaving no room for waste. After eliminating the zombies, they had a brief respite, but the cacophony around them warned that more zombies could attack at any moment that Liu Hang approached the door, knowing it had no reason to close by itself. He knocked, only to be met with a girl's voice from within. "You need to leave quickly. I won't open the door." Indeed, it had been occupied. Understanding the other's mistrust, Liu Hang attempted to persuade her. "Open the door, and we can team up." As he spoke, Luo Yufei tugged at Liu Hang's arm. Palm up, fingers beckoning, Liu Hang understood her implication and handed her the magazine once more, along with enough bullets to fill it. Just get lost. I have a ton of supplies here. I don't need to team up with you." The response from inside was laced with glee. Liu Hang's expression darkened. It seemed his glitch had indeed succeeded, and those supplies should still be in the bathroom. Yet now, someone sought to claim them for themselves. He opened his phone. "Show me the VIP extra rewards." The first kill's VIP rewards reappeared, identical to the previous ones. Without hesitation, Liu Hang selected the universal key. The moment he held the key, his expression turned icy enough to freeze water. Then he inserted the universal key and turned it. Several locks clicked open simultaneously. Liu Hang swung the door wide with Luo Yufei right behind him. However, to their shock, the girl inside raised a nail gun, aiming it directly at Liu Hang's head. In that instant, cold sweat dripped from Liu Hang. His gun was out of bullets. Suddenly, he felt a force pulling him back, causing him to stagger 2 steps backward. Simultaneously, Luo Yufei, who had been behind him, lunged forward, placing herself between Liu Hang and the nail gun. Almost simultaneously, Liu Hang watched helplessly as the girl pulled the trigger point. 2 shots rang out. Yet nothing happened. In a flash, Luo Yufei surged forward, delivering a kick that sent the girl sprawling, having never used a stunt double for her martial arts. Luo Yufei's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary girl. The girl flew backward, her nail gun clattering to the floor. Liu Hang, Close the door, a chilling voice emerged from Luo Yufei's lips. In that moment, Lu Hang felt as though she had transformed into a sorceress from a fantasy drama. He hastily closed the door to prevent any zombies from barging in. Meanwhile, Luo Yufei retrieved the fallen nail gun. Don't panic. I want to team up with you. I want to team up with you. The girl on the floor, stifling her pain, crawled toward the window, pleading. Yet, Luo Yufei remained unmoved. Do you know, this pneumatic nail gun requires properly loaded nails to function. As she spoke, she retrieved a box of nails from the bathroom, loading the gun while checking if the nails were installed correctly. Then she raised the nail gun, aiming it at the girl. Upon entering, Luo Yufei had recognized the girl as the one who had pulled her down earlier. No. It was all a misunderstanding. I panicked and accidentally pulled you. Please don't shoot. I'll team up with you. I'll listen to you from now on. Luo Yufei chuckled coldly. Listen to us? The girl nodded vigorously. I'll do whatever you say. Please, just lower the gun. Then let me test something. Luo Yufei still did not lower the nail gun. You say you'll do whatever I ask? The girl quickly replied, all right. Then open the window and stand on the ledge. Luo Yufei pointed at the living room window. What do you want me to do? At that moment, the girl appeared as if she were facing a female demon. Didn't I make myself clear? Luo Yufei frowned, her impatience evident. It seems you want me to demonstrate the proper use of the nail gun. She tilted her head, squinting one eye as if aiming. The girl immediately waved her hands. Don't shoot. I'll do it. I'll go right now. At that moment, the girl was devoid of any hesitation. The excruciating pain from the recent kick seemed to dissipate entirely. She hurriedly opened the window, trembling as she climbed up, perching herself on the sill. Did I it okay now? She asked, on the verge of tears. Luo Yufei nodded in response. When the girl finally displayed a relieved smile, Luo Yufei gently flicked her finger, nailing that smile onto the girl's face with a single pin. Chapter 34. The hunt begins. Luo Yufei then swiftly stepped forward, closing the window and drawing the curtains. Once she had completed these tasks, she turned to face the astonished Lu Hang. Are you all right? Luo Yufei inquired with genuine concern. Lu Hang nodded. Do you think what I just did? Luo Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Hang, a hint of worry in her heart that her recent actions might tarnish her image in his eyes. Lu Hang quickly shook his head, raising his thumb in approval. What you did was absolutely perfect. I was worried you might come off as a bit too saintly, but it appears my concerns were unfounded. Suddenly, Luo Yufei leaned in and embraced Lu Hang tightly. I am truly kind-hearted, but in this place, I fear that kindness might lead to your demise, that I wasn't always like this. However, when I fell earlier, I killed the kind version of myself that I want to survive in this world alongside you. Even if it means becoming a devil, that Lu Hang abruptly grasped Luo Yufei's shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. You are still that kind-hearted person. It's just that for now, you have reserved all your kindness for me. For in this world, only I am worthy of your goodwill. That a warmth blossomed in Luo Yufei's heart as she offered him a tender kiss. While outside, the growls of the zombies continued unabated. By the way, what you did earlier was truly commendable. Lu Hang reiterated his approval of Luo Yufei's actions, that if it were me, I might have resorted to shooting her right in the house. Luo Yufei chuckled in reply, and then you'd have to clean up her body and wipe away the blood. Even if she died in the corridor, I'd still be wary of her attracting zombies. Lu Hang's admiration for her grew once more. Luo Yufei continued, I was actually quite merciful just now, Dodo. Lu Hang instinctively questioned. You let her jump down and added another pin to the mix. How is that merciful? A teasing smile curled at the corners of Luo Yufei's lips. That I haven't even made her spend all her points to buy supplies, leaving her with nothing while I take the goods. Lu Hang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. The TO directly rob her of her resources and leave her pointless, then hand her over to the zombies. Wouldn't that mean the game is over? He had never considered such a tactic before. Even the Tyrant Squad merely lured players in before killing them to steal their points. That Lu Hang now had a newfound appreciation for Luo Yufei. With such a bewitching and capable partner, could he still worry about soaring in this apocalypse? He reopened the diamond shop, and Luo Yufei leaned in curiously. He replenished his Glock 17 with a magazine and added a silencer, totaling 150 diamonds spent, including previously acquired firearms. This time, he opted not to purchase an entrenching tool, as there were plenty of substitutes in the restroom. Machetes, baseball bats, hammers, you name it. Luo Yufei proactively took the magazine and bullets from Lu Hang, loading them for him. That moment, she noticed Lu Hang's finger hovering over the handgun once more. She grasped his hand firmly. "What are you doing? One gun is enough. There are so many wonderful items in this diamond shop. Save your diamonds for more useful tools later. I'm right here with you. Just protect me." Seeing the determination etched on Luo Yufei's face, Lu Hang could only nod in agreement. He then made his way to the restroom to start organizing their gear. "Are we heading to that mall now?" Luo Yufei asked, her eagerness to reach the refuge evident. However, the chaos outside was overwhelming. The sudden appearance of players seemed to have drawn all nearby zombies toward them. "No, we will set out at midnight," Lu Hang decided, grabbing the machete and placing it in his backpack. "But first, I need to take down a zombie that if I wait too long, someone else might beat me to it." Undoubtedly, Lu Hang was fixated on that leader-level zombie. He had to claim the reward for the first kill in the entire server. Lu Hang picked up his phone and opened the task icon to show Luo Yufei the record of his completed tasks. After a brief glance, she understood his intentions. "All right, I'll accompany you." Lu Hang paused his movements, contemplating how to persuade her to stay in the safety of the small room. But Luo Yufei reached out with her delicate hand and pressed it firmly on Lu Hang's head. Turning his gaze back, "Hand over those 2 nail guns." With limited space in the restroom, Lu Hang squatted by the door where the gear was accessible only to him, including the lighter, long knife. Noticing Lu Hang's delayed response, Luo Yufei gave his shoulder a gentle pat. "Hurry. If someone beats us to it, you'll have plenty to regret later." Lu Hang knew that Luo Yufei would not allow him to venture out recklessly. And with the leader-level zombie being formidable, having an extra pair of hands could only enhance their chances. Thus, he handed the nail guns over to Luo Yufei, a total of 10, to make sure to load each one with a nail dart. When you use one, switch to the next from your backpack immediately. Although the nail guns were affordable, they paled in comparison to true handguns. Not only was there a disparity in power, but these pneumatic nail guns required reloading after each shot. So Lu Hang instructed Luo Yufei to store all of them in her backpack, which was empty anyway. Subsequently, Lu Hang went to the kitchen, grabbed a few empty glass bottles, and filled them with gasoline from a fuel can using a hose. After blocking the bottle openings with cloth strips, he fashioned several Molotov cocktails. Among the supplies pilfered from the construction team, there were lighters, and for good measure, Lu Hang placed 3 into his backpack. Once they had swiftly prepared, Lu Hang peered out from the kitchen and indeed spotted that towering figure below. This time, the muscular zombie seemed to have learned from its past encounters, as it did not appear on the way down, likely having successfully evaded capture. With the target locked, Lu Hang and Luo Yufei sprang into action, moving one after the other down the stairs and onto the street, as soon as they descended. The leader-level zombie spotted them. Lu Hang heard the zombie emit a terrifying roar, causing the other zombies that were about to charge at them to retreat immediately, which saved Lu Hang some trouble. Then, the imposing leader-level zombie began to approach Lu Hang slowly, just as it had done before, displaying its intimidating demeanor. Chapter 35. A brand new VIP bonus reward. Why is this zombie moving so slowly? Luo Yufei questioned. "It loves to show off. Just wait, and we'll blow its head off." Lu Hang replied, "That we aim for its neck." Luo Yufei chimed in, recalling Lu Hang's previous explanation of the leader-level zombie's weak spot. The zombie edged closer, and Lu Hang took his time. Knowing that no other zombies dared come near them, that he focused intently on every movement of the leader zombie, vividly remembering how the muscular man had his leg shattered by a single strike from it. As the zombie continued its advance, the sense of pressure grew stronger. Once the zombie entered a 10-meter radius, Lu Hang raised his hand and fired. Luo Yufei didn't need to be directed. After finishing with one nail gun, she immediately swapped to the next. However, Lu Hang suddenly realized he had made a grave miscalculation. The leader-level zombie's speed was far too rapid. Initially, he intended to close the distance for improved shooting accuracy. But that distance vanished in an instant. After firing just 3 shots, the zombie had already lunged forward. This time, there was no car to obstruct its path. During their previous encounter, the zombie had practically lodged its entire body into a vehicle to catch Lu Hang, granting him ample time to shoot. But now he had lost that advantage entirely. Yet he noticed a figure darting past him. Luo Yufei had unexpectedly dashed out, sliding into the zombie with a tackle. Liu Hang immediately bent down as the leader-level zombie arced gracefully over his head. The strength of the zombie was truly terrifying. Although Luo Yufei managed to trip it, she too was thrown off course by its immense force and rolled to the roadside. That Liu Hang would not squander this precious opportunity. As the zombie had just passed him, he straightened up and fired off bullets as if they were free, with the zombie facing away from him and its vital point exposed at the back of its neck. The effectiveness of the shots reached its zenith. To his surprise, Luo Yufei had a nail gun as well, and with a single shot, she drove a nail into the creature's spine. Just as Liu Hang emptied his magazine and was about to reload, a notification popped up on his phone. Congratulations, player, for successfully killing the leader zombie. You have received a reward of 2,000 points. Congratulations, player, for your first kill of a leader zombie. You have received a reward of 5,000 points. Congratulations, player, for completing the first kill of a leader zombie in the entire server. You have received a reward. Honor Token 2. You have also received an additional VIP player reward. Please contact customer service to claim it. With the rewards in hand, Liu Hang quickly pulled up Luo Yufei and urged, "Let's go." The two hastily returned to the hallway. However, Liu Hang did not immediately return to the room, but instead paused on the second-floor landing, where a window allowed them to observe the outside situation. "Then aren't we going back?" Luo Yufei asked nervously as she noticed Liu Hang had stopped. "Just wait a moment." Although she was unsure of what Liu Hang was waiting for, she quietly stood by his side. Soon, she realized something was amiss. The zombies outside seemed to have suddenly gone mad, all rushing toward the corpse of the leader-level zombie. Before long, a mound of zombies nearly 2 meters high began to form on the ground as they fought over the body. At that moment, frantic footsteps echoed from above. Something was coming down. In the next instant, 5 zombies charged down from above. Just as Luo Yufei was about to confront them, Liu Hang blocked her, raising his handgun to shield her behind him. As anticipated, the zombies appeared oblivious to the two of them and barreled down the stairs. "What on earth is happening?" Luo Yufei exclaimed, her face a mask of shock that I can't say for certain. But it seems the corpse of the leader-level zombie holds a fatal allure for these zombies. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 Molotov cocktails from his backpack and handed them to Luo Yufei. At this point, the pile of zombies outside had surpassed 2 meters in height. With more gathering continuously, it was then that Luo Yufei fully grasped Liu Hang's intentions, that he took out a lighter and ignited the 2 Molotov cocktails in her hands. Then produced 2 for himself, raising them in a toast. With their cocktails ablaze, he glanced at Luo Yufei. Words were no longer necessary. 1, 2, 3. Together, they hurled the Molotovs onto the zombie pile outside. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted skyward, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh and the wails of the undead. Liu Hang seized Luo Yufei and retreated into the room. It wasn't that he didn't want to witness the spectacle. The odor was simply unbearable. After securing the door, notifications continued to ping on both their phones. Congratulations, player, for killing 1 ordinary zombie. You have received 100 points. The two sat in the room, gleefully watching their points accumulate until 5 minutes later. When the notifications ceased, they exchanged glances. Liu Hang had directly earned 2,500 points from this wave, while Luo Yufei garnered 2,400 points, plus an additional 1,000 points for her first kill of a zombie. In other words, those 4 Molotovs had taken down 49 zombies. Adding the achievements from their recent scavenging, their current points were as follows. Liu Hang with 21,500 points and Luo Yufei with 12,400 points. In the current game, they were undoubtedly in the lead. Moreover, Liu Hang had also earned 3 honor tokens. Now, if he could just elevate his points to over 100,000, he could promote his rank to elite. "What shall we do next?" Luo Yufei asked, her excitement palpable. During her last foray into this world, she had been trapped in a car, cold and hungry for hours. Yet this time, she had faced an entire horde of zombies right from the start. This underscored the importance of having a reliable teammate. "Just a moment," Liu Hang replied, intending to claim his VIP additional rewards first, for his first kill of both an ordinary zombie and a leader zombie. He was entitled to VIP bonuses. The universal key had already been claimed, and he still had the option of a stamina enhancement potion or anti-zombie spray. That Liu Hang summoned his dedicated customer service agent once more. "I would like to claim my VIP additional rewards. The additional rewards have been prepared for you. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. Stamina enhancement potion. grants you double the strength of an average person. Anti-zombie spray can repel zombies, lasting for 5 minutes. Item mortgage recharge. You may mortgage items brought from the previous world for 30 of their original value in cash, which can be exchanged for diamonds. Please make your selection within the stipulated time, and after selecting, you will have only 30 seconds to proceed with the mortgage operation. Remaining time for current selection, 20 seconds. This option will no longer be available after the time expires. Chapter 36. Exchange for Diamonds. Luo Yufei watched everything unfold beside him, while Lu Hang's mind exploded with excitement. Diamonds. He had already analyzed the other two options and deemed them of little use. Initially, he had considered selecting the stamina enhancement potion. But in comparison to diamonds, it simply paled. The countdown of 20 seconds sped by, and without further thought, Lu Hang chose the final option, item mortgage recharge. Next, a beam of light illuminated from the back of his phone. Please place the items you wish to mortgage within the light beam. Remaining time, 30 seconds. At that moment, Lu Hang began to rapidly contemplate what items he had brought from his previous world. To his dismay, he realized he had brought nothing with him. He had only 200 yuan that had already been recharged. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take off your clothes, Luo Yufei called out, snapping Lu Hang back to reality. Looking up, he saw her hastily removing her clothes. Due to her earlier fall, her movements were slightly slower, but under her urging, Lu Hang quickly stripped off all his clothing, leaving no item untouched, shoes and socks included. He tossed everything into the light beam, which instantly transformed into shimmering starlight that on Lu Hang's phone screen. The value of these items appeared. Valuation, 100. After depreciation, 30. Convertible diamonds, 30. Lu Hang felt dizzy, but there was no choice. Being frugal was second nature to him. The t-shirts he bought had only cost 50 yuan for two, and he had shared the purchase with Li Yuanqi. His pants and shoes were similarly valued. Considering depreciation, the System S offer of 100 yuan was already quite generous. However, Lu Hang then noticed Luo Yufei placing a pair of slippers into the light beam, followed by a white t-shirt, and finally, an exquisitely sexy lace lingerie set. Valuation, 10,000. After depreciation, 3,000. Convertible diamonds, 3,000. Exchange time has ended. Total value of mortgaged items is 30,300. After depreciation, the value is 30,30 that you have successfully exchanged for 3,030 diamonds. This exchange does not count towards VIP points. Although the diamonds exchanged would not elevate Lu Hang's VIP level, they amounted to 3,030 diamonds. He watched as his diamond balance rose to 3,280. What a concept! The AK-47 in the diamond shop was priced at only 2,500 diamonds. However, Lu Hang refrained from impulsive spending, and he simply spent 150 diamonds to buy a Glock 17, along with an empty magazine and a silencer, and then gifted the entire set to Luo Yufei. She was about to refuse, but Lu Hang insisted on giving it to her, especially since he had only contributed a mere 10 of the total diamond count, with the rest coming from her lingerie. This persuaded Luo Yufei to graciously accept the handgun, a radiant smile illuminating her face. After all, having a gun in this game provided an immense sense of security. However, Luo Yufei soon realized that Lu Hang's gaze toward her was somewhat peculiar. It dawned on her that she was currently without a stitch of clothing, just as she was about to retrieve her recently discarded sportswear. Lu Hang pulled her into the bedroom. Once they had finished their antics, Lu Hang was about to put his clothes back on when he suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had no clothes left. This was originally a girl's home, boasting a wardrobe full of outfits for Luo Yufei to choose from. Yet Lu Hang certainly couldn't venture out in women's clothing, could he? Luo Yufei seemed to have discerned his thoughts, and she deliberately retrieved a beautiful dress from the wardrobe to drape over him, playfully asserting that once he donned it, no player would dare to provoke him again. The two engaged in playful banter for a while, and after much coaxing from Lu Hang, Luo Yufei finally consented to assist him in finding some clothes that go to the room on the far left of the 5th floor. There are men's clothes there. Please fetch me an outfit. During Luo Yufei's shower earlier, Lu Hang had utilized a master key to explore each room, making him well aware of the supplies within that he handed the master key to Luo Yufei, instructing her, "Wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." After she finished dressing, Luo Yufei left, to which Lu Hang cautioned, "Be careful." Luo Yufei simply brandished her handgun in front of her, the implication clear. Once she departed, Lu Hang began to feel a twinge of unease. Thus, he retrieved a t-shirt from the wardrobe, tying it around his waist to conceal his long gun, and approached the door, listening intently to the sounds in the hallway. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be ready to spring into action. 5 minutes elapsed. Yet Luo Yufei had yet to return, causing Lu Hang to grow anxious. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs in search of her, his phone buzzed with a message from Luo Yufei. "Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon, and I'm quite safe, so fret not." Reassured by her message, Lu Hang resumed his vigil at the door, realizing he was without shoes. Finally, after another 5 minutes, Luo Yufei reappeared from upstairs, pushing Lu Hang inside. "Dutto, this new outfit is rather alluring," she teased, gesturing to the pink t-shirt tied around his waist. "Where's my clothing?" "Why did you take so long?" Lu Hang chided gently. With a swift motion, Luo Yufei produced a complete sports outfit, including a pair of sneakers and even socks. Crucially, Lu Hang noted that all these garments were brand new. "The clothes in the room you mentioned were all foul-smelling. I had no intention of having you wear those." It turned out that Luo Yufei had searched through other rooms, diligently seeking a fresh outfit to present to Lu Hang. With the clothes secured, Lu Hang finally felt at ease, considering that once they arrived at the mall, an abundance of clothing awaited, that he began to strategize his next move. That moment, he opened the chat room, finding the messages within flooding in like a tide, with unread notifications soaring to 99. Starting from the most recent, he discovered that players were discussing him. "Can that brother with the gun take me under his wing? I promise to be obedient. Please, big brother and big sister. Your use of Molotov cocktails against the zombies was simply magnificent. May I join your ranks?" The remarkable performance of Lu Hang and Luo Yufei had evoked admiration and envy among the players who had witnessed it. Furthermore, Lu Hang noticed that this time, many more players had survived compared to the last, likely due to his earlier victory over a leader-class zombie, which had drawn in the ordinary zombies. Chapter 37. Reclaiming the mainline artifact. "Are you planning to recruit some followers to accompany you to the mall?" Luo Yufei inquired. Lu Hang set down his phone, gazing thoughtfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle before responding. "Perhaps it's best to hold off for now. With this, recruiting should not pose a problem." He gestured with his gun, adding, "However, the individuals I choose to recruit must be genuinely useful." Luo Yufei nodded in agreement. "So, what shall we do now? Let's get some sleep." "Huh. Are we really going to sleep?" "Indeed, we will rest for the night and set off at midnight." As night fell, the surroundings grew eerily quiet, with the streetlights illuminating the roads as usual. It was midnight, and both Lu Hang and Luo Yufei awakened simultaneously after a lengthy slumber that began in the afternoon. Their spirits were exceptionally invigorated. "I'll go fetch the car. You wait for me here," Lu Hang instructed before heading downstairs. He hoped that the SUV he had hidden near the trash bins remained untouched. After Lu Hang departed, Luo Yufei began transporting all the supplies from the bathroom to the entrance. Although meager compared to the wealth within the mall, she was determined not to squander anything in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Hang shared a similar sentiment, having successfully located the SUV he had hidden earlier. "Congratulations. The player has successfully activated a vehicle. You have received a reward of 1,000 points. The map function is now enabled." Synchronizing map data, Lu Hang discovered that the map data on the vehicle had not been erased, allowing him to view all the areas he had previously explored marked on his map. With the electric mode engaged, Lu Hang quietly maneuvered the car to the foot of the stairs. "I'm downstairs. Come down quickly." While waiting for Luo Yufei, he surveyed his surroundings. This time, he noted several rooms with lights aglow, and the street was devoid of wandering zombies, but he suspected that players had been hunting zombies to earn points, resulting in the clean streets. Soon, Luo Yufei descended from upstairs, cradling a large box in her arms. Lu Hang hurriedly exited the vehicle to assist her in placing the items in the trunk. He then observed Luo Yufei removing items from her personal backpack, ensuring that nothing was wasted. "Wait in the car. I'll grab the remaining supplies," Lu Hang declared as he prepared to dash upstairs. "Hey, why don't we go together?" Luo Yufei suggested, but Lu Hang gently pushed her back. "Just keep an eye on the car." He shot her a meaningful glance, and as she turned, she caught sight of a figure retreating from a window across the street. Nodding in understanding, Luo Yufei took the car keys from Lu Hang and gripped her handgun, returning to the vehicle to maintain vigilance. While Lu Hang hastened upstairs to continue gathering supplies, he, too, made use of his personal backpack, enhanced by his VIP status, which allowed him to carry even more items. The two resembled a couple preparing for an outing, and soon Liu Hang had finished transporting the last of the supplies. However, he had hidden a small stash of resources in the wardrobe, including food and a baseball bat for the vital nail gun. Liu Hang ensured it was securely placed in the vehicle. Luo Yufei vacated the driver's seat. Having earned 1,000 points for successfully driving a vehicle, it may get a bit dangerous ahead. We should first retrieve the key artifact for the main quest, Liu Hang stated. Luo Yufei raised her gun, asking, "Are you saying that the construction site will be perilous?" Each armed with a handgun and 2 magazines, their firepower rendered them formidable opponents that Liu Hang pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle out of the street. Thanks to the map's guidance, the bank was easily located. Along the way, Liu Hang noted the numerous camps that had sprung up. Many were still under construction. The players who had survived this round were significantly more than during the trial, with some streets illuminated brightly that he even witnessed a group of revelers celebrating within a room, completely unconcerned by the gathering zombies below. Soon, Liu Hang parked the vehicle near the bank, intentionally avoiding a direct approach to the entrance, as he suspected that the group with the colorful steel barricades would still be nearby. The distinct sounds of construction and human voices echoed from the site, while the buildings surrounding the camp remained dark, indicating that the nearby players had likely been absorbed into the rival faction. "You stay here to support me. I can move more swiftly on my own." Liu Hang spoke to Luo Yufei, expressing his concerns about her status as a celebrity, that he feared that her presence might provoke unwanted complications. Luo Yufei nodded in understanding and stationed herself near the SUV, where she could observe the situation at the bank across the street. Serving as a lookout while also guarding the vehicle, Liu Hang lowered his head and emerged from the dark alley. As he stepped onto the street, he was struck by the brightness of the surroundings. Workers were erecting colorful steel barriers, all donned in hard hats. They were pulling electrical wires from the buildings and setting up lights. It seemed this group had previously been a team of construction workers that, if given the chance, he would welcome a crew of skilled laborers to fortify his own camp. However, he knew this particular group was not an option. Their previous attitude towards Luo Yufei had sealed their fate. Moreover, Liu Hang believed that the guards from last time would easily recognize him. Time was of the essence, and his current task was to infiltrate the bank's vault to retrieve the essential item for his primary mission. He strode directly across the street, but just as he was about to rush into the bank, someone from across the way shouted, "Hey, where do you think you're running off to? What are you doing? Stand still." There was no escape. Liu Hang had been spotted. The street was far too illuminated, nearly as bright as day, that a group of individuals was rushing towards him, wielding hammers, picks, and iron rods. Luo Yufei observed the scene with growing anxiety, but noticed Liu Hang press his hand downward, then casually run his fingers through his hair, signaling her to remain still. She complied, staying put and keenly watching the unfolding situation, her handgun already in hand. Chapter 38. Seeing a machete. "You all calm down? No need to be anxious, that I'm merely here to check the situation," Liu Hang replied nonchalantly, glancing around. The group did not appear to be the same guards he had encountered on the platform before, so they had never seen his face. "Did you not see the group chat during the day? All nearby players are required to come here." One player, brandishing an iron rod, charged forward, his tone aggressive. Liu Hang caught a whiff of fermented scallion. "Delancey, don't be impulsive," interjected a man who looked to be in his 40s, blocking the aggressive player. Liu Hang noticed that this man was only holding a PVC pipe. Such a lightweight plastic tube was hardly a formidable weapon. The older man turned to Liu Hang. "Young man, what brings you here? Why not join us?" He gestured towards the row of steel barriers being installed. "Look, we're quite safe here. With our foreman leading, you can rest assured." The man had a kindly demeanor, even placing a hand on Liu Hang's shoulder as he spoke. "Hey, Laoli, you don't have the right to say that." The aggressive player retorted, "Though we already discussed in the chat room that joining our faction, Dingsheng, is only allowed before 6 in the evening. Latecomers will be treated as if they joined the safe haven." The player pointed his iron rod at Liu Hang's nose, accusingly stating, "You're not some spy from the safe haven, are you? Here to scout us out?" At this declaration, the surrounding individuals immediately raised their weapons. The older man, Laoli, swiftly pushed them back. "Spy, you know the kind of people safe haven has. You've seen it for yourself." The aggressive player scrutinized Liu Hang, seemingly convinced by Laoli's words. "Then tell me, What are you doing here at this hour? Lu Hang turned his head slightly, gesturing towards the bank. Just here to pull off a heist, have a little fun robbing a bank. I saw in the chat earlier today that there's a bank here. In truth, Lu Hang was not part of their chat group, but he calculated that with the recent surge in surviving players, discussions would be lively across all groups. Therefore, no one challenged his claim. He continued, it's an apocalypse game after all. One should play as they wish. I've never robbed a bank before, so I thought now would be a good time to indulge in that thrill. A smirk played on his lips, his demeanor carefree. Yet this only elicited laughter from those around him. The aggressive player scoffed mockingly. Aren't you being foolish? Let me tell you, in this world, food and weapons are what truly matter. He waved the iron rod in front of Lu Hang. In response, Lu Hang swiftly drew a machete, its glint cold under the streetlight. Who doesn't have one of these? The moment he unsheathed the blade, the tension in the air shifted, and the crowd fell silent. Even the aggressive player's expression changed. In their camp, while there were plenty of steel pipes, few had machetes. In this world, weapons equated to power. Previously, they had several nail guns during the trial run, but since the official game began, they had vanished completely. Unbeknownst to them, those nail guns that once belonged to them were now firmly in Lu Hang's possession. I merely wish to enjoy myself, Lu Hang stated, noticing the group's sudden calm, that he smiled, preferring not to waste any more time with them. That moment, Lao Li stepped forward to mediate. All right, let us wrap this up. We need to finish setting up the barriers tonight. He patted the shoulders of the others, ushering them away. They no longer pressed the matter, especially with Lu Hang wielding a machete. However, as they distanced themselves, their bravado returned, still thinking of robbing a bank. You must be out of your mind. Another mocked. Exactly. Lingo, we've truly made the right choice sticking with you. Lu Hang observed their departure, silently noting their features. If not for the pressing matters at hand, he would not hesitate to dismantle their safe haven. With over 3,000 diamonds at his disposal, pulling out an AK would undoubtedly result in a one-sided slaughter. Once they had moved far enough away, Lao Li approached Lu Hang, lowering his voice. Young man, why not come with me? I'll speak to our foreman and get you on board. It's tough to be alone here. Lu Hang politely declined. Thank you, but I prefer working alone. Lao Li pressed on. Are you worried they might bully you? Don't worry. I'll be here. We're from the same village. They won't dare to mess with you while I'm around. Lu Hang shook his head insistently. Really, it's unnecessary. I just want to get into the bank quickly. Seeing Lu Hang's resolute demeanor, Lao Li ceased his encouragement and called out to the group that had just departed. Fizi, lend me your hammer for a moment. Upon hearing Lao Li's call, a young man quickly ran back, eager to assist. Sure, I'll be right there. It was evident the young man held Lao Li in high regard. He handed over the hammer and returned to his group. I'll help you open the door. But it's late. You should head back soon. Although we've cleared the zombies around here, any loud noise can still attract them. With that, Lao Li raised the hammer and smashed through the bank's glass door, flashing Lu Hang a grin before waving goodbye. Lu Hang wasted no time, stepping directly into the bank, but he had only temporarily spared those individuals. Once his safe haven was established, he would certainly return. To complete the game, he would need to scavenge various items from all over. Once settled, he would sweep through those camps one by one. That those who complied would be spared, but for the others, aside from Lao Li and the young man who lent him the hammer, his patience would wear thin. Lu Hang navigated the bank with ease, reaching the vault to obtain the key item for his main quest. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a key item for the main quest. Reward: 2,000 points. Quest unlocked. Zombie Terminator. Exiting the bank, Lu Hang retraced his steps through the alley. This time, no one was there to impede him. How did it go? Are you all right? Seeing Lu Hang return safely, Luo Yufei finally relaxed as he handed her the USB drive. And they simultaneously activated the main quest, earning their points. Luo Yufei's score had now accumulated to 15400, while Lu Hang boasted an impressive 24,500 points. What it meant to be a gaming maestro. Let us proceed to our S-Class Sanctuary. Lu Hang and Luo Yufei returned to the vehicle. Chapter 39. Becoming an emperor in the apocalypse. Lu Hang drove back to the original location, on their previous visit to the mall. He had not driven this car, hence the map lacked data. Do you recall which direction you chose last time? This intersection is precisely where Lu Hang had asked Luo Yufei to make a choice. It's over there, Luo Yufei pointed, and it matched Lu Hang's memory. Although it was nighttime, the general direction remained discernible. The two set off immediately. This time, however, the situation was slightly different. There were more players along the route. Even the previously deserted area leading to the new district was now occupied. This made Liu Hang somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, armed with a gun, even if the mall was taken over, he could easily reclaim it. Yet, he instinctively pressed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to race down the road, skillfully avoiding zombies that could have been effortlessly struck down, all to hasten their arrival at their destination. Fortunately, as the car sped along, the lights along the roadside dwindled until they vanished entirely, leaving only the street lights to illuminate the path. It seemed that no players had yet ventured to this location, as ahead lay a vast expanse of wasteland. In an unfamiliar environment, few would dare to advance recklessly. Liu Hang's exploration of the map on the final day of the trial revealed its significance. After Liu Hang's frantic drive, the two finally arrived at the mall's plaza, where the pickup truck remained parked. All the rolling shutter doors were still securely closed. Liu Hang used his master key to unlock the rolling door and enter the mall. Congratulations, player. You have occupied a building that can serve as a sanctuary. The sanctuary function has been activated. You are now the administrator of this sanctuary. Current renovation potential level: S-Class, capacity for members, 1,000 individuals. Note: all sanctuary members will contribute 1 point to the public sanctuary points, which will be managed solely by the administrator. Reward: 10 cubic meters of storage space. Note: the storage space must be located within the sanctuary, and the position can be designated by the administrator. All items placed in the storage will retain their state as they were when stored. Because you are a distinguished VIP member, the storage space has been upgraded for you. You may designate any room within this building as the storage facility. The familiar notification filled Liu Hang with excitement. Next, he and Luo Yufei made their way to the control room to activate the mall's lighting. That moment, the mall seemed to come alive, with bright lights banishing the darkness. Although only Liu Hang and Luo Yufei occupied the vast space, they felt an overwhelming warmth. Once the lights were switched on, Liu Hang immediately began checking that all exits were securely closed. The two split up to conduct thorough inspections. As long as all the rolling shutter doors were in a closed state, the entire mall would be safe, unless they encountered a boss-level zombie. After the inspections concluded, the two gathered in the supermarket on the basement level. Liu Hang had already decided to designate this area as the storage facility for the sanctuary. As a VIP, he could select an entire space to serve as the storage. Unlike others who were limited to a meager 10 cubic meters, Liu Hang opened his phone and noticed a new sanctuary icon on the home screen. Upon opening it, he was guided to place the storage facility. Liu Hang raised his phone, and the screen background transformed to display the live feed from the camera. He dragged the storage button with his finger, observing a small square follow his motion. When Liu Hang positioned the storage in the supermarket, the entire area within the camera view was suddenly filled with a translucent color block. Upon releasing his grip, a prompt appeared on the interface. Current selection will designate the supermarket space as the storage facility. A significant amount of points will be required for any changes after confirmation. Do you confirm? Yes or no? Liu Hang clicked yes. Suddenly, metallic walls began to rise from the ground at the supermarket's boundaries, leaving only a metal door at the original entrance. Liu Hang approached to touch it. Feeling the metal's strength, which seemed more than capable of withstanding even the mightiest zombies from the previous zombie tide, you have successfully placed the storage facility. You are now the administrator of the sanctuary. All management permissions for this sanctuary have been granted to you. You may now select members for the sanctuary to build it together. The renovation potential of this sanctuary is rated S-Class, and you are provided with 10 NPC security staff to assist you in constructing and managing the sanctuary. All NPC members will exclusively follow the orders of the sanctuary administrator. As a VIP player, your NPC staff have been upgraded. Congratulations on acquiring 20 elite security personnel and 10 exceptional service staff. May your sanctuary flourish. As Liu Hang read the notification, the doors to the storage facility swung open, revealing 20 uniformed security personnel emerging, each one tall and imposing, their uniforms unable to conceal their muscular frames. Pointing his phone at one of them, new information appeared on the screen. NPC, Elite Security Officer name, Gauda age, 25 height, 185 centimeters skills, close combat. Firearms proficiency, melee weapon usage. Liu Hang's eyes widened. He had essentially been gifted an army, Moreover, they were entirely obedient to him, alleviating any concerns of betrayal, and they came equipped with combat and weaponry skills. Shortly after, from behind the 20 security personnel, 10 youthful and stunning women emerged, dressed in golden and black service uniforms. Scanning one with his phone, information appeared on the screen. NPC, Exceptional Service Staff Name. Hanyu age, 20 height, 170 centimeters skills, basic medical care. Advanced cooking. Not only had he received an army, but he was also granted logistical support, basic medical care, and advanced cooking. These are invaluable skills. If any members were injured, they could assist with nursing. And within this mall, there was no shortage of ingredients and cooking tools. With these 10 exceptional service staff, would it not mean that he could live in ease and comfort? Soon after, Lu Hang witnessed the 30 NPCs standing in a line, bowing and addressing him in unison. Master! At that moment, Lu Hang suddenly felt like an emperor, with Luo Yufei as his empress. Chapter 40. An opportunity to become a capitalist in the apocalypse. How incredibly cool! Luo Yufei approached Lu Hang and linked her arm through his. Since following Lu Hang, she seemed to have stepped into the ultimate zombie amusement park. This was genuine joy. The 30 NPCs before them appeared nearly indistinguishable from ordinary players, save for their remarkable superiority in every aspect. The 20 security personnel boasted explosive physiques, their arms brimming with strength, while the 10 female service staff each possessed the looks and figures of flight attendants. Lu Hang's face beamed with joy. With these 30 NPCs, he could directly transform into a capitalist of the apocalypse. According to the information, these NPCs would wholly obey the administrator's commands, requiring neither rest nor sustenance. Of course, they could eat if necessary. Observing one service staff member with an elegant figure and striking beauty, he pondered how lifelike they truly were. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hang approached the storage facility door to assess the situation within. As he reached the supermarket entrance, he focused his thoughts, and the previously closed door swung open automatically. That he led Luo Yufei inside, discovering that the entire supermarket was now enclosed by the metallic walls, including the original storeroom. The storage space was indeed vast. Furthermore, any items placed within would retain their state as they were when stored. This meant that the large quantity of fresh lobsters, abalones, and seafood in the supermarket could be consumed at his leisure. Seeing the expansive storage facility, Lu Hang returned to the entrance, where the 30 NPCs stood respectfully awaiting orders. You are to transfer all items within the mall, any movable and useful goods, to this storage. Lu Hang issued his first command, intent on securing all valuable resources from the mall into the storage for safekeeping. Within the shopping mall, there exists a multitude of restaurants, each boasting a plethora of culinary establishments. The kitchens of these eateries are stocked with an abundance of ingredients, ranging from various meats to fresh vegetables. Once these provisions are stored in the warehouse, their shelf life is indefinitely extended. Furthermore, the mall houses an array of clothing, bed linens, furniture, pharmaceuticals, and tools that Lu Hang had long anticipated that should the shelter commence the recruitment of members. Once these individuals entered, they would undoubtedly hoard supplies into their backpacks. Every single item here would evoke envy in the outside world. Lu Hang vividly recalled the extensive search he undertook in his car, failing to locate even a small supermarket. Given the vastness of them all, he could not monitor them continuously. Thus, he and Luo Yufei could only transfer the most valuable resources to the warehouse, and as for the remainder, a portion would inevitably be pilfered by others. Yet, everything had changed now. Lu Hang was bolstered by the assistance of 30 employees. The immense space of the warehouse allowed for the possibility of storing all the merchandise from the mall. Upon hearing Lu Hang's orders, the 30 employees promptly sprang into action. Suddenly, Lu Hang remembered something and called out to Gauda, instructing him to bring 2 more individuals, along with Hanyu, to join them. Lu Hang, accompanied by Luo Yufei and followed by 4 employees, made their way directly to the furniture floor. Select some furniture that you like. We shall renovate the villa on the Starlit Terrace tonight, Lu Hang said with heartfelt affection to Luo Yufei, who sparkled with excitement, for this place now held a unique significance. The villa on the Starlit Terrace could be considered their first home in this world. Soon, under the high-quality efforts of Gauda and his team, the cozy nook of Lu Hang and Luo Yufei began to take shape. The former Western restaurant was transformed into a living room, with the bar counter, dining table, and chairs removed, replaced by a plush sofa, a television, and a PS5. That the mall had no shortage of gaming consoles. And although there was already a game hall on the 5th floor, Lu Hang had initially planned to move a couple of machines from there, but was stopped by Luo Yufei. She remarked, "Does taking the elevator down to the 1st floor tire you out?" Lu Hang conceded that she had a point. All the moving and organizing work was handled by Gao De and Han Yu, while Luo Yufei directed the arrangement of items with remarkable insight, showcasing her experience as a star who had undoubtedly encountered many grand residences. Thus, Lu Hang entrusted everything to her and picked up his phone to open the shelter's icon. Beginning to explore, having just instructed the placement of supplies in the warehouse, he realized there were numerous other functions he had yet to investigate. Firstly, he discovered that lights and roller shutters, which could only be controlled from the control room, were now accessible via his phone. He could even manage the illumination in the square, turning it on or off, so that he could open or close any roller shutter and assign elevator access permissions, allowing only those he approved to use them, as well as setting which floors the elevators could reach. Under member management, he could now add new members that he raised his phone, aimed it at Luo Yufei, and her name appeared on the list as he invited her to join the shelter. "Yufei, check your phone," Lu Hang called from the sofa as she was contemplating the placement of the bedside table. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yufei's head popped out from the manager's office. "Why are you being so affectionate?" "What? You don't like it?" "No, it's not that I dislike it. Rather, I hope you call me that more often." "My dear Hang," she replied, blowing him a kiss. Then, Luo Yufei glanced at her phone, and after a few simple taps, Lu Hang received a notification that she had successfully joined the shelter. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully invited a member to the shelter for the first time. You have earned a reward of 1,000 points. The Lu Hang now possessed 25,500 points, and with just over 70,000 more, he could be promoted to the elite class. That Lu Hang designated Luo Yufei as a deputy administrator within the shelter, exempting her from the obligation to contribute points, while also granting elevator access to the 6th floor solely for himself and Luo Yufei. That, of course, the 30 employees would also have access, as they would not enter without Lu Hang's orders. Thus, the entire terrace became a private domain for Lu Hang and Luo Yufei. Subsequently, Lu Hang noticed that a new section titled Shelter Mall had unexpectedly appeared in his mall interface. Upon entering, his eyes sparkled with delight. The products here could be purchased using his own points or the shelter's communal points. Most enticingly, the items available were incredibly alluring. Not only could he upgrade certain facilities within the shelter, but he could also purchase employees. For instance, a security staff member could be acquired for 50,000 points, while a service staff member would cost 80,000 points. It dawned on Lu Hang just how generous the VIP benefits were. The original reward for shelter administrators was merely 10 security personnel. Purchasing them from the mall would total 500,000 points. However, the VIP upgrade offered 20 elite security members and 10 exceptional service personnel. If he were to acquire the 30 employees from the mall, it would amount to an astounding 10.5 million points. To defeat zombies, he would need to vanquish a staggering 1 billion of them. The pricing seemed somewhat outrageous, yet given the complimentary offerings, why ponder further? In addition, perhaps for the sake of game balance, there was a limitation on the number of employees within the shelter. For instance, Lu Hang's S-level shelter could accommodate a maximum of 50 employees, while lower-tier shelters had significantly reduced capacities, some lacking employee functionality altogether. Noticing a flashing red dot on the warehouse page of the shelter, Lu Hang clicked to investigate, only to find that it was a feature of the shelter that in this warehouse page, he could view all the supplies within the shelter. The statistics were so detailed that they left him in awe. Boston lobsters, 234, grouper, 187, abalones, 577, white feather chickens, 323, free-range chickens, 5.6. Lu Hang felt as if he were perusing a grocery shopping app, even able to check the weight of each lobster. The AS employees continually transported goods from the mall to the storage warehouse. The items on his phone kept updating. With so many products, Lu Hang could hardly keep up. Fortunately, the warehouse page provided a search function, prompting him to type in weapons. "Hello, due to game regulations, some search results are not displayed." Lu Hang stared at the blank screen, his mind equally vacant. This message left him speechless for over a minute. Finally, he regained his composure and shouted, "Customer service? Customer service, come out quickly. Hello, esteemed VIP member. I am your exclusive customer service representative. Xiao Yi, how may I assist you today? Lu Hang pointed at his phone screen, his words slightly stammering. See, can you explain to me what it means that some results are not displayed? Dear, this means we have indeed found some results. But we simply won't show them to you. Lu Hang was at a loss for words. Give me a different customer service representative. Certainly, please hold. Dear player, hello. I am your exclusive customer service representative, Xiao Ke. I sincerely apologize for the poor gaming experience caused by my previous colleague. Xiao, we have reassigned her from the VIP customer service department. Lu Hang chuckled softly, impressed by the efficiency. To compensate for our work-related oversight. We have credited your account with 1,000 points. According to our service records, we discovered that your inquiry was due to our system not updating promptly. This has now been rectified. Thank you for helping us identify areas for improvement in the game. We have credited you with an additional 1,000 points, which you can check in your account. Do you have any other questions? Lu Hang was taken aback. Now this is what I call professionalism. This is true customer service. I have no further inquiries. Then I wish you a pleasant gaming experience ahead. Lu Hang sat there, exploring the shelter's functions and effortlessly earning 2,000 points. The exclusive customer service experience was truly delightful. At this moment, Lu Hang clicked on the search bar once more, and the interface displayed a plethora of items. Among them, kitchen knives no longer caught Lu Hang's eye. Instead, he was drawn to a long list of swords and daggers. It turned out that within this marketplace, there was a shop selling handcrafted weapons, featuring a variety of cold weapons. The only downside was that they were not sharpened, but that was sufficient. In the supermarket, there lay a multitude of sharpening stones. Lu Hang hurriedly dashed outside. Hey, what are you doing out so late? I've nearly finished tidying up here. That moment, Luo Yufei emerged, spotting Lu Hang racing away and promptly inquiring. I'm just going to check the warehouse. I'll be back shortly. Lu Hang shouted as he propelled himself forward, heading straight for the elevator that led to the basement-level warehouse. Upon arrival, Lu Hang observed that security personnel were busy moving heavy objects while the female attendants meticulously arranged items. Even the sheets that had originally adorned the beds were folded neatly and stacked away. Where have you placed those swords and cold weapons? In truth, Lu Hang's phone could directly access navigation for the products, indicating their locations. However, as an employee, it was only natural for him to make a simple inquiry. Sure enough, one of the female attendants promptly pointed to a corner, indicating, right over there. Lu Hang swiftly made his way over. Previously, they had brought down a display cabinet and piled all the weapons inside. Using his phone, Lu Hang summoned all 30 employees, including 4 who had been assisting Luo Yufei with room arrangements. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Hang first handed out 10 daggers to the 10 female attendants. Although they would not be required to engage in combat outside, Lu Hang would soon be receiving various members into the shelter. And these attendants needed weapons for self-defense. Moreover, these NPCs possessed their own backpacks, allowing them to store items, with weight limits comparable to those of regular players. This was indeed advantageous. Later, when Lu Hang ventured out with 20 security personnel to gather supplies, their assistance in carrying items would be invaluable, all while remaining concealed from other players, unless, of course, these NPCs were to be slain. After distributing the daggers, Lu Hang proceeded to equip his guard. He retrieved 20 identical long swords from the display cabinet. Once distributed, Lu Hang beheld the 20 robust security personnel, each wielding a long sword, standing in unison at the same angle, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. They resembled a cadre of highly trained assassins. And according to their records, they indeed were. Each individual was proficient in various weapons. Lu Hang then continued to distribute a dagger to them. In this grand shopping mall, tools for renovation were also on sale, including nail guns. However, there were only 10 in stock. With the ones Lu Hang had previously acquired, there was just enough for each to have a nail gun. He distributed these nail guns as well. Albeit the ones here were unmodified and therefore slightly less powerful than those he had confiscated earlier. Nevertheless, this ranged weapon was more than sufficient for them to navigate this world with ease. Not to mention, with 20 adept marksmen, each equipped with one. Chapter 42. Let me help you bathe and change after the weapons have been distributed. Lu Hang exhaled deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips. He felt an overwhelming sense of strength. The weapons I just handed out should be sharpened with the stones when you have the time. Lu Hang instructed. Understood. All right, you may continue with your earlier tasks. With that, Lu Hang took the elevator back to the rooftop terrace. According to the instructions, These NPC employees required neither sustenance nor rest, truly the epitome of tireless workers. Thus, Lu Hang directed them to finish organizing all the products before entering patrol mode. The female attendants were to keep watch, while the 20 security personnel spread out to guard the mall's entrances and exits. Upon returning to the terrace villa, Lu Hang found it had undergone a remarkable transformation. All the furniture was arranged neatly, and a pair of slippers awaited at the entrance. You need to change your shoes before coming in, Luo Yufei called out as she emerged, glaring at the slippers beside Lu Hang. With a chuckle, Lu Hang changed into the slippers that IT was now for in the evening. In just a few hours, dawn would break. So, have you tidied everything up? Luo Yufei inquired. Lu Hang sank into the sofa in the living room, exclaiming, just 2 words, utterly comfortable. This place is truly a paradise. He rubbed his eyes and patted the space beside him. Luo Yufei, exuding a fragrant allure, nestled into his embrace. Lu Hang retrieved his phone and opened the shelter's inventory to show Luo Yufei the contents of the warehouse. As she perused, Luo Yufei suddenly snatched the phone from his hands, exclaiming, Heavens, this too? How could there be over 200 lobsters? As she marveled, several security personnel brought a restaurant's freezer into the warehouse. Immediately, a new inventory alert appeared on the phone. Freezer, 1A5, grade Wagyu beef, 20 pounds premium beef tongue, 10 pounds A5 grade beef rolls, 30 pounds. A plethora of high-quality beef made Luo Yufei's mouth water. Lu Hang, too, became intrigued. How about we have a late-night snack? Luo Yufei demurely swallowed, then nodded vigorously. Lu Hang picked up the phone. Hanyu, please bring up 2 servings of the beef we just stocked. And a bottle of red wine as well. In under 10 minutes. Hanyu arrived, carrying a tray with the food. Lifting the stainless steel cloche revealed 2 perfectly seared steaks, accompanied by an enticing aroma. The rich juices glistened on the surface, appearing tender and delectable under the warm light. Beside the steaks lay some rosemary, along with a few tomatoes and broccoli as garnish. Hanyu set down 2 wine glasses, pouring red wine for both Lu Hang and Luo Yufei. Luo Yufei then turned the wine bottle to examine the label. What? Is this the 1982 Lafite? Lu Hang jested. Luo Yufei shook her head. Though it's not the 1982 Lafite you mentioned, this bottle still costs over 10,000. She recalled having tasted it at a celebration banquet at Lu Hang, holding his wine glass, paused in surprise. He anticipated the wine to be so expensive. Just then, Hanyu interjected, when you placed the order, you merely requested a bottle of red wine. Therefore, I selected a mid-range bottle from the warehouse, that if you have a preference for other beverages, I can arrange for a change. The Lafite you mentioned is also available in stock, 10 bottles. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang and Luo Yufei exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting the same question in their eyes. Is this truly the apocalypse? I have no further matters to attend to here. You may leave. Lu Hang commanded at his order. Hanyu immediately bowed and exited the living room. Meanwhile, Luo Yufei sliced a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth. Savoring the creamy, rich juices that filled her palate. She savored the flavor. The steak melted effortlessly upon her tongue, cooked to perfection. Indeed, surpassing any she had enjoyed at a 5-star hotel. Lu Hang, equally eager, speared a sizable portion of steak, tearing it off and swallowing it whole, his mind consumed with the thought of how delicious it was. This exquisite culinary skill was truly of remarkable quality. Before long, both were satiated. Luo Yufei instinctively reached to gather the used plates, intending to wash them in the bathroom. However, Lu Hang grasped her hand, preventing her from moving. It's fine. Let Hanyu and the others take care of it tomorrow. Yet Luo Yufei felt uneasy about this. She wasn't concerned for the NPC's welfare. Rather, she worried that if she always relied on others for everything, it might paint her as too lazy in Lu Hang's eyes. She did not wish to be perceived as a star who needed constant assistance, especially considering the numerous rumors about celebrities leading lives so dependent on others that they couldn't even tie their own shoes without help. But Lu Hang paid no heed to her thoughts. As she began to utter a but, he swept her up in a princess carry, silencing her unspoken concerns. He carried Luo Yufei into the bedroom and promptly tossed her onto the bed. Just as he was about to proceed with his intentions, she playfully pressed her little feet against his chest. Why not wash up first, she suggested. You can boil some hot water in the kettle beforehand. Lu Hang glanced around the tidy room, and at the sight of Luo Yufei clad in her pajamas, realizing she must have freshened up before he arrived. Looking at himself, he recognized he was not as neat, leading him to reluctantly unbutton his shirt, deciding to heed Luo Yufei's advice and wash up first. However, just as he turned his back, he felt delicate hands grasping his belt. Luo Yufei leaned in close, her soft, enchanting voice whispering in his ear, "Don't be in such a hurry. I never said you had to do it alone. Let me help you wash." The two individuals awakened from their slumber in the bedroom. The sun had already ascended high enough to cast its warm rays upon them. The starlit terrace, renowned for its breathtaking views, was enveloped in the brilliance of midday sunlight, illuminating the space as if it were a grand plaza hosting a congregation of luminaries. This time, it was Lu Hang who stirred from his slumber before Luo Yufei. He beheld the sunlight gracing her delicate form, resembling a stunningly beautiful oil painting that it was no wonder some might deem this art. Yet Lu Hang felt compelled to assert that while it was indeed art, it was art that belonged solely to him. Suddenly, Luo Yufei's lips pursed cutely, emitting endearing sounds as if savoring the flavors of last night's steak or perhaps the delectable burst of a juicy sausage. Witnessing this, Lu Hang was filled with an overwhelming surge of emotion. Chapter 43. A Paradise in the Apocalypse. Don't be silly. What are you fussing about so early in the morning? Lu Hang's movements roused Luo Yufei from her drowsiness. She playfully protested, "Let me sleep a little longer." With that, she turned away from him, pulling his mischievous hand before her in a bid for warmth, desiring his embrace to drift back into slumber. The sheets had been kicked aside, and Luo Yufei felt a slight chill, but the warmth of Lu Hang's body pressed against her was just right. However, as she was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, she realized that despite her efforts to restrain him, Lu Hang remained restless, ultimately dispelling her drowsiness. Frustrated yet resigned, she felt a flicker of joy. Since sleep was no longer an option, she flipped over to seize the initiative. "How is it already noon?" Luo Yufei, glistening with perspiration, lay on the bed gazing out the window. The sunlight was perfect at this moment. From the former managerial office, she could overlook the entire terrace. Taking in the stunning scenery of the starlit terrace, stretching luxuriously, she mused, "What shall we have for lunch today?" Lu Hang rose to don his attire. "Before you woke, I had already instructed Han Yu to begin preparations. We shall feast on a seafood banquet for lunch." By the time Luo Yufei finished her morning routine and emerged from the bedroom, a seafood sashimi platter was elegantly arranged on the dining table. It featured slices of grouper, abalone, lobster, and tuna belly, all artfully cut. Accompanying them were sauces, and among the hot dishes was curry crab and an additional steak that Lu Hang had ordered. Approaching the table, Luo Yufei eagerly picked up a perfectly marbled slice of tuna belly with her fingers and savored it. It melted in her mouth, exuding an enchanting aroma. She quickly took another piece and lovingly fed it to Lu Hang. Are we truly in an apocalypse? Luo Yufei couldn't help but reflect. The meals I've had these past few days surpass anything I used to enjoy. After finishing their meal, she reclined comfortably on the sofa. Lu Hang patted her fair leg. Rest here. I need to venture out to gather supplies and attend to other matters. Upon hearing this, Luo Yufei sprang up from the sofa. I want to go with you. Lu Hang gently pressed her back down. You must stay here to guard the place. His earnest expression conveyed the seriousness of his words. The mention of home warmed Luo Yufei's heart at that moment. Lu Hang raised his handgun. And with this, I won't be in any danger outside. Luo Yufei retrieved her handgun and placed it in his hands. Then take this one too. Lu Hang chuckled, returning the gun to her. Do you find everything here agreeable? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yufei nodded vigorously. It is indeed wonderful. Except for the fact that we can only heat water for showers using a kettle in the bathroom, but that is merely a temporary issue. The shopping mall is replete with water heaters. We just haven't figured out how to install them yet. The security team can certainly assist with moving things, and they possess great strength. However, they are not well-versed in electrical installations or renovations. Nonetheless, that problem will surely be resolved in due time. Besides, this place is nothing short of a paradise amidst the apocalypse. Lobsters and abalone at our leisure. Living on this starlit terrace offers a view that no luxury mansion I have ever seen can compare to. Lu Hang continued. Thus, while I am away, I need you to safeguard this place. Luo Yufei comprehended Lu Hang's intent. Her presence here was indeed necessary, as she would need a firearm to defend against potential intruders. In this world of extreme scarcity, Such a treasure trove of a sanctuary would undoubtedly tempt others to take risks. And I must express my gratitude for your undergarments. Liu Hang suddenly leaned closer, revealing his phone's diamond marketplace to her. His diamond balance stood at an impressive 3,280 diamonds. He could procure an AK-47 at any moment. Luo Yufei understood his intentions and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek. Make sure to return early. Liu Hang nodded and set off, deliberately opting for the mall's escalator instead of the elevator, allowing him to survey the entire situation within the mall. At this point, the mall had transitioned from a state of anticipation for opening to one resembling a relocation. All the shelves were stripped bare, leaving only empty racks behind, as all merchandise had been transferred to the storage warehouse as per Liu Hang's directives. As he approached the main entrance, he saw Gao Do waiting for him. For this expedition, Liu Hang intended to bring only one personal bodyguard, leaving the rest behind. After all, he felt a twinge of unease leaving Luo Yufei alone to guard an empty fortress. Given that the chat hall allowed for real-time communication, there was always a possibility of encountering a large team. That he had also opened the chat hall, but to his relief, no one was speaking within it, indicating that no players had yet arrived in the vicinity. Thus, Liu Hang resolved to utilize every moment to fortify the defenses of his sanctuary. That he activated his phone to control the rolling shutter door. As soon as it opened, he spotted the pickup truck he had first encountered. Meanwhile, the SUV had been parked in the underground garage, with fuel siphoned from other vehicles to fill the pickup's tank. All Liu Hang needed to do was insert the universal key and start the engine, taking the passenger seat, for he had no need to drive with a staff of 30 at his disposal. Following Liu Hang's instructions, Gao Do began to circle them all. Why does it seem that the number of zombies is relatively low this time? Liu Hang mused as he observed the street, where only a few zombies ambled about. Previously, near the arrival point, players had decimated the zombie population for points, but here, with only himself and Luo Yufei as players, there seemed to be merely a handful of zombies. Dear VIP player, in response to your recent inquiry, we can provide clarification. During the trial phase, the mortality rate among players exceeded our expectations. The TO ensure that the upcoming Apocalypse amusement park retains a sufficient player base to maintain a favorable gaming atmosphere. We have temporarily reduced the danger level of zombies during the initial phase. This grants players ample time to establish their shelters and assemble compatible teams. However, this tranquility is merely the calm before the storm. A grand feast of zombies will soon unfold. Please fortify your sanctuary promptly, as disaster is imminent. Chapter 44. Digging at the pinnacle base, the phrase disaster is imminent echoed persistently in Liu Hang's mind. The current situation indicated not only a decrease in the number of zombies, but also a significant reduction in their aggressiveness. This included the elite zombie he had hunted. Otherwise, his previous misstep could have cost him 5,000 points. Players who let their guard down, believing they could live in peace within this zombie amusement park, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. How long would this decrease in difficulty persist, according to the current plan? It would last until the 9th day. That on the 10th day, the danger posed by zombies would revert to its original level, perhaps even becoming more perilous. Thus, every moment was invaluable. Liu Hang had only 9 days left. He must use this time to enhance his sanctuary's defenses as much as possible. Indeed, while he now possessed an S-grade sanctuary, its overall defensive capabilities were still woefully inadequate. Much of the first floor remained adorned with bright floor-to-ceiling windows. Liu Hang could not rely on glass to withstand a zombie onslaught. As he pondered this, a sudden illumination sparked in his eyes. Before him stood a building under construction, a construction site. He had previously witnessed the defensive fortifications at the pinnacle base. The outermost layer of colorful steel barriers would undoubtedly incite envy among numerous shelters. Liu Hang is aware of the vast array of useful materials available at a construction site, which could be utilized to fortify his own refuge. As Liu Hang reminisces about the prosperous camp, coincidentally, at that very moment, someone within the camp is also recalling Liu Hang. Old Li, engrossed in his tasks, finds himself thinking about the young man who once contemplated robbing a bank. Pondering whether there is any money within that bank, that he absently fumbles in his pocket, feeling a thick wad of cash. Contemplating that had he known earlier, he would have gladly given that money to the young man. This world, such currency holds little value. His inherent kindness compels him to assist others whenever possible. At this juncture, Lu Hang has arrived at the entrance of the construction site, which resembles a veritable repository of post-apocalyptic supplies, in addition to nail guns and the steel pipes required for modifying them. There are barriers for establishing defenses and solid bricks suitable for wall construction. Peering inside, he even spots an excavator station on site. Lu Hang promptly instructs Gauda to disembark. "You stay here. I will summon help shortly. Gather all the construction materials that can be transported and bring them to the plaza of the shopping mall, including these colorful steel barriers." Lu Hang is electrified by the prospect. With these materials, he can encircle the entire plaza within the confines of his refuge. Just like the prosperous team, he envisions surrounding the shelter with colorful steel barriers, forming the outermost defensive wall. Subsequently, a genuine concrete wall could be constructed as a second layer of defense, akin to the Great Wall of ancient times. With a reinforced concrete barrier, even if the first line of defense were compromised, everyone could swiftly retreat to the secondary line, continuing to withstand the onslaught of zombies. Having encountered the terrifying might of a zombie tide during gameplay, Lu Hang recognizes the necessity of preparing for the later stages of the game. Now that he has acquired construction materials, he still lacks laborers. However, he understands that tasks must be approached one step at a time. That Lu Hang drives back to the shopping mall, where the remaining 19 security personnel are readying themselves. In groups of 4, they bring forth the Tyrannosaurus Rex pickup trucks from the underground garage. That Lu Hang is fully aware that such luxury vehicles are not intended for transporting cement or bricks. Yet they can be employed to carry essential materials. The significance of these construction supplies rivals that of the lavish pickups. With a wave of his hand, the security team sets off in a grand procession. Fortunate that the construction site is merely 2 streets away, allowing for a considerable saving of time and transportation. "How did you return so swiftly?" Luo Yufei greets him at the entrance. Lu Hang promptly shares the information he received from the VIP customer. "So you're saying the game's difficulty will significantly escalate in 9 days?" Luo Yufei's expression reflects concern. Throughout their journey, she has observed the stark differences in this zombie amusement park compared to before. The number of zombies appears to have diminished substantially, and their aggression seems lessened. Occasionally, while observing them from the terrace with binoculars, she feels as though they resemble tourists leisurely strolling about. Lu Hang nods in agreement. "Thus, I must use this time to fortify the defenses of our shelter as much as possible." "What do you have in mind?" Luo Yufei inquires, transitioning into a focused state. "That I plan to visit the old city and enlist some assistance from the primarily construction worker team there." Luo Yufei hesitantly asks, "Will they lend you their services?" Lu Hang produces his handgun, saying, "Well, we have this, don't we?" He chuckles and continues, "Although our NPC employees have maxed out their skills in cooking and combat, they possess no knowledge of renovation or wall construction." At this point, Lu Hang scratches his head, adding, "And I admittedly lack that knowledge as well." He glances at Luo Yufei, knowing she likely does not possess such skills either. Luo Yufei rolls her eyes, exclaiming, "Isn't that obvious? Have you seen that superstar proficient in bricklaying and plastering?" Lu Hang persists. "Therefore, I must go to the prosperous camp and bring back a construction crew." He contemplates the kind-hearted old Li, believing he could serve as an excellent point of contact. Just as Luo Yufei is about to voice a thought, she refrains from continuing. While she wishes to assist Lu Hang, she realizes that her presence at the construction site would only complicate matters for him. That Lu Hang perceives her understanding of the situation, drawing her into an embrace. "That I know you want to help. So, I have an important task to assign to you." Luo Yufei immediately stands at attention, saluting Lu Hang. "Commander, please issue your orders. I promise to complete the task." Lu Hang pretends to clear his throat. "Little Luo, this matter is of utmost importance. You must not make a single mistake. That I need you to vigilantly safeguard our shelter. Anyone approaching here who is not one of my members must be expelled immediately. Should a warning prove ineffective, take decisive action." Luo Yufei's gaze hardens with determination. "Understood." She comprehends that although their exchange feels theatrical, the sentiments expressed are wholly sincere. I end this world. The significance of their refuge cannot be overstated. It provides a life that no one can wrest away from them. Thus, if anyone dares to intrude without permission, Luo Yufei would not hesitate to deliver a bullet. "Do not worry. I will keep in touch frequently." Lu Hang assures, brandishing his phone before her. "Then be cautious. I will ensure your safety here." Luo Yufei buries her face in Lu Hang's chest, suggesting, "Leave half of the security personnel with me. Keep 10." And I assure you I can defend this place. That Liu Hang gently pats her head, that I will only take Gouda. That's sufficient that if a large group accompanies me, the prosperous team will undoubtedly suspect I am there to rob them. With such a crowd, why would they welcome me into their ranks? They will certainly harbor doubts. Furthermore, if I sense anything amiss, I will notify you at once, and you must promptly bring reinforcements to rescue me. Upon hearing Liu Hang's words, Luo Yufei feels a modicum of reassurance. Moreover, given that Liu Hang possesses diamonds, he is unlikely to encounter significant trouble that cannot be resolved with a volley from an AK-47. If not, then we will fire another volley. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Liu Hang, Luo Yufei directs the remaining 10 female attendants to change into appropriate attire and assist with moving bricks in the plaza. Chosen laborers, let us make the most of this opportunity. She then returns to the starlit terrace, using binoculars to survey their surroundings. After an hour's drive, Liu Hang arrives near the prosperous camp in his dilapidated pickup truck. He intends to procure a construction crew to rapidly bolster his shelter's defenses. Furthermore, he has not forgotten the individuals who previously troubled him. Chapter 45. Even rogues fear the blade, accompanied by Gouda. Liu Hang returns to the old city. This time, he parks much farther from the site than before, as the decrease in game difficulty has likely expanded the area under the control of the prosperous team significantly. He parks at least 2 streets away and begins his reconnaissance. Liu Hang retrieves his phone and opens the chat hall that he has anticipated. It is buzzing with activity, a stark contrast to the relative calm of the new city where his camp is located. Messages scroll rapidly across the screen. Peace Sanctuary, do not overstep your bounds, or we will annihilate you tonight. That we at Peace have always developed independently, never stealing from others. During the trial phase, you robbed us. Now do you expect us to welcome you with open arms? A player with the prosperous emblem is engaged in a heated exchange with another sporting the Peace insignia. Liu Hang scrolls through the chat log and discovers numerous players displaying their respective team names, with Peace and Prosperous dominating the discourse. Naturally, many players have formed other teams, which does not surprise Liu Hang, given that he occupies an S-rank sanctuary with a member limit of 1,000. The Prosperous Sanctuary, merely enclosed by colorful steel barriers around an entire street, pales in comparison that IT likely accommodates no more than 100 individuals. If that, the quarrel in the chat continues. Rob you? We discovered that supermarket first. If you take the supplies, can we not reclaim them? Does Prosperous have no sense of shame? Shame? You should extend your head and take a good look around. Do you think you can use shame to fend off zombies? Moreover, I would like to emphasize that although our esteemed refuge, Dingsheng, has reached its full capacity, we warmly welcome anyone who wishes to join us. We will gladly incorporate you into our temporary team, which serves as an auxiliary organization. Furthermore, we shall assist you in establishing a provisional shelter. For those who demonstrate exceptional performance, we will grant you residence in the main base, where you can enjoy the utmost protection. Upon reading this message, Liu Hang let out a cold chuckle. That it appears that during our brief absence, the administrators of the Dingsheng team have suddenly acquired some common sense. He distinctly recalled that when he previously visited the treasury to retrieve supplies, Dingsheng's strategy was to allow limited time participation, with no exceptions for latecomers. Yet now, they seem to be accepting members without restraint. However, it is clear that joining means entering the auxiliary organization, with the potential for outstanding individuals to ascend to core membership. It seems their strategy is beginning to shift, aiming to recruit as many expendables as possible to fend off the zombie onslaught. Moreover, here, the killing of a player yields 500 points, and one truly knows what intentions lie behind Dingsheng's actions. Liu Hang was indifferent to these matters. His sole desire was to bring along a skilled group of builders to return to his refuge and fortify it against the apocalypse. Gouda, you must remain concealed near the Dingsheng encampment. That if I contact you via my phone, you must arrive within 5 minutes. Liu Hang instructed decisively. Gouda responded affirmatively, promptly exiting the vehicle to execute Liu Hang's orders. In truth, Liu Hang had contemplated bringing Gouda along to join Dingsheng, as it would ensure that Gouda could be readily available in case of any unforeseen circumstances. However, Gouda's imposing physique was far too conspicuous in this desolate world. Liu Hang decided to venture in alone first. To assess the situation, that he pressed the accelerator, boldly driving his pickup truck toward the Dingsheng encampment. That as he approached, it became evident that this encampment was markedly different from the previous one. Though still a street away, Lu Hang could already discern a lookout stationed on the top balcony of a nearby residential building. Beside him lay a surveying instrument commonly found at construction sites. Equipped with long-range capabilities, the street was entirely cleared of vehicles, replaced instead by barricades constructed from sandbags, with individuals patrolling wielding iron rods and hammers that as Lu Hang drove past. 3 individuals rapidly approached, gesturing for him to halt. "Stop! Get out! What brings you here?" Lu Hang pressed the brake, bringing the pickup to a stop that he rolled down his window, explaining, "I saw the message in the chat hall and wish to join Ding Sheng. You need to get out of the car. Hurry." The leader replied impatiently, insisting that Lu Hang exit the vehicle. Lu Hang suppressed the impulse to draw his weapon and open the car door. He noticed that ever since acquiring a firearm, his temper had been increasingly volatile. "That I'm here to join you," he reiterated. "Park here and come inside." The leader waved dismissively, not even glancing at Lu Hang. Instead, he climbed into the pickup, greedily caressing the steering wheel while muttering, "This car is quite nice." "This is my vehicle," Lu Hang interjected, but the other 2 quickly moved to restrain him. However, Lu Hang deftly evaded them, maintaining a safe distance. The 2 men, taken aback, suddenly realized that Lu Hang was not someone to be trifled with. "You need to come inside. Once you join us, this car will be considered shared resources." The 2, feeling emboldened by their home advantage, exhibited no fear. Yet when Lu Hang turned, his gaze was icy and his expression as frigid as frost. "Are you implying that if I join you, this car will belong to you?" Lu Hang asked, incredulous that of course. "But it's not ours. It's shared. The vehicle will be used to gather resources for the benefit of our encampment." One of them replied, "And what if I choose not to join you?" Lu Hang inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Not join? So you simply came to stroll?" The man who had been playing with the steering wheel jumped down, lunging at Lu Hang to teach this ignorant interloper a lesson. He reached out to seize Lu Hang's neck, but his arm abruptly halted midair, slowly rising instead, his complexion paling as a sharp knife pressed against his throat, gradually sinking in, crimson droplets seeping from the blade's tip. "Brother, please don't be so agitated." The once arrogant man now appeared utterly cowed. "I am not agitated," Lu Hang replied with a smile, continuing to press the knife against his adversary's throat as one would toy with a small chick. The more he did so, the more fear gripped the 3 men before him. Those who had sought refuge in the shelter were typically players terrified by zombies. They had never encountered someone daring enough to brandish a knife on their turf, much less draw blood. "Would you like to call for reinforcements?" Lu Hang pressed the knife forward once more, causing the man to retreat in terror. No. Cold sweat streamed down the man's brow at that moment. It seemed that their predicament had caught the attention of those inside, as several individuals turned to observe. The man under Lu Hang's knife hastily waved his arm, exclaiming, "Everything is fine here. You all carry on with what you're doing." He then cast a pleading glance at Lu Hang. Chapter 46. The deceitful Ding Sheng encampment. Lu Hang merely chuckled coldly. "Isn't this your territory? Why the sudden cowardice?" Realizing that his previous thoughts had been discerned by Lu Hang, the man could only offer an awkward smile. Meanwhile, the other 2 lackeys cautiously approached, not intending to ambush Lu Hang, but rather to help shield him from prying eyes, lest the knife in his hand be seen by those inside. "Brother, could you please sheath the knife for now?" The man under Lu Hang's threat said carefully, swallowing hard, fearing that the movement of his throat might exacerbate his wound, that if you go inside to speak with Uncle Lee, someone of your caliber will undoubtedly become a core member in the future, that we 3 will keep an eye on your vehicle, that if we fail, you can break our legs. Lu Hang snorted dismissively. He had initially thought he could earn another 1,500 points from this encounter before moving on to the next refuge. Consider yourselves fortunate. With that, Lu Hang sheathed his knife and turned to leave. The man with the bleeding neck felt the tension in his chest finally ease. Especially upon hearing the mention of 1,500 points, he became even more convinced that he was right. This fellow was undoubtedly a ruthless killer. In his eyes, the man was nothing more than a point tally. Having dealt with the 3 gatekeepers, Lu Hang continued onward. He soon encountered the first checkpoint, which featured a barricade of sandbags spanning the entire street. With a metal barrier serving as the gate that as Lu Hang approached, someone swiftly removed the barrier. "Registration is at the small booth just ahead. Proceed." After passing through the blockade, Lu Hang found himself before the colorful steel barricade he had previously observed. Now fully erected, between the two barriers, he noticed numerous ground floor rooms that had been repurposed, filled with bunk beds and nearly at full capacity. Most notably, all the windows had been removed. This meant that if zombies were to invade, the occupants would have no cover and would have to fight for their lives. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a temporary refuge. What distinguished it from a communal rental? A communal rental refuge. It was evident that these individuals would serve as the frontline defense against any zombie incursions, while the true members of Ding Sheng would reap the rewards from within the safety of their encampment. Lu Heng also observed that a shop near the barricade had been converted, with a sign indicating a weapons distribution point. It seemed these individuals were not typically armed. This reminded Lu Heng of his last trial, where after the zombie tide, all the nail guns had been concentrated in the hands of a single individual from Ding Sheng. This was indeed a clever strategy. All humans harbor divergent thoughts. Not everyone could possess an NPC squad that would follow their every command, allowing them to distribute quality equipment and arm their team effectively. What was the most valuable asset in the encampment? Trust. Behind the barricade, there were several elevated platforms manned by sentinels that at the entrance. A mobile security booth had been established. Upon noticing Lu Heng's approach, the individual inside waved him over. "Are you here to join us? Come on in." The man appeared quite aged, likely in his 50s, adorned with a pair of spectacles, and deep furrows flanked his nose, suggesting he was a person of considerable depth. Lu Heng approached him directly and inquired about his name. Lu Heng came the straightforward reply. The security personnel at the booth noted Lu Heng's name in a ledger and began to flip through its pages. That Lu Heng observed a long list of names, spanning several pages, possibly amounting to hundreds. "You may call me Uncle Li," the man said. "For those of you who cannot yet join the main base, I will assist in making arrangements for you. I will secure a temporary shelter for you." That Lu Heng nodded, expressing his gratitude, though he refrained from addressing him as Uncle Li, which caused the man in the booth to pause and glance at Lu Heng, a clear discontent evident in his eyes. After all, he could surmise that the one responsible for organizing the expendables here was likely a minor leader within the thriving faction that in this post-apocalyptic realm. Other players would undoubtedly treat him with utmost respect, but what did that concern Lu Heng? The man, who insisted on being called Uncle Li, momentarily closed the ledger. "By the way, we have some rules here that I must explain to you. As you are aware, resources are scarce, and there are zombies to contend with. This is not a welfare institution that if you wish to survive well, you must contribute in some manner to remain here." Lu Heng maintained an impassive expression and nodded. "So. Thus, if you wish to join us, you must first submit some resources that, of course, we will not take from you without recompense. The more valuable the resources you provide, the better the temporary shelter I can arrange for you." The old man gestured towards the rooms with bunk beds along the street. "Those are the most basic accommodations, should you have little to offer. If you lack resources, you can purchase 4,000 points worth of bread or instant noodles from the point shop, and I can arrange for you to stay there. 6,000 points. Lu Heng thought to himself that these people from the thriving faction were truly extortionate. Dying once only deducts 5,000 points from the system, yet they demand 6,000 points for a shared room. He couldn't fathom why so many would willingly comply. However, upon reflection, it became clear many individuals were likely terrified by the zombies, lacking confidence to survive in this world. The herd mentality might lead them to believe that being among a crowd would ensure safety. Furthermore, once they entered this place, leaving might not be as simple as it seemed. Just as the gatekeeper had no intention of returning his pickup truck, the old man pointed upward. "That as for the upper levels, they are far more comfortable. There are triple and double rooms. If the resources you provide are worth 20,000 points, I can arrange for you to have a private room, and for the first 7 days, you won't be required to undertake tasks." "Tasks?" Lu Heng inquired. The old man chuckled. "What, did you think the food in this camp grows on trees?" Lu Heng mused silently. That was not the case. They were indeed extorting entry fees to gather resources. Even for the most basic rooms, they demanded 4,000 points worth of resources, plus the daily grind of scavenging for materials and battling zombies. Why not collect the entrance fee and then eliminate people while out gathering supplies, earning an additional 500 points? Suddenly, an alarming thought struck Lu Heng. He recalled what Luo Yufei had said about coercing people into purchasing resources before making them jump out the window. At this stage, many individuals' points likely hovered around 10,000. that if someone was willing to spend 6,000 points to join, it implied they probably lacked understanding of the game's mechanics. After expending 6,000 points, they would likely have fewer than 5,000 points remaining. Just one death would mean game over, without even a chance to protest in the group chat. Chapter 47. Reunion with Old Lee, gratitude to the thriving faction for the construction team. All right, how much can you offer in resources? Uncle Lee crossed his arms and awaited Liu Hang's response. That Liu Hang gestured towards the entrance. That you've already confiscated my pickup truck. Uncle Lee's eyes brightened as he adjusted his glasses. Oh, you drove here. He picked up the phone and sent a voice message that a few moments later, a smile spread across his face. Young man, I must say, you possess some skill. Finding a vehicle with keys here is no small feat. Liu Hang scoffed internally, thinking that as long as he had the keys, he could drive away. In that case, you only need to provide an additional 1,000 points worth of resources. Liu Hang felt an overwhelming urge to draw his gun, or rather, to purchase a firearm that he yearned to acquire, an AK-47 immediately, and take out this gang of scoundrels. To confiscate a pickup truck yet demand 1,000 points from him was infuriating, and he had no desire to continue negotiating with these people. So he directly produced a metal baseball bat and threw it through the security booth window. Call your superior here. Uncle Lee's face turned furious, but Liu Hang's next statement quickly quelled his anger. I know where a batch of protective gear is located. That if you are uninterested, I will seek cooperation with the Peace Shelter. From the chat hall, it was evident that the thriving faction and Peace Shelter were bitter enemies. As expected, after Liu Hang's declaration, Uncle Lee sat in silence for a moment before inquiring, What protective gear? Bring your superior here, Liu Hang replied coldly. Seeing Liu Hang's blatant disrespect, Uncle Lee's face flushed, but that was not the end of it. Liu Hang leaned in closer, fixing his gaze on him. Do you see this baseball bat? If you do not want the people from the Peace Shelter to each wield one, you better bring your superior to see me. Uncle Lee's expression shifted between anger and concern. The thriving faction had indeed amassed a considerable amount of weaponry at the construction site, but the influx of new recruits was overwhelming. Some expendables were forced to venture out unarmed to gather supplies, leading to numerous complaints. Although the thriving faction was indifferent, the problem was that there was still the Peace Shelter nearby, and a confrontation was inevitable. That if people defected to the other side, it would weaken their own strength. After weighing his options, Uncle Lee exited the security booth. Come with me. That he also returned the baseball bat to Liu Hang. Uncle Lee shouted towards the elevated platform, and the iron gate swung open. Liu Hang re-entered the thriving camp. Inside the main base, conditions were evidently far superior in every respect. Everyone possessed at least one reliable weapon. Hammocks adorned the streets, and several tables were set up. Liu Hang immediately noticed a nail gun on one of the tables, while a man sitting nearby glared at him with ill intent. In the center of the street stood a long table, neatly arranged with fresh fruit, as if in tribute. Clearly, they had located a supermarket nearby. Further in, it was evident that this was where they held discussions. A circle of chairs was set up beneath a canopy. Liu Hang noted that a dozen individuals sat on either side, each wielding a weapon. Among them were two figures, one of whom Liu Hang recognized as Lin from their previous encounter at the treasury. Had it not been for Old Lee's assistance, Liu Hang might have already delivered a bullet to him. Beside Lin stood a frail man in a suit, whose gaze upon Liu Hang resembled that of a venomous snake. As Liu Hang approached, Lin suddenly sprang to his feet. It's you? The slender man squinted. Do you know him? Lin immediately leaned in to whisper in the slender man's ear. Liu Hang could discern that Lin was undoubtedly explaining how suspicious he had appeared that night, seeking to curry favor. Observing Lin's position, it was clear his status was not low. Just as Lin finished explaining, a vigilant individual interjected, Guizhong, I remember now. I saw this kid during the trial run. Shortly after he arrived, our camp was overrun by a horde of zombies. He even brought along a female celebrity, Luo Yufei. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense, as the previously seated individuals drew their weapons and advanced toward Liu Hang. He remained unfazed, merely tossing a football helmet from his backpack onto the ground. This is at least 20 sets of football gear I brought from the Tyrannosaurus team's camp. If you want it, let this brainless mob back down. The frail man raised his hand, causing everyone to cease their actions instantly. Clad in a football uniform, he was adorned with an array of shoulder pads, chest protectors, elbow guards, and the like. In this world teeming with zombies, the defensive utility of such gear was self-evident. Liu Hang recalled a moment earlier when upon hearing the name Luo Yufei shouted by a subordinate. The man's gaze had transformed, turning avaricious and frenzied. Now, however, the frail man's expression was once again impassive as he inquired of Liu Hang, "Where's the football uniform?" Liu Hang snorted derisively, "That I in a sports goods store. You think it's feasible to just smash a window and take it?" Lin Ming raised his iron rod once more. "Who are you talking to, you brat?" "Lin Ming." Guozong merely called his name, and Lin Ming immediately shrank back. "Let's keep it simple." "What do you want?" Guozong asked. "People." Liu Hang took a couple of steps forward. "That I need you to lend me a team. That football uniform was seized by a squad of over 10 people. I know where their camp is." Liu Hang was, of course, referring to the Tyrannosaurus squad. However, he had no knowledge of whether they had relocated, but that was of little consequence. All Liu Hang needed was to take a group of construction workers out. "All right," Guozong pondered for a few seconds before acquiescing. He beckoned Lin Ming over. "You will take 50 people and retrieve the football uniforms to me." Lin Ming pointed at himself. "But Guozong, what if they're in ambush?" Guozong sneered. "I'm asking you to take Old Li and the others. Find 5 people, each armed with a nail gun. Watch your own safety, that if there's any trouble, return immediately. Old Li and his crew are no longer of use. They shouldn't have been left here in the first place." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming shared a knowing smile. He understood Guozong's intentions. "But you must bring back that brat Liu Hang. Additionally, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Liu Hang waited for a moment as Lin Ming waved him to follow. "Come with me. I'll assist you in this operation." Liu Hang followed Lin Ming as they walked towards the outskirts of the camp. He cast a glance at the surrounding residential buildings, feeling a tinge of regret for not finding an opportunity to explore inside, that if only he could ascertain the location of the storage warehouse within this refuge. After Liu Hang and Lin Ming departed, Guozong summoned a dozen subordinates standing nearby. "Who else knows about my association with the starlet?" They exchanged glances, and one replied, "Everyone here knows. We were the ones managing the main gate during the trial run." A sly smile crept across Guo Hongxing's lips. "Good. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, especially not in the chat hall. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Meanwhile, Liu Hang was led by Lin Ming to the second floor of the outer camp. Lin Ming pointed to a room. "Old Li is in there. Just share your plan with him. Whether you can persuade him depends on your skill. Let me know when you plan to set off." After Lin Ming left, Liu Hang approached the door and knocked. "Who is it?" "Wait a moment. I'll be right there." Chapter 48. Supreme Supplies. As the door swung open, Liu Hang was greeted by Old Li, the very man who had helped him break into the bank that night. "You." Old Li recognized Liu Hang, and his face lit up with delight. Come in, come in." Old Li warmly ushered Liu Hang inside and quickly handed him a bottle of mineral water, followed by a loaf of bread placed before him. "How is it? Are you hungry? Have a bite." Liu Hang gazed at the offerings before him, feeling a wave of emotion. Old Li truly was a kind-hearted soul. Such proper supplies could easily amount to 800 points, yet he offered them freely. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, good-hearted individuals seldom survive long. Liu Hang shook his head, indicating he was not hungry, and then straightforwardly introduced himself to Old Li, succinctly relaying the matter discussed with Guo Hongxing. "So, Old Li, how many people do you have?" Liu Hang inquired. At that moment, disappointment and helplessness were etched on Old Li's face. He sighed. "There are over 50 of us. However, I can tell you plainly, we will not raid another camp." Liu Hang remained unperturbed, merely asking, "Why not?" Old Li's expression turned serious as he continued. "These 50-odd kids are either from my village or the neighboring one. We came to the city seeking work, hoping to earn a living. But somehow, we ended up in this damned world." As he spoke, Old Li's eyes appeared misty. "After arriving here, we encountered the former foreman. He gathered us together, claiming that strength lies in numbers, that we work together to build the refuge, thinking it would be productive. But now that the refuge is nearly complete, they have started. Forget it, you don't need to know this. It won't benefit you." Liu Hang chuckled. "What is the beginning of this? IS&T is just making people spend their points to enter, extracting every last point from them, then eliminating them when they venture out." Liu Hang said this with nonchalance, while Old Li's eyes widened in shock. "You can see that." Liu Hang helplessly shook his head. "Such matters are easily inferred. However, if you don't wish to collude with them, why not leave this place?" Old Li stood, gazing out the window before walking to the door to peek outside. He returned and said, All the weapons have been confiscated that I modified over a dozen nail guns. And they are all in their possession. If I want to leave, I need their approval. Old Lee clenched his fists, bitterness lacing his voice. Only those willing to kill can remain inside that we have long been cast out. By day, we must continue fortifying each bedroom in the camp, and by night, we can only sleep in this open area. Now that the red bricks are nearly depleted, they haven't ordered our departure yet. Perhaps they're eyeing our 500 points each to AT this moment. Liu Hang patted Old Lee's shoulder. This is why I need you and your men to assist me in attacking other camps. I have a refuge where you can take your people. Upon hearing this, Old Lee suddenly raised his head, his eyes brightening, but soon after his gaze dimmed once more. It's futile. They won't allow us to act independently. They will surely send a few to keep an eye on us. They all carry nail guns, and I don't want my people to die. Not even one. But if you stay here, won't your people die? Liu Hang internally scoffed but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Rest assured, I guarantee the safety of your people, Liu Hang declared confidently. You guarantee? Old Lee's face was filled with disbelief. On what grounds do you make such a promise? With a thud, Liu Hang slammed his handgun onto the table. On this, Old Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. That a gun? Seeing the black barrel and the silencer, Old Lee's apprehension began to dissipate. That's sufficient now. Liu Hang fixed his gaze on Old Lee. After a few moments of contemplation, Old Lee hesitantly began, If we go to your refuge, will you compel us to kill? Liu Hang retrieved the gun from the table. I primarily need your help in fortifying the refuge to AS for killing. I can only assure you that I won't force you to kill. However, if someone intends to kill us, Liu Hang's meaning was clear. Old Lee had witnessed too many sordid events in the past few days that he understood that after finishing his work, he could be slaughtered at any moment. Perhaps even by a nail gun he had modified himself. Unless he became like those scoundrels, killing, plundering supplies, and committing heinous acts, he would likely never gain their trust. Thus, it seemed he had made a certain resolve. Nodding firmly, that I'm in. Subsequently, Liu Hang began to outline the next steps of the plan. However, he also informed Lao Li that the matter of escape must remain confidential for the time being. They could only tell others that they were engaging in negotiations with another camp, and that their role was merely to stand guard without any involvement in combat. With Lao Li's side settled, the subsequent matters became straightforward. Soon, Liu Hang was added to a group chat comprised entirely of Lao Li's men. According to his description, they were all honest, hardworking rural youths merely seeking employment and a means to earn money. Liu Hang was resting in Lao Li's room, with their departure scheduled for the evening, as this would provide a degree of concealment during their escape. Having some time to spare, Liu Hang sent a message to Luo Yufei. Liu Hang, how are things on your end? Luo Yufei, it's absolutely fantastic. Luo Yufei, I was worried that messaging you might disturb you, so I kept waiting for you to reach out. Luo Yufei, I'm about to burst from excitement. Liu Hang, what is going on? Why are you so happy? Luo Yufei, the transport of materials at the construction site is progressing smoothly. I had 2 security personnel accompany me to roughly explore this new city. Upon reading this, a smile spread across Liu Hang's face. Exploring the new city was indeed crucial, especially before other players had discovered it. However, due to the urgency of the situation, he had to rush back here after noticing the construction site, leaving him no time to continue exploring. It must be said that Luo Yufei was truly a supportive partner. And having 2 security personnel accompany her alleviated Liu Hang's worries. Liu Hang, so, what have you discovered? Luo Yufei, first, I managed to bring an excavator back to the square, but don't get your hopes up too high. I only moved it a short distance. Even so, Liu Hang felt a surge of joy, as he had been thinking about that excavator for quite some time. Luo Yufei. Then, I found a second construction site nearby, which has 2 fully loaded cement trucks. With these, the efficiency of pouring the walls will undoubtedly increase significantly as long as Liu Hang brings people back. The Super Fortress project can commence immediately. The surprises continued. Luo Yufei. Most importantly, I discovered a gas station. I also managed to bring back 2 fuel tankers, both fully loaded. I checked the labels, and now we have 50 tons of gasoline at our disposal. At that moment, Liu Hang's hands began to tremble. 50 tons of gasoline. What a precious resource. This is enough to fill the tanks of hundreds, if not thousands, of cars. He even thought of messaging Luo Yufei to confirm if she was joking. Just as doubt crept in, Luo Yufei sent a series of images showcasing the excavator parked in the square with the 2 cement trucks nearby. Then came the images from the underground garage, where the 2 fuel tankers radiated a sacred glow, parked in the corner. Chapter 49. How dare you deceive us? At this moment, Lu Hang held his phone, gazing at the images of the fuel tankers, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just then, Lao Li returned. That how's everything? Is it all arranged? Lu Hang inquired. Lao Li nodded with a smile. Of course, I've got it all sorted. Many of these youngsters I've watched grow up. They wouldn't dare disobey me. Lao Li spoke with a sense of pride, but his expression soon shifted to one of melancholy. He sighed and continued, it's a pity that people are just so different. That Lin Ming, I even helped him change his diapers, and now he has turned into nothing but a complete scoundrel. Lu Hang was not interested in the growth stories of these individuals, so he shifted the conversation. Lao Li, with cement trucks and rebar, you should have no problem pouring a wall, right? The mere mention lit up Lao Li's eyes like a seasoned smoker seeing a fresh pack. You even have a cement mixer. Lu Hang lifted his phone to show him the photos sent by Luo Yufei. And 2 of them, Lao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something. You must keep those tankers moving. Otherwise, they become stagnant. He hurriedly reminded Lu Hang. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang immediately understood Lao Li's implication. After all, the cement trucks they had seen on the road had been continuously rotating their drums. He promptly messaged Luo Yufei. Luo Yufei, don't worry. I'm aware of that. They've been moving the whole time. That I wish I had recorded a short video to send you. That a smile crept on a Lu Hang's face, bringing forth a sense of inexplicable happiness. That Lu Hang, if you're going to send me a video, why not of the cement trucks? Luo Yufei, what would you like to see then? Lu Hang, what do you think? On the other end of the screen, Luo Yufei's cheeks flushed as she indignantly spat at the screen. Get back to work. Lu Hang chuckled, choosing not to tease Luo Yufei any further. Just as he was about to put his phone away, Luo Yufei sent another message. Luo Yufei, come back early and you'll see everything. 3. Luo Yufei, stay safe. I'll be waiting for your return. At that moment, Lu Hang felt as though his heart was immersed in a warm spring. Seeing Lu Hang put his phone away, Lao Li continued speaking. That he could tell that the person Lu Hang had just messaged was undoubtedly someone special to him. But he refrained from probing further and instead spoke of his enthusiasm regarding the task at hand. That as long as we have building materials, we can construct a fortress for you. Lu Hang nodded in agreement. This trip had not been in vain. Bringing back these skilled individuals would not only reinforce the shelter, but would also allow for a thorough renovation of the starlit terrace villa once time permitted. Soon, nightfall descended, and Lu Hang followed Lao Li down the stairs. Just as Lao Li had mentioned earlier, the youngsters were quite obedient to him. 2 minutes prior, Lao Li had called out in the group chat. And now 56 individuals stood assembled downstairs, each holding a stick. Upon closer inspection, Lu Hang couldn't help but smile. They had been issued PVC plastic pipes from a distance. It appeared intimidating for each person to wield a stick. But in reality, how much damage could these things inflict in a real confrontation? Lin Ming approached, shaking his collar. Kid, you've got some skills. Lao Li's stubborn lot has truly been hoodwinked by you. But just so you know, our camp is currently short on weapons. These plastic pipes were only gathered because we halted today's night shift to collect supplies. Since the opposing camp has only a dozen or so people. And we have so many more, you being so valorous shouldn't be an issue. Lin Ming sneered, delivering his remarks with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Hang could roughly deduce that he was able to lead these people away because the camp had initially planned to abandon them. Thus, it wouldn't surprise him if they didn't even have plastic pipes. That Lu Hang merely shot Lin Ming a sidelong glance. You really do have some merit that I hadn't noticed before. What merit? Lin Ming frowned, taking a few steps closer to Lu Hang. That if Lu Hang dared to insult him publicly, he would make sure to teach him a lesson right then and there. In the face of Lin Ming's provocation, Lu Hang simply smiled casually. That I mean, your vision is commendable. Commendable vision. Lin Ming's CPU seemed to overload, perplexed by the unexpected compliment. That Lu Hang continued, I truly am valorous. This statement left Lin Ming utterly speechless, unable to find an opportunity to retaliate. That he was seething with rage, determined to make Lu Hang pay tonight. or else he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Just as he was about to chase after Liu Hang, Lao Li suddenly stepped in front of him. "Lao Li, what do you mean?" Lin Ming had already pulled out a metal rod from his backpack. "No particular meaning. Tonight I'm leading this group of you accompany us in this vehicle." As Liu Hang turned around, he spotted a pickup truck and followed Lin Ming towards it. Two individuals stood in the back of the cargo area, while the others occupied the driver's cabin. Liu Hang found himself seated in the middle of the second row, encircled. The intent behind this was glaringly obvious. Yet Liu Hang remained unfazed. "Lead the way. Those people will follow." Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Ming addressed Liu Hang, who promptly opened the map on his phone and directed the driver on which streets to turn. The bus trailed behind, and a large group set off with great momentum. Before long, Liu Hang pointed to a building by the roadside, signaling for the convoy to halt. Once they disembarked, Lin Ming began to scan the surroundings. "Where is the camp you mentioned? How dare you deceive us?" he exclaimed, raising the machete in his hand. Chapter 50. "I can't sleep without beating you." Lin Ming directed the tip of his blade at Liu Hang's head. Yet Liu Hang did not so much as blink. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Have you previously occupied any other players' camps?" Liu Hang's face displayed utter disdain as he suddenly bellowed, "Do you think camps are akin to bus stations? You simply arrive, open the door, and they let you in?" Lin Ming was taken aback, momentarily dazed that Liu Hang dared to speak so boldly while under threat. Just then, the screech of brakes echoed as the bus had yet to come to a complete stop. Old Li was the first to leap out, fully aware they had exited the camp. "What do you mean, Lin Ming? Put down the knife immediately." Old Li rushed over, restraining Lin Ming's forearm, while Liu Hang maintained a steadfast gaze, unperturbed by the possibility of violence. Soon, Old Li's men gathered around, their pent-up frustration from days in the camp palpable. Meanwhile, Lin Ming's subordinates brandished their machetes and nail guns, and a confrontation appeared imminent. At the moment the nail guns emerged, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of some among Old Li's crew. Liu Hang reached out and pulled Old Li down, asserting that the time for conflict had not yet arrived. He had another task to complete. Otherwise, he would have dispatched Lin Ming and his crew long ago. "Lin Ming, your opponents are not fools. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your assistance." Liu Hang gestured ahead, indicating the presence of their scouts. "Thus, I need to strategize." He raised his chin, indicating a location he had previously surveyed. "I shall lead them in and outline the plan. You have witnessed my might. If you wish to further observe my grand vision, you may join me and learn." With that, Liu Hang waved his hand dismissively and turned to enter the premises. Lin Ming's fury was on the verge of erupting. "Liu Hang, I shall surely give you a thorough beating today. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. You had better procure the protective supplies you mentioned. Otherwise, I will end you." His loud threats even attracted the attention of a nearby zombie, yet Liu Hang appeared oblivious. Continuing deeper into the building, Old Li's crew followed closely behind him, entering the adjacent structure. Once inside, Lin Ming's anger reached a boiling point as he nearly popped his eyes out as he swung his machete, dispatching the zombie with a curse. "Once I have secured the supplies, I will ensure he spends every last point, then slowly make him suffer." Lin Ming growled, relentlessly striking the decapitated zombie. Finally, having vented his frustrations, he turned to his subordinates. "Watch all exits closely. Should anyone attempt to flee, treat them as free points." In truth, Lin Ming harbored concerns that Liu Hang might employ trickery by inviting those individuals inside. Accompanying them was the safest course of action. However, the last words Liu Hang had spoken rendered it impossible for Lin Ming to follow. "Learn from you? I am currently the fourth in command." Liu Hang led the group to the second floor, where a spacious activity room awaited. Addressing the 50 or so individuals, he declared, "I've heard about your situation from Old Li. Today, I did not bring you out to raid others, but rather to join my sanctuary." Upon finishing his statement, Liu Hang appeared to perceive something, surveying the activity room left and right. After a brief pause, he raised his hand, aiming the dark barrel of his gun at the crowd. "Now, raise your hands." The entire group stood in stunned silence, including Old Li, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Liu Hang pointed his firearm at the ceiling and fired a shot, although the silenced pistol emitted a minimal sound. It punctured a hole in the ceiling, making the reality of Liu Hang's weaponry abundantly clear to all. In that moment, comprehension dawned upon them, and they promptly raised their hands in surrender. Old Li also complied, but looked at Liu Hang in utter confusion. Liu Hang, what does this mean? At that moment, another figure emerged from the shadows behind, circling around the crowd to stand beside Liu Hang. It was only then that they realized another person had been concealed within the activity room all along. This individual was muscular, wielding a long knife in one hand and a nail gun in the other. These weapons represented the pinnacle of armament in this world. Of course, aside from Old Li. None of the others were aware that Liu Hang had possessed a firearm all along. Did Liu Hang, unwavering, gently inquired, "Who moved just now?" "Did you see?" Standing beside Liu Hang was Gauda, who had followed Liu Hang's orders earlier that afternoon to find a suitable hiding spot and had sent the location to Liu Hang. When Lin Ming had brandished his knife at Liu Hang downstairs, Gauda had aimed his nail gun at Lin Ming's head. Upon hearing Liu Hang's question, Gauda indicated two individuals to his left and rear. It was them who moved. Liu Hang approached them, calmly stating, "Eliminate whoever moves." Gauda promptly raised his nail gun, and Liu Hang advanced like a specter of death toward the two individuals. "Take out your phones." No sooner had he spoken than one of them, bewildered, shakily retrieved his phone, while the other broke out in a cold sweat. Liu Hang immediately discerned who he was searching for. "Produce your phone." He pressed his gun against the head of the visibly distressed young man, who immediately began to plead, "Don't shoot. I'll get it. I'll get it right now." As he sobbed, he handed his phone to Liu Hang, who merely glanced at it before summoning Old Li. "Old Li, come here." Among the group, it was evident that Old Li held the highest authority. Liu Hang handed the phone to Old Li, who examined it. Scrolling up and down in fury, he kicked the young man to the ground and relentlessly struck him with the pipe in his hand. "Chi Hang, how dare you be a traitor? You've truly outdone yourself." Liu Hang snapped a picture of the traitor's phone screen and sent it to the group chat, prompting an uproar among everyone present. This young man, Chi Hang, had been using his phone to leak information to Guohongsheng. In the chat with his friends, he had sent a message that read, "Boss Guo, sorry to disturb you tonight." In the input field, there was an incomplete message. "Boss Guo, Liu Hang is definitely up to no good. He claims he wants to bring us to join his sanctuary." Chapter 51. "Boss Guo, how was Yufei's service just now?" After everyone had reviewed the screenshot, discussions erupted among them. However, Liu Hang merely raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and instantly, the room fell quiet, as if he had become the most authoritative figure among them. This was not entirely unfounded, as he was still gripping a firearm. "Old Li, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Liu Hong, who held the reins of the situation, suddenly inquired about Lao Li. Although he did not mind Lao Li's kindness. Indeed, it was precisely due to this benevolence that Liu Hong felt secure in allowing him to join his sanctuary. He began to reconsider the implications of Lao Li's boundless goodwill. If such altruism were indeed limitless, Liu Hong would have to rethink the ensuing arrangements. While permitting this individual to continue working was acceptable, he would never allow him to lead the group of over 50 people. The fury that had recently flared in Lao Li's expression began to waver, revealing a hint of hesitation. Liu Hong awaited Lao Li's response with quiet anticipation. After a prolonged silence, Lao Li finally raised his gaze to meet Liu Hong's, his voice lacking conviction as he suggested, "Should we perhaps let him leave immediately? After all, he wouldn't know where we've gone. But the decision lies entirely with you, whatever fate he meets. He has brought upon himself." Though Lao Li spoke these words, the sadness in his eyes was undeniable. Liu Hong found himself rather pleased with this answer. He did not expect Lao Li to have an epiphany and swiftly deal with the young man himself. Such a reaction would only raise concerns about Lao Li's mental state. Instead, Lao Li merely spoke a few words on his behalf before returning the power of choice to Liu Hongji at this juncture. Liu Hong felt he could accept the situation. Meanwhile, the young man named Chi Hong discerned Lao Li's predicament. Rising from the ground, he bore a resolute expression. "Uncle Li, this is my fault. I was blinded by my own foolishness." He then turned to Liu Hong, declaring, "Just kill me. Don't put Uncle Li in a difficult position that if you think it's a waste of bullets, lend me a knife, and I will do it myself." Liu Hong merely smiled with amusement, remaining silent as he observed Chi Hong. Was this not sufficient? Chi Hong grew increasingly agitated. "You can check my phone. I still have over 9,000 points. You can spend the points before you kill me. Just don't make it hard for Uncle L." In Chi Hong's eyes, Liu Hong had transformed into a figure akin to Guohongsheng, greedy and unscrupulous. Upon hearing this, Lao Li immediately interjected, anxious that Qi Hong might utter something rash. "Shut your mouth," he exclaimed, then looked pleadingly at Lu Hong. "Could you leave him some points? Just a little over 5,000 would suffice." This young man was one Lao Li had personally brought from the village, having even assisted in purchasing his ticket to the city, that he could not bear to see Qi Hong perish, especially in such a world. Lu Hong gestured for Lao Li to remain calm, then turned his attention back to Qi Hong. At that moment, Lu Hong found the young man rather intriguing. Lao Li was correct. Most of these individuals lacked cunning. Qi Hong, by voluntarily mentioning his remaining points, demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility. Thus, Lu Hong spoke with a smile. "When did I say I intended to kill you?" In truth, Lu Hong had no concern over Qi Hong's betrayal. Who was he, after all? Outside of Lao Li, who among them recognized him? Why should they trust him? To this group, he was merely a business associate of Guo Hongsheng. Given Guo's reputation, Lu Hong's standing was hardly better. He was merely the one selected by Guo. Lu Hong was confident that among the 50 or so individuals, nearly all would acquiesce to Guo's demands, especially since Guo undoubtedly employed coercion and temptation. Under such circumstances, how could Lu Hong expect unwavering loyalty from these people? Thus, eliminating Qi Hong served no purpose other than to diminish his workforce. Conversely, sparing him would yield far greater benefits. As Lu Hong finished speaking, the expressions of those around him froze in disbelief. "That you're not going to kill me," Qi Hong stammered, pointing at himself in utter incredulity. Lu Hong smirked devilishly. "Do you know me?" Qi Hong shook his head in confusion, unable to fathom the question. "Coincidentally, I do not know you either." Lu Hong stepped closer to Qi Hong, patting him on the shoulder as he continued. "In this situation, is there a problem with your choice to assist Guo Hongsheng?" He then raised his handgun, waving it before Qi Hong's eyes. "But now, you should have a clearer understanding of who I am." Qi Hong nodded eagerly, and Lu Hong turned to address the others, raising his voice, "That I know that you all despise Guo Hongsheng, that I do not expect you to trust me immediately. However, I assure you that following me will spare you from undertaking any repugnant tasks. Moreover, my sanctuary is far superior to what you have previously experienced. You need only to fulfill the tasks I assign you, and I guarantee that your lives will improve significantly. Should you find my sanctuary unsatisfactory, you are free to leave at any time. I will provide transportation and supplies for your return." Despite Lu Hong's assurance, it was improbable that anyone would wish to return. Nevertheless, his words instilled a sense of appreciation among the group, who deemed Lu Hong to be exceptionally considerate. Following his speech, the crowd looked at him with eager anticipation, their belief in his words bolstered by the persuasive power of the firearm in his possession. Guo Hongsheng dispatched numerous individuals daily to procure supplies, yet none had ever encountered a gun. That Lu Hong's display of camaraderie further solidified their trust. Despite Qi Hong's actions, he was still afforded an opportunity. Thus, they resolved to work diligently alongside Lu Hong, confident he would not shortchange them at that moment. Lu Hong turned back to Qi Hong and said, "So, all you need to do from now on is assist me diligently." Qi Hong nodded vigorously in agreement, while Lao Li looked on with eyes full of gratitude toward Lu Hong. With just a few words, Lu Hong had successfully garnered the loyalty of these individuals. Meanwhile, within the thriving encampment, in the highest tier of the compound, most of the walls had been demolished, leaving only a single suite. This room, fortified with 3 layers of walls inside and out, was over a meter thick. To enter, one had to navigate through 3 security doors. This was Guo Hongsheng's residence within the camp. That moment. He sat up on his bed, his bare body exposed, that a woman immediately pressed against him from behind, her dulcet voice inquiring, "Boss Guo, did Yufei perform well just now?" Chapter 52. The elite hypnotist, specializing in inducing a sleep from which one cannot awaken. As soon as the woman leaned in, Guo Hongsheng abruptly pushed her away and struck her face with considerable force, leaving a vivid red mark on her delicate features. "Get out," he spat, his expression marred by revulsion as he gazed upon her visage. The woman, cowed by Guo's abuse, dared not resist, nor even exhibit anger. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she covered her reddened face and fled the bed, her mind seething with curses directed at Guo Hongsheng. "You were the one who made me impersonate Luo Yufei, covering my face with a blanket. And now, you turn your back on me. Men truly are heartless." Yet, despite this, she harbored no intention of leaving. After all, she believed her circumstances were still far superior to those of other players, as she had the privilege of residing in this secure room. The price she paid seemed worthwhile. After Guo Hongxing sat up, he picked up his phone, having just heard a notification. However, caught up in his own amusement, he could not refrain from continuing. Upon opening the message, he found it was from Qi Hong. "Boss Guo, sorry to disturb you tonight." Guo Hongxing's brow furrowed in irritation as he scrolled through the screen, confirming that this was indeed the sole message. His anger flared, and he thought to himself, it's no wonder these lower-tier individuals are destined to serve others for a lifetime. I asked them to carry out a simple task, and they come to annoy me instead. Damn it, he sends a message without even stating the purpose? Infuriated by Qi Hong's message, Guo Hongxing struggled to suppress his rage. Yet, lacking any alternative informants, he could only temper his fury and reply to Qi Hong. "Xiao Qi, have you gathered any news?" His fingers trembled with indignation as he clicked send. Had any secretary dared to assist him in such a manner before, she would have found herself permanently dismissed. At that moment, Lu Hong's phone vibrated suddenly, that he glanced at it, snorted disdainfully, and then returned his phone to Qi Hong. "Now, the first task I require of you is to continue acting as this informant." Upon hearing this, Qi Hong was utterly bewildered. Did Lu Hong intend for him to betray his trust? Observing Qi Hong's expression, Lu Hong understood that he had not grasped the meaning behind his words, so he clarified, however. "Every message you send him henceforth must be pre-approved by me. That IT has been stated quite clearly that Qi Hang, even if he is reluctant to engage his intellect, has grasped Lu Hang's intentions." Holding his phone with both hands, he pondered, "What shall we do now?" Guo Hongxing sent a message inquiring about IT. To Liu Hang replied, "Inform him that I just convened a meeting with you all, and we discussed the protective gear, which amounts to at least more than 30 sets." Qi Hang nodded in acknowledgement and began to type a response. Before long, Guo Hongxing received the message. Upon reading Qi Hang's assertion that there were at least 30 sets of team jerseys, his furrowed brow began to relax. More than 30 sets. Such excellent protective gear must be secured. This would significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of his camp. His subordinates were already strong, and with this equipment, he believed he could easily overpower the safe haven. However, Qi Hang's messages were annoyingly slow to arrive. For such a trivial matter, it took several minutes for 2 messages to be sent. How exasperating. Although Qi Hang was not his secretary, Guo Hongxing did not wish for him to continue this slow communication during the forthcoming actions, that he simply needed to relay the essential information. Therefore, Guo Hongxing decided it was time to teach Qi Hang a lesson. "Guo Hongxing, why didn't you mention this earlier? What were you doing?" Seeing another message from Guo Hongxing, Qi Hang once again presented his phone to Liu Hang for review. Liu Hang glanced at it with a frown, clearly displeased. "Tell him I'm busy." "Busy?" Qi Hang hesitated, wondering if such a curt reply might come off as disrespectful, that he hoped Guo Hongxing wouldn't perceive that he was disregarding his authority, that Qi Hang was merely concerned about not botching the matter. Liu Hang insisted. "Reply just like that." Consequently, Qi Hang promptly typed out a response. After all, Liu Hang was his superior, and he would comply with his directive. "Qi Hang, busy." Guo Hongxing, upon reading Qi Hang's message, could scarcely believe his eyes. This brat dared to speak to him in such a manner? No one had ever addressed him so disrespectfully since the day he was born. Fury surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his phone to the ground. Although the system had previously indicated that the phone had superior protective features, he refrained from throwing it, as damaging it would spell disaster for him. Instead, he vented his anger on the furniture in the room, smashing everything within sight to smithereens, that he wished he could send a command to Lin Meng to eliminate Qi Hang immediately. Yet, the temptation of those 30-plus sets of jerseys was too great. If Liu Hang managed to seize those jerseys, he might develop other schemes. Guo Hongxing had to remain vigilant. Thus, he continued to wreak havoc on the furniture, even drawing blood from his own hands in the process. Once Liu Hang had guided Qi Hang on how to respond to the superior's message, he waved his hand. "Let's go, I will take you to my safe haven now. Those few downstairs will be dealt with first." Over 50 individuals followed Liu Hang, as if he were their leader. Upon witnessing their emergence, Lin Meng called his subordinates back, that he understood that Liu Hang and his group would not dare entertain any other thoughts. "Have you finally finished talking with them? You can't escape. We must retrieve the jerseys quickly. Then I can give you a good beating and enjoy a proper night's sleep." Lin Meng taunted Liu Hang. But he soon realized that the group behind Liu Hang was glaring at him with intense hostility. Lin Meng sensed something amiss. Previously, These individuals had only heeded Old Li's commands, yet now, including Old Li himself, they seemed to regard Liu Hang as their leader. It was an illusion. It had to be. He had used both threats and bribes to no avail in rallying this group, so how could Liu Hang have accomplished it in such a short time? In an effort to bolster his own courage, Lin Ming forced a smile and approached Liu Hang, followed closely by his 5 subordinates. Yet Liu Hang calmly stated, "Are you worried about your sleep? Don't fret. I am a master hypnotist, and I guarantee you will sleep soundly tonight." Lin Ming burst into laughter, believing that Liu Hang had indeed been intimidated and was now inviting him to strike. However, he was abruptly met with the dark muzzle of a gun aimed directly at him. Bang! 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 The silenced Glock 17 fired without a loud report, yet its impact was undeniable. Liu Hang executed 6 rapid shots, each finding its mark in the forehead, resulting in instant fatalities. Chapter 53. The professional construction team arrives, ready to commence work. 3,000 points secured. Liu Hang had to concede that acquiring points through the elimination of other players was an exceptionally efficient strategy. Even he, who still held onto a moral compass, found himself tempted. Naturally, Liu Hang's ethics were always context-dependent and adaptable. As Lin Ming and his group fell, the throng behind Liu Hang erupted in excitement. Their fists clenched in exhilaration. Each of them had, to varying degrees, been bullied or beaten by these individuals, and now they lay like defeated dogs on the street. Liu Hang merely gestured, and Gauda stepped forward to confiscate all the weapons from the fallen. Nail guns, iron rods, and machetes were taken, while the other items in their bags remained untouched. This was a prior directive from Liu Hang. Once the weapons were secured, Liu Hang turned and pointed at the corpses on the ground. You may divide the other resources in their bags. He was aware that there was likely only some food or clothing left inside. Such items held no value for him. It was better to use them to win hearts. Although this would reduce his resources, the gratitude from these individuals would be immense. The more thankful they were, the stronger the fortifications they would build. The sturdier the defenses, the safer the refuge would be. The safer the refuge, the better Liu Hang could survive in this apocalypse, and the more resources he could acquire. Thus, fewer resources would lead to more resources. However, to Liu Hang's surprise, when presented with the golden opportunity to loot, these young men did not rush to grab everything. Instead, they appeared somewhat bashful and hesitant, but Liu Hang continued, "Old Li, tell them to quickly gather the supplies. Moreover, these items are hardly significant. My safe haven contains far superior goods." Upon hearing Liu Hang's words, Old Li ceased his hesitations and eagerly nodded at Liu Hang. He then selected several individuals from the group to collect the supplies, intending to distribute them once they reached the safe haven. Liu Hang felt a sense of satisfaction. Old Li indeed held considerable sway among these individuals, which saved him a great deal of trouble. As long as he delegated tasks to Old Li, he need not concern himself with other matters. Once the resources were collected, Old Li approached Liu Hang. "So, shall we head to your safe haven now?" Upon hearing Old Li address him in such a formal manner, Liu Hang felt a bit uneasy. "Old Li, just call me by my name." Old Li waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. You are now our boss. Once we arrive at the safe haven, we will rely on you to look after us." As Old Li spoke, the surrounding individuals chimed in. "Yeah, Brother Hang, we have witnessed your prowess. From now on, we shall follow you." "That's right, Brother Hang. We will stick with you from now on," with the fervor of the crowd. Liu Hang found it challenging to refuse. After all, both Boss Liu and Brother Hang sounded fine. He could let them call him whatever they pleased. Liu Hang beckoned with his finger, and Gauda approached, handing him the keys to the bus and the pickup truck. "Though we need 2 drivers." As soon as Liu Hang finished speaking, several individuals stepped forward, with Chi Hang leading the charge. "Brother Hang, I used to drive a semi." Recognizing Chi Hang's eagerness to redeem himself, Liu Hang handed him the keys to the bus. He also gave Chi Hang the keys to the pickup truck, allowing him to choose another driver. Just then, the growls of zombies echoed in the distance. Liu Hang turned to see a dozen zombies charging toward them. The crowd grew slightly anxious, as they were armed with only a plastic stick. Although they felt secure with Liu Hang present, they all wished to showcase their bravery before him. Soon, several young men charged forward. However, suddenly, a luxurious SUV emerged from a nearby street, positioning itself directly in front of the zombies. From the vehicle stepped 4 individuals clad in tactical gear, wielding long knives. They moved in perfect synchrony, their actions precise, each strike resulting in a kill. In less than 10 seconds, the horde of zombies collapsed upon the ground. And soon after, the four individuals began to approach. This caused the crowd, who had just relaxed after the zombies were vanquished, to once again feel a surge of tension, just as they raised their makeshift weapons. Prepared to confront the newcomers, Liu Hang stepped in front of them. At that moment, the large group felt a wave of gratitude towards Liu Hang. In times of peril, a true brother is one who stands before his comrades. No longer did they fear the four-armed assailants, ready to engage in battle. Yet, the next scene left them utterly dumbfounded. The four muscular thugs suddenly lined up in unison and bowed their heads towards Liu Hang. Exclaiming, "Master!" The crowd felt as if their brains had been struck by lightning. This fierce group of thugs actually recognized Liu Hang as their master. At that moment, Liu Hang rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that these four security personnel would address him as their master in front of everyone. Thus, he feigned indifference and said, "From now on, you may call me Mr. Liu." "Yes, master," they replied. "Do as you wish." Liu Hang waved his hand, indicating they should resume their tasks. These individuals were, in fact, Liu Hang's contingency plan. He was concerned that Guo Hongxing might send a group to tail him, conspiring with Lin Ming to seize all the points accrued by these people. Now, it seemed he had overestimated Guo Hongxing's intentions. When Liu Hang turned around again, he noticed the fervent looks directed at him, akin to goblins gazing upon a beautiful maiden, causing him to feel a tightening in his stomach. That he quickly spoke, "Let us get in the vehicle. We shall return to the camp," as soon as he finished speaking. The crowd responded eagerly. Before long, Liu Hang led the construction team to the square of his refuge. Upon disembarking, the scene before them left them in a state of astonishment that in the expansive square. Two concrete mixer trucks were parked, along with an excavator. The ground was strewn with various construction materials, at least 10 times what they had previously found. This was due to the new district, which had numerous ongoing projects and thus an abundance of construction sites. This was not even the entirety of it. Liu Hang had insufficient manpower to transport everything, having only moved this much. With many materials still left at the construction sites, old Li, regaining his composure, remarked to Liu Hang, "Mr. Liu, with this much building material, we could help you construct a castle." These individuals were indeed professionals in construction. At that moment, a melodious female voice floated in from a distance. "Liu Hang, you're back." Upon hearing Luo Yufei's voice, Liu Hang hurriedly navigated through the crowd to her side. "Mr. Liu, this is Brother Hang." The crowd, upon seeing the newcomer, stammered, rendered speechless to them. She appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Even more astonishing was the fact that they recognized her. They had seen her often, even on advertisements at bus stops and subway stations. Wasn't this the renowned star, Luo Yufei? Upon hearing someone refer to Liu Hang as Mr. Liu, Luo Yufei found it amusing and waved cheerfully at the crowd. "Hello, I'm the boss lady," Luo Yufei said playfully, then naturally linked her arm with Liu Hang's. Liu Hang instantly basked in the envious gazes of over 50 pairs of eyes. Just as he turned to speak to Luo Yufei, she preemptively said, "The staff meal you asked me to prepare is ready." "Ready already?" Liu Hang furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Luo Yufei, with her captivating eyes, nodded vigorously in response. No longer doubting, Liu Hang addressed the crowd. "Welcome everyone to my refuge to show my hospitality. I have prepared dinner for you. Please follow me." The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Previously, in their prosperous days, it was impossible to receive food without laboring. Often, they toiled tirelessly for an entire day, only to receive meager rations. Yet here at Liu Hang's refuge, they hadn't done anything yet. First, they had transferred the supplies from Lin Ming's group, and now they were offered a dinner. Their admiration for Liu Hang soared to unprecedented heights, that if Liu Hang's possession of a firearm represented a hard power that subdued them, his genuine kindness at this moment constituted a soft power that garnered their complete trust. "However, before entering, I need you all to open the chat interface for me to check," Liu Hang stated. "This is for everyone's safety." Although they had previously identified Qi Hong, Liu Hang could not be certain that he was the only one. Therefore, for the sake of caution, he intended to conduct a thorough examination, that he had already confirmed that in this game, the chat function did not allow for deletion or retraction. Thus, if anyone had leaked information via their phones, It would undoubtedly be revealed during the inspection of the chat interface. Without hesitation, everyone retrieved their phones, while the 4 security personnel who accompanied them stepped forward to check. After confirming that there were no issues, Liu Hang called over Han Yu. "Could you take them to dinner?" Han Yu nodded immediately. Being a service personnel, she handled such matters with great professionalism. She stepped forward, bowed slightly, and gestured for the group to follow her into the shopping mall. As Qi Hong passed by, Liu Hang waved him over. "Qi Hong, send a message to Guo Hongsheng. Inform him that I have killed Lin Ming and his group. You have now entered my refuge, and I will provide further information later." Qi Hong promptly obeyed. Once the group had entered the mall, Liu Hang was about to embrace the lovely lady beside him. Although it had only been a brief time since they had last seen each other, he still missed her dearly. However, just as he turned around, his lips were swiftly captured by hers, the softness of her bosom stirring his heart. Nonetheless, as it was their first dinner together, Liu Hang felt it more appropriate to take the lead as the host. After a moment of intimacy, they linked arms and proceeded towards the mall. Along the way, Liu Hang voiced his curiosity. "How was dinner prepared? What resources did you utilize? Yet, why was there no indication in my warehouse for resource retrieval?" It turned out that on their way back, Liu Hang had asked Luo Yufei to arrange the dinner. With Han Yu and the others present, it was unnecessary for Luo Yufei to intervene directly. All she needed to do was decide which restaurant would serve as a temporary kitchen. However, throughout the journey, there had been no records of resource withdrawal from his warehouse. Initially, he thought Luo Yufei had simply forgotten due to her busy schedule. Yet now, she claimed dinner was ready, leaving Liu Hang puzzled. With a triumphant expression, Luo Yufei looked at Liu Hang and said, "That's because I found a small supermarket. It's south just across the street." She stood on her tiptoes to point it out to Liu Hang, continuing, "The supermarket has vegetables and meat. The freshness, however, is somewhat lacking. But eating is definitely not an issue. So, I had Han Yu prepare dinner using those ingredients." After speaking, Luo Yufei lowered her head, peeking at Liu Hang with her eyes. "You don't think I'm being too frugal, do you?" Her right hand nervously fiddled with her left fingers, betraying her anxiousness. Yet, Liu Hang promptly took her small hand in his. "Of course not. You did exceptionally well. To be honest, if it weren't for the quality of the project, I wouldn't have bothered inviting them to dinner." Liu Hang candidly expressed his thoughts. Regardless of how good these individuals' characters were, it mattered little to him. Their willingness to work without resorting to unscrupulous means was merely the key that unlocked the door to Liu Hang's refuge. If it had not been for that, he would have had little interest in accepting them. Therefore, spending resources from the mall to treat others to a meal, unless it served a particular purpose. Liu Hang would have never done so. As Liu Hang arrived at the dining area where Old Li and the others were gathered, the moment he made his appearance, the entire restaurant erupted in cheers. They collectively exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for the dinner." Their sincerity in expressing gratitude towards Liu Hang for this meal was palpable. After satisfying their appetites, Liu Hang sought out Old Li to discuss his plans for the transformation of the refuge. First and foremost, he intended to excavate a trench 2 meters wide and 3 meters deep around the perimeter of the entire square. This serves as the primary line of defense against zombies, as well as a barrier against other players. Subsequently, the excavated earth will be piled on the side of the trench closest to the marketplace. Once thoroughly compacted, this will form an elevated area. A perimeter of colorful steel barriers will be erected around this elevated zone, which, together with the trench, will constitute the first line of defense for the sanctuary. Following this, a long wall constructed of reinforced concrete will be built in the square to provide further protection for the entire sanctuary, marking the second barrier. After completing these tasks, attention will turn to the marketplace itself. Although the strength of the roll-up doors on the first floor is commendable and the walls are robust, the ground floor is still riddled with expansive windows. These glass panels are not bulletproof, and Liu Hang does not believe they can withstand a zombie assault. Thus, he intends to fortify the entire ground floor of the marketplace's atrium with metal sheets. Establishing the third line of defense for the sanctuary. Chapter 55. The arrival of Bear. Upon articulating his plan, Liu Hang noticed Old Li nodding in agreement. Once these defensive structures are completed, this sanctuary will truly resemble a paradise amidst the apocalypse. Just moments ago, during dinner, Old Li was taken aback to discover that their meal included meat. Ever since entering this world, Old Li and the others had not encountered meat. Their daily fare consisted solely of bread, noodles, and occasionally a packet of instant noodles, where they might find a small piece of beef made from soybeans in the seasoning packet, truly a culinary delight. However, today, within this sanctuary, they savored fresh stir-fried pork with green peppers. The taste surpassed anything they had previously enjoyed at restaurants. After all, Han Yu's culinary skills had even garnered praise from Luo Yufei, who had dined at numerous top-tier establishments. Rest assured, Lu Zong, we will ensure these defensive structures are built sturdily. Old Li assured Lu Hang that Liu Hang nodded. He had no doubt about that, especially given Old Li's diligence. Subsequently, Lu Hang instructed Old Li to gather everyone. That as he surveyed the crowd surrounding him, he spoke. You've likely observed the situation here. The entirety of the first and second floors is now open to you. Of course, aside from the top floor, feel free to explore the other levels at your leisure. Although Lu Hang could control the elevator privileges, the marketplace is replete with numerous staircases and escalators. For tonight, you'll have to make do. Starting tomorrow, you can convert Area B on the second floor into your dormitory. This area was originally designated for clothing sales, but now the garments have been stored away, leaving only the partitions. There is an abundance of construction materials in the square. You can find some beds nearby and move them in to create your dormitory. Everyone listened attentively to Lu Hang's words. At that moment, Lu Hang truly felt the essence of being a boss. This is my sanctuary, but it is also yours. Therefore, I kindly ask that you construct the defensive structures with utmost solidity. His tone was lighthearted, eliciting smiles from those around him. Yet, internally, they were resolute. When it came time to work, they would put forth their utmost effort, ensuring there would be no room for mediocrity. Previously, while at the flourishing camp, they had been compelled to reinforce Gua Hongxing's room, harboring resentment, even resorting to mixing urine into the cement as a form of protest. However, now, Lu Hang's treatment of them was evident from the sumptuous meal they had just enjoyed, their first taste of meat since arriving in this world. Unlike Gua Hongxing, who hoarded the finest materials to fortify his own quarters, Lu Hang's intentions were clear. Old Li had briefly shared with them that, according to Lu Hang's plan, if the 3 lines of defense were established, they could indeed rest easy, far safer than they had ever felt at the previous flourishing camp. Liu Hang observed the group's enthusiasm with great satisfaction, as long as this sanctuary was sufficiently secure, capable even of withstanding a horde of zombies. He could gradually develop it further while seeking ways to complete the game. He continued, for tonight, rest well. Tomorrow, we shall commence the construction of the sanctuary together. With that, Lu Hang took out his phone and added everyone to his sanctuary group. Upon joining, the crowd erupted in excitement. An S-Class sanctuary? We have joined an S-Class sanctuary. Indeed, this is truly a remarkable advantage. Lu Hang's primary motive for enrolling them was to accumulate public points for the sanctuary. Once they became members, 1% of all points they earned would convert into public points. Moreover, Lu Hang could adjust this percentage, even allowing certain members, like Luo Yufei, to forego their contribution entirely, while setting the maximum at 50%. Though Lu Hang did not intend to impose such conditions on these individuals, as they formed his construction team, his plan was for them to work diligently for him, as fortifying defenses remained the utmost priority. In the future, he could recruit a fresh batch of expendable laborers, akin to Lin Meng, to hunt zombies for points by day and sleep in the square by night. That Liu Hang even contemplated constructing temporary housing on the outskirts of the sanctuary. After all, he could not allow every member to enter the sanctuary. After issuing his instructions, Lu Hang ascended to the rooftop stargazing terrace via the elevator. Luo Yufei had been waiting for him for quite some time. As Lu Hang approached the door of his villa, he saw Luo Yufei clad in a pink silk nightgown, her long, fair legs illuminated by the lights, adorned with high-heeled sandals, with each dainty step. The neckline of her gown hinted at the allure beneath, unmistakably suggesting the presence of bear. And indeed, this bear was quite sizable. How does this nightgown look? Luo Yufei playfully bit her lip and cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Hang. The impact of such an action from a rising star was beyond description. In an instant, Lu Hang dashed out, fleeing with a speed that eclipsed even that of a zombie chase, with a swift embrace. He carried Luo Yufei into the room. After a considerable time, once tranquility returned to the room, Luo Yufei gazed at her nightgown, now in tatters on the floor, and sighed. This nightgown was priced at over 700. Lu Hang chuckled, planting a kiss on Luo Yufei's flushed cheek. There are plenty more in the warehouse, he reassured her. Luo Yufei was at a loss for words. He was indeed correct. The marketplace boasted over 20 lingerie shops, and the warehouse contained more than 1,000 women's nightgowns. Even if Luo Yufei were to reside here for a lifetime, she would never exhaust the supply. However, if Lu Hang persisted in tearing one each day, she would only manage to wear them for about 3 years. Moreover, this particular nightgown had taken her considerable time to select, though that detail need not be shared with Lu Hang. She wouldn't allow him to revel in his triumph too much. Lu Hang, do you hear any commotion downstairs? Upon her inquiry, Lu Hang furrowed his brow and immediately sat up. Listening intently, he confirmed Luo Yufei's observation. He was about to get dressed to investigate when he recalled another feature of the sanctuary he had previously seen. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone, accessed the sanctuary interface, and located the surveillance feeds. Chapter 56. Teaching skills to his employees. As the administrator of the sanctuary, Lu Hang felt akin to a deity within its confines. He could not only check the inventory in the warehouse at any moment, but also control nearly all the equipment within the sanctuary via his phone. Adjusting the lighting, setting elevator permissions. These were trivial tasks. Most importantly, he could monitor every corner of the marketplace through its surveillance cameras. This meant Lu Hang could keep a vigilant eye on the entire square, with some cameras even facing outward. A true 360-degree surveillance system. Quickly, Lu Hang accessed the cameras monitoring the square and was astonished to discover that it had transformed into a bustling construction site. Excavators were digging trenches along the perimeter of the square. Following Lu Hang's plan, while the second concrete wall was also being laid, Lu Hang hurriedly called Old Li. Old Li, why have you already begun working? You just arrived at the sanctuary. You should rest first. As Lu Hang listened to the sounds on the other end of the line, it was evident that a flurry of activity was underway. The cacophony of various clanging noises and the incessant clatter of equipment filled the air. President Lu, I instructed them to get some rest. Yet these rascals insist they have eaten too much and cannot possibly sleep without some exercise. Old Li erupted into laughter, and Lu Hang could hear others chiming in nearby, urging him to return to his work and suggesting that the foundation be driven deeper. Old Li dismissed the troublemakers beside him and continued, President Lu, in the past, we often worked late to meet deadlines. As long as we don't disturb your sleep, it's fine. Previously, our nighttime endeavors attracted complaints, but we had no choice. It was the bosses who pressed us, perhaps sensing Lu Hang's potential misunderstanding. Old Li quickly added, however, this time, we genuinely wish to work. Lu Hang was well aware that Old Li did not mean any offense. Just don't work too late. I truly can't hear you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be calling you now. In reality, it wasn't that he couldn't hear. It was merely that Luo Yufei had been too loud earlier, rendering him oblivious. All right, President Lu, I'll get back to work now, came the response, after hanging up. Lu Hang dialed Gauda. Take a few people to the square that if any zombies approach, assist in clearing them out. Such loud noises will undoubtedly attract a few, although the difficulty had been lowered. Lu Hang had no desire for anything untoward to happen to his construction crew. Gauda promptly replied, currently, there are 6 individuals inside the shelter, on alert. The others are already assisting in the square. Lu Hang then realized why the public points in the shelter hadn't increased. Despite the prolonged efforts with Luo Yufei, even with the lowered difficulty, they should have attracted some zombies that it turned out that the security personnel had already dealt with them. By the way, do you possess learning capabilities? Lu Hang inquired. Our learning abilities are consistent with other players, and you can purchase skills for us in the shelter's marketplace. Upon receiving this answer, Lu Hang felt a surge of excitement. These individuals were already proficient in combat and other skills. If they could learn additional abilities, they would become versatile talents, entirely at his disposal. Lu Hang immediately accessed the shelter's marketplace and indeed found the employee skills page as soon as he clicked on it. A notification popped up. You have just recruited a batch of skilled construction workers. Renovation skills have been listed. Construction skills have been listed. It seemed that the skills in the marketplace did not appear out of thin air. They became available only after Lu Hang recruited employees who possessed those skills. Renovation skills, 0 points. Construction skills, 0 points. Because you are a distinguished VIP player, we are pleased to offer you the first 2 skills as complimentary experiences. It turned out that VIP privileges extended into the shelter's marketplace as well. Such privileges were indeed omnipresent. Luo Yufei pouted beside him. That is not fair. You recruited me too. I'm still a deputy administrator. Why aren't acting and makeup skills available in the marketplace? Seeing that Luo Yufei was about to continue her complaints, Lu Hang quickly intervened. All right, no one is saying you don't have any skills. Besides, look here. He pointed to the description above, which stated that it was a batch of skilled employees. With just you alone, it certainly wouldn't suffice. Luo Yufei nodded in agreement. That Lu Hang proceeded to purchase renovation and construction skills for all 30 of his employees, as they were free, and he believed in taking advantage of such offers. Any additional skills they wished to learn afterward would require points. After completing the purchases, Lu Hang checked Gaoda's information again on the employee page, and the skills had indeed been updated. He called Gauda once more. Can you now carry bricks? After a brief pause, the reply came, Are you asking if I have mastered construction and renovation skills? If that is your inquiry, then the answer is affirmative. Would you like us to join the construction team to assist in building while ensuring safety? Lu Hang stood up from his bed, holding his clothes in one hand. No need for that. Gather 5 people to wait for me at the storage warehouse. Additionally, send 3 people from Han US side to wait at the warehouse entrance as well. As Lu Hang dressed, Luo Yufei hurriedly helped him adjust his clothes. What are you planning to do? She wondered. Hoping to spend some quality time together, instead, that Lu Hang gently patted her cheek and said, Be good, get dressed properly, and come with me to the storage warehouse to select a water heater. Luo Yufei's eyes lit up, realizing Lu Hang's intentions. With so many skilled renovation workers at their disposal, their starry villa could certainly undergo a splendid renovation. Currently, they were still relying on a kettle to heat water for bathing. But the warehouse was stocked with an abundance of water heaters, bathrooms, and shower kits. She quickly changed her clothes and followed Lu Hang to the basement storage warehouse, flanked by 8 employees. As Lu Hang pointed out items. They assisted in transporting the goods to the rooftop, in addition to water heaters and bathrooms. Lu Hang also selected tiles, wall paints, and other materials in this marketplace. He could find everything needed for renovation. With his employees now skilled renovation workers, he decided to renovate his grand villa all at once. Chapter 57. Why don't we dig up the entire gas station? Of course, Lu Hang could have asked Old Li and the others to help with the renovations. However, his residence was simply too extravagant to be shared with outsiders. It was unavoidable, too ostentatious. The scenery was breathtaking, completely devoid of any traces of the apocalypse, which could affect others' moods negatively if it were Guangsheng. Lu Hang would be willing to share, but he believed there was no need for Old Li and the others to know, although Old Li would certainly put forth his utmost effort in renovations. Given that they were within his own shelter, Lu Hang was limited to allowing them to reside in commercial spaces in this world. A safe shelter was already the epitome of luxury, yet human greed knows no bounds. Lu Hang felt there was no need to provide them with further reasons to become greedy. Furthermore, all 30 of his employees had acquired renovation skills, making it unnecessary to trouble others. By the time Lu Hang and Luo Yufei arrived at the basement level, the 8 employees were already prepared and ready for action. Following Lu Hang's lead, he and Luo Yufei activated a zero-cost purchase in the warehouse, selecting the finest water heaters, bathrooms, and sinks from the marketplace. They even chose a luxurious bathtub, but a disagreement arose regarding its placement. Lu Hang wanted it in the living room, while Luo Yufei insisted it belonged in the bathroom. Ultimately, they compromised by selecting 2 bathtubs to transport upstairs. Luo Yufei's elegant white porcelain tub and Lu Hang's transparent glass bathtub, which earned him several eye rolls from her. After finalizing all renovation materials, including table lamps, desks, and furniture, the custom renovation commenced. The 10 female attendants, with no other tasks at night, all headed to Lu Hang's villa to assist with the renovations. With a total of 15 skilled renovation workers, the overall project was expected to be completed in 2 to 3 days, and they could work around the clock without rest. Upon leaving the storage warehouse, Lu Hang led Luo Yufei to the underground parking lot on the 2nd basement level. He recalled that there was a luxurious RV parked below. During the renovation days, he planned to reside there with Luo Yufei. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was an Alros 2036 heavy-duty RV, complete with a sunken roof that, when extended, transformed the roof into a terrace. The vehicle was encased in exceptionally sturdy steel plates. Powered by a robust 10.7L diesel engine, Inside, it was an epitome of luxury, featuring a bathroom complete with a shower. Luo Yufei was ecstatic upon seeing the bathroom, embracing Lu Hang's ARM that I in addition to the bathroom. There was a kitchen for cooking. Liu Hang had already decided that if he ever needed to relocate, this vehicle would undoubtedly serve as his exclusive means of transportation. Moreover, he planned to upgrade it further, adding more protective gear against zombies, such as a shovel for clearing paths, paired with the vehicle's formidable power. Even in the face of a horde of corpses, Lu Hang remained confident in his ability to break through. Regrettably, the vehicle was diesel-powered to Liu Hang's side and was about to inquire with Luo Yufei whether she had spotted any diesel at the gas station earlier. She blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "I have already packed all the barrels of gasoline and diesel, and there is quite a lot. After all, 2 fuel tankers would certainly hold the maximum amount that I only mentioned the tankers at that moment." Luo Yufei suddenly slapped her forehead that I completely forgot to transfer them to the storage warehouse. She had been worried about the flammable and explosive nature of the materials, deeming it quite dangerous. Lu Hang's eyes widened with excitement. "There's diesel too?" "In quite a bit." As Luo Yufei nodded, she pulled Lu Hang out of the vehicle, after walking just a few steps in the underground parking garage and turning a corner. Lu Hang was astonished to see the ground littered with barrels of gasoline and diesel, occupying no less than 6 parking spaces. With her hands on her hips, Luo Yufei proudly pointed at the fuel. "Look at all this. Now, the only remaining fuel is in the underground storage tanks of the gas station that I couldn't find suitable storage containers, so I had to put a halt to it. Otherwise, I would have emptied the entire gas station." Naturally, Lu Hang rewarded her with a sweet kiss on the cheek and promptly called for Gao to find someone to transfer all this fuel to the storage warehouse. This way, besides Lu Hang and Luo Yufei, no one else would have access to these resources that he then began contemplating how to transfer all the fuel from the gas station to a shelter. A large gas station storage tank could hold up to 30 tons of fuel. Even if there were tanks for 92, 95, and 98 octane gasoline, each type would require 1 tank, along with 2 tanks for diesel. That amounted to a staggering total of 150 tons of fuel. Lu Hang envisioned that, in this world, fuel would become a scarce resource. Without oil, all vehicles would be rendered useless, significantly diminishing both the efficiency and safety of resource gathering. If Lu Hang secured this fuel, his shelter would undoubtedly become the most formidable stronghold. But how could he retrieve this fuel? "What are you thinking about?" Luo Yufei asked curiously as she noticed Lu Hang lost in thought while gazing at the gasoline. Lu Hang stroked his chin thoughtfully, "That I'm pondering how to bring back the remaining fuel from the gas station." "Oh." Luo Yufei began to brainstorm alongside him. "The remaining fuel at the gas station must be plentiful. Once the fuel nozzle is opened, it will flow continuously. But how do we transport it back?" Suddenly, she remembered her previous experience at a large construction site where there were excavators, cranes, and large trucks. Though she hadn't had the chance to inform Lu Hang that an idea struck her. "Liu Hang, I saw excavators, cranes, and large trucks at a construction site before." Lu Hang nodded in agreement. "Great, I'll find someone to bring them back tomorrow." Such specialized vehicles would undoubtedly prove invaluable, that he even entertained the thought of operating an excavator to battle a zombie king. However, Luo Yufei continued, "What I mean is, why don't we excavate the entire gas station? After all, Old Li and the others are professionals. Why not ask them?" Luo Yufei's suggestion was a revelation. They essentially had a professional construction team at their disposal. And who built the gas station? It was the diligent construction workers who crafted it by hand. Thus, Lu Hang immediately called Old Li. After hanging up the call with Old Li, Lu Hang's grin stretched almost to the back of his head. It turned out that Old Li and his team had previously undertaken the gas station project. Although they couldn't rebuild a gas station fully compliant with safety regulations, this was the apocalypse. Lu Hang had only one request. It must be functional. Even if they could simply excavate the storage tanks and transport them back, that would simplify matters greatly. Moreover, Lu Hang instructed them to temporarily halt all defensive construction for a day. Tomorrow, the entire team would venture out to gather every usable tool and material from the surrounding construction sites, leaving nothing behind. Naturally, they would prioritize the most valuable items, especially since only about 9 days remained until the difficulty adjustment concluded. Liu Hang aimed to acquire as many resources as possible during this time frame, but Liu Hang and Luo Yufei spent a delightful night in the RV. The next morning, Luo Yufei woke him up punctually as per his request. He then directed Old Li and his crew, along with 10 security personnel, to conduct a thorough exploration of the surrounding buildings. Old Li's team, comprising over 30 members, began excavating the underground storage tanks of the gas station. Time passed swiftly, and each day, Liu Hang's shelter underwent tremendous transformations. Observing the increasingly fortified defenses, Old Li and his team were filled with confidence. Soon, only one day remained until the difficulty reduction concluded. Of course, Liu Hang kept this critical information to himself. The storage tanks from the gas station had all been successfully recovered and were now buried in the square behind the shelter. Old Li had even connected the fuel pumps, allowing each tank to be linked to a pump for convenient refueling of vehicles. The first layer of defenses for the shelter had been fully completed. The second layer, a reinforced concrete wall, was currently in the drying phase. At this time, Old Li and his team were beginning to fortify the first floor of the mall with steel plates and solid bricks. While supervising his crew, Old Li was also busy modifying nail guns. Now, each of Liu Hang's 30 employees was equipped with a modified nail gun. Additionally, throughout various construction sites, they had discovered dozens of nail guns, allowing each of Liu Hang's 20 security personnel to be armed with 2 each. However, Liu Hang did not distribute any to others. It was essential to note that nail guns were currently regarded as the top weapon in this apocalypse. Liu Hang would not permit anyone to possess such dangerous weapons within his shelter. This moment, Liu Hang had returned to his villa at the Starry Sky Terrace. After several days of continuous renovations, his residence had transformed into a veritable mansion. The bathroom now boasted readily available hot water, allowing for baths, not just in the bathroom, but baths could also be enjoyed in the living room. Just the night before, after much coaxing from Liu Hang, Luo Yufei had personally demonstrated the effectiveness of the transparent bathtub. Yufei, we should have searched all the buildings in this vicinity by now. Shouldn't we? Liu Hang inquired, glancing at the map on his phone. Everything around them was clearly marked. Over the past few days, it seemed that zombies had disappeared from the new city, aside from a few that Liu Hang's security team had dispatched. He hadn't encountered a single one during his excursions. Old Li even questioned whether the zombies had vanished entirely. However, Liu Hang promptly clarified that this was far from the case. This is merely the finest opportunity, and they must seize it to fortify the shelter as robustly as possible in order to survive the days to come. This moment, Liu Hang holds considerable prestige, and thus upon his declaration, no one harbored any doubt. Moreover, during the night operations, they had encountered scattered zombies, and no one dared gamble with their lives. They remained wholeheartedly dedicated to constructing defensive works in addition to these paramount tasks. For the past few days, Liu Hang had taken Qi Hang out daily for photo shoots, with the location being the periphery of the shelter, yet the backdrop was merely a colorful steel fence, rendering it unrecognizable. The content of the photos featured Qi Hang holding various collected supplies, such as vegetables, meat, rice, and beverages. These spoils were the result of Liu Hang thoroughly scavenging every nearby convenience store and residential building. Guo Hongxing observed with drool-inducing envy, while Qi Hang informed him that he had been diligently gathering information on the shelter's defensive vulnerabilities and closely monitoring Liu Hang's movements. This led to Guo Hongxing's promises elevating Qi Hang's position from a core member to the third dash command. As long as Qi Hang cooperated with him, orchestrating an internal and external assault on Liu Hang's shelter. Qi Hang would become Guo Hongxing's right-hand man. Little did Guo Hongxing suspect that every word Qi Hang uttered had been vetted by Liu Hang. Furthermore, Guo Hongxing would invariably inquire if Qi Hang had seen Luo Yufei within the shelter, to which Qi Hang consistently replied that he had not, though he had indeed heard rumors of Liu Hang being surrounded by numerous beautiful women. Under Liu Hang's direction, he pretended to have stealthily captured an image of a maid and sent it to Guo Hongxing. After the photo was taken, it was only upon Liu Hang's instruction that the maid was allowed to attend to other tasks. Abandoning the deliberately posed seductive stance, that Liu Hang was genuinely fearful that Guo Hongxing would not remain sufficiently preoccupied with his shelter. Guo Hongxing was intent on seizing Liu Hang's refuge, but Liu Hang felt similarly. Those scoundrels had undoubtedly hoarded a considerable amount of supplies that if they could conquer the shelter, all the resources within would belong to Liu Hang. Even Liu Hang himself sensed the looming crisis of food scarcity. Despite having emptied every supermarket in the vicinity and gathered all the food he could find, he now had over 50 mouths to feed. And the labor they provided certainly warranted sustenance that in recent days. Old Li and his group had been laboring tirelessly, yet the window of opportunity was fleeting that if they did not act swiftly, once the difficulty escalated. Gathering supplies and fortifying defenses would become increasingly arduous. Following Liu Hang's directive for Qi Hang to take photographs, he had just returned to his Starry Sky villa when Luo Yufei suddenly seized his ear. "Hey, let's discuss this calmly. What are you doing?" Liu Hang was perplexed, unsure of the nature of Luo Yufei's playful antics. Rather than displaying anger, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. "What am I doing? I should be asking you that," Luo Yufei exclaimed, her anger palpable, and it dawned on Liu Hang that she was not jesting. "What did I do?" Liu Hang was utterly unaware of his transgression. Luo Yufei laid her cards on the table. "I just saw you through the telescope. What were you photographing with your phone? Is it that I am not appealing enough?" With that, she impulsively lifted her skirt while tugging at Liu Hang's ear, urging him to place his ear against her thigh. "Don't you enjoy looking? Here, indulge yourself." It was then that Liu Hang comprehended the source of her ire, prompting him to hastily explain, "I was sending that to Guohongsheng. I am plotting against a shelter. I need to devise a way to draw their living forces over." Luo Yufei then appeared enlightened, and Liu Hang, standing tall, asserted, "Of course, you are the most beautiful. But I cannot use my wife as bait." Luo Yufei chuckled, particularly delighted by Liu Hang's term of endearment. "That's so. Did I hurt you? Let me massage it for you." She promptly leaned in. Liu Hang initially anticipated that Luo Yufei would use her delicate hands to ease his ear. But to his surprise, she leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 59. It's the apocalypse. You want me to join the original World-S work group? Just as Liu Hang was in high spirits, ready to showcase his prowess, the game broadcast suddenly echoed once more, "Dear players, we believe you have been enjoying a delightful time in the game. Here, we have both good and bad news to share. First, the bad news. I regret to announce that this carefree period is about to conclude. Prior to this, in order to enhance your gaming experience, we have reduced the zombies' interest in players and nearly halted their spawning. Consequently, during this recent period, you may have found it increasingly challenging to feel the zombies' enthusiasm." Within the thriving camp, Guohongsheng listened to the broadcast, his eyes increasingly revealing a sinister glint in recent days. Zombies had indeed become scarce, and the surrounding supplies had been nearly exhausted. The teams dispatched daily were essentially just leisurely strolling, bringing back items of little use. If this continued, the shelter would struggle to sustain itself. Additionally, due to the lower difficulty, players dispatched could not directly kill the zombies, nor could the members of the thriving camp earn points. Their lack of points meant Guohongsheng had lost his source of points. He had long set the point contribution ratio for his members at 40 that each time they killed a player, an additional 200 points would be added to the shelter's public account. Presently, Guohongsheng's public account boasted over 20,000 points, all accumulated in this manner. Once the zombies resumed their roaming, allowing those individuals to continue hunting zombies for points, the points earned could be used to procure supplies and turned in. Any players deemed without utility could be discreetly eliminated, ensuring Guohongsheng's continued comfort. As for future plans, wouldn't there still be Liu Hang's shelter, with Qi Hang acting as an insider? Guohongsheng firmly believed that Liu Hang was currently assisting him in replenishing his food stores, and the exquisite beauty Luo Yufei would soon be his possession as well. The game broadcast also reached the Tyrannosaurus Squad. The Tyrannosaurus Squad had now expanded to several dozen members. Upon hearing the broadcast, Zhonghai immediately felt a surge of anxiety, his mind buzzing that he had initially thought that this apocalypse would persist in its current state. So in recent days, aside from gathering supplies, they had made virtually no enhancements to their defensive barriers. They had even set aside the wardrobes they used to block doors for ease of movement. After all, zombies were scarcely seen during the day, and those that appeared at night were essentially free points. They joked as they wielded kitchen knives, descending to handle the situation, even neglecting to don their football gear. But suddenly, the broadcast hinted that the zombies were about to return. Many players shared Zhonghai's reaction. Their camps were similarly lax. They had assumed they had adapted to life in this world, managing to get by despite hunger, and had long since cast aside the terror of zombies. Even the female players found it easy to hunt zombies as long as they possessed sharp weapons, leading them to subconsciously dismiss the danger of this world. However, the content of the broadcast felt like a bucket of cold water doused over their heads. Having concluded the bad news, they now awaited the good news. The broadcast continued. After midnight tonight, all zombies will immediately regain their fervor for players. They will pursue you with the fervor of a lovesick admirer. The good news was that it had been observed that the teams formed by players seemed to harbor numerous conflicts. Upon hearing this, Liu Hang scoffed. It's likely not merely conflicts, is it? Many camps treat other players as mere cattle to be slaughtered. Isn't that precisely what the game desires? In such an environment, trust among individuals would be exceedingly difficult to cultivate. The struggle for resources would undoubtedly position all players in opposition to one another. The game's mechanics further stipulated that killing other players would yield points. How could such a scenario allow for peaceful coexistence? It would require all players to embody the essence of altruism. Contemplating this, Liu Hang suddenly chuckled that if all were truly altruistic, how long could such peace endure? 2 days, 1 day. These so-called altruists would only appear benevolent as long as their own interests were not compromised. After all, the typical strategy of an altruist is to sacrifice a portion of individuals to save another group, preserving their own glory. But in a scenario filled with altruists, whom could they sacrifice? Liu Hang continued to listen, the game's broadcast still ongoing, that he was eager to discover what the remaining good news might entail. Thus, we reflected upon the game's design. Indeed, under such pressing circumstances, it was quite unreasonable to expect strangers to form a cohesive team. Therefore, to rectify our oversight and enhance everyone's gaming experience, we have restored your previous work group. In conclusion, we wish you all an enjoyable game. Please relish the remaining moments of tranquility. Liu Hang's lips began to twitch. What the hell? A work group? Even in this apocalyptic world, they still want me to join a work group. Soon, his phone vibrated, accompanied by a series of notification sounds that evoked memories of his past workdays. His hand, akin to a marionette whose springs were nearly exhausted, mechanically and feebly trembled as he raised the device. Upon opening it, he saw a message from everyone at Wu Yuha. Everyone. Wu Yuha, our chamois technology company, under the leadership of General Xiao, has established a safe and comfortable refuge at Wu Yuha. Over 80 employees are now living safely in the shelter. Wu Yuha, we urge those who have yet to reunite with us to promptly arrive at this location and join the chamois shelter. In the group. Wu Yuha sent a location. Wu Yuha. Welcome back to the embrace of the company. Wu Yuha. All surviving employees must gather at this location immediately. Wu Yuha. Everyone, please ensure you have assembled by 10 p.m. tonight. Wu Yuha. Otherwise, upon returning to the original world, you will face immediate dismissal. Liu Hang's lips twitched again. Dismissal? Let us not even discuss the possibility of returning to the original world. Even if we did, do they think I would want to stay at their company? However, shortly after, a series of acknowledgments appeared in the group, contrasting sharply with Liu Hang's attitude at that moment. Luo Yufei held her phone, her slender fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. Chapter 60. 1,000 cash. Liu Hang was about to toss his phone onto the sofa when he suddenly thought of his brother. Li Yuanqi. He quickly checked the group members. And indeed, that rascal was there. Just as he was about to add him as a friend, he received a friend request instead. Li Yuanqi request to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Liu Hang immediately clicked yes. The next second, Li Yuanqi sent a message. Li Yuanqi. Hanga, you're still alive. Liu Hang. If you're alive, how could I possibly be in trouble? Li Yuanqi. Of course I can't die. Li Yuanqi. I have a significant wish in this life that remains unfulfilled. Li Yuanqi. I must live on. Liu Hang gazed skyward, pondering. It seemed he had never heard his roommate express any wish before. But upon further reflection, he recalled that Li Yuanqi had indeed mentioned something like that to Liu Hang. What is your wish? Li Yuanqi. You forgotten already? Li Yuanqi. Think about what my computer desktop wallpaper is. Desktop wallpaper? Liu Hang thought for a moment, but remained clueless. However, a vague yet familiar figure suddenly surfaced in his memory. Seeing Liu Hang's prolonged silence, Li Yuanqi couldn't contain himself to Li Yuanqi. With your kind of demeanor, you will never find a partner. Li Yuanqi. You live in the same room as me, yet you know nothing about me. Li Yuanqi. You need to warm up. Liu Hang was exasperated. thinking to himself that his ability to find a partner had nothing to do with understanding Li Yuanqi. Besides, a warm man? Wouldn't he that just put him behind the dog? Li Yuanqi. Never mind, I'll tell you my wish again. Li Yuanqi. I really want to meet Luo Yufei. Lu Hang froze. The figure in his memory became clearer, that he looked over at Luo Yufei, who was fiddling with her phone not far from him, and recalled Li Yuanqi's wallpaper. Indeed, it was Luo Yufei. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her for the first time. It was hard not to recognize her, considering her presence was ubiquitous. Bus stops, electronic screens, and software advertisements. That IT was only because Lu Hang had previously steered clear of the entertainment industry that he did not know Luo Yufei. Li Yuanqi. So, before I see Luo Yufei with my own eyes, I must live well. Li Yuanqi. You have no idea, Luo Yufei is a beauty that comes once in 5,000 years. Lu Hang was speechless that so. His future wife was 1,000 years older than some. He glanced at the messages sent by Li Yuanqi on his screen, and then at Luo Yufei standing in front of him. A smile involuntarily forming on his lips that moment. Luo Yufei also put down her phone and looked over. What are you staring at? Give me a smile. Upon hearing Lu Hang's request, Luo Yufei initially frowned. But not out of anger or annoyance. Rather, she seemed puzzled. However, she soon complied with Lu Hang's request, bestowing a charming smile. Waves of warmth surged within Lu Hang. Indeed, she was beautiful that moment. Luo Yufei felt her phone vibrate. She hurriedly glanced at her device and then looked up at Lu Hang. That I got in touch with my previous assistant. Can we go pick her up? Lu Hang nodded, since Luo Yufei was personally speaking. It was certainly no problem. I just asked. She still has that 1,000 cash with her. Luo Yufei said excitedly to Lu Hang. Did I end the next second? She was pulled by Lu Hang, rushing outside. Gao, prepare the vehicle. Lu Hang called Gao to take 10 brothers. Arm yourselves, and we're heading out. 1,000. That was enough for Lu Hang to upgrade his VIP status to level 2. Moreover, with that 1,000, Lu Hang would possess 4,280 diamonds. For him, diamonds were the primary means of production. Hey, don't pull me. I can run faster on my own. Luo Yufei complained from behind Lu Hang. That Lu Hang suddenly realized that in terms of running, he might not actually be Luo Yufei's match. The two of them took the elevator straight to the underground parking garage. As the elevator doors opened, 3 imposing Tyrannosaurus pickup trucks were parked at the entrance, an impressive sight. Lu Hang guided Luo Yufei into the front truck, and as the roll-up door of the parking garage opened, the 3 trucks drove out in succession. Soon, they arrived at the barrier gate in the middle of the shelter. The concrete wall now had a metal gate installed. As the power was drawn from inside the shelter, Lu Hang had previously noticed that the moment this gate was installed, a control switch for it appeared on his phone among the shelter's equipment. So he tapped his phone, and the gate opened directly. That moment, the young construction workers standing nearby and on the wall greeted Lu Hang warmly, their eyes brimming with admiration. They had all heard the recent broadcast. Previously, when some had shown signs of slackness, it was Lu Hang who insisted they work overtime to continue reinforcing the defenses. Now, the reality proved Lu Hang's correctness beyond doubt. Although the difficulty of zombies in this world was about to escalate, their hearts were filled with no fear. Old Li was nearby and saw Lu Hang sitting in the passenger seat. He hurriedly ran over. General Lu, please hold on, that I have something to discuss with you. But at that moment, Lu Hang was exceedingly anxious to leave, so he could only wave his hand. Old Li, I have urgent matters to attend to. We'll talk when I return. His words faded as the pickup truck sped away. Old Li pinched his jacket pocket, watching the truck depart, then sighed, what an impressive convoy. Surrounding voices echoed in agreement, with everyone feeling they had truly followed the right person this time. In the pickup truck, Lu Hang pointed down the road, asking Luo Yufei, sitting in the back, is it this way? Yes. Exactly, their camp should be just ahead. Luo Yufei glanced at her phone, a hint of unease creeping into her heart. Ever since Xiao Ran had sent her location, she had not received any further replies from her. During work, no matter when she sent messages, Xiao Ran would typically respond within a minute. Now, Luo Yufei worried that something might have happened. At that moment, Luo Yufei's assistant, Tang Xiaoran, was huddled in a corner, trembling. Her mouth was gagged, and her hands and feet were bound. Beside her, several others were in a similar predicament. The worst off was a burly man who lay in the center of the room. Surrounded by a group of thugs wielding clubs, mercilessly beating him. The iron rods rained down upon him, yet he remained silent. He was precisely the bodyguard of Luo Yufei before. Sun K. AI.in Chapter 61. Electric concubine, Tang Xiaoran's mouth was gagged, yet she still emitted muffled sounds, her tears cascading down. After arriving in this world, it was thanks to Sun Kai that they were able to survive until now. Even the refuge was discovered by Sun Kai, who found this small building along the street and reinforced the walls with wooden planks from nearby. Afterward, they received a system notification, acquiring this E-level refuge. Just moments ago, Tang Xiaoran managed to contact Luo Yufei, whom she had been constantly thinking about. She had initially believed that things would gradually improve, but unexpectedly, their camp was swiftly breached by others. Moreover, this time, it was likely that Fei Jie would also be implicated. As such thoughts crossed her mind, Tang Xiaoran felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. In front of her, the beating continued. "You are really tough." Tang Qinglong kicked Sun Kai's abdomen fiercely. If it weren't for you, I could have saved several brothers. Tang Qinglong was the leader of this group. The scene before them sent shivers down Tang Xiaoran's spine. As others were similarly terrified, they were all members of Luo Yufei's team, including makeup artists, photographers, and agents, and their common trait was that none of them could fight. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Luo Yufei alone could take on all of them. Now, as the sole combatant in the group, Sun Kai was being beaten mercilessly, utterly devoid of any resistance. It seemed that in this post-apocalyptic world, one must be wary not only of zombies but also of humanity. After venting his inner fury, perhaps unable to withstand Tang Xiaoran's beauty, Tang Qinglong halted his assault. In the camp, he had never encountered women of such caliber, considering they were all close to celebrities. Exuding charm and grace, with a swift motion, he replaced his baton with a long knife. "Big brother, now we're talking. Why waste so much time? Those who died are merely cannon fodder. Let us hurry back to the camp and have some fun," shouted Tang Baihu, his voice piercing. He was Tang Qinglong's younger brother. They had originally helped manage a market, but now in this world, they thrived like fish in water. Tang Qinglong thought his brother's words made sense. He had also noticed the beauty of the girls in the room. He then donned a smile reminiscent of a battle god. Just as he was about to plunge the knife into Sun Kai's body, Sun Kai, who appeared utterly defenseless, suddenly summoned the last ounce of strength from within. Although his hands and feet were bound, after rolling on the ground, he bit fiercely into Tang Qinglong's ankle. Tang Qinglong yelped in pain, attempting to shake him off, but no matter how he tried, he could not dislodge him. Before him stood an absolute madman. At that moment, Tang Qinglong glanced at the knife in his hand and realized what he had to do. He raised the long knife high, aiming to behead Sun Kai, and in an instant, the blade fell. However, at the same time, a figure appeared by the window. With a loud bang, a nail remarkably shattered the glass and precisely struck Tang Qinglong's palm. Lu Hang smirked, thinking to himself that his VIP shooting enhancement was somewhat outrageous, but he quite enjoyed it. Following that, the wooden door of the refuge was kicked open. 10 burly men clad in tight-fitting gear surged in, wielding nail guns in one hand and gleaming long knives in the other, wreaking havoc among the crowd. Tang Qinglong's group was swiftly taken down. At this moment, Lu Hang also stepped inside, commanding, "Leave no survivors." Before taking action, he had informed Gao De and the others not to kill the people inside directly. Not to mention the purposes of gathering intelligence, killing a player would yield a reward of 500 points. Lu Hang intended to quickly elevate his rank to the elite tier, and since his security team would not earn points by killing players or zombies, the situation on the ground shifted dramatically. Tang Xiaoran was still bewildered by what had transpired when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Luo Yufei, upon seeing her assistant bound in the corner, instantly grew cold in demeanor. She quickly approached Tang Xiaoran, pulling out a dagger to free her from her restraints. The young girl, her eyes filled with tears, immediately threw herself into Luo Yufei's embrace, feeling utterly wronged. That moment, the other members were also aided by Lu Hang's security team. Among them, Sun Kai bore the most severe injuries, his entire body aching. Yet he merely grimaced without uttering a single cry, embodying the essence of a true tough man. "Fei Jie, woo woo woo," Tang Xiaoran sobbed incessantly. She had initially feared that she would implicate Luo Yufei, but unexpectedly, she had instead brought forth a miraculous rescue. As Tang Xiaoran regained her composure, she reflected on the prowess of those who had just arrived. feeling deeply astonished. She believed these individuals possessed a skill akin to that of martial arts instructors, striking with precision and ferocity that at this moment, Tang Qinglong and Tang Baihu lay on the ground like dead dogs. Once the perpetrators, now subdued in less than 2 minutes by the hand of justice. "All right, little girl, it's all over now." Luo Yufei gently caressed Tang Xiaoran's head, soothing her while continuing, "Fei Jie will take you to my refuge." Tang Xiaoran nodded vigorously, gradually stifling her sobs. Meanwhile, Tang Qinglong, lying on the ground, faced their direction, as he gazed at Luo Yufei, whose beauty was ethereal. He couldn't help but be stirred by unwholesome thoughts. Yet soon a pair of sneakers blocked his view. Lu Hang crouched down, locking eyes with Tang Qinglong. "What are you looking at?" Tang Qinglong felt a chill spreading through his body at the intensity of Lu Hang's gaze. Sometimes, one's intuition is remarkably accurate. The next moment, Lu Hang revealed the reason. A nail gun appeared in his hand, and with a single shot, it pierced through Tang Qinglong's eye. A heart-wrenching wail erupted, echoing throughout the street. Tang Qinglong attempted to cover his eyes, but with his hands bound, he could only endure the excruciating pain that he couldn't comprehend why the person before him was so terrifying. Before he could grasp the situation, Lu Hang lifted his hand again, and another nail embedded itself in Tang Qinglong's shoulder blade, causing him to writhe in agony. That at this point, only fear occupied his mind, and his younger brother, witnessing the scene, was wide-eyed with terror, yet too afraid to utter a sound. Fearing he might also be treated as mere fodder, Liu Hang was wielding a new model electric nail gun from the storage warehouse, rechargeable and unlike pneumatic ones that required reloading after each shot. This electric nail gun could fire continuously, though its drawback was low power, barely able to penetrate wood and ineffective against zombies. However, it was perfectly suited for the current situation, and Lu Hang affectionately dubbed it Electric Concubine. Chapter 62. Who said this was a single-choice question? At this moment, not only Tang Qinglong's men, but also Luo Yufei's team, felt the horror unfolding. They had never witnessed such brutality as Luo Yufei observed Lu Hang's actions. She said nothing, even pushing aside the sobbing Tang Xiaoran to allow her to witness the grim reality. During their time together, Luo Yufei and Lu Hang had developed a profound understanding. She sensed that his actions were deliberate. Furthermore, the performance of her team members in this apocalyptic world left much to be desired. That as she contemplated this, Lu Hang unexpectedly turned to glance at Luo Yufei. She met his gaze and nodded slightly, an unspoken agreement passing between them. Tang Qinglong continued to wail on the ground as Lu Hang pressed the nail gun against his thigh. Feeling the pressure on his leg, Tang Qinglong ceased his thrashing, trembling as he uttered, "What do you want?" "I admit defeat." Liu Hang shook his head dismissively. "Nothing much, just a bit bored." "Why don't you play a game with me?" At this moment, Tang Qinglong was drenched in cold and hot sweat. Torn between pain and fear, that what game? Lu Hang began to poke at Tang Qinglong's body with the nail gun, seemingly searching for the next nail placement, that if you can endure the next 2 shots without uttering a sound. "I want to use the nail gun on you anymore. Are you ready?" Lu Hang did not inquire whether the other party wished to engage in this game. Tang Qinglong, acutely aware of his predicament, found himself devoid of any options. Thus, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Liu Hang's finger deftly curled, and a nail shot into his side. Tang Qinglong's body arched violently, his neck straining as veins bulged, his face turning a deep shade of liver red. Yet he refrained from uttering a sound. Liu Hang nodded in approval, only to follow with another shot. This time, Tang Qinglong bit his own lip until it bled, but he managed to stifle his cries once more. "Not bad," Lu Hang remarked, nodding again. "Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, each of you must surrender food worth 6,000 points from the store points 6,000 points. Tang Baihu suddenly shouted, his voice strained. "We only earned 5,000 points for dying once." However, as he beheld the nail gun in Lu Hang's grasp, his protest dwindled. "Fear not, for there is indeed a second option." Lu Hang responded with a sunny smile. "The second choice is simply to let me fulfill your wishes. One shot after another. I shall slowly bid you farewell." Liu Hang pulled a chair beside him, sitting down to await their decision. Seizing the moment, Luo Yufei tugged at Tang Xiar. By the way, what about that 1,000 yuan you had?" Lu Hang's lips curled into a slight grin, grateful for Luo Yufei's assistance. Tang Xiaoran pointed to the fallen Tang Baihu, "But he just took it from me." Upon hearing this, Lu Hang's smile immediately vanished. Gripping his nail gun, he stormed back to Tang Baihu. "Where's the money?" "In my right pocket," Tang Baihu quickly replied. Gao Du approached, and indeed, discovered 1,000 yuan in Tang Baihu's pocket. Liu Hang's eyes widened at the sight of the crisp bills. He swiftly stowed this crucial sum into his backpack, knowing it would elevate him to VIP level 2. He then unleashed 3 shots into Tang Baihu's thigh, all the while demanding, "What do you intend to do with this money? Can you even spend it?" The recipient of his ire dared not utter a word, though his thoughts churned. "I have no place to spend this money, yet you believe you can." After nailing a few more shots, Lu Hang halted and hastily urged, "Make your choice." He was unwilling to squander any more time. Ultimately, Tang Qinglong and Tang Baihu opted to purchase 6,000 points worth of supplies. With a total of 8 individuals, they amassed nearly 50,000 points worth of goods. That Liu Hang's security team quickly collected the supplies. That Liu Hang then raised his nail gun once more. This time, it was not the electric version, but a modified nail gun capable of delivering a lethal shot. Courtesy of Old Li. "What are you doing? We agreed that if we chose to buy supplies, you would let us go." Lu Hang shrugged, "But I presented you with a multiple-choice question." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a nail pierced Tang Baihu's forehead. Gao Du immediately handed over a loaded nail gun, and Lu Hang ruthlessly eliminated 7 players in quick succession, earning another 3,500 points. Lu Hang's points now totaled 34,000. That originally, there had been 8 individuals. But now only Tang Qinglong remained. Upon witnessing Lu Hang collect the supplies and eliminate his comrades, he descended into utter madness, hurling the foulest curses, seemingly impervious to pain. Luo Yufei recognized that Lu Hang would not arbitrarily spare this one individual. So she patted Tang Sharon's shoulder. "Have you considered what might have happened if we hadn't arrived in time?" Upon her inquiry, silence enveloped Luo Yufei's team. Had she not intervened, they could scarcely fathom the horror of their fate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Sharon's expression hardened. The derogatory remarks from Tang Qinglong still echoed in her ears. "Sister Fei, may I borrow your dagger?" Without hesitation, Luo Yufei handed over her knife to Tang Shaoran. The petite girl then advanced step by step towards the prostrate Tang Qinglong, her hands trembling. Yet she understood the implication of Luo Yufei's words. If she wished to remain by Sister Fei's side, she must not be a hindrance. With this resolve, she raised the knife, closed her eyes, and thrust it forward with all her might. However, her eyes remained shut, and the blade skewed, merely piercing Tang Qinglong's shoulder. At that moment, Lu Hang, with a flick of his wrist, produced a dagger and stabbed it forcefully into Tang Qinglong's carotid artery, causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. Liu Hang garnered another 500 points. As Tang Shaoran felt the warm liquid on her hands, she instinctively recoiled. When she finally opened her eyes and beheld her bloodied hands, she realized she had undergone a transformation. Chapter 63. Promotion to VIP Level 2. "Could you assist me by searching these individuals' backpacks?" Lu Hang pointed to the lifeless bodies on the ground. He was determined to bring these individuals back to the shelter, for those who had worked alongside Luo Yufei were unlikely to be inadequate. In this world, they were already considered familiar faces. That Liu Hang's shelter could accommodate 1,000 members, and the future composition would surely be a mix of characters. Hence, these individuals, in Lu Hang's view, represented a commendable choice. Typically, those who had known each other prior to entering this world would fare better than randomly assembled players. Yet, in his previous company, everyone except Li Yuanqi had ostracized him, leaving him no choice but to bar those individuals from his shelter, not even allowing them to reside in the restroom. After Lu Hang's proclamation, it was Tang Shaoran who first reacted, unbuckling a small pack from Tang Qinglong's waist. That Liu Hang regarded her with mild exasperation. While the personal backpack held some value, significant items were undoubtedly stored within the system's backpack. Tang Shaoran's actions suggested one possibility. These individuals had never before looted a BAG.AT that moment. Luo Yufei stepped forward, requesting Tang Shaoran's phone. After a brief explanation, Tang Shaoran began eagerly fiddling with the device, even rushing over to instruct others. Once they had thoroughly looted Tang Qinglong and Tang Baihu, Luo Yufei took the initiative to pull Tang Shaoran aside. "Honestly, I've missed you so much. Come on, let's return to the shelter." As they exited, they were astonished to see a row of armored pickup trucks parked by the roadside. On the return journey, Lu Hang's security detail, aside from the driver, stood at the back of the trucks. Along the way, they passed other camps, and no one dared to provoke trouble. Upon arriving back at Lu Hang's fortified shelter, the group was unable to contain their astonishment at the impressive defenses, especially upon encountering a concrete wall beyond the first layer of steel barriers that are in stark contrast to their previous dwelling, which resembled a dog kennel. Lu Hang guided them to the 5th floor, where 2 dining halls had been transformed into living quarters. The injured Sun Kai was attended to by a female attendant, who bandaged his wounds. Later, Luo Yufei discreetly inquired about Lu Hang's consent, and upon receiving it, she led Tang Xiaoran to the starry terrace villa. Sister Fei, have you always lived here? The opulence before Tang Xiaoran was overwhelming. She was all too aware of the hardships she had endured during this time. Daily sustenance consisted solely of instant noodles, with only rare occasions when Sun Kai would return with some food to enhance their meager existence. In stark contrast, Luo Yufei's place boasted a platter of fresh fruit in the living room, causing Tang Xiaoran to salivate to at that moment. Luo Yufei seemed to read her thoughts, plucking a grape and placing it in Tang Xiaoran's mouth. The sweetness of the juice elicited an uncontainable smile of happiness. Luo Yufei encouraged her to indulge further, but she shook her head in refusal, resolute in her understanding of the preciousness of fruit in this place. Yufei, you all enjoy reminiscing, that I'll head to the bedroom for some rest. That Lu Hang smiled and nodded at Tang Xiaoran. All right, you go ahead. Luo Yufei was acutely aware that Lu Hang's urgency was likely related to that 1,000 yuan. Once the bedroom door was firmly shut, Tang Xiaoran's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Fei? What did he just call you? This revelation was utterly astonishing to her. Having followed Luo Yufei for several years, she had nearly come to regard her as a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. The thought of a romance with a mortal would surely invite divine retribution, a grievous transgression against celestial law. This was particularly shocking to Tang Xiaoran, as she had never witnessed Luo Yufei exhibit even the slightest hint of anything beyond a platonic relationship with any man. Yet now, a man had the audacity to call her Yufei, and she had responded with such ease. Luo Yufei's cheeks flushed slightly. However, she had never intended to keep this matter concealed. He is your brother-in-law. Tang Xiaoran covered her mouth in surprise but quickly surveyed her surroundings. In this apocalyptic world, the establishment of such a refuge and the presence of a man like him indeed offered a reliable source of support. Yet, the memory of Lu Hang leading 10 bodyguards, who seemed utterly devoted to him, gnawed at her mind. Could it be that Lu Hang had employed coercion to compel Luo Yufei to remain here? Was there any way for her to rescue Sister Fei? Luo Yufei, observing Tang Xiaoran's prolonged silence and the myriad expressions flitting across her face, deduced that the girl was lost in wild speculation. What are you thinking about? She inquired, playfully poking Tang Xiaoran's forehead. We are deeply in tune with one another. The boldness of her explanation caused Luo Yufei's cheeks to redden further, recalling the previous demo when, if not for Lu Hang, she might have already given up. Oh! Tang Xiaoran's expression turned playful. She had often been able to read the thoughts of Luo Yufei, yet she found herself disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. Are you hungry? Upon hearing Luo Yufei's question, Tang Xiaoran nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Luo Yufei then walked into the bedroom. Darling, could you ask Hanyu to bring up a lunch? In truth, Lu Hang had already granted Luo Yufei the authority to command Hanyu and the others. Yet she still sought Lu Hang's approval first, that he turned around immediately. Of course, no problem. After receiving his consent, Luo Yufei approached him and bestowed a fragrant kiss, then gracefully exited to don't just settle for one. 10 would be splendid. Just moments prior, he had used that 1,000 yuan to complete a recharge. Congratulations. Your recharge was successful. You have received 1,000 diamonds. Congratulations on becoming our esteemed VIP Level 2 member. The following game privileges are now unlocked for you. 1. Free upgrades to your safe house. It will continue to upgrade as your VIP level increases. Point 2. Access to the VIP exclusive store, better prices, more satisfying products. 3. Unlocking of VIP exclusive storage space, with 100-fold capacity waiting for you to fill. 4. VIP player exclusive game privileges across various aspects of the game. Esteemed VIP players, please enjoy at your leisure. Raise your VIP level to unlock more privileges. Current VIP level. 2. Recharge progress. 1400 to 1000. Chapter 64. The VIP backpack storage space multiplied by 100 upon noticing the additional privilege of VIP exclusive storage space. Liu Hang immediately clicked into his VIP personal backpack. As soon as he opened it, everything around him transformed, and he found himself in a secluded space. This was indeed his VIP storage area, roughly the size of a garage capable of accommodating 2 cars. The methods of storing and retrieving items were identical to those of his previous personal backpack. This was incredible. It meant that Liu Hang could directly store a car within his space. Even the RV parked in the underground garage was no issue at all. Furthermore, he could carry various oil drums, food, and weapons with him. After the initial surprise, Liu Hang suddenly felt a vague sense of forgetting something. He reopened the friend list from the background, and a flurry of messages from Li Yuanqi poured in. Why have you gone silent? Did my compliments about Luo Yufei upset you? Why aren't you responding? Are you in trouble? You should come to us. Although it's still tough here, at least it's a refuge at Liu Hang. Don't scare me. You're not in any trouble, right? Reading these messages, Liu Hang couldn't help but chuckle sheepishly. The excitement of seeing that 1,000 yuan had been overwhelming. But it didn't matter. He would fetch this guy soon and treat him to a meal. Things had always been this way. Wait for me there. I'll be right over. As soon as he sent the message, Li Yuanqi replied promptly, You're alive. You had me worried sick. I'm doing just fine. Liu Hang tucked his phone away and exited the bedroom. As he stepped out, Hanyu had already delivered lunch. Luo Yufei patted the seat beside her. Darling, come eat with me. Despite having mentally prepared herself and engaging in lengthy conversation earlier, hearing the formerly untouchable celebrity suddenly call someone darling was still a jarring experience for Tang Xiaoran. She nearly spat out her food. But then she remembered that what was currently in her mouth was a piece of braised pork she had longed for. She forcefully swallowed it back down. Observing the assistant's reaction, Liu Hang made a point to walk over to Luo Yufei and gently kiss her cheek to go ahead and eat. I'll step out for a moment and return shortly. He then nodded at Tang Xiaoran before turning to leave. Tang Xiaoran stood frozen, glancing at Luo Yufei, her mouth agape, yet she remained silent. Grabbing another piece of braised pork, Luo Yufei stifled a laugh and asked, Is it delicious? Tang Xiaoran rolled her eyes that if you're asking about the braised pork, the answer is absolutely delicious. But if you're referring to the dog food, then it's utterly dreadful. With that, Tang Xiaoran dug in her meal with fervor. It had been far too long since she had savored such a delightful dish that in truth, she had been taken aback watching Liu Hang lean down and gently peck Luo Yufei's cheek. Her heart raced. One must admit, Liu Hang was exceedingly handsome. As someone in the industry, Tang Xiaoran had encountered many male celebrities, yet none could match Liu Hang's level of attractiveness without makeup. Witnessing the intimacy between Luo Yufei and Liu Hang gave her the sensation of shipping a couple. They were practically staging a drama right before her eyes. Liu Hang arrived at the underground parking garage, this time only bringing Gowder along with him. All of this was fueled by the confidence bestowed upon him by the 4,280 diamonds in his account. Armed with an AK-47 and the occasional hand grenade, he could also purchase a bulletproof vest. These were all items he could currently acquire, hence he had no concerns about unexpected events, for he had become the unexpected. As Liu Hang drove to the entrance, he encountered Old Li once more. This reminded him that Old Li had previously mentioned needing to discuss something with him. However, he still needed to pick up Li Yuanqi. Thus, Liu Hang proactively addressed Old Li. Uncle Li, I'm really sorry, but I have to step out, but I'll seek you out as soon as I return. His words, however, made Old Li feel rather embarrassed. As he waved his hands dismissively, No worries. I have no urgent matters. I'll reach out when you're available. In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. Liu Hang nodded and drove away. Old Li squeezed his pocket, feeling as though he had inadvertently delayed things. Although he had prepared a gift with care, in this apocalyptic world, it was practically useless. Now, it seemed that this trifling gift had caused Liu Hang to keep him in mind, which made Old Li feel he ought not to have brought it up on the road. Liu Hang picked up his phone. Li Yuanqi, you can exit the previous refuge now. What do you mean by exit? They never let me join, Li Yuanqi replied. Liu Hang pondered for a moment. His previous company had over 300 employees, and he had no idea what level their refuge was. It seemed they had likely reached their capacity. You know all too well the treatment we received at the company, Li Yuanqi continued. Liu Hang took a deep breath. He was all too aware, and oh worries, we won't have to endure that anymore. Hang go. I'm saying I'm fine with following you, Li Yuanqi responded. But you heard the announcement, right? The game's difficulty is about to increase significantly. Although this place isn't perfect, at least it's somewhat safe. Li Yuanqi, how about the two of us just make do here? Isn't living better than anything else? Why bother with them? Lu Hang chuckled. Safe? Does he dare to claim that in this world there exists a place safer than his sanctuary at this moment? However, upon reflection, perhaps that is not entirely the case. Although he has invested considerable manpower and resources to reinforce his refuge, which is rated S-Class, he is not necessarily the sole administrator of an S-Class sanctuary. For instance, a prison requires no additional fortification. Its defensive capabilities surpass those of his own sanctuary. Nevertheless, when viewed holistically, his refuge undoubtedly remains far superior. After all, it boasts an exclusive starlit terrace, rendering it an exceptional haven for Lu Hang. Seamlessly blending safety and entertainment. Lu Hang. Rest assured and follow me that I shall show you what true safety entails. Lu Hang. You can start packing your belongings now that I should arrive at your location in about 10 minutes. Li Yuanqi set down his phone, furrowing his brow in contemplation for quite some time, ultimately choosing to trust Lu Hang's words that in his memory, Lu Hang has always been cautious and meticulous regarding critical matters. Thus, Li Yuanqi picked up his phone to Li Yuanqi. All right, I will go gather my things. Chapter 65. Want to leave? Pay for the floor damage. In truth, Li Yuanqi had little to pack. Within this camp, the only possession that truly belonged to him was a mattress situated near the entrance. He picked up his phone, intending to inform Wu Yuha, for the door to this sanctuary requires the approval of their boss, Xiao Lei, to open that he himself lacks the authority. The difficulty of the game is about to increase. The sanctuary regulations stipulate a temporary halt to all outings, only accepting those seeking refuge. Li Yuanqi was typing. A chilling voice suddenly called out his name from nearby. Li Yuanqi. Why is the entrance so filthy? Didn't I tell you to clean it properly? How can you be so incompetent? Wu Yu had descended from the upper floors. Their sanctuary was a small office building along the street, comprising 5 stories. Most individuals utilized the second and third floors for makeshift bedding, while the boss and his secretaries resided on the 5th floor. The 4th floor was exclusively accessible to female employees, and Li Yuanqi was the sole occupant of the entrance on the 1st floor. When he contacted Lu Hang, he thought to himself that he finally had company. It wasn't that he lacked loyalty. Rather, in this world teeming with zombies, Li Yuanqi merely wished to survive within a sanctuary. He even prepared a bucket of instant noodles, which he had saved for quite some time, intending to offer it to Lu Hang, in his view, since Lu Hang had yet to locate a larger group. He likely had no sanctuary of his own. Surviving for this long was already commendable. After Wu Yu finished speaking, Li Yuanqi instinctively reached for a broom to clean. However, he quickly reconsidered that no, I am about to leave this wretched place. Why should I bother sweeping? Li Yuanqi resolved to be assertive this time, mentally reminding himself that he hoped Lu Hang would not let him down, that if she desires cleanliness, then she can clean it herself. Opening the door, he declared, I'm leaving. Wu Yua couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Li Yuanqi's words, her amusement so profound that she had to cover her mouth, though it did little to stifle her laughter. You want to leave? Where are you going? Out to feed the zombies. In Wu Yua's eyes, it was inconceivable that Li Yuanqi would ever engage in such an act, that he had always been timid and averse to confrontation. Otherwise, he would not have been the target of bullying. This was undoubtedly related to the fact that he had scolded Xiao Lei on his very first day at the company. That old man was exceedingly cunning. Opting not to dismiss Li Yuanqi, but instead keeping him around to torment him slowly, that Wu Yua had experienced Xiao Lei's tactics firsthand in recent days, albeit in a different context, yet in this world. Xiao Lei continued to provide her with what she required, so she did not feel she was at a disadvantage. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, after each episode of torment, she would seek out others to vent her pent-up frustrations. Everyone in the company was aware of Wu Yua's status, and Xiao Lei remained unchanged, that he was the boss of the company before, and now he was the administrator of the sanctuary. Because of this relationship, no one within the sanctuary dared to provoke Wu Yuha. Each time she descended from the 5th floor, she would invariably limp and scold anyone she encountered, with Li Yuanqi often bearing the brunt of her ire. I'm going to feed zombies. I won't stay here any longer. Li Yuanqi shouted loudly, his voice attracting the attention of many resting on the 2nd floor, that a crowd gathered on the stairs to witness the spectacle. Whenever conflicts arose in the sanctuary, they were treated to a fine performance. Upon hearing Li Yuanqi audaciously shout at her, Wu Yuhe, who had just been amused, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Li Yuanqi, how dare you speak to me like that? She noticed that the onlookers were multiplying. The more people gathered, the less she could allow her authority to be challenged if even someone like Li Yuanqi dared to speak to her in such a manner. She would have to teach him a lesson he would remember for a lifetime. Otherwise, no one in the sanctuary would fear her again, that Wu Yuhe absolutely would not tolerate any threats to her elevated status, which she had acquired at the cost of her own dignity. You want to leave? That can be arranged. Hand over 10,000 points worth of supplies that you've been here for so long, consuming so many resources and living safely all this time. Was it all for free? Look at the floor at the entrance. You've worn it down, moreover, you even dared to shout at me just now. That warrants an additional penalty of 10,000 points worth of supplies. So, a total of 20,000 points worth of goods. If you hand that over, you can leave immediately. Otherwise, you will continue to work here. Wu Yuhe looked down at Li Yuanqi with a condescending air. Her disdain palpable, that Li Yuanqi immediately snatched a broom from the side. 20,000 points? I don't even have 10,000 points left. After working tirelessly every day, whatever supplies he managed to scavenge had to be surrendered. He barely managed to buy some food from the point shop to stave off hunger. Xiao Lei claimed it was for the sanctuary's future survival, insisting that collected supplies should be stored in the warehouse for later use. Yet, Li Yuanqi could plainly see that, in such an environment, Xiao Lei had somehow managed to gain weight. Now, when he expressed his desire to leave the sanctuary, he was not only denied the return of his previously surrendered supplies, but also demanded an additional 20,000 points worth of goods. And for what? Because he had scuffed the floor? Why should he be punished? Li Yuanqi could no longer contain his frustration. As he raised the broom, Wu Yuhe instinctively took a couple of steps back. Such individuals often acted imperiously, but when they finally pushed a timid person to their limits, they would shrink back like a frightened dog. However, Wu Yuhe quickly remembered that so many people were watching. Moreover, the opponent was Li Yuanqi, that coward. Even if he had 2 more lives, he wouldn't dare do anything. Furthermore, this was her territory. Security team, bind him! Wu Yuhe shouted loudly. The security team consisted of individuals chosen from among the more robust employees of the company. However, even after careful selection, they were merely slightly taller and heavier than average. Strength was not their strong suit. These individuals had always been the favored ones of Xiao Lei, doing little work and consuming the supplies collected by others. Yet, whenever someone dared to express dissatisfaction with Xiao Lei, they would immediately spring into action. Essentially, they were just a pack of dogs trained by Xiao Lei. Upon hearing Wu Yuhe's whistle, they quickly pushed through the crowd. Surrounding Li Yuanqi, they all wielded iron rods. Any weapon collected in the sanctuary was in their possession, which is why no one dared to provoke them. Seeing this pack of dogs approach, Li Yuanqi felt a surge of panic. He knew he was no match for them alone. What should he do? He raised the broom defensively in front of himself, contemplating whether he should just take a beating, but he was willing to fight back. But Lu Hang had just said he would come to pick him up. He did not wish to drag Lu Hang into this mess, after they had vented their anger on him. He could leave if they allowed it. Observing Li Yuanqi's cowardly demeanor, Wu Yuhe felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, just as Li Yuanqi was about to crouch down to accept the impending blows, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chapter 66. Am I fragrant? Luo Yufei personally assisted me in applying it, and Wu Yuhe frowned slightly. However, her expression soon transformed into one of delight, as she surmised that new employees were arriving to seek refuge at the company. Thus, the sanctuary would soon welcome additional souls. She waved her hand, instructing the security team to lower their weapons. It would be unseemly for newcomers to witness such a scene upon their arrival. Wu Yuhe picked up her phone. Mr. Xiao, could you kindly open the door? We have more employees coming to join us at that moment. Lu Hang stood before the entrance, surveying the sanctuary with a critical eye. He thought to himself how inadequate it appeared. There were no additional fortifications at the entrance, and the main gate was merely the original one, that the first floor's windows were merely boarded up, which might suffice against ordinary zombies, but would be utterly useless against an elite-level zombie. That he felt a sense of relief that he had come to retrieve Li Yuanqi, for otherwise, it seemed likely that Li Yuanqi's journey would meet an untimely end after tonight. Lu Hang pondered how excited Li Yuanqi would be upon seeing him. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a face he found utterly detestable. Wu Yuha, that he was all too familiar with her visage on his first day at work. Her enthusiasm had been overwhelming as she eagerly added him as a friend. Yet, by the following day, she had joined the others in ostracizing him, and her disdain was even more pronounced than theirs. When Wu Yuha opened the door and recognized Lu Hang, her eyes sparkled with surprise. It was impossible to ignore how remarkably handsome he appeared, even in a post-apocalyptic world. His looks remained unscathed, and his attire had evidently improved, showcasing a sense of style that in truth his outfit had been carefully curated by Luo Yufei. After the renovation of the terrace villa, she had meticulously organized their wardrobes, devoting an entire afternoon to selecting outfits for Lu Hang from the warehouse. ASA star. Her eye for clothing was impeccable, and Lu Hang's model-like physique only accentuated the elegance of any garment he wore. These clothes were not only visually appealing, but also remarkably comfortable, allowing him to fight and run without hindrance. That moment, Wu Yua's heart was utterly captivated, especially as she faced Xiao Lei's grotesque, greasy visage each night. She found herself wishing to devour Lu Hang whole. That a peculiar thought crossed her mind. She desired to seduce Lu Hang within the sanctuary. Wu Yuha longed to experience the thrill of unspoken rules. Given the circumstances, Xiao Lei would undoubtedly continue to target Lu Hang, that if she could discreetly offer him some advantages, perhaps when he was starved and disoriented, just a couple of instant noodles might persuade him to carry her to bed. As Wu Yua's gaze became increasingly entranced, Lu Hang almost retched at the thought of the lobster he had consumed that morning. His eyes moved past Wu Yuha to find Li Yuanqi, who was surrounded by a throng of people. Although the security team had retracted their iron rods, Li Yuanqi pitifully clutched a broom, adopting a defensive stance that Liu Hang immediately sensed something was amiss. And he deftly sidestepped Wu Yuha to intervene. In that fleeting moment of contact, Wu Yuha was left in a daze, overwhelmed by a delightful scent that enveloped her, as if it had drawn forth her very essence. She thought to herself, Lu Hang, you smell divine? Unbeknownst to her, this fragrance was the result of Luo Yufei's careful selection among various shower gels and body lotions that Liu Hang, however, had little interest in such things. The strong scent of body lotion often left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, he had grown accustomed to Luo Yufei, applying the lotion on him each evening after a shower, her gentle hands massaging it into his skin, rendering him familiar with the fragrance. Hanggo, Li Yuanqi exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. You truly came to rescue me. He had prepared himself for the worst, even if Lu Hang's sanctuary was subpar. It had to be infinitely better than this place. That he had learned much during his time at this sanctuary, including how to board up windows himself. Once he arrived at Lu Hang's sanctuary, he would assist in securing the windows. With a single glance at Li Yuanqi, Lu Hang discerned that the lad had indeed been bullied, and he positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yuanqi, eyeing the group of men before him. Familiar faces he recognized from work. They had rarely exchanged words outside of necessary work-related interactions, and they had often tried to undermine both him and Li Yuanqi. Typical sycophants that a mere glance from Lu Hang sent shivers down their spines. Despite their ability to arm themselves with iron rods from their backpacks, and even having acquired knives, they faltered at the sight of Lu Hang's muscular arms, which tightened with a subtle flex. However, upon exchanging glances among themselves, they realized their numerical advantage and regained their bravado, raising their heads to stare defiantly at Lu Hang. What is the meaning of this? Lu Hang turned to Li Yuanqi, and this simple action emboldened the security team, who believed Lu Hang was backing down, avoiding eye contact and glancing towards Li Yuanqi. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Hang had dismissed them entirely. Hangge, I want to leave this place and wait for you outside. But they won't let me go, Li Yuanqi whispered urgently, casting furtive glances at the door that he wanted to convey to Lu Hang that they should seize the opportunity to escape while the door was open. Yet, their usual camaraderie seemed to evaporate at that moment. After hearing Li Yuanqi's plea, Lu Hang merely directed his gaze toward the security team, calmly inquiring, why won't you allow him to leave? At that instant, Wu Yuha closed the door with a decisive click and approached Lu Hang, her entourage of security personnel quickly gathering behind her. Panic surged through Li Yuanqi. It appeared that their chance to flee had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hang was well aware of Li Yuanqi's signals. Escaping was certainly an option, but it was unnecessary. With an expression of indifference, Lu Hang fixed his gaze upon the opposing group and repeated his inquiry. Why won't you allow him to leave? Wu Yuha scoffed, When did we ever say he couldn't leave? I wasn't aware of such a decision, that I just informed Li Yuanqi that he is free to leave at any time, provided he pays the protection fee for this duration. Our sanctuary cannot offer protection without compensation. After all, he has even damaged our floor. Chapter 67. Do you know where the sanctuary's warehouse is? Lu Hang chuckled. Compensation? Do you truly believe you are operating a theme park? At that moment, the security team erupted into a chorus of shouts. Exactly. Isn't he responsible for the damages? One exclaimed. Not only the floor. But what about the restroom? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanqi nearly fainted in indignation. I have been the one cleaning that restroom. Realizing that his dear friend had been reduced to scrubbing toilets for others, Lu Hang's expression darkened. Yet the opposition was relentless. You cleaned it, but did you do so thoroughly? Why not ask everyone else? Another person called out to the group on the stairs. Do you think the restroom was cleaned properly? Not at all. It reeked. Not a single person in the crowd stood up to defend Li Yuanqi. Lu Hang had grown accustomed to such behavior. It was a reflection of the leadership that fostered such employees. There had once been a girl named Huang Ningjin who could not tolerate the bullying of Lu Hang and Li Yuanqi. However, after she spoke out on their behalf, she was immediately ostracized by her female colleagues and subsequently resigned the following day. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Hang helped her move her belongings downstairs. Huang Ningjin expressed her sincere gratitude, only for Lu Hang to see her depart in a Maybach. It turned out she was merely there to experience life. Hangge, perhaps you should leave first, Li Yuanqi urged, gently tugging at Lu Hang's sleeve, that he understood that this group would not allow him to leave. Leave? I came to join you. Lu Hang retorted. Lu Hang turned around and revealed a playful smile towards Li Yuanqi. Upon seeing this smile, Li Yuanqi suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. For every time Lu Hang wore such an expression, it invariably meant that someone was about to encounter misfortune. Who knows what ill intentions Lu Hang might be harboring? However, this was not the original world anymore. All the rules had shifted, and with the opposing side outnumbering them, Li Yuanqi remained deeply concerned. Upon hearing Lu Hang's words, Wu Yue's heart had already burst with joy. As long as Lu Hang stayed in the shelter, she would have the upper hand in the future, that if he wished to join, it was originally possible. However, everyone in the company knows about your relationship with Li Yuanqi. You must compensate for the losses he caused to the shelter before we can allow you to join. She couldn't simply let Lu Hang join the shelter without making him pay a sufficient price. This way, she could exert better control over him in the future. That Wu Yue's words infuriated Li Yuanqi to the point that he began to tremble. That I'm not leaving now. Why should I compensate? However, Lu Hang raised a hand to halt his continuation. Compensate? Of course, you must. We must adhere to the rules wherever we go, correct? So tell me, how much do you owe? Lu Hang grinned at Wu Yuhe and the throng behind her, showing no signs of fear. That I've already stated, 20,000 points worth of supplies. Hand that over, and you both can remain in the shelter as regular members. Otherwise, you'll only be our slaves. The corners of Wu Yuhe's mouth couldn't help but curl upward as if she could already envision Lu Hang on his knees, licking her feet. 20,000 points. Within this shelter, aside from that old scoundrel Xiao Lei, no one possessed such abundant points. How could a newcomer like Lu Hang possibly produce that? Yet, to Wu Yuhe's utter astonishment, Lu Hang casually produced a barrel of gasoline. This was the 20 liters sold at gas stations, which previously held little value, but in this world, it was exceedingly precious. Their shelter had only managed to find a few cars with keys. But in recent days, while scavenging for supplies, the fuel tanks had nearly run dry. They knew they could siphon fuel from other vehicles, yet they had failed to find suitable tools and containers for days. Thus, gasoline had become the most coveted resource within the shelter. This 20-liter barrel of gasoline would cost 30,000 points in the points marketplace. Xiao Lei had even issued a bounty, promising an additional 10,000 points worth of food to anyone who could find gasoline. The more one found, the more he would reward. Yet no one had ever laid eyes on gasoline. That Wu Yue never expected that Lu Hang would effortlessly produce a barrel. He must have struck an incredible stroke of luck. Suppressing her shock, Wu Yue's expression had long been caught by Lu Hang's keen gaze. That a single barrel of gasoline can astonish you this much. Lu Hang found it amusing that in his VIP space there lay a plethora of such gasoline that, of course, he had no intention of simply handing this barrel over to them. That is this barrel sufficient? Lu Hang, having been in the new district and not encountering other players, was unaware of the current market situation. This barrel of gasoline would cost a full 30,000 points to purchase from the points marketplace. Moreover, to buy such supplies, one had to be of elite class or higher. How many players had even advanced to elite in the game? Thus, this barrel could be exchanged for at least 50,000 points worth of supplies that Wu Yuha, who spent her days chatting idly in the chat hall, was well aware of such matters. Without regard for her image, she rushed to grab the oil barrel, exclaiming, "Of course it's enough." However, lacking the strength, she couldn't budge the barrel. She turned to shout at the security team. "What are you standing around for? Help me lift the gasoline up." Finding gasoline was a significant achievement, and Wu Yuha was eager to take credit with Xiao Lei, although the gasoline wasn't her find. If it weren't for her clever maneuvering to make Lu Hang compensate, there would have been no opportunity to acquire it. Thus, as Wu Yuha departed, the crowd began to scatter as well, with Lu Hang present. They dared not provoke Li Yuanqi, yet they all thought to themselves that the two underdogs from the company had united. Life would surely become amusing from here on out. "Hangge, I've caused you trouble," Li Yuanqi said earnestly, apologizing to Lu Hang. "Forget your nonsense." Lu Hang jested. "Cheer up. We have plans for tonight." That a mysterious smile played on Lu Hang's lips. Plans? Li Yuanqi was bewildered, unable to grasp what Lu Hang meant. In his view, Lu Hang must have realized that his shelter was far inferior to this place, and to ensure their safety, he had endured the ridicule of others, even paying the price of a barrel of gasoline to stay. However, now that he looked at Lu Hang, he seemed anything but someone intending to work here. Suddenly, Lu Hang leaned in closer to Li Yuanqi's ear. "So, do you know where the shelter storage warehouse is?" Li Yuanqi's eyes widened in shock, but soon the light faded from them. That it appeared that this fellow had no clue about the shelter's rules, discovering the existence of a storage warehouse from somewhere. He thought to steal from it and make a run for it. It seemed Lu Hang was entirely unaware that aside from the shelter's administrator, no one else could access the storage warehouse. Moreover, it was said that the warehouse was surrounded by a layer of protective walls. Breaking through? Others weren't fools. The moment he made a move, they would wake up. Li Yuanqi regarded Lu Hang with a look of incredulity and said, "Hangzi, listen to me, that you're too naive. The storage warehouse can only be opened by the administrator. Unless, of course, the administrator grants you permission. But do you really think that bald-headed Xiao Lei would give you permission? To be honest, buddy, if you were a girl, with your looks, we might have a chance. But now..." Lu Hang could no longer tolerate Li Yuanqi's fanciful ideas and push him away, urging him to shut his mouth. "All I ask is that you tell me where the warehouse is." Li Yuanqi nodded. "That of course I know, but knowing is useless. Are you really going to transform into a woman to seduce that bald-headed Xiao?" Lu Hang grasped Li Yuanqi's chin. "Just tell me, where's the warehouse? No more unnecessary words." Fearing that if he continued, he might genuinely regurgitate a lobster, Lu Hang's grip on Li Yuanqi loosened once he nodded in acknowledgement. "That hurts," Li Yuanqi complained, rubbing his chin, casting an accusatory glance at Lu Hang. "But do you think if I dress up a bit, I could seduce that bald Xiao? Do I stand a chance?" Lu Hang instinctively covered his mouth. Ugh, he could no longer suppress the turmoil in his stomach. Fortunately, he managed to keep the lobster from surfacing. Seeing that Li Yuanqi was about to speak again, Lu Hang quickly pulled him into a corner. Where they were out of sight, a long knife now appeared in Lu Hang's hand, poised before Li Yuanqi. "Li go. Please stop the torment. Just tell me where the warehouse is." Upon seeing the sharp long knife in Lu Hang's hand, Li Yuanqi's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Hang possessed such a beautiful weapon. In this shelter, all weapons had to be surrendered. They were only issued during scavenging expeditions that if memory served him correctly. Even Xiao Lei didn't have a weapon as exquisite and sharp as this one. That Hanggo, your luck is incredible. Not only a long knife, but also gasoline. Lu Hang thought to himself, "I haven't even drawn my gun yet." He genuinely worried that if he showed Li Yuanqi the gun, this fool might shout, "Wow, awesome. Hanggo, give me a sniper rifle too." Such a thing was entirely within the realm of possibility for Li Yuanqi. Indeed, as Lu Hang's attention wavered for just a moment, Li Yuanqi reached into his pants and pulled out a piece of black silk, rubbing it against Lu Hang's knife that he then raised the half of the black silk he held. "Wow! Hangge, this is a hair-raising moment." Lu Hang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. With a cold expression, he handed over the hilt of the knife, even after having severed zombies with it. He was indifferent to the green blood staining the handle. However, the fact that it had been stained with Li Yuanqi's black silk was unacceptable. What do you mean by this, Captain Hang? Li Yuanqi looked at the knife being offered but did not take it, for it was far too precious. You keep it, Lu Hang insisted, feeling as if the knife burned in his grip. There is no need for such gestures between us. Yuanqi shook his head. Gazing longingly at the knife, yet refusing to accept it, he continued, Captain Hang, you needn't bribe me like this. It's just a matter of sacrificing yourself to lure Xiaolei. Lu Hang was unable to restrain himself, feeling as though the shrimp he had consumed that morning was rising back up his throat. Brother Li, I beg you, just tell me where the warehouse is. It dawned on Li Yuanqi that perhaps Lu Hang's plan did not involve him making any sacrifices. With an innocent expression, he replied, Where is the storage warehouse? I have no idea. Lu Hang nearly choked on his own blood, disgusted by Li Yuanqi's words that he was on the verge of abandoning his previous plans. However, Li Yuanqi spoke again, but our shelter is not large. There are only 5 floors in total. I suspect Xiao Tzu has set up the warehouse on the 5th floor in his office. Now aware of the warehouse's approximate location, Lu Hang plunged the knife into Li Yuanqi's mattress, insisting, Put the knife away. Regardless, I certainly don't want it, and I fear any contact from your hands that have just touched the black silk. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Lu Hang instinctively positioned himself in front of the knife, while Li Yuanqi immediately stepped forward, reaching out to stow the knife in his backpack. The two shared a silent understanding. Provided Li Yuanqi did not have any whimsical thoughts. You two should remain in the shelter from now on, Wu Yuhe announced as she descended the stairs. However, the upstairs is already full. Lu Hang. You will have to make do here with Li Yuanqi. After all, you two have shared a dormitory before. With that, she turned and left, a smirk playing on her lips, anticipating Lu Hang would eventually come to plead with her. Perhaps not now, but surely when he no longer wished to share a mattress with Li Yuanqi. Hey, at least give me another mattress. Li Yuanqi muttered indignantly behind her, but Wu Yuhe paid him no mind. Captain Hang, why don't you sleep on the mattress tonight, and I'll take the floor? Li Yuanqi generously suggested. Sleep on what? Lu Hang's gaze had grown icily cold. Night fell swiftly, and it was soon 11 o'clock. Only an hour remained until the difficulty adjusted. Fortunately, the upstairs had been quiet for a while, indicating that no one was working late, and everyone had gone to bed early. Lu Hang nudged Li Yuanqi, who opened his drowsy eyes. Get yourself together and wait for me here. Once I'm done, I'll take you away. Li Yuanqi perked up instantly, having previously thought Lu Hang had abandoned the idea of returning to his own shelter. What are you going to do? I'll help you. Lu Hang pondered for a moment. Although he had learned the warehouse was likely on the 5th floor, he had never been up there himself. Bringing Li Yuanqi along would help guide him. All right, follow me. Remember to be quiet. They began their stealthy ascent. First reaching the 2nd floor, Lu Hang glanced around, noting that the entire office had been converted into a communal dormitory. Initially, he had thought it too cruel to make Li Yuanqi stay at the entrance, but now, given the choice, he would prefer to fish alone at the door. The 2nd floor was filled with the sounds of snoring. How could one possibly sleep well in such an environment? For Lu Hang, it was sheer torment. Yet for most of the other players, having a place to fend off the zombies and the safety of being among fellow players was more than enough. They pressed on, ascending to the 3rd floor, where the residents clearly enjoyed better conditions. Lu Hang observed that most were members of the security team, with some lying beside female colleagues, while a male colleague rested beside another. Li Yuanqi, full of curiosity, leaned towards Lu Hang and whispered, So this is what the 3rd floor is like. Lu Hang was taken aback. You've never been here before? Of course not. They only allowed me to move around on the 1st floor. Li Yuanqi replied that I could only go to the 2nd floor when cleaning the restroom. Lu Hang thought to himself, how could you endure that? Yet he refrained from voicing it, for survival was the priority in this world. Li Yuanqi's choices were not without reason. Lu Hang gestured for silence, and they continued upward. Upon reaching the next level, they discovered the staircase was locked. Captain Hang, what do we do? Should we leave? Li Yuanqi suggested. Lu Hang did not pause. He pulled out a master key and, with a gentle twist, unlocked the door. Li Yuanqi gaped in astonishment, unaware that Lu Hang possessed such skills. Lu Hang quietly opened the door without making a sound. This floor's layout was somewhat different, with numerous office cubicles, many of which were draped with curtains, indicating significantly better living conditions than below. However, Lu Hang did not linger, knowing he would find nothing he sought on this level. Continuing up the stairs, Li Yuanqi followed closely. Suddenly, Lu Hang sensed a hint of danger. He raised a hand, signaling Li Yuanqi to be cautious. They slowed their steps, inching forward. This floor lacked a staircase and a locked door. They could see a spacious office area, yet it was deserted. This place could easily be converted into better living quarters, but evidently, Xiao Lei intended to enjoy the fifth floor for himself. Beyond the office area lay the CEO's office. Lu Hang's alertness heightened as he noticed two sentinels stationed there. Remarkably, they had not detected Lu Hang and Li Yuanqi's approach to AT that moment. Li Yuanqi frowned at their actions. The two guards were hunched over, ears pressed against the door of the CEO's office. Seeing this, Lu Hang ceased his stealthy approach. He drew out a metal baseball bat and advanced towards the two with both hands raised. He swung the bat in an inverted arc, striking them soundly on the back of their heads. The sharp crack echoed through the air as they collapsed to the ground. Li Yuanqi, quick-witted, caught one of them before he could crash into a vase, preventing a loud noise that could disturb the ongoing commotion inside. However, he soon regretted his actions immensely. He had not anticipated Lu Hang's ruthless approach, which had resulted in a gruesome outcome. Crimson blood splattered across his face, nearly making him retch. Yet, he stifled his reaction for the sake of Lu Hang's mission, tears welling in his eyes. In this tense moment, Lu Hang could only offer a packet of tissues and a wet wipe. From within the room, the sounds of fierce combat continued unabated. Lu Hang swiftly used the master key to unlock the CEO's office door. In truth, he was not concerned about being discovered. If matters escalated, he was prepared to fight his way out. However, Li Yuanqi was unaware of Lu Hang's mindset. Had he known, he would never have assisted the fallen guard. Upon opening the door, the atmosphere within was charged with a different kind of intensity. "Boss Xiao, you're particularly fierce today." Wu Yue's voice rang out from inside. Lu Hang peered into the room, realizing the CEO's office housed more than just a standard workspace. Behind the bookshelves, there appeared to be a lounge. As the sounds he heard emanated from there. "Boss Xiao, today is Xiao Wei's first time here. You promised to arrange a room for her on the 4th floor tomorrow, remember?" "Got it. You two take care of me tonight. And we can discuss the room later. I'll fix up a few rooms on the 5th floor, and you'll both have your share. Boss Xiao, don't forget the instant noodles and rice balls." The sounds emanating from within were incessant, yet Lu Hang's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Upon entering, he was taken aback to discover an incongruous small room at the center of the space, constructed of cement walls. Aside from this, there was merely a small door. This must undoubtedly be a storage facility. In comparison to the S-grade shelter's warehouse, this could only be deemed a storeroom. Nevertheless, Lu Hang's breath quickened. He raised his hand and inserted the universal key into the lock of the small door. With a gentle twist, this storage space, not meant for him, was surprisingly unlocked. All the supplies within were laid bare before Lu Hang's eyes. An array of snacks, boxes of instant noodles and bread, as well as various cigarettes and alcohol. Plentiful indeed. In fact, much of this alcohol had been bartered by Xiao Lei through Wu Yuhe with other nearby shelters. Otherwise, the warehouse would have contained even more provisions, including vegetables and grains. During times when zombies were not rampant, gathering supplies remained a relatively manageable task, especially in the old city where numerous residential buildings stood to this moment. Li Yuanqi finally cleaned his face and was left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. He approached Lu Hang, incredulity etched on his face. "You managed to handle Xiao Lei in such a short time." He pondered, could it be that Xiao Lei was actually amenable to such dealings? If that were the case, given Lu Hang's striking appearance, it would not surprise him in the least. However, Lu Hang had no time to correct Li Yuanqi's line of thought. He immediately stepped into the warehouse, commencing the transfer of the supplies. The volume of provisions here was substantial, and although Lu Hang's own warehouse was exponentially larger, in this world, more supplies were always better. Furthermore, Lu Hang's shelter was soon to accommodate more individuals, and it was only natural that they would contribute some food in return for their stay. Chapter 70. Ransacked and departed, Li Yuanqi furrowed his brow, having discerned that the source of the sounds originated from behind a bookshelf. Thus, it seemed Lu Hang had yet to encounter Xiao, the bald man. Finally, the treasure trove before him captivated all of Li Yuanqi's attention, halting his fanciful thoughts. "Brother Hang, you're incredible, but it's a pity that with all this, our backpacks combined can't hold much," he sighed, reflecting on the labor of dozens of people over nearly 10 days to gather these supplies, that if only they could take it all. Lu Hang paid him no mind. merely running his hand over each item in the warehouse, that he even located the barrel of gasoline submitted earlier that day. Behind him, Li Yuanqi's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in astonishment. Did I in less than a minute? The entire warehouse was emptied. How was this possible? Each person's backpack could barely accommodate the size of a small suitcase. Yet Lu Hang had somehow managed to transport the contents of a shipping container. Meanwhile, the sounds continued unabated to Lu Hang emerged from the now barren warehouse, and he could hear his and Li Yuanqi's names being mentioned. Dozens of new arrivals today that I've arranged everything for them. Wu Yue panted, her voice interspersed with sucking sounds. Good job, Xiao Wup. By the way, find out how that Lu Hang fellow got the gasoline. Xiao Lei's voice, instantly recognizable to Lu Hang, was raspy, sleazy, and greasy, a tone that made Lu Hang feel that even confronting him with a gun would be an affront to his own sensibilities. Absolutely. Once you ascertain how he procured the gasoline, I can claim the 1,000 points from Lu Hang and Li Yuanqi. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue became even more fervent in her efforts. Xiao, the difficulty is about to increase. Otherwise, we could keep them around for now and later send them out for reconnaissance. At this point, Lu Hang had no desire to continue listening. He was all too aware of what Xiao Lei's mention of 1,000 points entailed. He snapped his fingers lightly in front of Li Yuanqi and gestured with his finger. Then aren't we leaving after taking the supplies? Li Yuanqi, feeling the itch of anxiety, turned to see the empty warehouse. And his spirits lifted instantly that he noticed Lu Hang had already exited the room and promptly followed. At the entrance lay the two security guards, pants discarded, alongside a pile of tissues and wet wipes used by Li Yuanqi. As they passed, Li Yuanqi delivered a sharp kick to one of them. His own innocence had been tarnished by this individual. As the two descended the stairs, they no longer tread cautiously. Rather, they strode boldly. Lu Hang checked the time on his phone. Only half an hour remained until midnight. This meant they would undoubtedly encounter a recalibration of difficulty on their journey. However, there was no alternative. They couldn't simply stay here overnight and set off in the morning. Could they? Just as they reached the third floor, they encountered a security guard heading to the restroom, but he spotted Lu Hang and Li Yuanqi. What are you two doing up here? He whispered, lowering his voice. Assuming that Li Yuanqi had merely gained the courage to explore the upper floors alongside Lu Hang. This trivial matter did not require causing a stir and waking everyone. He merely needed to report it to Wu Yue the following day. And the fierce woman would certainly deal with them. Little did he know that Lu Hang had just completely emptied their shelter's warehouse. Had he been aware, he would never have let them go so easily. Lu Hang regarded the guard with indifference, ignoring him entirely as he pulled Li Yuanqi along towards the stairs. This behavior only served to infuriate the guard further, who contemplated seeking out Wu Yue immediately. Yet he knew she was preoccupied at that hour and dared not risk exposing himself, opting instead to saunter towards the restroom, plotting how to embellish his report to ensure Wu Jie would deliver a severe reprimand to the two. Soon, Lu Hang and Li Yuanqi arrived at the entrance of the shelter, a door that required Xiao Lei's consent to open. However, Lu Hang possessed the universal key. He swiftly produced the key and unlocked the grand door. A breath of freedom washing over them. Yet he had to act swiftly, as a horde of zombies was bound to emerge shortly. Brother Hang, are we really just going to walk into your shelter like this? Li Yuanqi inquired. Trailing behind, he was acutely aware of the impending recalibration of difficulty and harbored concern for their safety. Brother Hang, should we find a place to hide for the night? Lu Hang continued forward. Not pausing in his stride, we could, but it's unnecessary. Before Li Yuanqi could grasp the implications of Lu Hang's dismissal, Lu Hang veered into a narrow alley. Yuanqi quickly followed, and upon glancing up, he spotted a Tyrannosaurus pickup truck parked within the alley, with a driver who resembled a dinosaur standing beside it. Lu Hang opened the truck door. What are you waiting for? Are you questioning your previous shelter life? Li Yuanqi immediately caught on, scampering eagerly to join Lu Hang in the vehicle. The truck roared to life, heading towards Lu Hang's S-grade shelter. Brother Hang, this is incredible. Once inside, Li Yuanqi eagerly explored the interior. Whether in the previous world or this zombie amusement park, he had never experienced such a sense of security in a vehicle. However, Lu Hang's brow was furrowed in concern that a large number of zombies had inexplicably reappeared on the streets, where just days prior they had been nearly extinct. Now, from a single vantage point, over 20 could be seen. Sensing Liu Hang's change in demeanor, Li Yuanqi realized something was amiss, that it was not merely the presence of zombies that was troubling. These creatures had begun to pursue their pickup. The leisurely days of recent had caused them to forget the terror of the undead. Now, as the game's announcement proclaimed, the zombies' fervor for players had returned in full force. They were all back. At this moment, zombies were surging from nearby buildings onto the streets. Liu Hang swiftly thrust a nail gun into Li Yuanqi's arms, along with a box of nails and a carton of cartridges. Do you know how to use this? At this moment, the situation began to grow dire, as zombies had started to intercept vehicles, colliding against their bodies. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus's chassis was remarkably sturdy, with a high ground clearance and ample horsepower. In a critical moment, Li Yuanqi found himself unable to ponder further. In this state, he became even more dependable. Rest assured, I have used it before. After uttering these words, he skillfully opened the nail gun, checked the loading of the nails and cartridges, then lowered the car window and squeezed the trigger, eliminating a zombie that dared to approach the vehicle. Witnessing Li Yuanqi's performance, Liu Hang felt reassured. As the pickup truck sped along, he switched places with Gao De, viewing this as an excellent opportunity to rack up points by slaying zombies. Subsequently, the pickup truck barreled down the street like a bowling ball, sending zombies flying in all directions. Congratulations. You have killed one ordinary zombie and earned 100 points. Congratulations. You have killed one ordinary zombie and earned 100 points. However, suddenly, with a loud crash, the entire pickup truck's cabin was jolted upwards. Liu Hang glanced in the rearview mirror and was shocked to see a zombie leap onto the truck's cargo bed. A leader-class zombie. Chapter 71. I'll send you a sniper. This leader-class zombie had extraordinarily long limbs. It crouched atop the truck bed like a colossal spider. The moment Li Yuanqi turned around, he nearly dropped the nail gun in fright. Liu Hang, through the rearview mirror, fixed his gaze on the creature. Damn it, isn't it still before midnight? Why is a leader-class zombie already appearing? He handed his handgun to Gao De with one hand, the urgency of the situation requiring no further words. Upon receiving the weapon, Gao De immediately dashed to the back seat, opened the small window, and emptied the magazine. Yet Liu Hang witnessed something astonishing. The leader-class zombie contorted its limbs into an exceedingly bizarre posture, shielding itself with its arms and legs, blocking all the bullets. This spectacle left Li Yuanqi utterly dumbfounded. From the moment Liu Hang drew his gun, he had been in a state of shock. He never anticipated that Liu Hang possessed such a formidable weapon. But soon, even a handgun proved ineffective against this zombie. Despair engulfed Li Yuanqi, yet Liu Hang's mind raced with thoughts, observing the zombie's limbs now used for defense. He seized the moment, flooring the accelerator and sharply turning the steering wheel, flinging the zombie off the vehicle. One side of the pickup's tires lifted high. Had it been an ordinary sedan, it would have likely overturned. Liu Hang glanced again in the rearview mirror to see the spider-like zombie tumbling to the ground, rolling several times and crashing into a streetlight, shattering the lamp. But immediately after, Liu Hang beheld a terrifying sight. The spider zombie managed to right itself against the wall. Its limbs were able to traverse the surface with ease. It sprinted along the walls of the buildings lining the street, sending chills down Liu Hang's spine. He had initially believed that after tossing the zombie off the vehicle, he could accelerate away, leveraging speed to lose this leader-class foe. However, it became increasingly apparent that this was not a viable option. Despite Liu Hang flooring the accelerator, the distance between them and the zombie continually diminished. While more zombies emerged from the streets, obstructing their path, each collision caused the pickup's speed to wane, and the vehicle jolted violently over the bodies of the undead. Fortunately, this pickup had a high suspension and excellent off-road capability. Otherwise, Liu Hang would have been forced into close combat with the zombie's long AG. As he monitored the road ahead, he anxiously observed the movements of the zombies in the side mirrors. Suddenly, the zombie leapt from the wall with great force. Liu Hang again swerved sharply, and with a loud crash, the zombie fell back onto the road. Yet it rolled and jumped onto the opposite wall. Continuing its relentless pursuit, the distance rapidly closing, Liu Hang understood that escape was no longer an option. With such agility, the zombie would inevitably catch up to them. Liu Hang switched places with Gao De again, taking the wheel as he pulled out his phone to access the VIP shop. If a handgun could not harm it, then perhaps an AK-47 would do the trick. At that moment, The time on his phone approached midnight, prompting a wave of frustration. Damn it, just moments ago, it wasn't even close to midnight, and now a leader-class zombie has shown up. Wasn't the difficulty supposed to increase only after midnight? Suddenly, Liu Hang heard the sound of the wall being smashed, as if a heavy hammer were striking it. He turned to see the zombie leaping once more from the wall, its tremendous strength creating two gaping holes in the structure. Bricks flying in all directions. This leader-class zombie vaulted directly over the top of the pickup. This time, its target was no longer the truck but rather to block its path, with its massive frame and elongated limbs. It landed with precision, stabilizing itself instantly. Avoid it. Liu Hang commanded swiftly. He was acutely aware of the zombie's physical resilience. A mere collision with the vehicle would not suffice to vanquish it, only damaging the truck. The street was teeming with zombies, all rushing toward them, that if the vehicle were to become incapacitated, even if Liu Hang were to unleash an AK-47 upon this zombie, they would soon be surrounded by the horde. Upon hearing the order, Gauda jerked the steering wheel, but the short braking distance left him only narrowly evading the zombie, almost losing control of the pickup. Fortunately, it merely grazed the side of a building, the engine still roaring. Yet through the window, Liu Hang caught a glimpse of the zombie's face, which bore a mocking grin. Hango, can this zombie actually smile? After a prolonged state of shock, Li Yuanqi finally rebooted. However, Liu Hang had no time to attend to him. The zombie was drawing ever closer to their pickup. That moment, the time on the phone finally struck midnight. Clenching his teeth, Liu Hang thought bitterly. It should have been at this hour that the difficulty escalated. Perhaps I could have evaded this leader-class zombie. Had I known, I would have raided Xiao Lei's warehouse sooner and returned to the shelter. It was as if the game system had heard Liu Hang's thoughts. The approaching zombie suddenly began to tremble violently, a strange transformation taking place that left Liu Hang bewildered. Almost simultaneously, his phone vibrated. Yet he could not tear his eyes away from the zombie's bizarre metamorphosis that he watched as its body swelled with enormous green bubbles, grotesquely wrapped in putrid flesh. Then, to his horror, these bulges burst, splattering green liquid everywhere as the zombie sprouted an additional pair of limbs. Is it truly becoming a spider? The creature's limbs had transformed into 8, its body now more robust than before. Witnessing this, Liu Hang bellowed, "Drive, floor it!" Gauda immediately reversed the truck, shifting gears. The pickup shot forward like an arrow. However, they had barely moved when Liu Hang noticed the zombie behind them rearing back to let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the street. Then, this monstrous creature turned and sprinted, its 4 legs and 4 arms propelling it faster than before. In that critical moment, Liu Hang hurriedly opened his phone. Though perhaps even an AK-47 would be insufficient to save them now. Surrendering was never an option for him. But as the screen illuminated, Liu Hang was taken aback. Then, to his astonishment, he began to laugh. This laughter was tinged with a hint of recklessness and a touch of confidence. "Hango, you can't be serious." The sight of Liu Hang's grin sent chills down Li Yuanqi's spine, making him worry that Liu Hang might have succumbed to the transformation. Yet in the next moment, Liu Hang boldly rolled down the window, leaning halfway out of the vehicle to meet the charging leader-class zombie with a smile that he then reached forward, raising a large sniper rifle atop the truck. Chapter 72, 10-Day Cumulative Spending Reward. Li Yuanqi thought Liu Hang had truly lost his mind or intended to sacrifice himself, while he hoped Liu Hang could safely return him to the shelter. He would never allow it to come at the cost of Liu Hang's life. After all, it was merely 5,000 points. Li Yuanqi could afford that. Thus, he stood up from his seat, intending to take Liu Hang's place and buy him some time. Yet as he lifted his head, he was left dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Li Yuanqi could hardly believe his eyes. He saw Liu Hang wielding a Barrett. As Liu Hang remained composed and collected, he fixed his gaze through the scope at the approaching horde of zombies. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. The first bullet shattered the zombie's skull, creating a gaping hole. Incredibly, the second shot found its mark despite the creature nearly losing its head, as it crossed its 4 arms defensively in front of its body. Yet, the bullet mercilessly penetrated its arms, breaking 2 of them in the process. Subsequently, Liu Hang expertly struck the zombie's neck after this shot. The creature's head, nearly obliterated, dangled precariously from its body, swaying as if barely connected at the shoulders. The third bullet pierced between the zombie's collarbones, striking its spine directly, sending its head flying off. Congratulations, player, for successfully eliminating a mutated zombie, earning a reward of 5,000 points. Congratulations, player, for your first kill of a mutated zombie, earning a reward of 20,000 points. Congratulations, player, for achieving the first kill of a mutated zombie server-wide. Reward: Glory Token X5. VIP players receive additional rewards. Please contact customer service to claim .in that moment. Liu Hang displayed a smile akin to that of a war god. As he stowed away his sniper rifle and returned to the vehicle. Li Yuanqi remained dazed above. Utterly shocked by the spectacle he had just witnessed, it felt as if he were merely playing a game, with Liu Hang embodying the role of a professional player who had invested heavily in the experience. When Liu Hang produced a barrel of gasoline, Li Yuanqi initially attributed it to sheer luck. However, when Liu Hang brandished a long knife, Li Yuanqi began to regard him with newfound respect. But upon witnessing Liu Hang draw a large sniper rifle, Li Yuanqi's mind went blank. Are we even playing the same game? Where did you download this cheat? Li Yuanqi pondered, still in disbelief, that Liu Hang promptly yanked him down and closed the sunroof, despite having dispatched the mutated zombie. The surrounding undead continued to surge forth. Liu Hang was genuinely concerned that more zombies might leap onto them. Were you cheating just now? Li Yuanqi stammered, his words tumbling over one another. Cheating? Liu Hang shook his head. Of course not. Are you referring to this sniper? He pulled out the Barrett once more for Li Yuanqi to inspect. Yes. I'm asking about this sniper. Li Yuanqi reached out, eager to touch the exquisite weapon. However, Liu Hang swiftly retracted the rifle, avoiding his grasp. This is certainly not cheating, Liu Hang began to explain. The Barrett is inherently a semi-automatic rifle that can indeed fire continuously. Yet many game designers have a particular fondness for bolt-action versions of the Barrett. Despite this clarification, the notion of a Barrett capable of rapid fire seemed utterly absurd, especially considering how Liu Hang had dispatched the mutated zombie in mere 3 shots. After hearing Liu Hang's explanation, Li Yuanqi's expression turned blank, a hint of smoke seemingly emanating from his head in frustration. Big brother? Who asked you if this gun can fire continuously? I'm asking where you got it. Li Yuanqi gazed at Liu Hang with insatiable longing. Startled, Liu Hang instinctively shifted away, maintaining a safe distance. This gun was a gift, he replied curtly that no matter how Li Yuanqi pressed him, Liu Hang feigned deafness. The origin of this sniper rifle was a surprise to Liu Hang as well. Just after midnight, his phone had suddenly pinged with a notification. Congratulations! You are the top spender for the first 10 days of Zombie Amusement Park's opening. Reward: 50,000 points and a Barrett sniper rifle. Additionally, you have received 200 rounds of Magnum ammunition. This was a straightforward reward bestowed upon Liu Hang, as he was the only player able to recharge within the game, thus being the sole one with the opportunity to spend diamonds. As long as he spent even a single diamond, the rewards would be assuredly his. However, he was baffled that such a significant event had gone unnoticed by him beforehand. Regardless, the rewards from this consumption were undeniably generous. Without the Barrett, Liu Hang would have been concerned about returning safely that night. The pickup truck continued its journey, with zombies still lunging at them. However, in the absence of a leader-level zombie, they posed little threat. Liu Hang persisted in driving, colliding with the oncoming zombies. While Li Yuanqi and Gao De cleared some obstacles with nail guns, it was evident that these zombies were significantly more dangerous than before, occasionally leaping onto the vehicle to evade Liu Hang's impact. Fortunately, they were drawing closer to the location of their shelter. Along the way, they passed numerous other shelters, each surrounded by clusters of zombies attempting to breach their defenses. Liu Hang observed people valiantly wielding iron rods, kitchen knives, and makeshift weapons to protect their barriers. He also witnessed some smaller shelters being overrun by zombies, with anguished cries emanating from within. Given the circumstances, Liu Hang dared not recklessly exit the vehicle to search the breached shelters, as those that had been compromised likely held little value in their storage warehouses. The immediate priority was to return to his own shelter swiftly. He had already inquired with Luo Yufei, who confirmed that zombies were indeed attacking their shelter. However, they had yet to breach even the first layer of defenses, the color steel barriers. Luo Yufei had temporarily equipped Old Li and the others with nail guns. who were currently stationed on high platforms, shooting at the encroaching zombies. That in such a scenario, Luo Yufei's decision to arm the shelter members with nail guns was undoubtedly wise. The safety of the shelter was paramount. And as these members eliminated zombies, the communal points for Lu Hang's shelter continued to rise. After all, for every zombie they dispatched, Lu Hang's shelter received a reward of 10 points to at long last. Lu Hang's vehicle arrived at the entrance of his shelter. Chapter 73. Shocking Friends for a Century. Outside the color steel barriers, a deep trench was piled high with the remains of countless zombies. While the members of the shelter on the high platform were filled with fighting spirit, emboldened by their formidable defenses that allowed them to face the zombies without fear in their eyes. The zombies had become mere sources of experience points. Upon spotting Lu Hang's vehicle, Old Li and the others erupted into cheers. However, Lu Hang gestured for them to keep their voices down, for he did not wish to attract more zombies. On the way back, he had learned that in addition to the leader-level zombies, there were even more terrifying mutated zombies. Both of these categories possessed the capability to destroy the first line of defense. If the spider-mutated zombie were to appear, it could easily scale the second barrier and ascend directly from the walls. This realization rendered Lu Hang's starry terrace no longer an absolute sanctuary. The vehicle swiftly approached the drawbridge, where Old Li quickly directed the workers to lower it. They had ample firepower cover, and every zombie attempting to ascend the drawbridge was pierced by nail gun shots. Lu Hang smoothly traversed the drawbridge, returning safely to the shelter. Meanwhile, Li Yuanqi, seated in the vehicle, was utterly astounded that it was only at this moment that he grasped the true meaning and value of a shelter. "Hang, is this truly your shelter?" In response to Li Yuanqi's flattery, Lu Hang merely smirked. Well aware of his companion's tendency for such behavior, the steel door of the second line of defense swung open. The vehicle advanced closer to the shopping mall. Li Yuanqi could hardly contain his excitement, grasping Lu Hang's arm from the back seat. "Hang, this is what a shelter should look like." The entire first floor of the shopping mall had been reinforced, with all the floor-to-ceiling windows replaced by solid brick walls. Although the lighting and aesthetics had suffered as a result, security was the priority in a post-apocalyptic world. Observing the thick walls instilled a profound sense of safety. Lu Hang then maneuvered the vehicle into the underground parking garage, where Li Yuanqi was rendered speechless by the sight of luxury cars filling the garage. After a prolonged moment of silence, he finally managed to stammer a question. "Hang, do you have the keys to all these cars?" Lu Hang nodded, explaining that according to the storyline, these vehicles had presumably been parked by valets. "Did you notice the security booth at the parking garage entrance?" All the keys were kept inside. After Gundam and his companions became employees of Lu Hong, the whereabouts of these keys had already been reported to Lu Hong. Although Lu Hong possessed a master key that could effortlessly unlock these vehicles, it was evident that having the keys would significantly enhance their utility. This would subsequently allow other members to drive these vehicles and accompany Lu Hong on expeditions. When the vehicles were parked in the garage, they could only be admired. It was only when taken out to scavenge for supplies that their true value could be realized. After disembarking, Li Yuanqi couldn't help but glance back at his dream vehicles every few steps, while Lu Hong pulled him onto the freight elevator. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Luo Yufei, informing her that he would be bringing a friend home, not wishing her to greet them clad only in a nightgown. As the elevator ascended rapidly, Li Yuanqi felt a lingering dizziness. Just the previous night, he had been hiding at the doorway, knowing that if a zombie were to burst in, he would undoubtedly be their first morsel. Yet now, he found himself brought by Lu Hong to this extraordinarily secure sanctuary. When the elevator doors opened, Li Yuanqi's eyes widened, and he rubbed them vigorously, for what lay before him was utterly unbelievable. He felt as though he had returned to his original world, under the pretext that Lu Hong had invited him out for a celebratory feast. Before him stood an aerial garden. Was this truly the end of the world? Was there really such a place amidst a zombie-infested amusement park? It seemed this game had distributed the zombies to others, leaving the amusement park solely for Lu Hong. Did it? As Lu Hong walked ahead, he picked up the phone and said, "Hanyu, please prepare dinner for me. Just a portion of braised pork, a serving of spicy crayfish, and a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. For the staple, let's go with fried rice." After all, it's quite late. A simple meal will suffice. That Li Yuanqi, still in disbelief at what he had just witnessed, found himself questioning his hearing at this moment. What was this about braised pork and crayfish? Could such delicacies possibly exist in a post-apocalyptic world? Yet, as he followed in Lu Hong's footsteps, he ceased to doubt everything he had just heard, for what appeared before his eyes was, astonishingly, a villa in the sky. The living room, illuminated by warm, ambient light, featured floor-to-ceiling windows as Lu Hong opened the door. Li Yuanqi stepped inside, beholding a lounge furnished with a sofa and television, beside which sat a PS5, and even a transparent bathtub positioned before another set of floor-to-ceiling windows. Li Yuanqi, still dazed, was gently pressed onto the sofa by Lu Hong. "How do you like my place?" Lu Hong inquired, raising his chin. It took Li Yuanqi a couple of moments to respond with a vigorous nod. At that instant, his linguistic faculties faced a monumental challenge, rendering him nearly speechless. Lu Hong merely chuckled, glancing around but not spotting Luo Yufei. She was likely still changing, given that he had sent the message rather late. Providing her little time to prepare, Yuanqi pressed his hand against the soft sofa beneath him. The unreal sensation nearly brought him to tears. Since arriving in this world, he had only been able to sleep on a mattress, often curled up on the bed with no chair to sit on. Yet now he found himself seated on a sofa worth tens of thousands. Just then, a knock echoed from the entrance. "Come in." Lu Hong gestured toward the door. Li Yuanqi turned to the sound and was greeted by several young women, each possessing exquisite beauty and graceful figures. Dressed in coordinated attire and exuding elegance, they approached with trays, resembling high-end service staff from a five-star hotel. As they drew nearer, an enticing aroma wafted into Li Yuanqi's nostrils, the sweet scent of braised pork and the spicy allure of crayfish. Just a whiff sent his taste buds into a frenzy. It felt as though he had been enchanted, trailing behind the female attendants as they set the dishes down and lifted the covers, revealing a sumptuous feast before him. "Enjoy your meal." Han Yu inclined her head towards Li Yuanqi before gracefully retreating from the dining area. All her movements were refined, yet it was evident that at that moment, the culinary delights had captured Li Yuanqi's undivided attention, that he no longer pondered whether he was dreaming. Even if he were, he wished to remain in this dream forever. As he wiped the drool from his mouth, he turned to Lu Hong with a pitiful gaze. "Brother Hang, can I eat this?" Chapter 74. My Goddess. How did she become your wife? Lu Hong chuckled softly. Li Yuanqi had never been so courteous before. Back when they shared a dormitory, whenever Lu Hong indulged in some late-night snacks, at least half were snatched away by Li Yuanqi. Naturally, whenever Li Yuanqi bought snacks, he never forgot to include duck heads, which only Lu Hong relished. "Hurry and eat. Be careful not to choke." Lu Hong approached the dining table and casually pulled a can of chilled cola from his backpack. "Thank you, Dad." Li Yuanqi promptly took the cola, opened it, and took a sip, while simultaneously stuffing his mouth with braised pork and grabbing a crayfish with the other hand as he munched, bits of meat and grease sprayed out. And he asked Lu Hong, "Brother Hang, aren't you eating?" Lu Hong shook his head. "You eat first. I'm not hungry. All of this is for you. Take your time. No one will snatch it away." However, even if Li Yuanqi wished to slow down, he found it impossible to do so, for everything before him was simply too delectable. After all, for over 10 days, he had survived on nothing but boiled noodles, and now, being able to feast on such dishes felt like an explosion of flavors to his palate. But after so many days without rich food, his stomach struggled to adjust to such greasy indulgence. Causing an urge to retch, he quickly took a sip of cola to suppress it, then cradled his stomach to rest for a moment. Burping as he spoke to Lu Hong, "Brother Hang, thank you so much." Lu Hong shook his head. To him, this was nothing remarkable. The braised pork and spicy crayfish were merely pre-packaged meals from a restaurant. Otherwise, even with Han Yu's culinary skills, it would be impossible to serve the dishes so promptly. Among all the dishes, only the stir-fried seasonal vegetables were freshly prepared, that if Lu Hong had chosen to, he could have had Han Yu retrieve fresh pork belly from the storage warehouse to make braised pork, or use live crayfish from the water tank to prepare the spicy crayfish. Or even Boston lobster, if he so desired. Li Yuanqi took another sip of cola, finally feeling somewhat better. "Brother Hang, I really appreciate it. If I were still with Xiao Lei, I'd probably have met my end soon." Just then, Lu Hong's eyes brightened. He sat across from Li Yuanqi, perfectly aligned with the bedroom door, which suddenly swung open. Lu Hong beheld Luo Yufei, dressed in a flowing black gown. The long sleeves enveloped her arms, accentuating their slender elegance. Though modest, her cinched waist still showcased her curvaceous form, resembling a graceful black swan emerging from within. Her face, evidently adorned with makeup, enhanced her already breathtaking beauty. At that moment, even on a filmed festival red carpet, she would outshine all others that Liu, and she, entirely oblivious to the shift in Lu Hong's expression, remained unaware of Luo Yu Fei's soft movements behind him.